Chapter 641 Meeting with the Witch Queen. When Yuan heard the news, her first reaction was that they were exposed and the Witch Queen was going to attack them. But then she thought it was unlikely. They hid very well along the way. And even the witch aura on Dawa was covered by Yuan with a goo worm. And she disguised the goo Zun aura that was difficult to distinguish from Wensu. Yuan asked Pinger to call Yinglu over and said, "How is the relationship between Wensu and the Witch Queen?" Yinglu was not idle early in the morning and went to inquire about it, including the relationship between the Witch Queen and Wensu. Yinglu said, "The Witch Queen is a few years older than Wensu. She is the eldest sister in the family. She and Wensu have the same mother. The relationship between the siblings has always been very good. But the Witch Queen doesn't have a good face for the half-brothers in the family. So it seems that the Witch Queen really only cares about Wensu's flesh and blood. So she wants her to enter the palace to see her? A certain young master is unhappy." It was only after a good night's sleep that he realized that the great elder had misunderstood the relationship between Dawa and Yuan. Although Wensu's appearance was not bad, in front of a certain young master who was like a god, Tin Wen's were not as good as one toe of young Master Yin. Young Master Yin was very irritable. But Yuan thought it was good. It was possible to get close to the Witch King and penetrate the enemy. The Witch Queen loves her brother so much. She must love her unborn child very much. Yuan touched her bulging belly and said with a smile, "Zhou Jin, I can accompany you to the palace." She felt much more at ease to be able to guard Zhou Jin in person. When Yuan entered the palace, a certain young master would naturally accompany her. So the plan changed again. And it was changed to Yu Shaoqing staying at home, and Yin Jiuqiu accompanying Yuan to the palace. Yuan said, "You can enter the palace, but your face is too eye-catching. I'd better change your appearance and make you look ugly." Yin Jiuqiu couldn't enter the palace as Master Yin. Yuan had thought about it. He was Zhou Jin's personal guard. But with this face and this outfit, who would believe he was a guard? Yuan used the disguise technique to change Yin Jiuqiu's face into an ordinary one. Even so, his eyes were still too beautiful. But this was not something that the disguise technique could solve. "My husband? You look good no matter what." Yuan took advantage of the moment and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the lips. And then said, "Your lips are too bright. You have to cover them up." Yin Jiuqiu. After changing his appearance and changing into a guard's clothes, Yin Jiuqiu got on Zhou Jin's carriage. Before leaving, Zhou Yuyan pulled Yuan's sleeve. She wanted to pull Yin Jiuqiu's sleeve. After all, Yin Jiuqiu was closer to her junior brother. But Yin Jiuqiu was too fierce. So she didn't dare. Of course, Yuan was not fierce. But not as fierce as Yin Jiuqiu. She whispered, "The palace is very dangerous. My junior brother is in your hands. Don't just focus on taking the Witch King's tears and ignore my junior brother's life or death." Although she knew that Yuan and the others would not do this, she was worried about her junior brother, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't talk about it. Yuan seemed to understand the Queen Witch's feelings. If Zhou Yuyan had said this to her on the boat, she probably wouldn't pay attention to her. But since she regarded her as Yinglu's little wife, she felt that she was much cuter. Yuan smiled and said, "I know. We will bring Zhou Jin out safely." Zhou Yuyan looked at the smiling and amiable Yuan and opened her lips. "I think it's better for you to be mean to me. I'm not used to you being like this." Yuan's face darkened. The roof of the Wu clan is round, which is very different from the architectural style of Nanzhao and Dazhou. The people's clothes are also very strange. The women are all gray and dusty, while the men are colorful. Yuan murmured. It seems that the clothes of the Wen mansion are normal. At least it is closer to the aesthetics of the people in the Central Plains. Since he was going to play the role of Yuan's man, Dawa got into Yuan's car. Dawa always felt that two sharp eyes shot through the curtain of the car, biting him like a venomous snake, and scared him to sweat. Yin Jiuqiu stared at the carriage opposite, and Zhou Jin on the side couldn't bear it anymore. Zhou Jin sighed like a little adult and put down the Kongming lock in his hand. "Forget it. Considering that you are in such a bad mood, I admit defeat in this round. Well, I can't win anyway, so I'll find a way out. The Witch Queen is your sister. Her maiden name is Lin Ling. She always dotes on you. When you meet you later, don't be as nervous as you were in front of the great elder." In the carriage, Yuan sorted out the information that Yinglu had found out and told Dawa. "Oh," Dawa responded. Yuan continued also. "The Witch Queen has two witches around her, one named Li Ru, and the other named Hongwan. They are her confidants and are also very close to you." Dawa was shocked. What do you mean by close to me? Could it be another woman that Wensu has provoked? Yuan nodded, yes. Wensu has provoked them. But they have to serve the Witch Queen, and did not follow Wensu to his mansion. The Witch Queen also knows this. Why does this Wensu provoke girls everywhere? Dawa was so worried. He couldn't finish his performance. Right? What should I do when I see them later? The 3 women in the mansion are enough to give him a headache. If there are 2 more in the palace. Dawa said that his sole acting skills will be exhausted. Yuan smiled. You don't have to worry about this. With me here, you can just think that you are afraid of me and the fetus in my belly and dare not get too close to them. This will show your true nature. Dawa was relieved a little. It seemed that it was not bad that the old man misunderstood him. With such a powerful shield, he didn't worry about being exposed. But, if the Witch Queen asks about your background. Dawa looked at Yuan. Yuan smiled faintly. Just say that I am from the black market. You go to the black market once a month. Not only to find out about Zhou Jin's news, but also to reunite with me. When Su started to move around in the black market a year ago, Yuan's fetus is more than 6 months old. So there is no worry about the time. In the carriage on the side, the calming lock had been crushed to pieces by a young master. Zhou Jin couldn't bear to look at it. He covered his eyes with one hand and sighed. It's just a few words. Why do you have to? The carriage arrived at the palace. Different from the grandeur of the Great Zhou Palace and the splendor of the Nanzhao Palace, the Wu Clan Palace is much more low-key. When you enter the palace, you can see the flying eaves of the brackets, the green tiles, and the gray walls. An ancient and solemn atmosphere blows in your face, as if there are gods, which makes people feel awe. Even people like Yuan who do not believe in gods and Buddhas can't help but stop and look at the palace very devoutly. Zhou Jin saluted in the direction of the palace. Yuan didn't understand what he was saluting. Ava explained, he is saluting the witch god. Dawa also wants to salute the witch god. But Dawa can't. Dawa is not a wizard now, but a Gu master. It doesn't make sense for a Gu master to salute the witch god. There are no palace maids or eunuchs in the Wu Clan Palace. Only maids and apostles. Some of the maids and apostles are witches and wizards, and some are ordinary people. The apostles who went to the Wen Mansion to greet them are the former. After all, the Witch Queen loved her brother so much. Why would she send a low-ranking apostle to greet him? The group followed the apostle into the palace. Yuan wanted to appreciate the scenery of the Witch Clan Palace. But the Witch Queen had a special sedan chair. They got on the sedan chair as soon as they got off the car. The sedan chair took a path exclusive to the Witch Queen and entered the Witch Queen's palace in the blink of an eye. It was the first time for several people to enter the palace. But seeing that the apostle did not inform at all, and led people directly into the Witch Queen's palace, Wensu was really favored. Wensu was the master. He walked in front with great momentum. Yin Jiuqiao was a guard. He followed behind with a cold look. But for some reason, at first glance, he felt that he was more like a master. Of course, these words were just for the apostles and maids to think about in their hearts. But they dared not say them out loud. The queen's bedroom is much more luxurious than it looks from the outside. The obsidian floor is dim, and the black gold-cast multi-treasure pavilion is shining. It is extremely deep, but also extremely luxurious. The queen is a radiant woman, but she is different from any beauty Yuan has ever seen. She wears a tight black robe, and the black skirt falls to the ground. She is slender and graceful, like a cold and beautiful woman with black magic. She exudes a strong aura from inside to outside. A sentence suddenly flashed through Yuan's mind. Feng Lin Tian Xia. The queen loves her younger brother the most. Naturally, she will not give her first glance to others. She raised her hand and walked towards her younger brother, who she had not seen for many days. A doting smile appeared on her cold face. When she is not smiling, she is as cold as an iceberg. But when she smiles, she is as bright as the glare of summer. Sur, you're here. The Witch Queen held her brother's hand. Her voice also had a queen's charm and power. Dawa was originally most afraid of the queen, but now he was infected by her smile and unique voice. And he really felt like Wensu. Dawa was no longer nervous. Dawa held her hand and said, "Sister." The word sister made the Witch Queen smile brighter. The Witch Queen took Dawa's hand and took him to sit aside. It's been a long time since we last met. Let me take a good look at you. As the Witch Queen spoke, she stroked her brother's face. Dawa was a little worried that his human skin mask would fall off. But of course, he was worried too much. The mask was almost the same as his real face. Sewer is still thinner. the Witch Queen said distressfully. It is very touching when such a strong woman puts down her status to love someone. Dawa was almost moved when they just met. It's no wonder that when Sue went through life and death for this sister. I greet the Witch Queen. Yuan knelt down and saluted. The Witch Queen then moved her eyes away from her brother and looked at the pregnant woman. Are you the one Sue brought back? Yes, Yuan said. Come forward and let me see, the Witch Queen said with dignity. The doting and gentleness when talking to when Sue was gone, replaced by the Queen's majesty that could not be defied. Yuan walked forward neither servile nor arrogant. The summer of the Wu clan is not as hot as that of Nanzhao and Dazhou. But people with double bodies are more afraid of heat than ordinary people. Yuan wore a loose translucent long gown with a front opening, and a lake blue high-waisted luo skirt inside. This outfit is very cool, and does not show the belly so much. How many months? Asked the Witch Queen. To answer the Witch Queen, it's more than 6 months. Yuan replied. Raise your head, said the Witch Queen. Yuan followed her words, and slowly raised her head. Yuan had a small face the size of a palm. Although she was a little plump now, and her cheeks were chubby, she looked very lovely. Her facial features were delicate. But there were people who were more delicate than hers. But unlike her, none of them were the most outstanding when separated. But they were so beautiful when put together that they looked like fairy spirits. The Witch Queen's eyes were full of scrutiny and observation. Where are you from? Asked the Witch Queen. From the black market, said Dawa. Dawa interrupted the question. But the Witch Queen did not blame him. Instead, she turned to look at him and asked, Is there anyone else in the family? Dawa said according to the prepared lines, No. She is an orphan, working as a maid in the Dark Palace. I saw her and bought her. You? The Witch Queen nodded Dawa's head and glared at him. But she didn't blame him in the end. You have many women in your backyard. But it's a pity that after so many years, you only have 2 maids. And they are all illegitimate. If this pregnancy can give you a son, I will promote her. This is to give Yuan a status. Yuan thought to herself. How to promote? Could it be that the second wife is abolished? Make her a woman of unknown origin. The legal wife? It seems that the Witch Queen really loves this brother too much. Of course, it is not ruled out that the first elder and the Witch Queen will take action against the third elder. They need the third elder now, because the Witch King is still alive, and the Witch Queen has no suitable successor. They need to unite the 3 elders to balance the power of the Witch King. But once the Witch King is gone, the powerful third elder will become their biggest hidden danger. The Witch Queen talked to Dawa for a long time. During this time, her 2 trusted witches Li Rule and Hong Luan successively served tea to Dawa. Dawa looked like he was being eaten by the little concubine and didn't even look at them. The Witch Queen rewarded Yuan with many good things, and asked someone to take Yuan to the side hall to rest, and then talk to her brother about business. I heard that you brought the child here? Waiting outside, Dawa said. The Witch Queen asked someone to call Zhou Jin in. The 9-year-old child was a little thin, but his little back was straight. His temperament was like pine and bamboo. His eyebrows were delicate, and he was as beautiful as unpolished jade. The Witch Queen's son was 12 years old, and he inherited the Witch Queen's beauty. But compared with the little boy in front of him, he still lacked a little color. When Zhou Jin saw the Witch Queen, he did not salute, but just stood there calmly. What's your name? Asked the Witch Queen. Zhou Jin, he said. The Witch Queen's aura was so strong that even the elders, who had seen a lot of the world, could hardly resist it. But a 9-year-old child stood like a mountain. Come here, said the Witch Queen. Zhou Jin walked over without looking around. The Witch Queen raised her hand and tore his clothes open. Dawa stood up in shock. For a moment, he almost thought that the Witch Queen was going to hurt Zhou Jin. But Zhou Jin was unusually calm, as if the person whose clothes were torn was not him at all. The Witch Queen narrowed her eyes and glanced at him. Then her eyes fell on his back. Who tattooed you? I don't remember, Zhou Jin said. The Witch Queen looked at him. Aren't you afraid of me? Even the Witch Queen's own son didn't have such courage. He didn't have the mark of the Witch King. But the tattoo was really suspicious. And the child's temperament and courage were even more suspicious. The Witch Queen could vaguely see a little bit of the shadow of the Witch King when he was young. Sister? Dawa spoke. The Witch Queen signaled the servants to bring a clean dress and put it on Zhou Jin herself. Your brother-in-law has been ill for a long time. It's rare for you to come back. Come with me to see him. Is it finally time to meet the Witch King? Dawa's heart couldn't help but get excited. He caught a trace and glanced at Zhou Jin. He saw that his face was the same as when he came. Strange. Is he the Witch King's moth? How come he has no reaction when he is about to meet his father? The Witch Queen stood up and gently took Zhou Jin's hand. Do you know? You look like an old friend of the Witch King. Maybe, when the Witch King sees you, his illness will be cured without medicine. Yuan seemed to be resting in the room. But in fact she was paying attention to the movements in the bedroom. She saw the Witch Queen holding Zhou Jin's hand and walking out, like a gentle and kind mother. And Dawa followed her closely. The three of them left the Witch Queen's palace. Yin Jiuqiao winked at Yingshi-san, who followed him. Who is that? The Witch Queen asked, looking at Yingshi-san who followed him. My personal bodyguard, Zhou Jin said. The Witch Queen gently rubbed his little head. I will protect you. You don't need a bodyguard in the palace. Zhou Jin didn't say anything. But since he wants to follow, let him follow. The Witch Queen smiled. The group bypassed the imperial garden with stacked stones and water, and entered a palace full of purple flowers. Zhou Jin paused when he saw the purple flowers in the yard. The Witch Queen looked at Zhou Jin deeply, and said with a smile, Do you recognize these flowers? These are the flowers of the Holy Family, planted by a witch back then. Chapter 642 Father and Son Meet. While the Witch Queen was saying this, her eyes were fixed on Zhou Jin's face. No matter how calm a child is, he is still a child after all. How could he not show a little strangeness? However, it was disappointing that Zhou Jin's expression did not change from beginning to end. Why did you stop just now? Where have you seen these flowers? The Witch Queen asked. No. They are beautiful, Zhou Jin said. The Witch Queen smiled at him. Are you sure you haven't seen them anywhere? Zhou Jin raised his head and fearlessly met the Witch Queen's scrutinizing eyes. He didn't say anything, just stared at her straight. The Witch Queen curled her lips, leaned down slightly, and pinched his chin with her cold fingertips. Children who lie are not cute. Zhou Jin still didn't speak, and his eyes became more open and fearless when he looked at her. The Witch Queen sneered, let go of his chin, and held his hand instead. Dawa's back was soaked. Was he out of his mind just now, thinking that this sister was kind and amiable? She was obviously an extremely dangerous, beautiful snake that could bite people to death at any time. Witch Queen. Outside the bedroom, an apostle saluted respectfully to the Witch Queen. He saw the child led by the Witch Queen, and his eyes moved slightly. This is, the Witch Queen said indifferently, it is the guest of the Witch King. Is the Witch King awake? The apostle looked at Zhou Jin suspiciously and said, awake. Lying down again. The Witch Queen raised her chin and led Zhou Jin into the bedroom. The doors and windows of the bedroom were closed, and the light was dim. There was an almost exhausted oil lamp on the candlestick. The dim light shone on the floor-to-ceiling hollow curtain. The Witch Queen stopped in front of the curtain. There was a rustling sound behind the curtain, as if someone was turning over, followed by a low cough. Zhou Jin stared at the hollow curtain in front of him, and the little hand that was not held by the Witch Queen clenched imperceptibly. The Witch Queen looked through the curtain and smiled calmly. Witch King, Sewer and I are here to see you. I brought you a little guest. He came all the way from the Emerald Country. He is 9 years old this year, and is a great wizard at the peak of the heavenly realm. Do you want to meet him? The coughing behind the curtain stopped abruptly. The Witch Queen curled her lips. Sewer, let's go out first, and let the Witch King meet this little guest. Dawa looked at Zhou Jin worriedly. Zhou Jin nodded. Dawa cleared his throat and bowed to the curtain. Brother-in-law, I'll take my leave first. Hearing this, brother-in-law, the Witch Queen's body stiffened for a moment. But it was only a moment, and then she went out as usual. Dawa also retreated. The two had already stepped out of the door, and the Witch Queen suddenly stopped, without looking back, and said, You also leave? Yes. A maid came out from behind the curtain and left the bedroom without looking around. In the huge hall, only Zhou Jin and the Witch King behind the curtain were left, and the already quiet place became even more silent. Dawa did not go far. He stopped in the yard outside the bedroom. He came out, but couldn't help looking inside. What are you looking at? Asked the Witch Queen. Dawa's eyes flashed, and he said, I'm watching the Witch King's reaction. Tell me, is this child the flesh and blood of him and that woman? We are all gone. How do we know whether they recognize each other or not? Heh. The Witch Queen casually picked a purple flower from a potted plant. How do you know? Is it necessary to know this? The child's eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same as that woman's. It would be strange if they are not biological children. Ah. Dawa was speechless. It turned out that Zhou Jin looked very similar to his biological mother. Then didn't the Witch Queen recognize Zhou Jin's identity at the first sight? But why did she let Zhou Jin go to recognize the Witch King? Isn't this a superfluous move? As if she guessed her brother's doubts. The Witch Queen crushed the delicate flower in her hand bit by bit, and said, I just want him to see his son. Let him know that I caught the bastard of him and that woman. Let him watch him die in my hands. I want to destroy everything he cares about most. Dawa shuddered. What a terrible woman. The Witch King did not ask Zhou Jin to come to him. He just looked at the child with a temperament like orchid through the hollow curtain. You shouldn't have come. He didn't want Zhou Jin to see him like this. But the wooden curtain in front of him fell down with a snap. Witch Queen's palace. Yuan was placed in a quiet courtyard. Because she was pregnant with Wensu. All the maids treated her very politely. Yuan put down the snacks in her hand, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and said, I want to rest for a while. You all go out. The two maids looked at each other, and one of them stepped forward and said, Girl, just rest. We won't disturb you. You are standing here. I can't sleep, Yuan said without questioning. After all, she was not a real orphan, but a member of the Nanzhao royal family, the consort of the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. She was born with dignity. The two maids wanted to refuse, but for some reason, they could not say a word when they saw her calm eyes. Still standing there? Yuan said indifferently. The two of them were frightened by her indifferent eyes. It was not that cold, but it was breathtaking. The two of them finally left. They stood guard at the door. A breeze blew by. The two of them blinked, and the next second, they looked at each other. Did something just pass by? No. I didn't see it. Girl, I said. Don't bother me, Yuan shouted, and the two of them fell silent. Yuan lowered the curtain, looked at Yan Jiuqiao who had flashed in, and whispered, How did you do that? You were almost discovered by two maids? The full moon night is coming soon, Yan Jiuqiao said. I was so busy traveling these days that I forgot the date and didn't even know that the full moon night was coming. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you come to the palace, Yuan said self-reproachfully. It's still early. I'm fine, Yan Jiuqiao said lightly. It's really not a big deal. There are many masters in the Wu clan's palace. If there is any mistake, it will be found out long ago. Yuan understood that he didn't say this deliberately to avoid worrying her. He never did anything he was not sure of. If he said it was fine, it was really fine. She took his hand and sat down next to him. Do you think the Wu King will recognize Zhou Jin? I mean, can he recognize Zhou Jin as his child? Yan Jiuqiao held a chubby hand in his palm. Blood is thicker than water. He is the Wu King. It's not that he can't recognize his own son. As for whether he recognizes it or not, it doesn't matter whether he recognizes it or not. The Witch Queen has already determined Zhou Jin's identity. How do you know? Yuan asked. Eyes, Yan Jiuqiao said, although the look in the Witch Queen's eyes when she looked at Zhou Jin was very well concealed, so that even Dawa, who was closest to her, didn't notice it. But it still couldn't fool Yan Jiuqiao. How did she figure that out? Yuan asked, puzzled. That's not clear. Yan Jiuqiao stared at her. Yuan touched her chin, since she has already seen Zhou Jin's identity. Why did she take him to the Witch King for confirmation? Yan Jiuqiao snorted coldly. She doesn't want the Witch King to confirm, but to let the Witch King recognize Zhou Jin. She wants the Witch King to watch her destroy Zhou Jin with his own eyes. This woman. Yuan took a breath of cold air. She had guessed that the Witch Queen was not a good person, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel. What could be more unbearable than letting the Witch King watch his son being destroyed with his own eyes? How much pain did the Witch King and the Witch Maiden give her? She returned it tenfold, 100-fold, compared to her. Nandong Yan, Saint Lan Ji, are all weak. This is really a knife stabbing people in the heart, making people live worse than death and regret it. Yuan took Yan Jiuqiao's arm and sighed. To be honest, I don't sympathize with the Witch King. I just feel sorry for little Zhou Jin. He has to bear such calculations at such a young age. Fortunately, he was prepared. In the Witch King's palace, Zhou Jin slowly walked out of the bedroom. The Witch Queen smiled deeply and walked forward, touched his head, and said, How is it? Did you recognize that person? Zhou Jin raised his eyes and looked at her. The Witch Queen didn't care whether he answered or not. The fingertips that touched his head lingered on his fair little face. Look at you. You are so beautiful. You are only 9 years old. But you are more capable than your brother. Zhou Jin let her play with his face. His expression was calm, as if the person being targeted by danger was not him. The Witch Queen touched enough, withdrew her hand lightly, and pointed to the bedroom. That person is dying. Do you want to save him? Zhou Jin still didn't speak, just looked at her steadily. Such a clear but sharp look made the Witch Queen feel a little uncomfortable. The witch curled her lips and said, "It's actually very simple. You just need to give me one thing, and I will help you save his life." Chapter 643 The Truth About the Holy King. Yuan and Yin Jiuchao quietly left the Witch Queen's palace and sneaked into the Witch King's palace from the side door. The Witch King's palace was filled with a faint smell of medicine. The servants in the palace were not qualified to waste medicine at will. They knew who the sick master was without guessing. The two followed the smell of medicine and found the Witch King's bedroom in almost no time. The Witch Queen had already left with Dawa and Zhou Jin. There were many masters lurking around the bedroom, and Yin Jiuchao avoided them one by one. The door of the bedroom was ajar. Yuan poked her head in and took a look. She saw that there was no figure inside. Just as she was about to push the door open and walk in, Yin Jiuchao grabbed her wrist. Yin Jiuchao gave her a look. Yuan understood and took her hand back tacitly, and retreated behind Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao pointed his fingertips, and a stream of icy internal force shot out through the hollow wooden curtain and hit the maid's sleeping point. The maid's eyes went dark, and she fell to the ground. Yin Jiuchao then took Yuan in. The bedroom was empty, with no extra servants and no extra furnishings. There were only a few tall pillars and a few long tables with lamps, all carved with ancient totems. In the dark and mysterious light and shadow, people couldn't help but stand in awe. The floor and roof beams of the bedroom were made of gold and nanmu, which had lasted for thousands of years. Yuan unconsciously slowed down her pace. Is the Witch King behind? She took Yin Jiuchao's hand and stopped in front of the hollow wooden curtain. Yin Jiuchao stared at the curtain, but did not speak. Instead, he waved his wide sleeves, and the wooden curtain in front of him fell down, revealing the maid who fainted on the ground, and the Witch King who was lying sick on the dragon bed. Yuan was stunned by the scene in front of her, and of course, she was not surprised by the fainted maid. The dragon bed was large, but extremely bad. There were iron chains on the tops of the 4 bedposts, tightly locked on the hands and feet of a sick man. The man had silver hair, pale face, sunken eye sockets, and a withered appearance. The hands exposed outside the quilt were as thin as a skeleton. However, this was not the most surprising thing. What was more surprising was that his face, neck, and even a pair of hands were covered with terrible poisonous sores. He seemed to be asleep and did not speak, but Yuan could feel the pain he was suffering all the time just by looking at him. Yuan clenched her fingers. Yin Jiuchao regretted letting her see the scene in front of him. If he had known that the Witch King would become like this, he would never pull down the curtain. Yin Jiuchao was about to hang up the curtain, and this time, it was Yuan who grabbed his wrist. "No need," Yuan said. She took a deep breath. Her throat slid, and said, "I'm a doctor. I'm fine." It was unclear whether she was trying to convince Yin Jiuchao or herself. Yin Jiuchao still waved his sleeves and hung up the curtain. Yuan couldn't pretend anymore. Turned her back, grabbed Yin Jiuchao's wrist, and whispered, "Is this the Witch King? Did Zhou Jin see him like this? Since the Witch Queen brought Zhou Jin here, she probably saw it." Yin Jiuchao didn't say it explicitly, but his eyes gave Yuan the answer. Yuan covered her chest. How could he become like this? Backlash? Yin Jiuchao glanced at the wooden curtain and said, "What backlash?" Yuan was puzzled. "Backlash of which power?" Yin Jiuchao said. Yuan pondered for a moment, and asked in a half-understanding manner, "What did he do to suffer the backlash of which power?" Yin Jiuchao stared and said, "You have to ask him himself. The higher the realm of the wizard, the more witch power he can exert. But the more witch power he exerts, the greater the backlash he suffers. This is why wizards are weaker than ordinary people. In order to avoid physical weakness, some black wizards will transfer the backlash to others. But white wizards will not be so crazy. Of course, not all backlashes are so serious. Most backlashes are extremely mild, and can be cured in 2 or 3 days." Looking at the Witch King's appearance, he must have done something extremely unbelievable. Unbelievable things? Yuan frowned. What unbelievable things could it be? Could it be Yin Jiuqian nodded. Zhou Jin. Yuan was speechless. It turned out to be Zhou Jin. The Witch King became like this because of Zhou Jin. Why? Do you remember who Zhou Jin's mother is? Yin Jiuqiao saw her confusion. Yuan murmured. It's the saint. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the front yard. Do you see those purple flowers in the yard? Yuan hummed. See? What flowers are they? Yin Jiuqiao said. It's the Saint Fairy Orchid. A flower species that can only bloom in the place where the Saint King is buried. Saint, where the Saint King is buried. Yuan took a breath. There is a Saint King buried under the ground in the yard? That Saint King, can't it be Zhou Jin's mother? Although she asked in a questioning tone. She already had the answer in her heart. In addition to Zhou Jin's mother, is there another saint buried here? I don't know if it was buried by the Witch King or the Witch Queen. If it was the Witch Queen, then this woman's mind is too terrible. Not only did the Witch King suffer the pain of losing his lover, but he also had to face the bones of his beloved day and night. But he couldn't step out of the bedroom. Yuan felt a chill running down her spine. And she was also filled with an uncontrollable surprise. I thought Zhou Jin's mother was just a saint girl from the Saint clan. But she turned out to be a Saint King. This child not only has a father who is a Witch King, but also a mother who is a Saint King. Yin Jiuqiao said, the blood of the saint and Witch clan cannot be merged. Otherwise, the Zikong family would not have married so many saint girls, but failed to continue the blood of the two clans. All their children suffered a huge backlash. Yuan nodded. And after a while, she shook her head strangely. But didn't my grandma survive well? My grandma is also a descendant of the Saint clan and the Witch clan. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the dark corner of the bedroom. Someone took the backlash for her. Yuan's heart was shocked. Saint Lan Yi, she said. Saint Lan Yi's medical skills are so great. How could she not heal her injuries? It turned out that it was not that the injuries were incurable, but that it was impossible to resist the backlash caused by the blood. Yin Jiuqiao also gradually figured out the truth when he arrived at the Witch clan. Saint Lan Yi must have accidentally learned about this matter. So she chose to fly away and found a way to transfer the backlash to herself, causing her premature death. After all, Saint Lan Yi is only a saint, not a Saint King. And Zikong Yi is only a descendant of the Witch clan, not a Wizard King, not even a wizard. Even so, the blood of the two of them has suffered such a terrible backlash. It is conceivable what the fate of the descendants of the Saint King and the Wizard King will be. Zhou Jin's life could not be saved from the beginning. The Holy King buried his bones and planted a life for Zhou Jin. The Witch King used all his witch power to protect Zhou Jin's life. No one forced them. They were voluntary. For this child who loved each other deeply, the Holy King buried his bones and could never return to his hometown. The Witch King was trapped and could never get out of the cage of the Witch Queen. Yuan's mood became complicated. Does the Witch Queen know? Of course I know, Yin Jiuqiao said. The Witch King was so infatuated with the Holy King and Zhou Jin. And he was so ruthless to her. He would rather give up his life, exhaust his witch power, endure pain day and night, become neither human nor ghost, but also protect Zhou Jin's life. How could the Witch Queen not hate him? Wasn't the Witch King trying to protect Zhou Jin? She just wanted to destroy Zhou Jin. She wanted to torture the Witch King's heart, make him miserable, and make the Saint King Underground restless. Yuan had lived two lives, and for the first time, she was shocked by a woman's cruelty and scheming. Thinking of something, Yuan's face changed. Zhou Jin is so smart. When he saw the Witch King's appearance, he should have guessed that the Witch King became like this for him. He must feel bad. If the Witch Queen threatened him with this, would he? What do you think? Have you thought about it? As long as your witch power is gone, that person's suffering will end. In the Imperial Garden, the Witch Queen said patiently. Really, will it end? Zhou Jin said. The Witch Queen smiled and gently stroked his fair and thin face with her black cardamom-painted nails. Of course. I promise you that he will get better. What do you think? Are you willing to give me your witch power? Zhou Jin paused, raised his eyes, and looked into her eyes steadily. Okay. I'll give it to you. Chapter 644, Mighty Little Goo Goo. The strongest little Zhou Jin. The Witch Queen took Zhou Jin to Yuhua Palace, where the Witch Queen and the Witch King's son, His Highness Yuyong, lived. Seeing the Witch Queen coming, the maids and apostles in the palace knelt on the ground. No one dared to peek at the Witch Queen's face, and no one dared to ask who the little boy with the Witch Queen was. Where is His Highness? The Witch Queen asked indifferently. The head maid said, to answer the Witch Queen. His Highness Yi Yang had lunch and just went to bed. Call him to the study. The Witch Queen said seriously. Yes. A trace of surprise flashed across the face of the head maid. But she still agreed respectfully. The Witch Queen took Zhou Jin's hand and went to the study. The furnishings of Yuhua Palace are much more normal than those of the Witch Queen Palace and the Witch King Palace. It is bright and spacious, with clusters of flowers, pavilions and towers, and exquisite reliefs. At first glance, it is a palace suitable for luxury and comfort. If the Witch Queen Palace and the Witch King Palace are like the dark night, then the Moonlight Palace is the daytime. Zhou Jin entered here, finally showing some of the innocence and immaturity that belonged to his age. He looked around curiously. The Witch Queen looked at him with satisfaction. If you like, I can give you a palace like this. But Zhou Jin did not respond, retracted his gaze, and walked forward without looking sideways. The Witch Queen curled her lips. No matter how she pretended to be mature, she was just a 9-year-old child. There were always times when her true nature was revealed inadvertently. Mother! In the study, Yi Yang saw the Witch Queen. His eyes were red, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He was wearing a sky-blue cloud-patterned robe, tall, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a finger of black hair tied behind his head. 12-year-old Yi Yang was taller than children of the same age. When the 9-year-old Zhou Jin stood in front of him, he was a full head shorter than him. Mother! Who is he? Yi Yang pointed at Zhou Jin and asked curiously. Your father's guest, the Witch Queen said meaningfully. Yi Yang opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked up and down at little Zhou Jin. Father's guest? How could father have such a young guest? The Witch Queen smiled gently. He is here to help you. With his help, you can have your own witch power, which is the same as your father's, and is most suitable for cultivating into the Witch King's witch power. Huh? Yi Yang's eyes widened even more. He knew that he had no witch power. His father was the Witch King and had supreme witch power, but he did not inherit any of it. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. But he was not too disappointed. The inheritance of the Witch clan does not rely on blood. Even if you cultivate to the level of the Witch King, there is less than a 1% chance of passing on the witch power to your descendants. And it is not a deliberate inheritance, but an accident. Over the years, the Queen Mother has been trying to find a way for him. But unfortunately, he cannot absorb the magic power of others. The reason may be related to his royal bloodline. Too low magic power will be rejected by the royal bloodline. After thinking about it, Yi Yang looked at the Queen Mother. Who is he? Why can his magic power be used by me? I said. He is my father's little guest. The Queen Mother touched Yi Yang's head. The Queen Mother's Yi Yang will soon have his own magic power. Yi Yang didn't get the answer he wanted, but the last sentence aroused his infinite longing, and he even forgot what he was asking. Then can I become the Witch King? He asked expectantly. The Witch Queen touched his head lovingly and said, of course. My mother will definitely let Yi Yang become the Witch King. There is a secret room in the study. The Witch Queen let the two enter the secret room and asked the maid to bring hot water and soak the medicinal materials. Take off your clothes and sit in, the Witch Queen said to the two. The two obediently took off their clothes and sat in their own wooden barrels. The Witch Queen has been waiting for this day for a long time. Everything is complete. She only needs to wait for the Great Elder and several powerful wizards to come and convert the magic power for the two. And then they will be done. It is impossible to say that there is no risk. In order to minimize the rejection of blood and to prevent Zhou Jin from fainting halfway, the Witch Queen soaked the two in the best medicine of the Witch clan. It takes a full hour to soak. I wonder if the Witch King will be surprised to hear this news. The Witch Queen curled her lips indifferently, picked up Zhou Jin's clothes, and walked out of Yuhua Palace gracefully and charmingly. My name is Yi Yang. What's your name? Yi Yang turned his head and asked Zhou Jin beside him. Zhou Jin ignored him, just quietly soaked in the medicine, his expression as calm as water. Yi Yang said, Hey, if your witch power is really useful, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Anyway, witch power is useless to civilians like you. Why don't you give it to me? I will give you the position of Dasiming? Dasiming, an important official in charge of the palace sacrifice, is only below the Elder Hall. Zhou Jin still ignored him. Yi Yang was annoyed. He was the prince of the Witch clan. He was willing to lower himself to talk to this kid, which was already this kid's fortune. How dare this kid ignore him? Are you deaf? Yi Yang scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yi Yang fiercely. Yi Yang was caught off guard by the cold eyes. His body stiffened and his hands trembled, and the water splashed on the ground. Zhou Jin did not give up, and grabbed a white light from his chest with his little hand, and threw it directly at the stunned Yi Yang. Witch Queen! Witch Queen! It's bad. As soon as the Witch Queen stepped into the bedroom of the Witch King's palace, she saw a maid from the Yuhua palace hurried in. The Witch Queen frowned impatiently, and withdrew the foot that had already stepped in coldly, turned around and looked at the maid and said, "What happened that made you shout and scream in the Witch King's palace?" The maid ran too fast and lost her balance. She stumbled and fell to the ground. She ignored the pain and said in panic, "His Highness Yi Yang is missing." The Witch Queen was furious. The Witch Queen hurriedly left the Witch Queen palace and went to Yuhua palace. Yuan behind the wooden curtain secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. The Witch Queen almost caught her. Suddenly, Yuan realized something, and her eyes widened and said, "There is only one prince in the Witch clan. Right? How could the Witch Queen's son be missing? Also, the Witch Queen came here by herself just now, and didn't see Zhou Jin. Where did Zhou Jin go?" Swoosh! A small white light flashed into Yuan's arms. Yin Jiuchu stretched out his hand to block it, and the little Gugu hit Yin Jiuchu's palm with a smack. Stuck for a second, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and fell to the ground with a clatter. "Huh?" Yuan looked down at it. "Aren't you with Zhou Jin? Why are you here? Where is Zhou Jin?" The little Gugu got up from the ground in a daze, and pointed to the door with its little paw. Yuan opened her mouth. "Outside the Witch King's palace?" The little paw pointed again. Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. "Outside the Witch Queen's palace?" The little paw pointed again and again. Yuan gritted her teeth. "He left the palace?" The little Gugu retracted its paw and nodded in a dignified manner. "Zhou Jin left the palace just after the Witch Queen's son disappeared. It can't be such a coincidence. Right?" Yuan covered her small mouth. "No. It can't be what I thought. Right?" Little Gugu raised her little paws and snorted. "This is it that knocked Yi Yang down." Little Gugu raised her little feet and kicked inside with a clang. "This is it that made Yi Yang poisoned." Little Gugu turned over with a whoosh. "This is it that controlled Yi Yang." Yi Yang was like a puppet that could be manipulated by anyone. He took Zhou Jin's hand and walked out of the palace in broad daylight as the prince of the Witch clan. After finding out the truth of the incident, Yuan was stunned. You have this function? You can actually bewitch people?" Little Gugu cutely pawed. "Gu has everything you like." Yuan was going crazy. Crazy. This kid was silent and seemed like an honest person. But who knew he would do such a big thing? It's better to kidnap him. Yin Jiuchao looked at the unconscious Witch King and said, "It saves us from having to do it." Yuan calmed down and thought about it. And it seemed so. Their original plan was to get the Witch King's tears, let Zhou Jin pretend to agree to the Witch Queen's request, and then fake his death in the process of outputting witch power. With Dawa as a spy, there was no worry about not being able to transport Zhou Jin, who was fake dead. Zhou Jin died, and the Witch Queen's hatred ended there. But that was before they met the Witch King. After meeting the Witch King, they found that Zhou Jin's fake death was not valid. As long as the Witch King was still being backfired by the witch power, it meant that Zhou Jin was not dead. This is probably why Zhou Jin has been missing for so many years. But the Witch Queen has always believed that he is still alive. The fake death can't be hidden from the Witch Queen at all. This is one of the changes. The second change is that it is not easy to get the Witch King's tears. If you want the Witch King's tears, you have to make the Witch King cry first. But how can the Witch King cry in this state? However, the original plan has been scrapped. Zhou Jin suddenly decided to take the Witch Queen's son out of the palace, which is not a bad thing. Next, the person being threatened will become the Witch Queen. Chapter 645 The Power of the Witch Queen. Report to the Witch Queen. His Highness Yi Yang has left the palace. A palace guard said with a fist. The Witch Queen's face turned cold. Leaving the palace? How could he leave the palace? The guard said, I don't know either. I only know that His Highness took a child out of the palace just now. His Highness said, he was following your orders. The guards didn't dare to stop him and had to let him go. Like most teenagers, Yi Yang was naughty and unruly at times. But he didn't have the courage to falsely convey the Witch Queen's will. And there was no similar precedent. Because of this, The guards believed Yi Yang's words without a doubt. Idiot! They are all a bunch of idiots. The Witch Queen rarely lost her temper. Her elegant and beautiful face showed an irrepressible anger, and everyone felt their hearts tighten. Although the Witch Queen is a woman, the Witch King has been ill for many years, and she has almost taken over the power of the entire clan. It's not that no one has provoked her or questioned her, but those people all died miserably. Now, everyone's awe of her seems to be deep in their bones. The Witch Queen is going to be angry, and the Witch Clan will also change. Everyone crawled on the ground, not daring to breathe. It was still the palace guard who spoke up. Witch Queen, I will take people to bring His Highness back. The Witch Queen raised her finger coldly. This is a gesture of agreement. The palace guards gathered a team of people and horses, and left the palace without stopping. The Witch Queen stood in the strong sunlight for a while, and the sunlight was far less dazzling than her. She turned around, raised her proud head, and walked to the Witch Queen's palace. Sister, Dawa waited for her in the main hall of the Witch Queen's palace. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao had quietly returned to the Witch Queen's palace and told him about Zhou Jin kidnapping Yi Yang. He was so scared. What kind of people did he offend? It was fine to pretend to be the Witch Queen's brother, and it was fine to break into the palace. How come they kidnapped the Witch Queen's son now? And the one who kidnapped him was a 9-year-old kid? Dawa was very upset for a while, but all the collapse was instinctively restrained when the Witch Queen stepped into the main hall. Sister, has Yi Yang been found? This matter has been spread all over the palace, and he didn't find it strange, so he asked this question. The Witch Queen glanced at him coldly. Dawa felt a little guilty. He tried to suppress it, but he felt that he could not hide it from the sharp eyes of the Witch Queen. Just when he was about to be unable to resist, the Witch Queen spoke coldly. Do you know how they left the palace? I don't know. Of course Dawa knew. But the servants of the Witch Queen's palace only knew that His Highness Yi Yang was missing. But they didn't know how he disappeared. He couldn't let it slip by accident. The Witch Queen sat down on the chair with her sleeves brushed. He pretended to convey my will, and walked out openly. Ah! Dawa was really surprised. Sure enough, the truth could not be hidden. He knew the truth so quickly. Humph! The Witch Queen pinched the corner of the table, and said with a deep look in her eyes. It's true that Yi Yang has been naughty since he was a child. But he didn't dare to pretend to tell me. He, 9 out of 10 times, was threatened by someone. But I can't understand how a 9-year-old child can threaten Yi Yang. Yi Yang was 12 years old, strong and well-trained, and he had learned martial arts. So he was more than capable of beating a 9-year-old weak wizard. Dawa didn't say anything. But the Witch Queen was a smart woman after all. She only looked at Dawa for a moment and figured out everything. Yi Yang was poisoned. Dawa's heart trembled. You can guess this? The Witch Queen narrowed her eyes. That boy is not only a wizard, but also a Gu master? Witchcraft and Gu are inseparable. Many years ago, these two factions could indeed practice at the same time. But with the passage of inheritance, no one can become a Gu master and a wizard at the same time. The Witch Queen's younger brother Wensu is a Gu master at the Gu Zun level. You have been with him for so long. Didn't you find that he is also a Gu master like you? The Witch Queen looked at her brother suspiciously. Dawa's heart skipped a beat. How could I find out? I'm not a Gu master. And neither is Xiao Zhou Jin. Witch Queen, I heard that a powerful Gu master can hide his own aura. So it's not surprising that Lord Wensu didn't notice it. Li Ru, the Witch Queen's confidant, spoke up. Hong Wan echoed. Yes, if his realm is higher than Lord Wensu, then he can hide it from the world. Both confidants had had an affair with Wensu, and both wanted to plead for Wensu. But their words were not unreasonable. People with too high a realm can indeed hide their strength. For example, the Witch King. If he wants, he can make himself the same as ordinary people. And you can't see that he has any witch power. Of course, if the other party is also a Witch King, then no matter how hard he hides, the other party will still be able to detect the same kind of aura. Dawa took advantage of the situation and said, that boy is indeed the descendant of the Witch King and the Saint King. He is a great wizard and a Gu master. I neglected this matter, and didn't realize that he actually had another identity. Don't worry, sister. I will go out of the palace to catch him. And my little nephew Yi Yang, I will also bring him back safely. After that, Dawa went to the side hall, brought Yuan out, and said to the Witch Queen, I'm leaving first. Don't worry, sister. I will do my best. Wait. The Witch Queen stopped the two. What's wrong? Dawa turned around and asked. You go find Yang. The Witch Queen glanced at Yuan. She stays. Dawa's palms were covered with cold sweat. Did he reveal something? The Witch Queen actually suspected him, and wanted to leave a hostage to threaten him. How can a 9-year-old child have such strategy and courage? I'm afraid there is a master secretly guiding him. When the Witch Queen said this, her meaningful eyes fell on Yuan's face. Sister, Dawa said with embarrassment. The Witch Queen interrupted him. Don't you think it's too coincidental? This girl, no matter from her temperament and appearance, doesn't look like a child from an ordinary family. It's probably that Zhou Jin's group deliberately arranged her in front of you to lure you in. You thought you picked up a treasure, but you didn't know that you were used by others all the time. Yuan was indeed a little worried at first, but she was relieved after hearing the Witch Queen's words. I wonder what the Witch Queen suspected. It turned out to be this. I have to say, this Witch Queen has a really big imagination. Witch Queen. The 2 guards are missing too, a guard reported. The Witch Queen clenched her hands. I knew they were all in the same group. Hurry up and chase them. Yes. The guard took the order and left. In order to show his loyalty to the Witch Queen, Dawa had to leave, leaving his beloved little lover in the Witch Queen's bedroom. The Witch Queen stood up and looked down at Yuan, who was sitting below. You better pray that Yang is okay. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. After that, the Witch Queen walked out of the main hall with her sleeves. Come here. Lock her up. Yes. Hongwan and Li Ruo both agreed and locked the little BXXXH, who seduced Wensu, in the most secluded and dark room. Hongwan and Li Ruo exchanged glances, and Li Ruo said, You guys keep an eye on this place. No one is allowed to give her food without the order of the Witch Queen. After leaving this sentence, the 2 left, and 4 guards with strong martial arts skills stood guard outside the house. Suddenly, a figure flashed over, and the 4 people were acupunctured before they understood what was happening. Yin Jiuqiao entered the house. Yuan removed the rope tied to her hands. Dawa followed the order of the Witch Queen to chase Zhou Jin and others. I suspect that the Witch Queen will attack the Wen Mansion. It's funny to say that this matter was obviously done by little Zhou Jin alone. But the Witch Queen insisted that he was instructed by someone. The Witch Queen has already suspected her, and Yin Jiuqiao and Ing San who entered the palace together. The next step is to capture 80. Mu Qing, Zhou Yuyin and others who have also entered the Witch clan. Ing San has already left the palace. He will take them away safely before the Witch Queen's people arrive. Yin Jiuqiao took off the rope on her wrist and looked at the red mark on her creamy skin. His eyes darkened. The 2 of them were right. The Witch Queen did attack the Wen Mansion, but the guard she sent did come back empty-handed. The palace guard entered the Witch Queen's bedroom in a panic. Report to the Witch Queen that group of people have all left the Wen Mansion. What? The Witch Queen stood up suddenly. Didn't catch any of them? No, no. The palace guard lowered his head. Oh no. Witch Queen. It was Hongwan who came in. That woman is gone. With so many masters guarding, I have no idea how a pregnant woman could disappear. Good. Very good. No one has dared to play tricks under my nose for so many years. The Witch Queen pinched a purple holy orchid that she had put in a vase and kneaded it into flower mud in her palm. It's because I haven't killed anyone for too long, and those people have forgotten my methods. She threw away the flower mud in her hand, took the handkerchief, and wiped her palm bit by bit. It's time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 646 Fierce Fight. Brother 9 takes action. After leaving the palace, Ing San quickly caught up with Zhou Jin. Yi Yang had let Xiao Gugu knock him out with a mild poison. Ing San first settled him and Zhou Jin in an uninhabited small house near the palace, and then went to the Wen Mansion to pick up Yu Shaoqing and Grandma and others. They were guests of Wensu and were not restricted in their personal freedom, so they left as they pleased. When the guards of the Witch Queen came, the people of the Wen Mansion realized what big mistake they had made just now. But unfortunately, the people had already run away. Where are they? After leaving the palace, Yuan whispered to Yin Jiuqiao. The 2 had already changed their clothes. They were no longer young guards and pregnant women, but more like an elderly couple. Yin Jiuqiao's face was covered with a big beard by Yuan, and at first glance, he looked a little fierce. Yuan wore a cloak to cover her bulging belly. The 2 walked blatantly on the street, and the group of guards, who were searching for them, didn't recognize them. A guard held the portraits of the 2 and called Yin Jiuqiao. You! It's you! Stop! Yin Jiuqiao paused. What's the matter? The guard came over with the portraits. Have you seen these two people? No. A young master said seriously. The guard waved his hand impatiently, signaling Yin Jiuqiu to leave. Yin Jiuqiu then took Yuan and walked away in front of a group of guards with his head held high. The guards continued to search. Yin Jiuqiu followed the mark left by Ing Sen and found the dilapidated house. This is the slums of the Wu clan. It is rumored that it has been cursed by the gods. People living on this street always have inexplicable accidents. In the words of the Central Plains, it is called bad feng shui. Almost all those who can move away have moved away, leaving only a few sparse families. Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan walked over without disturbing them and entered the yard smoothly. Pinger had already cleaned the yard so that it could accommodate people. If they wanted to live there, they had to tidy up. Pinger was a maid who had seen the world. She didn't ask them what was wrong. She just kept cleaning up because they didn't want to live in the Wen mansion and move to this shabby house. All one. Yu Shaoqing waited anxiously for the whole afternoon, and finally saw his daughter. The heavy stone in his heart fell. He walked forward, selectively ignoring his son-in-law, and took his daughter's hand and said, "Why did you suddenly change the plan? Didn't you say that after getting the Witch King's tears, you would let Zhou Jin fake his death in the palace, and then find an opportunity for Dawa to bring Zhou Jin out? Plans can't keep up with changes. The Witch King was imprisoned and was very ill. We can't get the Witch King's tears, nor can we take him away. As for Zhou Jin, his situation is more complicated. Yuan told Yu Shaoqing everything about Zhou Jin's life experience and the backlash suffered by the Witch King. In short, Zhou Jin's death is unlikely to be concealed. So that's how it is." Yu Shaoqing had mixed feelings. He was not too upset about the fact that Zhou Jin's mother was the Holy King, but he was really moved by the sacrifices made by the Witch King and the Holy King for Zhou Jin. Most parents in the world love their children. But love is one thing, and reckless sacrifice and betrayal are another. Obviously, the Holy King had other purposes when he sneaked into the witch tribe. But in the end, she lost her heart and betrayed her own people. The Witch King was no exception. Day after day, year after year, he was imprisoned in the deep palace, enduring humiliation and pain that ordinary people could not imagine, just to protect Zhou Jin to grow up safely. Who can say that the Witch King is not a good father? Perhaps there are hidden secrets between the Witch King and the Witch Queen that they don't know. After all, the Witch King does not look like a man who will abandon his lover. By the way, Dad, where is Zhou Jin? Yuan has been in the yard for so long, but she hasn't seen Zhou Jin yet. He's asleep. Maybe he's exhausted, Yu Shaoqing said. I'll go see him, Yuan said. Go, Yu Shaoqing said. I put the child he brought back next door. Eng Lu is watching. Okay, I know. Yuan nodded and went to Zhou Jin's room. Zhou Jin did fall asleep, but woke up again after a while. He was awakened by a nightmare. In the dream, the Witch King looked miserable, with poisonous sores all over his body and his empty and sad eyes stabbing his heart like a knife. It turned out that he was not as calm as outsiders looked, so he acted impulsively. He took Yang out. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin. Yuan patted his shoulder gently. Zhou Jin regained consciousness, but did not turn around. Instead, he buried his head in the pillow more tightly. Cry if you are sad. Yuan sat down beside the bed and raised her hand to touch his head. Zhou Jin's body stiffened. I shouldn't have brought Yang out. Yuan smiled. Sooner or later, we have to bring him out. Either you or us. The original plan is no longer feasible. If we have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Witch Queen, we can rescue the Witch King. Whether it is for Zhou Jin or for Witch King Lei, they must first rescue the Witch King from the cage. On the other side, Yi Yang woke up. He knew nothing about his leaving the palace. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a dirty room. He thought he was dreaming, and closed his eyes several times to make sure it was real. Then he sat up with a start. Someone come! It was Zhou Jin who came. Yi Yang was stunned. Yi Yang was not stupid. It only took him a few sips of tea to go from being confused to being sure that he was imprisoned. He jumped off the bed and pointed at Zhou Jin's nose and cursed. You are a spy. I was thinking about you getting promoted and making money. You actually plotted against me. Where did you bring me? I warn you. I am the prince of the Witch clan. My mother is the Witch Queen. My father is the Witch King. If they find out that you kidnapped me, you will be dead. While this prince is in a good mood, send this prince back to the palace. Zhou Jin was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Just grabbed his hand, took out a dagger and cut his finger. Yi Yang was about to take action against Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin suddenly looked into Yi Yang's eyes, and the powerful witch power invaded Yi Yang's head. Yi Yang felt a pain in his head. Zhou Jin cut Yi Yang's finger and forced him to write a blood letter to force the Witch Queen to hand over the Witch King. But no one expected that the Witch Queen's guards came here before the blood letter was sent out. No way. How can they move so fast? Old Chui looked at the dark crowd outside the door and slammed the gate shut. Unexpectedly, an iron hand suddenly poked a hole in the gate, hooked Old Chui's neck, and took him down with the door. Old Chui fell into the hands of this group of people. The guard with the iron hand said coldly, "Hand over His Highness Yi Yang and the child, or I will kill him. Help! 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 Help!" Old Chui was almost choked to death. If Old Chui had not fallen into the hands of the other party, they could have used Yi Yang to threaten him to give way. But now, they can only fight their way out. Jiao Chao, take a one away. Yu Shaoqing drew his sword and rushed over without saying anything. Tai Shou's eyes turned cold, and he was about to twist the neck of Lao Tzuo. Yuan put the dagger across Yi Yang's neck. "If you dare to kill him, I will kill your highness. If you don't believe it, try it." Tai Shou's action paused for a moment, and just in this moment of distraction, Yu Shaoqing's sword swung in front of him. Tai Shou threw Lao Tzuo to one of his men and fought fiercely with Yu Shaoqing. In this situation, neither side could negotiate rationally. Yin Jiucha waved his sleeves, and a cold internal force penetrated Tai Shou's shoulder, blocking the killing move that attacked Yu Shaoqing. "Eternal life secret? Who are you?" Tai Shou covered his numb left shoulder and looked at Yin Jiucha vigilantly. "The one who wants to kill you." Yin Jiucha pointed his fingertips, and his inner force shot straight into his heart. Tai Shou didn't even have time to dodge, and fell to the ground in a daze. He used 2 moves to deal with a person who could be defeated with 1 move. It seems that the full moon night is really coming soon. But everyone didn't know that Yin Jiucha was out of his mind. They were still wondering why General Tai Shou was so easily defeated by this stranger. Who was this person? Why did he know the top martial arts of the Wu clan? Yu Shaoqing planned to pursue the victory, but Yin Jiucha grabbed his shoulder and said, "Dad, you go first." After that, he used his inner force to send Yu Shaoqing back to Yuan. Now is not the time to be polite. Only the young master can hold them back. When they all leave, it will not be difficult for the young master to get away alone. "Master, let's leave here first." Ing Shursan lifted Yi Yang up and put his grandma on his back. Shadow 6 took Zhou Jin and Mu Qing. Zhou Yuyan took Pinger, and Yu Shaoqing took Yuan, and they quickly left the yard. Chapter 647 Yin Shuxi's Awakening. The sky gradually darkened, and the group headed east. This was not a plan after careful discussion, but a helpless move when being besieged. The 3 sides of the west, south, and north were all blocked by pursuers. The only side was close to the downtown area, and the palace guards could easily infiltrate but not block it. "Follow this road to the Wen family," Zhou Yuyan said anxiously. Obviously, their identities were exposed, and the Witch Queen's mother's home was the most strict and dangerous place. Yuan said, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. They just searched the Wen mansion, and they certainly didn't expect us to go back." Zhou Yuyan nodded. "That's true." Yuan said again, "Besides, Dawa has not been exposed. With him secretly maneuvering, the risk of us hiding in the Wen family will be much smaller. Of course, the most important reason is that the guards of the Witch Queen are chasing them relentlessly. They can only go to the Wen family. They don't know what the situation is with Yin Jiucha. They hope that he can guess their plan and go to the Wen mansion to meet them. But after Yin Jiucha killed Tai Shou with 2 moves, the remaining guards all used their killing moves and fought fiercely with him. If it were in the past, they didn't need to use any moves. The pressure of the Changshengju alone could make these guards breathless. Yin Jiuchao's internal strength was almost half less. But even so, the guards didn't get any benefit from him at all. The guards gradually couldn't hold on any longer, and Yin Jiuchao took advantage of the situation and pulled Old Chui over. Old Chui, who finally escaped, patted his chest in shock. "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." A long whip hit him, trying to roll him back. Old Chui couldn't dodge in time, and was so scared that his hair stood up. In a flash, A slender jade-like hand reached out, easily grabbed the whip, and then used internal force to shake the whip, and the owner of the whip was instantly shaken away, knocking down a large group of people. Yin Jiucha was almost handy in dealing with this group of palace guards. But this was the Wu clan, and the Wu clan couldn't have only a group of half-baked masters. Sure enough, just as the guards were beaten to a pulp, several very powerful auras swept over from the air not far away. Yin Jiuchao's expression turned cold. Even old Chui, who didn't know martial arts, felt a murderous aura in the air. He hid behind Yin Jiuchao and asked hesitantly, What is that? So scary. Yin Jiuchao's eyes moved. Wu Luosha. What? Wu Luosha. Old Chui was stunned. He had heard of Wu Luosha. When they entered the Wu clan, the masters guarding the city gate were several Wu Luosha. The martial arts of that group of people were more terrible than the blood Luosha. If they met them, there would be almost no chance of winning. Can you still hold on? Old Chui said to Yin Jiucha in fear. Yin Jiucha solved the palace guards present with one move, and let Old Chui hide behind the courtyard gate. He had never fought with Wu Luosha, so it was hard to say whether he could kill them. He looked at the sky, which was gradually getting darker. In the gray-blue sky, a full moon was rising slowly. It would be the full moon night in 2 days. His current skills were not depleted too badly. Several Wu Luoshas arrived before they did. Yin Jiucha flew into the air, dodging the blow, and the powerful Chan Shengju internal force spread out, attacking the Wu Luoshas tightly. After a round of fighting, Yin Jiucha found that there were only 3 of them. Aren't there 4 Wu Luoshas? Where did the other one go? An ominous premonition rose in Yin Jiuchao's heart. His premonition was confirmed. Another Wu Luosha followed the movements of the pursuers, and caught up with Yuan and his group. He blocked Yuan and others' way on a riverside street. The powerful murderous aura was overwhelming, and the passers-by fled in fear. The shops and vendors also quickly closed their doors, and closed their stalls. However, in the blink of an eye, the prosperous riverside street became empty, leaving only Yuan and his group, and this Wu Luosha. It's Wu Luosha. Ing Shursen frowned. If it was the palace guards, it would be fine. At least they could get away. But Wu Luosha was so strong that they were afraid. They were no match for him. Wu Luosha was 8 feet tall, with a burly figure, a cold face, and wearing heavy armor. He exuded a strong pressure from his body, which was different from that of ordinary masters. They seemed to carry a sense of justice from heaven. How could we meet Wu Luosha? Zhou Yuyan was about to cry. They had finally escaped from the yard, and were about to escape into the Wen mansion. Who would have thought that they would be blocked by Wu Luosha halfway? It was not just Wu Luosha who came. The pursuers also came one after another. They were surrounded by a tight encirclement. Yu Shaoqing put Yuan down. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu also put the people on their backs down, and the 3 of them protected the rest of the people behind them, looking vigilantly at the pursuers around them. Yu Shaoqing said, One, we will kill a hole in a while, and you can take the opportunity to escape. Yuan shook her head. No. You are not Wu Luosha's opponent. Yu Shaoqing said, we will not fight him head-on. Miss Zhou, you know martial arts. One and the others are in your hands. Zhou Yuyan nodded solemnly. Master Yu, don't worry. As long as I am still alive, I will never let anyone hurt them. Yi Yan was already knocked unconscious. Zhou Yuyan took him over and tied him on her back. With her internal strength, it was no problem to carry a 12-year-old boy. Just when the group was about to go their separate ways, something unexpected happened. Wu Luosha released a powerful pressure, suppressing everyone so tightly that they couldn't even lift a finger. You know, after the trip to Mingshan, everyone's skills have increased several times. Ing Shursan now has the strength that is not inferior to Shura King. But Wu Luosha actually suppressed him effortlessly. It's so uncomfortable. Ing Lu felt a pain in his chest, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ing Shursan used his long sword to support his body to prevent himself from being crushed by the pressure. Yu Shaoqing's situation was not much better than the other 2. He was best at arranging troops, but his martial arts level was not the best in the world. Zhou Yuyan, the second one who vomited blood, was in a worse situation than Ing Lu. She was carrying Yi Yang on her back, and Wu Luosha wanted to save Yi Yang, so he directly hit her in the heart with his internal force. Fortunately, she was wearing the ancestral jade token passed down by her father, which blocked most of the attacks for her. Otherwise the attack just now would have taken her life. Zhou Yuyan knelt on the ground exhausted. Wu Lusha walked towards her step by step, his expression cold and murderous. Wu Lusha stopped in front of Zhou Yuyan, and with a shock of internal force, he broke the rope tied to Yang. He picked Yang up and carried him on his left shoulder, and then reached out to grab Zhou Jin beside Yuan. Yuan pulled Zhou Jin behind her. Wu Lusha was angry, and the fierce pressure came towards Yuan. Ing Shersan suddenly withstood his pressure, flew up, and slashed his back with a sword. Of course, it didn't break. Wu Lusha turned his head slowly, looking at Ing Shersan with a look of scrutiny in his eyes, as if he had not expected that a half-dead warrior could actually break through his pressure. He looked at Ing Shersan for 2 seconds before he stretched out his hand and waved Ing Shersan away. At almost the same time, a white light flashed over, and took advantage of his unpreparedness. It swished into his heart. Wu Lusha was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at his heart in disbelief. Wu Lusha has an indestructible body, not only because they can resist the attacks of all masters and weapons, but also because they can block the most powerful poisonous insects in the world. No one can poison a Wu Lusha, but this little thing actually got in. After a moment, the little goo flashed out, rolled to the ground, spitting out his tongue and rolling his eyes. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Too uncomfortable. It turned out to be the body of the Goo King. No wonder it could hurt him. However, it was just a young Goo, far from being able to kill him. Wu Lusha raised his foot and stomped hard on the little Goo King. Yuan shot out a silver needle, knocking the little Goo away, and Wu Lusha stepped on nothing. He stepped on the ground to make a big hole, which shows how strong he was. If he hadn't dodged just now, the little Goo would have become a pool of meat paste. The little Goo trembled, and in a moment, it flashed into Yuan's stomach. Wake up! Wake up! If you don't wake up, you will die. Yuan completely angered Wu Lusha by ruining her good deeds one after another. Wu Lusha walked towards Yuan with a cold face. Awan! Yu Shaoqing changed color. Mrs. Yin! Mu Qing shouted. Wu Lusha's hand reached out to Yuan's neck. A little girl like this could break her neck with a slight twist. Yuan wanted to escape, but was suppressed by his suddenly increased pressure and could not move. His hand pinched Yuan's neck. Just as he was about to break it with force, Yuan's stomach moved. The powerful pressure of the Holy King poured out, like a galloping light wave, and hit Wu Lusha. Wu Lusha didn't even have time to react, and burst into a scream. Chapter 648 Invincible Yen Shusi. When Wu Lusha was knocked away, even he himself was stunned. The invincible Wu Lusha had never suffered such a strong counterattack. He flew out like a kite with a broken string, and only stopped when he hit a roof. The roof was overturned, and he fell into a ruin. All the palace guards present were stunned. What did they see? The powerful Lord Wu Lusha was knocked away by a woman. That woman looked so powerless. How could she have such terrible internal strength? No, it didn't seem to be internal strength, but a kind of pressure that made them feel unfamiliar. No way, so powerful. Zhou Yuyan was so shocked that she didn't even spit blood. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it was true. Yuan also blinked her eyes, looked at Wu Lusha, who was crushed under the ruins, then looked at her own chubby hands, and murmured in disbelief, I am so powerful. Yuan lowered her head and gently touched her belly. If she remembered correctly, the little guy in her belly moved at the most dangerous moment just now. It must be that she was too scared and her nervous emotions infected it and frightened it. It was after she frightened it to tremble that she burst out with infinite potential. As expected, a mother is strong. Yuan nodded solemnly. Don't be afraid. Mother will protect you. Wu Lusha crawled out of the ruins. In his opinion, he was not prepared just now and accidentally fell into Yuan's trick. Now he will not underestimate the enemy and will kill this woman properly. Yuan flicked her wide sleeves and stood up gracefully, covering her stomach with one hand and pointing at him with the other. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Wu Lusha raised his fist and attacked Yuan with gritted teeth. Is it great to have a fist? I'll destroy it for you. Yuan took a deep breath, put her hands together, drew a circle in the air, and slapped Wu Lusha's fist fiercely. Hey! The pressure of the Holy King rushed out and attacked Wu Lusha's shoulder, suppressing the tendons of his right arm, and the fist that could hit 1,000 pounds suddenly lost consciousness. Wow! Yuan exclaimed, blinked, and punched him again. Two muffled sounds were heard, and Wu Luosha's ribs were imprisoned. Yuan scratched her head. I clearly aimed at his left hand. As soon as the voice fell, another Saint King's pressure poured out, and his left hand was imprisoned in an instant. Wu Luosha. Yuan. Wu Luosha has an indestructible body, and it is not easy to hurt them. But the pressure of the Saint King can imprison their breath. After a few rounds, Yuan hit wherever she pointed. In the end, Wu Luosha was like a silkworm pupa that was tightly bound. His supernatural power could not be exerted, and he fell straight to the ground. He fell down, and the rock shot pressure he released was gone. Yu Shaoqing and Ying Shursan were finally able to move. Ying Shursan clenched the sword in his hand. Master, you take the young lady and Zhou Jin away. Ying Lu and I will stop them. Miss Zhou, please take Yi Yang with you. Okay. Zhou Yuyan nodded, endured the severe pain in her chest, and grabbed Yi Yang, who fell to the side. Let's go together. I can even deal with Wu Luosha. So this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals is no problem, Yuan said as she stepped forward and blocked Ying Shursan and his group behind her. She used a very eye-catching action to use her non-existent internal force and hit the group of people in the air. The guards had seen her skills. She could even knock down Wu Luosha, let alone these ordinary guards. Everyone subconsciously raised their arms to cover their faces and made a standard defensive posture. However, 1 moment passed. 2 moments passed. 3 moments passed. Huh? They are fine. Everyone looked at each other. Yuan blinked. Didn't you do it well just now? Come again. Yuan took a deep breath, stood in a horse stance, and sank her breath into her dantian. Hey! Another palm hit. The messy street instantly ushered in a terrible silence. Not even a feather was blown. Crack! A black crow cried on the roof. The guards took off their hands that were covering their faces again, looked at themselves, and then looked at their companions who were unharmed, with a confused look on their faces. This woman has run out of power? It's exhausted so quickly? In the warm belly, Yin Shusi fell asleep holding the little umbilical cord, sleeping soundly. She has run out of power. Brothers, come on! With a lead guard shout, everyone rushed towards Yuan excitedly. Yuan's hair exploded. Aya! Alwan. Young madam. Seeing that dozens of spears were about to pierce Yuan's heart, Yu Shaoqing and Ying Shursan rushed over at the same time and used their bodies to block the guards' attacks. Wake up! Wake up! Little Gugu shook and shook. It was almost dizzy. It's not over yet. It can't sleep. At the critical moment, a Saint King's pressure burst out, like an invisible blade of light, cutting dozens of cold and shining spears in half. And then the direction of the spearhead turned and shot towards the group of guards. The guards couldn't dodge and fell to the ground. The remaining guards were stunned, or they were scared by this scene. Is this woman playing tricks on them? Pretending to lose her internal strength? She is actually luring them into the trap? You have such a strong internal strength. Do you need to play dirty? Don't you give others a chance to live? The guards didn't dare to move forward, looked at Yuan from a distance, and retreated. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Yuan slapped again. Again. No more movement. Yin Xiaozi was so sleepy that he couldn't be woken up even by thunder. Ahem. Yuan cleared her throat. I'm not very familiar with this internal force yet. Unable to bear to expose her shadow 13. Zhou Yuyan frowned strangely. I remember that when we entered the Wu clan, we saw 4 Wu Luosha. But here we only saw 1. Where did the other 3 go? Yuan's face changed. Not good. Yin Jiuchao. The full moon night is coming soon. Yin Jiuchao's power has greatly decreased. I'm afraid he is not a match for the 3 Wu Luosha. The group of people didn't care about their own escape. The premise of their escape was that Yin Jiuchao would not sacrifice his life. If he was in danger, they would not live in humiliation anyway. They rushed back to the yard, where the battle was over. Yin Jiuchao stood under a big tree, wearing black clothes like ink, handsome and natural, but with a slightly pale face. Behind him, Old Chui was preparing some elixir. Yin Jiuchao. Are you okay? Yuan walked over quickly. I'm fine. Yin Jiuchao asked. Why did you come back? Yuan held his arm and said, We met Wu Luosha. We were worried that you met him too. So we came to find you. By the way, where is Wu Luosha? They left, Yin Jiucha said. Left? Yuan was stunned. Yin Jiucha nodded lightly. The three Wu Luoshas with superb martial arts skills thought they were doomed this time. But they left collectively in the middle of the fight. Maybe they received some secret signal and changed their plans temporarily. Where is Wu Luosha, who was chasing you? He was knocked down by me, Yuan said proudly. Yin Jiucha glanced at her stomach and didn't say anything. Okay, eat this first. Old Chui handed the prepared medicine to Yin Jiucha. Yin Jiucha didn't say anything and took it quietly. Another guard rode over. Yin Jiucha's eyes flashed, and he pulled out the sword from Ingshirsan's hand and slashed at the other party. It's me, Dawa said in horror. Yin Jiucha put away the sword in time. Why is it you? Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Dawa said. The Witch Queen asked me to find you. I heard the noise here and guessed you were here. So I followed you. Speaking of this, Dawa's eyes fell on Yuan's face and frowned suspiciously. But how come you are here? Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, What do you mean? How come I am here? A mere Witch Queen's palace can't hold me? As soon as she left, I escaped with Yin Jiucha. Dawa frowned in confusion. No. I know you escaped from the Witch Queen's palace. That's not what I mean. I just received a signal from the Witch Queen, saying that you were caught again. Yuan pointed at herself. Me? Caught? Chapter 649 Little Black Jiang is here. The story started half an hour ago. Yi Yang was kidnapped, and the hostage escaped under the eyes of the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen was successfully enraged, so she sent out the guards of the entire palace to search for the Witch Clan. It is worth mentioning that the Witch Clan is about the size of 3 Hades. It was originally divided into 3 areas. The core is the royal city, which is where the Witch Palace and the major clans live. The remaining 2 major areas are the Elders' Hall and the village. As more and more wizards from the Emerald Country came to join the Witch Clan. But the Witch Clan only took a few people. The rest had nowhere to go. So they built some settlement villages outside the Witch Clan. The rejected wizards lived here, waiting to reach the realm of the Great Wizard one day, and then enter the Witch Clan. Unfortunately, most of them did not wait for such an opportunity. But they had things brought from the Emerald Country, and even the countries along the way, which were loved by some Witch Clan members. The Wu people had contacts with these outsiders. And gradually, this place became the 4th place for the Wu people to move around, and was called the Wu people's Out Village. The Wu people refused to recognize the Wu people's identity as an Out Village. But because a large number of Wu people came and went here, many palace guards were stationed here to protect the people. Where there are palace guards, there is naturally the flow of palace information. The portraits of Yuan and Yin Jiucha quickly spread out of the Wu people and reached the hands of the guards here. Because Yuan slightly modified Yin Jiuchao's portrait before entering the palace, he actually did not look much like his original appearance. But Yuan's eyebrows, eyes, and nose were perfectly copied. When the guards from the Wu clan's outer village saw a woman who looked very similar to the person in the portrait on the street in the market, they surrounded her without saying a word. What made the guards feel strange was that the woman in the painting was not a pregnant woman. Where did her belly go? Also, what about the 3 little black kids behind her? A guard suddenly had a very bold guess in his mind. He looked at the leading sergeant and said, Sergeant, could it be that she gave birth so soon? And she gave birth to 3 in one life. The sergeant slapped the guard on the head. Are you a pig? You can say such a thing. It's obviously impossible for her to give birth. She was still pregnant an hour ago. And now she has given birth to 3? Have you seen anyone give birth to 3? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? The guard was stunned at first, then suddenly realized and gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of being the sergeant. Xiao Bao stood on tiptoe, pulled down the captain's hand, and pointed at his mother in the portrait. But shouldn't it be our age? So it can't be that she gave birth today? Captain, guard, both of them were furious. Ah! Children are so annoying. Why did Xiao Heijiang and Xiao Haiden appear here? It was an accident. On the way from the black market to the Wu clan, they met a group of gamblers. Xiao Heijiang was itching to play with them for a few rounds. When he lost Xiao Haiden and only had his underwear left, the group of people didn't want to play with Xiao Heijiang anymore. Xiao Heijiang gave up in dismay, and then sadly found that the handsome husband, the beautiful son-in-law, and the chubby daughter had left for a long time. In short, they lost. Okay. It's not the first time they lost. The little black eggs are used to it. No matter why the woman's belly disappeared. She looked like the person they were looking for. The sergeant decided to catch her first. These few rookies are not enough for Jiang Batian to fill his teeth. But well, they lost. Right? It's good to have a free carriage. A quarter of an hour later, 1 adult and 3 children got on the prisoner carriage to the palace. The witch queen didn't know that the woman who was caught was not the woman in the portrait. Before the sergeant left, he sent a pigeon to deliver the news, but only said that the person in the portrait was caught, and didn't say who was caught. The witch queen thought that they had all been captured, so she ordered people to send a secret signal to recall the Wuxiolua collectively. This was why the 3 Wuxiolua left in a hurry when they were halfway through the fight with Yan Jiuchi. As for the 4th one who met Yuan, he was imprisoned by the pressure of the Holy King, and could not return to the Witch Queen's palace in time. The Witch Queen could not take care of the 4th Wu Lu Sha at this moment. She only cared about her son and the hostages. Witch Queen. They are here. Hong Wan came into the room to report. The Witch Queen's eyes were stern. Bring them up. Yes. Hong Wan bowed and retreated, and went outside the palace to bring in the prisoner car. 1 big and 3 small. Let's not talk about the big one for now. But the 3 small ones are really eye-catching. The triplets, dark and beautiful, with cute expressions, simply made everyone who saw them fall in love with them. Hello, sister. Hello, brother. Sister, your eyes are so beautiful. Sister, your hands are so white. Brother, you are so tall. Along the way, Xiaobao and Erbao were enthusiastically greeting the palace servants who were looking at them. Although Debao didn't speak, he would bend down and nod very gentlemanly, and would also give small flowers to the maid sister. Small flowers picked and given immediately. Hong Wan suspected that she was blind. Is this really a hostage? Are you sure you didn't catch the wrong person? Can you have some awareness of being a hostage? You are really not here as guests. But it's really cute. That chubby little face. I want to pinch it. Hong Wan couldn't help but glance at the black eggs several times. And only when she reached the door of the Witch Queen's palace did she put on a crazy face, and walked into the main hall expressionlessly. Report to the Witch Queen. The people are here. She knelt down and said, Yes. The Witch Queen sat on the main seat and raised her hand, signaling Hong Wan to bring the people in. Hong Wan turned sideways and said coldly to the 4 people outside the door, The Witch Queen summoned you. Why don't you come in quickly? 1 big and 3 small walked in swaggeringly. Hong Wan. Be careful. Xiaobao stumbled on the threshold. Hong Wan whispered, subconsciously stretched out her hand, and caught the little fat baby who fell. The little fat baby threw himself into her arms. The little fat on his belly swayed a circle of small ripples. His little face trembled. His eyes were wide open, and a faint milky fragrance rushed into Hong Wan's nose. Hong Wan felt her heart tighten. She calmly held the little fat baby steady and put him into the house. But her heart was boiling. Ah! She got him. The fat baby's little face rubbed against her neck. The fat baby's little arms were so soft. The little body was so warm. Go in, Hong Wan said calmly. Xiaobao entered the house and quickly caught up with his grandmother and 2 brothers. The Witch Queen was also shocked by the 4 people in front of her. Where was the pregnant woman? How did she become a non-pregnant woman? Although she looked exactly like the one in the portrait, the Witch Queen could conclude that she was not the one she was looking for. As for the 3 children, it was even more strange and outrageous. I have never heard of such young children accompanying them. The Witch Queen looked at the portrait, then at Xiao Heijiang. After all, she was a woman, and she was more observant of women than men. They looked exactly the same at first glance, but she noticed something different at second glance. The person she was looking for was still young, with baby fat on his face. This woman was older, but also very young. Could it be her sister? The Witch Queen showed the portrait in her hand. Who are you to her? Xiao Heijiang ignored her, put his hands on his hips, shook his legs, and looked up at the sky. The 3 little eggs were synchronized, put their hands on their hips, shook their legs, and looked up at the sky. The Witch Queen clenched her hands, narrowed her eyes dangerously, and then smiled. You don't want to tell me, right? It doesn't matter. I will spread the news that you have been arrested, and I don't believe they won't take the initiative to come to my door. Xiao Heijiang had an arrogant face. The 3 little eggs were arrogant. The Witch Queen said coldly, Come here. Lock them up. This woman, like the woman in the portrait, did not have the aura of a master. But even so, the Witch Queen did not take it lightly. She locked the 4 people in the most remote courtyard with the most traps, and called Wu Luosha to guard them. The first 3 Wu Luoshas who returned to the palace went to have lunch. The first one to arrive in the courtyard was the 4th Wu Luosha, who finally recovered from the pressure of the Holy King. He decided to stay here first and wait for his companions to replace him. Xiao Hejiang had just coaxed the 3 little eggs to sleep and was about to find something to eat. When he pushed the door, he saw Wu Luosha exuding a strong aura. Xiao Hejiang was startled at first. And then, in the next second, he slurped. His eyes glowed green. When Xiao Hejiang was looking at Wu Luosha also found her. Seeing that identical face, and remembering his own experience of being beaten, Wu Luosha staggered and almost fell. He did not forget that this woman could release the pressure of the Holy King, and she was not easy to deal with. Wu Luosha ran away. He decided to call his companions. He was the weakest among the 4. He was confident that the other 3 would come and take her down. Ah! Escaped so quickly. No! Xiao Hejiang rushed over and threw Wu Luosha to the ground. When the 3 Wu Luosha came to the yard, they saw a weak woman lying on the ground, holding the thigh of their 4th child, begging, "Hey, don't go. My martial arts skills are really weak. Just fight me. I can just use one hand. Right? Look, I only use one hand. Damn it. I can't even walk with one hand. Who dares to fight you?" Chapter 650. Xiao Hejiang fights. Husband and wife follow suit. In order to prove that she is really weak and easy to fight, Xiao Hejiang lets go of Wu Luosha, who was entangled by her. Wu Luosha ran away. But what he never expected was that someone who was originally behind him somehow flashed in front of him. He even used the speed of reincarnation, and it was impossible for him to stop at once. Ouch! Xiao Hejiang screamed. Wu Luosha saw that the woman was knocked away by him. It's true that he is fast, but he didn't use his internal force. He just hit her once, so he wouldn't knock her out of sight. Xiao Hejiang nodded hurriedly. Yes, I am so easy to fight. But she is so easy to fight. Why is he still running away? Xiao Hejiang flashed in front of him again. This time, she decided to fly farther. Wu Luosha didn't stop again and bumped into him again. Oh my! Xiao Hejiang flew away again. Wu Luosha, who said that he really didn't use much strength and couldn't possibly knock her into this state, said, "Stop insulting Wu Luosha's IQ. Okay. He couldn't fly that fast and that far. He's so weak and easy to hit." On the other hand, Yuan was puzzled when she learned that the witch had caught a scapegoat. Logically, she used her original appearance in the palace, and the witch had someone draw her portrait. Was it because the painter's level was not high and he drew her wrong? Or was it because the guards were short-sighted and caught the wrong person? Yin Jiuchu said, "Don't think about these things for now. Settle down first, and let Dawa go to the palace to test the truth." Yuan nodded. "It may also be a smoke bomb released by the witch. The purpose is to lower our vigilance, or to make us curious and go to the palace to inquire about the news, so as to fall into the trap." The group got on the carriage arranged by Dawa. The whole city is under martial law, and they have nowhere to go. The place where the Witch Queen's power has penetrated most thoroughly is the Wind Mansion. But at the same time, the Wind Mansion is also the easiest place to avoid searches. Dawa said seriously, "I have found out everything. The second wife loves to listen to operas. There is a theater building in the west garden of Wind Mansion, which is specially built for her. She would buy a troupe to live in it from time to time. Now there is a troupe living in the theater building. I will secretly transport the troupe out, and you can move in." Zhou Yuyan was also in the carriage. After hearing what he said, she couldn't help wondering, what if the troupe leaks the news? After all, I am a wizard. How can I not even have this ability? "Don't worry. I can still control ordinary people," Dawa said, glancing at Yin Jiuchu and Yuan, thinking, "Do you really think that everyone is as perverted and difficult to deal with as these 2 guys?" The plan went smoothly. Dawa sent away the guards at the side door, called the troupe out, sent them to the carriage, and let Yuan and Yin Jiuchu and his party move in. Actors are lower-class people and have no servants to serve them in the Wind Mansion. But it is also for this reason that Yin Jiuchu, Yuan and others can hide their identities better. After entering the hall, Yuan and Yin Jiuchu sat down. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchu and said, Are we going to exchange hostages with the Witch Queen now? Yi Yang was in their hands, and the Witch King was in the Witch Queen's hands. The exchange between the two sides was a fair deal. Yin Jiuqiu opened his bag, took out a snack box and handed it to Yuan, saying, "Don't worry. Figure out who the scapegoat is first," Dawa hurriedly said. "Then I will enter the palace now." After acting so much, Dawa felt that he was immersed in the play and was bold. But what Dawa didn't expect was that he encountered a problem on his trip out of the mansion. After leaving the West Garden, he went all the way to the stable. The previous horse had been riding for a whole day and was quite tired. He planned to pick another good horse with strong spirit. But when he passed the Lotus Pond, he heard that Madame Lan and Madame Mei had a dispute. It was just a dispute between two concubines, and Dawa didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, the second lady came over. She went out today to make a longevity lock for her newborn nephew, and bought some antiques and calligraphy to honor her grandfather and father-in-law. "Oh, isn't this the second lady? I greet you." Madame Lan stopped the second lady and saluted her in a weird way. Ever since she knew that the second lady had spent a night in Wensu's room, Madame Lan was jealous and disliked the second lady in every way. "Second lady?" Madame Mei also saluted her, and her attitude was much more polite than Madame Lan. The second lady nodded calmly. "You are here too. The sun is strong. Be careful not to stay too long." This was a kind word, but it was misinterpreted by Madame Lan. Madame Lan smiled and said, "Madam, you are so anxious to drive us back to the yard. Are you worried that we will intercept the second master outside? How can you talk like that?" The maid next to the second lady spoke up. Madame Lan slapped her. "I am talking, and it is not the turn of a servant to interrupt." "Pa!" The second lady slapped her back. This time, not only was Madame Lan stunned, but even Madame Mei was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The second madam said coldly, "It's not the turn of a maid to teach my people a lesson." Madame Lan was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She thought that the second madam was ignorant of the world and was easy to bully. But she was so tough in her bones. If you want to know why she didn't notice it before, it was because the second madam was too unpopular, and Madame Lan was too lazy to fight with her. But now, didn't Wensu give the second madam a little more face? Madame Lan couldn't stand it, and she was jealous, and she fell into the hands of the second madam. "Let's go!" the second madam said to the maid beside her. "Yes." The maid hugged the gift in her arms and followed the second madam step by step. Madame Lan couldn't swallow this breath. Some people don't want to see a person stand up again after seeing her in such a miserable state. Isn't it just sleeping in the second master's room for one night? Do you really think you are so favored? Madame Mei shook her head secretly. The second wife didn't become so arrogant because Wensu gave her some face. She has always had the style and airs of a wife. It's just that if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. She doesn't love Wensu, so she disdains to confront Wensu's women. But if she is bullied, she will not force herself to tolerate it. Did the second madam rely on the second master's favor to stay in the Wen family for so long? This pig-brained person doesn't even think about the second madam's background. She is the third elder's favorite. Mrs. Lan was young and hot-tempered after all. She couldn't figure out the reason. She just thought that the second madam had been jealous of her for a long time. She didn't dare to go against her before because the second master didn't favor the second madam. Now that she has tasted the sweetness, she wants to use her to establish her authority. Ridiculous. Is she so easy to bully? Just as the second madam and Mrs. Lan passed by, Mrs. Lan reached out her hand without leaving a trace and stepped on the second madam's skirt. The second madam stumbled and fell into the pond. Mrs. Mei reached out to grab her, but she didn't have enough strength and fell down. At the critical moment, she grabbed Mrs. Lan with her other hand. Mrs. Lan never expected that she would be caught, and she also fell into the water. Now, all three women fell into the water. The lady fell into the water. The maid of the second lady screamed. None of the three knew how to swim, and they sank together after struggling in the water for a few seconds. Dawa was the first to jump into the water, seeing the figure of the second master appear in front of her. Madame Lan was so excited that she almost cried. "Second master." Madame Lan stretched out her hand to Dawa. "Go away." Dawa waved her hand away in disgust, swam past her without looking back, and rescued the nearly suffocated second lady to the shore. Dawa was not a very good swimmer, and after rescuing the second lady, he was exhausted. In a moment, the servants nearby heard the news and rushed over. jumped down to rescue Madame Lan and Madame May. And then another servant handed over a cloak and a scarf. All to Wen-Su, Madame May and Madame Lan. The servants were used to changing their attitudes according to the situation. And they knew that Wen-Su disliked the principal wife and only favored May and Lan. Dawa saw the second wife sitting up alone with the help of the maid, shivering from the cold. Somehow, Dawa was a little angry. Second master. A servant handed him a clean towel. Dawa glared at him fiercely, took the towel, and walked in front of Madame May and Madame Lan. Madame Lan looked at her aggrievedly. Second master, did you admit your mistake just now? He snorted coldly, snatched the cloak that the servant was about to put on her, walked in front of the second wife, bent down, put the cloak on her body, and handed the dry towel to her. The second wife looked up in a daze, seeing that she didn't reach out to take it. Dawa cleared his throat, knelt on one knee, held the towel tightly, and wiped her wet and pale face bit by bit. Everyone was stunned. Did they see it right? Second master was so gentle to second madam? When second master rescued second madam, everyone thought that second master rescued her carelessly. Or at worst, he had mistaken her for someone else. But how to explain this scene? I'll do it myself. Second madam lowered her eyes and took the towel from Dawa. The noise by the pond was so loud that it startled the great elder. The elder glanced at the embarrassed crowd and frowned. What happened? Mrs. Lan and Mrs. May knelt down obediently, not daring to breathe. The second wife stood up and bowed respectfully and calmly to answer Grandpa. I just fell into the water accidentally. Lan and May probably fell in to save me. Mrs. Lan lowered her head guiltily. Mrs. May was worried that her good intentions would be suspected by the elder. But the elder didn't even look at them, and called Dawa over. What's wrong with you? Weren't you ordered to catch the assassin? Why did you return to the mansion? Dawa's eyes flashed. It's over. An unknown plot has appeared. What should he do next? My horse is tired, Dawa said with an idea. I just happened to pass by the mansion during the search, so I wanted to come in and change a horse. The stable was indeed nearby. The elder's sharp eyes fell on him, and he looked at him carefully. Finally, he stared at the moss on his shoes and said, You went to the theater? Dawa's heart skipped a beat. You can see this? How can you see it? The second wife glanced at Dawa's shoes and saw a layer of brown yellow-green moss on the edge of his shoes. This is the moss in the theater. There is less moss in other places, and it is not this color. This kind of moss has high viscosity, and it didn't even soak in water for a while. Dawa was so panicked that he was sweating coldly. It was all over. The old man had a sharp eye and was about to see that he had a mistress. Now he couldn't tell Yinjiocha and the others. If the old man rushed over like this, he would have to catch him in the act. Didn't I tell you not to be so anxious? The second wife suddenly looked at Dawa and said, I'm not going to eat the dates from the theater now. The theater was originally an orchard, and later it was changed to a theater. Some fruit trees in it were preserved. Dawa immediately responded, I just picked some for you because it was close. The second wife looked at the rippling lake and said with regret, but they all fell into the water. It was as if Wen-Su had really picked a bunch of dates just now. Dawa patted his chest and said, It's okay. At worst, I can pick more for you. The second wife shook her head and said, No. The second master has official business to attend to. So let the servants do this kind of trivial matter. You, go to the theater and pick some dates and bring some to the old master and the old master's yard. Yes, the maid responded smartly. The elder looked at the second wife, and the second wife met his gaze frankly. The elder said nothing in the end and left with a wave of his sleeves. You all should leave too, the second wife said to Madame May and Madame Lan. Yes, the two responded in unison. Mrs. Lan's legs were weak, and Mrs. May helped her back to the yard. The servants also left and dispersed. Dawa coughed lightly and said, I will take you back to the yard first. Dawa sent the second wife back to the yard. No one spoke along the way. Dawa may not know that this is the first time that the second wife has been accompanied by her husband to walk such a long way since she married into the Wen family. At the door, Dawa stopped and said, We are here. Go in and change your clothes quickly to avoid catching a cold. His clothes were wet, and when he turned around, water droplets dripped on the ground. Wait, the second wife called him. Huh? Dawa turned around. You? The second wife opened her mouth and said, The theater is not safe. If the second master wants to hide people, he might as well hide in my yard. Chapter 651. Hide? Hide in your yard, that? I. Dawa hesitated, feeling that he could no longer speak, when he was almost exposed just now. The second madam helped him to make up a lie. He hadn't asked her why she helped him to make up a lie, let alone thank her. But she made such a request again. No, it's not a request. It's to help him again. Dawa was stunned. The second madam pursed her lips lightly and said, "Doesn't the second master have someone to hide?" Ah. Dawa couldn't deny it. Nor could he admit it. Dawa was not stupid. Of course he knew that the theater was no longer safe. Although the Great Elder and the Queen of Witches had not yet suspected that he was a fake Wensu, they were afraid that they all thought that he was possessed by some vixen. And for the sake of that vixen, he would do anything. The elder apparently believed what the second wife, and he said. But in fact, he just didn't want to embarrass his grandson in front of so many servants. After he left, the elder would still go to the theater to investigate. If the second master doesn't trust me, forget it. The second wife bowed slightly and turned to walk into the door. I don't trust you, Dawa said. He regretted it after he finished speaking. Why did he panic when she showed that calm and distant look? What should he do next? Should he really hide the person in her yard? Thinking about it, it seems that there is no other choice. The elder has already set his sights on the theater, and he must have sealed the major entrances to the Wen mansion. It is almost impossible to transfer people out quietly. The only choice is really the second wife's yard. The second lady had always been at odds with him, and the Great Elder would never have guessed that she would help him hide that fox spirit. Moreover, the second lady was of noble birth, so the Great Elder would not embarrass her by searching her bedroom. Then I'll go and tell them now. Dawa turned and left. Second master, won't you change your clothes first? Said the second lady. Ah, that's right. Dawa suddenly realized and strode into the second lady's yard. The second lady's eyelashes trembled, and she murmured, your clothes? I don't have them in my yard. The second lady asked Hung Yu to go to Wensu's yard and get some dry clothes for Dawa to change into. Dawa went to the theater and told everyone about the encounter with the Great Elder on the way. That old thing's eyes are too poisonous. I don't know how he knew I had been to the theater. Moss. Yin Jiuchao pointed at his shoes. Dawa looked down and said, No way. There's nothing on my feet. He remembered that he had changed his shoes halfway through his sentence. So it was the moss in the yard that stained the shoes just now. So the elder saw the flaw? This is too sharp. Can the second lady be trusted? Isn't it said that she has a bad relationship with Wensu? Will she betray us? Zhou Yuyin asked cautiously. Dawa shook his head and said, No. She doesn't look like that kind of person. If she wanted to betray me, she would have betrayed me in front of the elder. And there would be no need to go to great lengths to cover for me. The second wife and Wensu were in a family marriage. Wensu had never treated the wife well from the beginning. After the second wife's fetus was killed by a concubine, the relationship between the two became extremely strained. Over the years, the second wife has lived a life of widowhood in the Wen family. Perhaps to make up for her, the elder gave her the largest and most quiet courtyard in the mansion. The second wife planted flowers and plants, raised parrots and fed fish when she had nothing to do. She lived a quiet life. She was not used to the maids in the Wen family. The servants in the courtyard were all brought by her from her mother's family. She was so miserable in the Wen family, and the Wen family didn't feel embarrassed to force people into her courtyard. The courtyard is too big, so I planted a garden and divided the courtyard into two. I live in the northern one, and the southern courtyard is empty. The second wife said as she led Yuan and her group across the garden and into the south courtyard. Yuan and her group were actually quite eye-catching. The elegant and handsome Yin Jiuchao, the handsome Yu Shaoqing, and the imposing Ying Lu and Ying Shurshan were all extraordinary people. Not to mention that there were 2 children wrapped in cloaks and a pregnant woman among them. However, from beginning to end, the second wife did not ask them any more questions, nor did she look at them more. She always maintained a proper distance and etiquette for hospitality. This is a well-educated woman. I really don't understand how stupid Wensu is to give up such a good wife and favor those concubines who are only superficial. The news from the palace may not have reached the ears of the second wife, but the second wife could not have been unaware of the relationship between Yuan and Wensu. So did this lady really not mind? Or did she never believe it? Yuan smiled and glanced at the second wife, thanked her, and went into the house with the help of Pinger. That Everyone went into their own rooms. Dawa walked over and whispered beside the second wife. I have nothing to do with her. The baby in her belly is not mine. The second wife smiled. I know. Huh? Dawa was stunned. It's his. The second wife looked at Yin Jiochu in the yard. Yin Jiochu stood under the tree and looked up at the sky. How do you know? Dawa's eyes widened. Eyes. The second wife smiled and said, their love for each other is all hidden in their eyes. She has never received such eyes from Wensu's eyes. Never before. And never in the future. No one will come to my yard. Second master, let your friend stay here without worry. After saying this, the second wife turned around and left. Dawa looked at her lonely and thin back and silently bit a non-existent handkerchief. She is such a nice person. But I am using her. I feel so guilty. What should I do? Not long after Dawa left the Wen mansion, the elder really went to the theater. The theater was already empty. The elder remembered that the opera troupe invited by the second wife had lived here. So he called the old maid who was sweeping the floor. Where is the opera troupe? The old maid sighed. The opera troupe left today. It was the second master who asked them to leave. Alas, the second master is really something. The second wife has no other fun but to listen to operas. But he doesn't even let the second wife listen to operas. The elder looked back at the empty theater, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Then he turned his head and left coldly. Dawa arrived at the palace an hour later. He went to the Witch Queen's palace to see the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen was worried about Yi Yang's matter. She sat on the black and gold phoenix chair, silent and cold. She exuded a strong aura. And Dawa felt his heart was in turmoil, just watching from a distance. Dawa calmed down and walked into the hall. Sister, I heard that the assassin was caught. Is it true? Yeah. The Witch Queen opened her eyelids lightly and glanced at him. Why did you come so late? Didn't I give you a secret signal a long time ago? Dawa said. I went back to the Wen mansion. Is there something going on in the mansion? The Witch Queen frowned. Dawa said hurriedly. No. The horse was tired. So I went back to the mansion to change a horse. And also met Grandpa. When she heard that she had also met the Great Elder, the Witch Queen said nothing more. Dawa glanced at her and asked, Sister, the assassin has been caught. Has Yi Yang returned? The Witch Queen said lightly, that person is not the assassin, but a member of the same group as the assassin. Huh? A member of the same group? Dawa was stunned. None of them were missing. So how could there be another accomplice? Dawa wanted to investigate further, but the Witch Queen did not intend to let him meet that person. The Witch Queen said, Yi Yang is in the hands of the assassins, but these people are in my hands. I just need to pose their portraits, and they will come to me. Dawa was stunned. More. The Witch Queen narrowed her eyes and said, a woman and 3 children. Dawa was confused. Who is the woman? Who are the 3 children? The Witch Queen said to herself, forget it. I have changed my mind. They captured Yi Yang. Didn't they want to threaten me to hand over the Witch King? Huh? Threat? Good. I want to see who can threaten who more. Dawa had an ominous premonition in his heart. Sister, what are you going to do? The Witch Queen pulled out a dagger. I will chop off the fingers of those children, one a day, and hang them at the palace gate until that woman shows up with Yi Yang. If she has the guts, she will chop off Yi Yang's fingers too. But if she dares to chop off one, I will chop off 2. I have 3 children in my hands. 3 3-year-old children. Let's see who I care about more. Are you crazy? You don't even let a 3-year-old child go. Dawa wanted to stop him but failed. The Witch Queen held the dagger and went to the courtyard where the hostages were held with murderous intent. Chapter 652. Torturing the Witch Queen. In the courtyard, 3 little black eggs were sleeping soundly. Xiaobao put his chubby little feet on Debao's belly. Debao's butt was against the wall. One foot was raised in the air, and the other foot was pressed on Erbao's short legs. Erbao had the best sleeping posture. He was well behaved and quiet. The 3 of them were snoring in their sleep, and they didn't notice that the courtyard had turned upside down. This courtyard was the most secluded place in the palace. It was large and empty, and almost no one walked around, so no one noticed that the courtyard had changed. After flying back and forth with the first Wu Lu Sha for a few times, Xiao Heijiang found the remaining 3 Wu Lu Shas. Xiao Heijiang's eyes were straight, and she rushed towards the 3 people. The martial arts of these 3 people were better than that Wu Lu Sha. Seeing her coming towards them, they would naturally not be afraid. However, they were ordered to guard him. But they didn't say they wanted to fight with her. Don't fight her? Little Black John's eyes rolled around. And he ran out with his teeth and claws bared. Oh! I'm running away. I'm running away. The Wu Lusha in the lead had a cold look in his eyes. And he was murderous. Where are you running to? Brother. I'll do it. The third-ranked Wu Lusha used his qigong to quickly grab little Black Jiang. She was just a woman without any aura of a master. And they had not experienced what the fourth brother had experienced. Therefore, even if she hugged the fourth brother's thigh and made him unable to move, in their eyes, the fourth brother was just unwilling to bully the weak and didn't bother with her. The third brother hardly used much power. But he was Wu Luosha. And even so, it was enough to catch any master of the Wu clan. Seeing that he was about to grab the woman's collar, the woman escaped from his hands. The third brother was stunned. Was it because he was dazzled? Or did he miss because he didn't aim? The third brother calmed down and grabbed the woman again. This time, he was sure that he had grabbed her accurately. But he still didn't even touch the corner of her clothes. The third brother looked at his hand, then at the woman, and a look of incomprehension appeared on his face. The second brother frowned and said, "What's wrong with you? Third brother? Why don't you catch her back?" The third brother's eyebrows turned cold, and there was a trace of hostility on his face. He released the pressure of Wu Luosha and suppressed the woman tightly. It's funny to say that he is Wu Luosha, and he disdains to use pressure when fighting with those masters outside. But now he uses it on a woman without internal energy. If he can't catch her again, he is afraid that he is not worthy of being Wu Luosha. What's wrong with the third brother? He even used pressure? The second brother was puzzled. What's the difference between this and using a butcher knife to kill a chicken? No one understood why the third brother did this, except for the fourth brother whose thighs were still numb and unable to move after being held for a while. A true master can control his internal strength freely. The powerful Wu Luosha pressure filled the entire yard. But it did not leak out of the yard at all. This not only made the guards in the palace unaware, but also made the pressure under compression more terrifying than the diffused pressure. Under such a strong pressure, this woman actually walked towards him. Halfway through his run, Xiao Heijiang found that no one had caught up with him. He looked back. Why was he stunned? Could it be that he ran too fast and he couldn't catch up? Xiao Heijiang stepped back cutely. Come and chase me. I don't run fast. How? How could this happen? The third brother was stunned. He stomped his right foot hard and increased his strength. The overwhelming pressure was like Mount Tai, which made the remaining Wu Luosha feel a little bit of crisis. Stamping his feet? Are you angry? Okay. Just run slower. Xiao Heijiang quietly stepped back a few steps towards him. It's so close. It should be easy to catch her. Right? Come on. Catch me. The third brother was so shocked to see that she could still move. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, raising his internal strength to the extreme. Oh, I feel dizzy. Xiao Heijiang suddenly held his forehead and fell to the ground sickly. The third brother let out a long sigh of relief. That's what he said. How could a dignified Wu Luosha not be able to deal with a woman? The third brother, who was already soaked with sweat, strode forward and stretched out his hand to grab the woman who fainted on the ground. However, before his hand touched her corner, she punched him away. The third brother, who was completely out of the situation, the eldest and second brothers, who were confused, the fourth brother, who covered his eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. The rest of the story was a natural and logical process. In order to capture this witch. That's right. A woman who obviously didn't have the aura of a master, but beat them so hard that they could hardly resist. What else could she be but a witch? The four of them joined hands and had a peak showdown with Xiao Heijiang. It might not take much effort to knock one Wu Luosha away, but it was not so easy to knock four Wu Luosha away together. Xiao Heijiang punched down with his little fist, and the four of them caught it steadily. The four of them returned a palm with 90% of their strength, and knocked Xiao Heijiang away. Sure enough, with the combined strength of the four of us brothers, there is no enemy that cannot be defeated. Before the third brother finished speaking, Xiao Heijiang came back and blinked at them. The four of them trembled. The four of them hit again. Xiao Heijiang flew away again, and the next second, he flew back again. The Wu Luoshas were so messy. When Xiao Heijiang was fighting heartily, the Witch Queen came at the right time. What are you doing? The Witch Queen shouted. It was always unpleasant to be interrupted when one was in high spirits. Little Black Jiang didn't even look at who she was, and slapped the Witch Queen away. Dawa couldn't catch her in time, and just watched her fly over his head, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. And then she fell to who knows where. Dawa. Little Black Jiang was beaten so hard that he felt that his life had reached its peak. In the other room, the 3 little black eggs woke up after a good sleep, rubbing their big black eyes. The 3 of them started looking for their grandma. Grandma was in the front yard. They took the wrong road and ran to the backyard. The gate of the backyard was open. The path was deep and secluded, and there were several beautiful jujube trees at the end. Such big jujubes. Xiaobao wants to eat them. Xiaobao pointed to the jujube tree and said, Erbao wants to eat them too. Erbao said. Dabeo carried a small bag on his shoulders with a stick and took his 2 younger brothers to pick jujubes. The jujube tree was not far away, but it was not close either. The 3 of them walked for a long time before they finally arrived under the tree. It's so tall. Erbao looked at the towering tree above his head and said softly, I miss my brother. Xiaobao said. Xiao Xiao's brother bumped into the trees, and all the fruits came down. Dabeo said that although he could not bump into trees, he could climb trees. Dabeo put down his small bag, took off his small shoes, and began to climb up. The jujube tree was tall and big. Dabeo finally climbed up a branch with great effort. However, this branch was very strange, with a person forked on it. This person was none other than the Witch Queen, who was slapped away by Xiao Heijiang. The Witch Queen hung on the branch like a salted fish, unable to go up or down. Her delicate bun became a chicken coop. Her makeup was smudged. Her lip balm was scattered, and half of her face was swollen like a bun. She looked extremely embarrassed. Dabeo curiously crawled towards her, but heard 2 crackling sounds. The branch broke, and Dabeo fell down with her. Because of the angle and weight, she landed 1 step ahead of Dabeo, and Dabeo fell firmly on her. Being slapped was pitiful enough, and being pressed by such a heavy fat kid, the Witch Queen felt that her bones were about to break. The Witch Queen's face was swollen like a pig's head, and the 3 little black eggs did not recognize that she was the vicious queen who had just ordered them to be locked up. The 3 looked at her for a long time, and suddenly, Erbao pointed at her and said, Dabeo, you crushed the old woman. Old woman? The Witch Queen was about to vomit blood. Dabeo scratched his head in shame, and was so anxious that he turned around in circles. What if I crush the old woman? What if he is not a good boy? She is seriously injured. It hurts so much. Xiaobao looked at her pig-headed face, and said with a distressed face, Medicine, said Erbao. Dabeo hurried over and brought his small bag over. Erbao and Xiaobao also opened their small pockets and poured out all their hidden treasures. This. Erbao picked up a dark red pill. No. It's this. Xiaobao picked up a black pill. Dabeo picked up a white pill. No matter what. Feed them all to her. There must be one right one. Dabeo opened the witch's mouth and poured the pills into it. The witch rolled her eyes because of choking. Oh! Xiaobao shouted. My Gu Dan is gone. Did I feed it the wrong one just now? Gu Dan, as the name suggests, is a pill made of Gu poison. There is a kind of Gu Dan that can be used as an inner pill, and another kind is used to raise Gu, which ordinary people cannot eat. Quick! 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 Spit it out! Xiaobao said anxiously. The old woman can't spit it out, Erbao said. Dabeo took out a stick and beat it out. After beating it out, Chapter 653 The Brave Little Black Egg. Based on the principle of rescuing the old woman, Dabeo beat her very hard, using all his strength. Erbao cheered on the side, Come on! Dabeo! Dabeo, I'll beat her! I'll beat her! I'll beat her! The Witch Queen was first slapped in the face, and then she was pressed to the ground by the fat kid. She was already in great pain, and after being hit hard by the stick, she felt like she was half dead. Dabeo was kind-hearted. The old woman was injured by him. How could he use Gu to poison the old woman? She must be beaten out. Bang! 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 After who knows how many times he banged, Xiaobao took out something from his pocket. Ah! Found it! The Gu pill is here! Dabeo stopped swinging the stick halfway. The Witch Queen was overjoyed. Finally she didn't have to be beaten. Oh! No! Not this one. Xiaobao put the pill aside and continued to search in his pocket. Witch Queen. Hey! Dabeo hit her with a stick. After being hit for who knows how many times, the Witch Queen finally spit out the pill. At this time, she didn't even know who I was, where I was, or what I was doing. Ah, I remember. The goo Dan was eaten by the chicken. Xiaobao's magical brain finally stopped stuck. It was something on the black market. There were a few chickens where they lived. Xiaobao liked chickens and ran to feed them. As a result, a particularly fierce chicken jumped up and took the goo Dan away. Tabeo looked at the witch who was beaten and rolled her eyes. Then looked at the stick in his hand and threw the stick away. It was the stick that moved first. Oh! The old woman fainted. Erbao explained softly. Tabeo and Xiaobao squatted down and used their little hands to feel her breath. The action was very professional. She's still breathing, Xiaobao said. We can't leave the old woman here. We have to take her to a place where there are people and find a doctor for her. So the three of them grabbed her trouser legs. Tabeo grabbed the left trouser leg. Erbao and Xiaobao grabbed the right trouser leg and dragged her into the yard. The old woman is so heavy. But they can't give up. Stairs? Go up. Mud pit? Go through. Uneven gravel road? Go. Bang. This is when the Witch Queen's head hit the tree when turning. Bang. This is when the Witch Queen's body got stuck in the small pond when she passed the mud pit. Duong. 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 This is when the Witch Queen's buttocks were rubbed and a layer of skin was broken. She finally climbed the steps. But she rolled down again because it was too heavy. Xiaobao, don't give up. Erbao, don't give up. Tabeo, yeah. The Witch Queen. The Witch Queen was so painful that she couldn't speak. Please, please. Give up on me. Give up on me. They are good kids. Good kids won't give up halfway. The three little eggs gritted their teeth, ran down, and dragged the Witch Queen up the steps. This time, the Witch Queen felt that her butt and head were not her own. The way back to the courtyard was not very close. So the torture the Witch Queen endured was not light. When she was finally dragged to the backyard by the three little black eggs, there was no intact place on her body. Her gorgeous palace coat had been hung in some flowers. She was dirty and unkempt. What's more, she had become a pig head. Even her parents couldn't recognize her, let alone the group of guards who came to patrol. The guards didn't recognize the Witch Queen, but they recognized the three little guys. Isn't this the hostage locked in the yard by the Witch Queen? How did he escape? And this, unrecognizable. The guards looked at it for a long time and barely recognized that it was a woman. They remembered that the three little things were with a woman, and the four of them were locked in this yard. Could this be the woman? The guards looked at the Witch Queen suspiciously. The woman was not fat. She was not fat either. The woman was tall. She seemed quite tall. As for her face, it was so swollen that it was unrecognizable. But these children protected her so much and never left her. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with her? The guards exchanged glances with each other and saw what they had imagined in each other's eyes. That's right. They imagined a big escape drama in their minds. The woman planned to leave with the three children, but was discovered by the guard Wu Luosha, who beat her severely in anger. It must be like this. The leading guard rolled up his sleeves. I told you to stay here, but you dare to run away? You are tired of living. Brothers, take care of her. So after being called away, pressed down, beaten flat and bumped, the Witch Queen was beaten gorgeously by a group of palace guards. When Li Ruo and Hong Wan arrived at the scene with their maids, the Witch Queen had been beaten so badly that she could only breathe out more than in. Stop! Li Ruo shouted in a delicate voice. That's the Witch Queen. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What? This old woman with a swollen pig head is the sacred and inviolable Witch Queen of their witch clan. Li Ruo became a little maid beside the Witch Queen at the age of 5. She has been accompanying the Witch Queen all these years. Although others cannot recognize the Witch Queen, she can identify the identity of the Witch Queen by her breath. Hong Wan was also a witch, and she recognized the Witch Queen. But she was a step slower than Li Ruo. Li Ruo stepped forward, took off her outer robe, and covered the dying Witch Queen, and glared at everyone. Are you crazy? Or are you poisoned? We thought she... The leading guard stammered and told the incident. Lord Li Ruo, this is not our fault. It's all the fault of those three children. As he said, he pointed his finger. Huh? Where are the children? The three little eggs had already run away. But the Witch Queen threatened to chop off the fingers of the three children. And after Dawa's dissuasion failed, Dawa decided to follow and see what was going on. The Witch Queen kept saying that they were related to Yuan, and he wanted to see how they were related. Dawa hesitated for a while in the Wuho Palace, so he arrived late. He went through the main gate. From a distance, he heard an unusual noise. Then, a mighty Wu Lusha fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground in front of him. Dawa was stunned. The next second, Wu Lusha gritted his teeth and stood up, tiptoed, and flew back to the yard. But in less than a blink of an eye, he was beaten back again. Dawa was dumbfounded. Did the Wu Lusha fight among themselves? Fighting in broad daylight? Bang! One. Bang! Another one. Bang! The third one. The three Wu Lusha fell at Dawa's feet. Dawa's mouth twitched. The Wu Lusha inside was so powerful that he could fight 3 people alone? Just as the thought flashed through his mind, the fourth Wu Lusha also fell over. Dawa, I haven't heard that the Witch Queen has the 5th Wu Lusha in her hand. Is it a newly refined one? Dawa entered the yard with curiosity. When he saw the petite figure in the yard, he was in a mess. Ah, what's the matter? Yu Shaoqing looked at Dawa. Why are you so excited? Have you seen the scapegoat caught by the Witch Queen? Dawa gestured and nodded like pounding garlic. See. I saw it. It's so scary. She looks exactly like Madame Yin. If she wasn't pregnant, I would have suspected that it was Madame Yin. Looks the same as Alwan? Yu Shaoqing frowned. It is said that there were 3 children caught together. I didn't see the children. But that woman is so similar. Hearing this, what else did Yu Shaoqing and Yin Jiuqiao not understand? The woman who looks like Yuan, with 3 children. Isn't she Ashu and the 3 little black eggs? Yuan and Zhang's appearance are indeed very similar. But it is impossible to say that there is no difference. It's just that Dawa didn't have much contact with Yuan and didn't know her appearance very well. So at first glance, he couldn't see the difference. Dawa screamed, "Ah! That woman is so powerful! 1 against 4. The 4 Wu Lusha were beaten to pieces. Yu Shaoqing stood up. What? For Wu Lusha besieged her? Dawa. That doesn't seem to be what he meant. How did Master Yu hear that? Dawa opened his mouth. Yu Shaoqing raised his hand and solemnly interrupted him. No need to say. I understand. Ashu was bullied. Ashu. Wait for me. Zailang is here to save you. Chapter 654. Xiao He Jiang and Xiao He Dan. Wu Lusha is very durable. He fell and stood up countless times. He has an indestructible body, and his internal strength seems to be endless. However, he has been losing for so long that the morale of the 4 people has dropped. He has lost his initial bravery. Of course, it is impossible to make them kneel down and beg for mercy. This is Wu Lusha's will to never surrender. But they are so tenacious because they are Wu Lusha. What's the matter with this woman? Come on! Xiao He Jiang flew back after being knocked away. Come again! Come again! Come again! Although they were reluctant to admit it, they were beaten so hard that they almost forgot that they were Wu Lusha. The turning point happened in an instant. When the woman raised her little fist to hit the 4 of them again, she suddenly stopped in midair. She turned her head and looked towards the palace gate. She didn't know what she noticed. Her eyes were cold, and a terrible breath flew away like an arrow. East, west, south, wherever she looked, she was swept by the terrible breath. The Wu Lushas were all stunned. They were beaten so hard that they had no time to split themselves. But once they calmed down, they also felt the strangeness of the palace. Someone broke into the palace. The palace guards didn't notice it. But the Lushas who were about to enter the Wu Lusha realm all sensed it, and attacked the person who broke into the palace. This woman was intercepting the group of Lushas. What a terrible strength! Yu Shaoqing sneaked into the palace, and went to the courtyard where Ashu was imprisoned according to the route described by Dawa. When he thought of Ashu's dire situation, he raised his qigong to the extreme. In a place where he didn't notice, a Rakshasa quietly chased up, raised the big knife in his hand, and was about to chop Yu Shaoqing fiercely. But before he could do anything, he was knocked over by a powerful force. He felt the force pressing his neck. He struggled twice, rolled into the bushes. His eyes went black, and he was unconscious. Yu Shaoqing vaguely felt that there was movement behind him, turned his head and saw nothing. After that, 7 or 8 more Rakshasa wanted to attack Yu Shaoqing, but they were all suppressed by an invisible force. Yu Shaoqing came to the courtyard unimpeded. I can enter the Wu clan palace full of masters and still be in an empty space. I am indeed a master. Yu Shaoqing confidently puffed up his chest. Ashu. Here I come. Xiao Heizhang's face changed in a second, and he lay on the ground sickly. The King Kong Overlord flower with an aura of 8 meters, and 8 meters instantly became a trembling little delicate flower. She did not forget to use her inner strength to shake the sky, and petals fell like rain. When Yu Shaoqing walked into the courtyard, petals rained down from the sky. In the beautiful scenery, Xiao Heijiang held a handkerchief in one hand and held her heart with the other hand, and said to him with tears in her eyes, Sam Lang, I'm so scared. Wu Luosha, who was petrified on the spot. Wu Ho Palace. The Witch Queen was sent back to the palace by Li Ruo and Hong Wan. When they saw the Witch Queen, they knew that her condition was not optimistic. After taking off the Witch Queen's clothes and treating her, they found that it was not only not optimistic, but also almost life-threatening. How could the Witch Queen be injured like this? The great wizard who came to treat her was stunned. Hong Wan said, It's a long story. You should treat the Witch Queen first. The Witch Clan has doctors, but the most skilled doctors are often the white wizards in the palace. The great wizard practiced white witchcraft, and was also proficient in the art of medicine. For so many years, he has been treating the Witch Queen and His Highness He Yang. His medical skills should be beyond doubt. But this time, even he was in trouble. What's wrong? Sir? Hong Wan asked. The Witch Queen is injured. The great wizard wanted to say that the injury is too serious. But it's not just serious. It's just that the injury is in the wrong place. Okay? What did the Witch Queen go through? Internal injuries. External injuries. Bone injuries. There is almost no intact place on her body. Li Ruo said seriously, Sir, please be sure to cure the Witch Queen. This is not a request, but a threat. If the Witch Queen dies, the great wizard and his family will be buried with the Witch Queen. The great wizard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I will do my best. The great wizard tried his best to rescue her. Li Ruo walked out with a cold expression. Hong Wan followed. After arriving outside the palace, Hong Wan asked her, Li Ruo, where are you going? Catch the assassin. Li Ruo said coldly. That group of people hurt the Witch Queen so badly. It's hard to vent my anger if I don't kill them. Hong Wan was stunned, grabbed her arm and said, Kill? But the Witch Queen didn't say to kill them. His Highness He Yang is still in the hands of that group of people. What if we kill these hostages, and they also hurt His Highness He Yang? Li Ruo said arrogantly, You don't understand this. The more timid you are, the easier it is to be threatened by others. Kill one first and let them hand over the prince. Otherwise kill one a day. Whoever cares least about the life and death of the hostages will win. Hong Wan said embarrassedly, But what if they kill His Highness He Yang in anger? Li Ruo glanced at her coldly. How can you succeed if you are so cowardly? If they kill His Highness He Yang, none of the remaining hostages will survive. Do you think they will take the lives of the others just to avenge a dead person? This round is all about who is braver. And Li Ruo is confident that the group will never hurt His Highness He Yang. Hong Wan hesitated. That's true. But, Li Ruo interrupted her, Don't say but. Didn't you just hear that the Witch Queen wanted to chop off the fingers of those children? You pack up and go with me to search for the hostages later. I don't believe that the palace guards are so strict. They can still grow wings and fly away. Hong Wan looked at the bloody clothes on her body. This was stained when she sent the Witch Queen back to the palace just now. It's time to change it. Hong Wan went back to the room, opened the closet, and took out a set of clean clothes. She walked around the screen and was about to put the clothes on the bed for changing. But she heard a few barely audible snoring. Her eyebrows jumped and she turned around and looked at the bed. What did she see? 3 chubby little black eggs. Aren't these the hostages captured by the Witch Queen? How did they get into her room? And sleep on her bed? The little black eggs were tired and couldn't find the way back. They slipped into the Witch Queen's palace and then slipped onto a fragrant bed and fell asleep. Hong Wan, are you okay? Outside the door, Li Ruo's cold voice sounded. Hong Wan's heart suddenly shook, and her body trembled. She turned her head, pulled a quilt over the 3 people, and said to the direction of the door, I haven't. There is a lot of blood on my body. I want to wipe it first. Li Ruo said, then hurry up. I'll go first. Ah, I know. Hong Wan agreed guiltily. Outside the door, the footsteps faded away. Hong Wan knew that Li Ruo had left, and she breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to her? She actually covered up for this little guy just now. What if someone finds out? Should she hand him over now? After all, she is the Witch Queen's person, and she shouldn't hide the Witch Queen's hostage. Hongwon gritted her teeth, slowly pulled open the quilt, and stretched out her hand to the few people. At this moment, one of the sleeping little guys suddenly raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Soon, the remaining two seemed to have telepathy and rubbed their eyes one by one. The three little guys closed their eyes, yawned, and stretched their waists cutely. Hongwon's hand could not reach any further. She felt that the softest part of her heart was hit by something. This was a completely unfamiliar feeling, which she had never had even when she was with Wensu. Tabeo opened his eyes first, staring at Hongwon with his black eyes, not shy or afraid. Then came Xiaobao and Erbao. They also remembered her. All three of them stared at her with wide eyes, and the four of them stared at each other in the room. Hongwon felt embarrassed to be stared at, and whispered, "Are you awake?" "Hungry," Xiaobao said, patting his flat belly. "Erbao is hungry too." Erbao also patted his belly and said. Tabeo nodded. He was hungry too. Hongwon said embarrassedly, "Hungry? Isn't this opening line wrong? What do you want to eat?" Hongwon wanted to bite herself to death. "Hand it over. Hand it over. And you're feeding me?" "Nyan Nyan," Erbao said softly. "Dumplings," Xiaobao said crisply. "I want both," Tabeo said in his heart. Hongwon took a deep breath. Buns, noodles, noodles. "Okay. I'll hand you over after you finish eating." Hongwon keeps her word. Humph. Chapter 655. Smart Little Black Egg. The Queen Witch's palace has its own small kitchen. Hongwon is the Queen Witch's confidant and a frequent visitor to the small kitchen. When the small kitchen heard her ask for a large bowl of noodles and 2 baskets of buns, it prepared them for her without saying a word. Hongwon took advantage of the situation and took a few small bowls and a few pairs of chopsticks. She carried the food box back to the house. A few little black eggs had already sat down on the stools obediently, looking at her with a soft face. And Hongwon's heart melted. Can't be soft-hearted. Can't be soft-hearted. Can't be soft-hearted. After silently reciting the spell 180 times, Hongwon locked the door, walked over and put the food box on the table, and lit incense in the stove. Incense is used to cover the aroma of food. Hongwon was only 5 years old when she first came to the Witch Queen. She was 7 years old when Prince Yayoung was born. She watched Prince Yayoung grow up, but Prince Yayoung would not sleep or eat with her. So this was her first time taking care of a child. I thought I would be overwhelmed, but the children were so well behaved. If you don't know, you would think there were no children in this room. Prince Yayoung was much more naughty than them when he was young. Of course, if Hongwon knew how the little black eggs acted like a spoiled child in the young master's mansion, and how they were village tyrants in Lotus Village, she probably wouldn't think so. You must be starving. You'll be ready to eat soon. Hongwon opened the food box and took out the steaming noodles and the meaty buns. Tabeo stretched out his little black hands to wash his hands. They are good babies who love cleanliness. Hongwon was stunned at first, and then laughed. The little fat baby's love of cleanliness is so cute. Hongwon went to the side room to get hot water and washed the hands of the 3 people. The 3 people handed the little bald head over. The face also needed to be washed. Hongwon got another basin of water, wiped the little bald head, washed the little face, and made the 3 people white, black and clean. And then took the 3 people back to the table. Okay, you can eat. Hongwon divided the noodles and handed them to them in small bowls. Unexpectedly, they didn't eat. What's wrong? Hongwon asked, puzzled. The 3 people clumsily picked up the chopsticks and worked together to pick a bowl of noodles for Hongwon. Hongwon looked at the steaming bowl of noodles in front of her. I don't know if it was the heat that irritated her eyes, but her eyes were a little wet. She was also a witch family, but her family fell into decline. When it came to her father's generation, the talent was fading, and it was difficult to continue. Her father had no choice but to sell her. She was lucky that the elders' people picked her up. The elders sent her to the Witch Queen's palace. She showed a good talent in witchcraft. The Witch Queen was very optimistic about her, and said to the witch who taught her, I want this child. Cultivate her well. The Witch Queen's words made her turn over a new leaf. From a little maid who was bullied by everyone to an object of careful cultivation, she lived up to everyone's expectations, and became a witch of the first level at the age of 10. At the age of 16, She was promoted to a witch of the earth level. She was only one step away from becoming a great wizard of the heaven level. Such an achievement is extremely rare among witches. She was grateful for the Witch Queen's kindness, and was loyal to her. But she understood that the Witch Queen valued her because she was useful. Wensu approached her because he coveted her beauty. And no one was really nice to her. A strong sour feeling surged in her heart. And Hongwon did not move for a long time. Ha Xiaobao suddenly leaned over, and snorted on her noodles a few times. Don't be afraid. It's not hot. Hongwon turned around and wiped her eyes. The 3 little black eggs ate with a snort. The noodles and buns were not as delicious as those made by Master Away. But they were all good babies who were not picky about food. And the 3 of them ate all the food without leaving any. Hongwon was stunned. She thought it was too conspicuous to go to the kitchen all the time. So she took some more. The buns and steamed buns could be eaten for at least 3 meals. But they were all eaten up in one meal. And she seemed to have an illusion that they didn't seem to be full. The 3 of them looked at her with a snort. Hongwon. I'm really not full. Master Hongwon. A maid's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Master Leroy just sent someone to tell you that she has checked the west. So you don't need to search there. Just go to the south later. Got it. Hongwon said in a normal tone. By the way, where did the female hostage go? Is she still in the courtyard? The maid said no. She is said to have escaped. Did she escape from the palace? Hongwon asked. Not sure. The maid replied. Does Master Hongwon have any other instructions? No. You can leave. Yes. After the maid left, Hongwon breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 little black eggs looked at her with their black eyes. Although they knew that the 3 wanted to eat something more. The maid's words just now reminded her that it was not safe here. If Leroy knew that she was still locked in the room, she would definitely come to ask her what happened. Should I hand you over? Hongwon murmured to herself. The 3 little black eggs looked up. Looking very cute. Hongwon. Forget it. I lost to you. Hongwon was defeated and said to the 3 people, follow me later. Don't make a sound. Hongwon was from the Wuho Palace. So she naturally understood where the flaws in the Wuho Palace's defense were. However, how did these little guys sneak in quietly? Hongwon couldn't figure it out. So she just rubbed the little heads of the 3 people with emotion. The 3 people let her rub them obediently. Hongwon asked someone to prepare a carriage for her to travel. She didn't ask for a driver. She sat on the outer seat, and let the 3 little black eggs sit in the carriage. Hongwon whispered, no matter what happens, don't come out. Understand? Sen Xiaonan nodded. Hongwon drove the carriage towards the palace gate. Hongwon didn't really want to betray the Witch Queen. She just couldn't bring herself to kill the innocent children. Li Ruo was right. The group that kidnapped His Highness He Yang would not harm His Highness He Yang. But the Witch Queen would really kill these children. What did the children do wrong? Who? When the carriage arrived at the palace gate, it was stopped by a guard. Hongwon lifted the veil on her hat, and glanced at him coldly. The guard was shocked and bowed, saying, It's Master Hongwon. I'm not very good at seeing you. Please forgive me. Master Hongwon. I have to leave the palace for something. Hongwon said. The guard said in embarrassment, the Wuho Palace ordered to block the palace. Hongwon said coldly, You also said that it was the Wuho Palace that issued the order. Am I not a member of the Wuho Palace? This lady is the confidant of the Wuho Palace. Her every move represents the Wuho Palace's intention. Although the guard was puzzled, he guessed that the Wuho Palace had a temporary order. So he turned sideways and made way for her. Hongwon put down the veil, held the reins tightly, and was about to drive the carriage out of the palace. But suddenly, a lonely and cold voice came from behind. Who is it? Stop right there. It's Li Ruo. Hongwon tightened her hand holding the reins. The guard stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Li Ruo, are you also leaving the palace? Lord Hongwon is about to leave. Hongwon. Li Ruo frowned and looked at the carriage strangely. Hongwon knew that she could not avoid it. So she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and got off the carriage with a normal look. She walked up to Li Ruo and asked with a guilty conscience, How is the search going? Li Ruo looked at her suspiciously and said, The female hostage ran away and disappeared. I was looking for her. Didn't I ask you to search in the south? Why did you suddenly leave the palace? I was thinking, does this matter have anything to do with Lord Wensu? I planned to go to the Wen Mansion to take a look. Hongwon had to take the blame for Wensu. Wensu was the Witch Queen's biological brother. and it was most suitable for him to take the blame. Anyway, the Witch Queen would not really blame him. Are you alone? Li Ruo looked at the carriage and asked. I don't want to alert the enemy, Hong Wan said. You have learned to act on your own, Li Ruo said sarcastically. Hong Wan calmed down, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, you and I are both maids of the Witch Queen. We are both witches in the Earth Realm. Our status is not lower than yours. Moreover, to be honest, you have just entered the Earth Realm, and I am already at the peak of the Earth Realm. My strength is higher than yours. I have followed the Witch Queen since I was 5 years old, and I have been with the Witch Queen longer than you. In public and private, I don't seem to need to listen to your orders. Li Ruo narrowed her eyes coldly. You continue the search. I have to go to the Wind Mansion, Hong Wan said domineeringly, turned around and got on her carriage. Wait! Li Ruo walked up, grabbed her reins, looked at the fallen curtain and said, Who is sitting in the carriage? No one is sitting. Why don't you ride a horse? I don't want to ride. Don't need a driver? I don't want to, Hong Wan said seriously. Li Ruo curled the corners of her lips coldly, retracted her hand, and pretended to retreat, but suddenly bypassed Hong Wan and lifted the curtain. Hong Wan's face changed. I know there is someone in your carriage. Li Ruo's voice stopped abruptly. Hong Wan turned her head and saw that the carriage was empty. There was nothing. Huh? Where are the people? Chapter 656 Family Reunion. Li Ruo was worried that there was something hidden in the carriage, so she searched inside and out, leaving no corner untouched, but still found nothing. Hong Wan was more surprised than Li Ruo. She was the one who carried the person in, and the three of them were sitting there obediently just a moment ago. How come they disappeared in the blink of an eye? This is simply too bizarre. However, while it was bizarre, Hong Wan felt relieved. No matter what, it was better than falling into Li Ruo's hands. Wasn't it? Li Ruo looked Hong Wan up and down, and almost asked where Hong Wan had hidden the person. Hong Wan said calmly, What's your expression? It's as if I hid someone. You searched here, but there's nothing here. Now, can I go out of the palace to investigate? Li Ruo always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't find any evidence. She didn't believe that Hong Wan had the intention to betray the Witch Queen, but she was deeply in love with Lord Wensu. Didn't Lord Wensu fall for the vixen? Maybe the vixen asked Lord Wensu to rescue the female hostage and the 3 children. Wensu couldn't do anything, so he tricked Hong Wan. Li Ruo guessed half right. Hong Wan did intend to send the hostage out, but not for Wensu. Hong Wan played the trick to the end, got on the carriage and galloped towards the Wind Mansion. Li Ruo looked at the carriage that disappeared in the night, frowned, and turned back to the palace to continue the search. On another seemingly inconspicuous carriage near the palace, Yin Jiucha sat indifferently. The 3 little black eggs bent their waists, stuck their butts out, and buried their heads in the stools, thinking that no one would see them. Yin Jiucha looked at the 3 chubby little butts, and his handsome face turned black. It's okay if they don't listen. But what if they are so stupid? The old father is worried to death. When Yuan and old Chui came out after refining the medicine, Yu Shaoqing and Yin Jiuchao had already brought little black Jiang and the 3 little black eggs back to the Wind Mansion. Yuan had naturally heard about her mother and her sons entering the Wu clan, rather than why they were captured by the Wu Queen and taken to the palace. She was more puzzled about how they got here. Didn't her mother and her sons follow their great-grandfather to Nanzhao? After a quick calculation, they should be reunited with Grandma Yunfei in the Nanzhao Palace. Countless doubts flashed through Yuan's mind. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yu Shaoqing helped the frail Jiang into the house. Yuan went up to them and looked at her sick mother, and asked worriedly, Mother, are you okay? As she spoke, she glanced at the 3 little black eggs who were slowly following their father, with their heads drooping, as if they had done something wrong and were caught, and then asked, Mother, what's going on? Why did you come to the Wu clan? Where's the great-grandfather? Ahem. Little black Jiang snuggled in Yu Shaoqing's arms, holding the handkerchief and coughing. Yu Shaoqing said distressfully, Don't ask. Your mother was frightened and needs to rest. Yuan opened her mouth, but Yu Shaoqing said indignantly, No buts. I know what's going on. It must be that evil thief again. He was the one who kidnapped Ashu in Nanzhao. I thought we got rid of him in the underworld, but he was still determined and followed the Wu clan again. He captured Ashu and followed us all the way. He must want to threaten us. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I will make him pay. Achoo! Xiao Hejiang sneezed guiltily. Yu Shaoqing quickly took off his outer robe and covered her. Achoo! You have caught a cold. I will take you back to the house to rest. Daddy and Mommy left. And Yuan was stunned for 3 seconds. Come in, Yin Jiucha said to the 3 little guys behind him. The 3 little guys didn't dare to come in. Yuan came over. Oh my! Mommy is going to see them. The 3 little guys immediately covered their faces with their chubby hands. Yuan chuckled, squatted down, and took their little hands away. You haven't seen Mother for so long. Are you shy? Let Mother see. Have you lost weight? Being kidnapped all the way. I think you must have suffered a lot. You must. It seems to be fat again. The 3 little guys hid in Mother's arms. So shy. Yuan didn't know that these little guys had followed her all the way. She missed them very much. Now that they can meet, the 3 of them are safe and sound. It is really a blessing in disguise. Yuan hugged the 3 little guys tightly, breathing in the faint milk fragrance on them. It's good that you are okay. It's good that you are okay. Mother is the best. The 3 little black eggs stretched out their little hands, hugged Mother's neck, and rubbed against her very well. Xiaobao said coquettishly, Xiaobao misses Mother. Erbao also said softly, Erbao also misses Mother. Thinking about her day and night. Missing her to death. Dabeo nodded. Dabeo misses her too. Very. Very much. Humph. A certain young master snorted. I don't even want you to come out. Little flatterers. The fact that Xiao Hejiang and the 3 little black eggs moved into the Wen mansion could not be hidden from the second lady. Yuan asked the second lady to find some medicinal herbs. When the second lady came with the medicinal herbs, she happened to see the 3 little black eggs sitting on the doorstep, holding small milk bottles in both hands to drink milk. It was already very late. If it weren't for the candlelight shining on them, she almost thought that the milk bottles were floating in the night. It's no wonder she thought so. It's really that the little guys are too dark. However, they are a little dark, but their appearance is first class. The big eyes like black grapes, and the heroic little eyebrows are really beautiful. It's a bit unbelievable. And triplets. So amazing. They are the sons of Awan and Jiuchao. Dawa appeared behind the second wife without knowing when. The second wife turned around, glanced at him, lowered her eyes and nodded, as if to greet him. Are they Awan's herbs? Give them to me. You are tired of carrying them. Dawa reached out to take the herbs from her hand. The second wife gave him the herbs. Normally, she should leave after delivering the things. But she couldn't help but look at the children a few more times, and said with envy, it turns out that Awan already had a baby. It's rare to have 3 children. And they are all so good. The 3 little black eggs are all fat and strong. Like little yaks. So lovable. Dawa also just knew that the hostages taken away by the witch queen were Yuan and Yin Jiuchao's mother and their son. 3 sons. To be honest, even a bachelor like him couldn't help but envy them. The second wife was not a person who showed her emotions on her face. But at this moment, her face was full of envy. And she couldn't hide it. The second wife whispered, Second master, do you know that I also had a child before? This must be known. The second wife Nia Wanner got pregnant with Wensu's flesh and blood in the first year after marrying into the Wen mansion. Unfortunately, that pregnancy was killed by one of Wensu's concubines. When the fetus was completely aborted, it was discovered that there were not only 1, but 3. No wonder she showed such an inappropriate look when she saw the 3 little guys. If her children were still alive, she would definitely raise them very well. The child died in the womb. But Wensu did not severely punish the culprit. The second wife was disappointed with Wensu. But it was not because of this that she was completely disappointed. Not long after, the concubine slipped and fell down the steps in the rain, and hit her head and died. This was an accident. But Wensu believed that the second wife deliberately killed her for revenge. Their relationship has come to an end. That bastard. Dawa cursed. And when he saw the second wife staring at him, he quickly changed his words. I mean, I'm a bastard. Back then, I was really blinded by lard. The second wife smiled bitterly, turned her head, and continued to look at the 3 little black eggs who were drinking milk. Dawa followed her gaze and coughed lightly, saying, Actually, you don't have to be envious. You are still young and can have another child. As soon as he finished speaking, Dawa regretted it. The real Wensu is dead. Who will the second wife have a child with? She wouldn't think that what he said just now was to have a child with her. Right? God knows. He didn't mean that. Xiaobao finished drinking, grabbed the bottle and stood up, but accidentally tripped. The second wife was horrified, and subconsciously stretched out her hand, about to pounce on Xiaobao. When Yuan came out and said to the fallen Xiaobao, "Stand up by yourself." Xiaobao got up by himself, walked towards Yuan, raised the empty bottle high, and handed it to Yuan. Not squeamish at all. The second wife lowered her eyes, smiled sadly, and took back her hand. "Second master, I'm going home first. I'll take you." Dawa chased after her and took her back to her room. The second wife went to the inner room to change clothes. Dawa hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. At this moment, Hongyu came over with a plate of snacks. Seeing him, she knelt down and saluted. "Second master is here. Are you going to stay here tonight?" Dawa was stunned. Hongyu smiled and said, "I'll go get some water." Dawa was so panicked that he trembled. "No. I. Chapter 657, The Egg-Spoiling Maniac. "Second master, please come in. It seems to be raining outside," Hongyu said to Dawa, who had an indescribable expression. Dawa looked at the dark night sky. The weather has been a bit hot and humid these days, and it seems that a heavy rain is coming. Dawa reluctantly went into the house. Hongyu is the second wife's personal maid, so she is naturally the most loyal to the second wife. She knows that the relationship between the second wife and the second master is not harmonious. But no matter what, they are husband and wife. If they can open their hearts and be together, Hongyu will be happy to see it happen. What's more, didn't the second master save the wife when she fell into the water in broad daylight? From beginning to end, the second master didn't even look at Madame Mei and Madame Lan. Perhaps Wen Su had paid too little for the second wife in the past. So the one or two encounters between the two of them actually moved Hongyu to the point of flying. "Second master, please sit down." Hongyu enthusiastically invited Dawa to sit on the chair and put the snacks in her hand on the table. "Second madam didn't eat much for dinner. I asked the kitchen to make some almond cakes that she likes. Would you like to try it?" "No. I'll wait for her to eat together." This was so smooth that Dawa was surprised. What does it mean to wait for her to eat together? It makes them look like a real couple. By the way, where did the inspiration for this impromptu performance come from? Dawa searched in his mind and decisively found the scene of Yan Jiuchao always waiting for Yuan to eat. Humph! He was poisoned by these two people. Second master didn't care about second madam so much before. He ate whatever he wanted to eat. He didn't care about second madam, regardless of whether second master was so good to second madam out of guilt. Hongyu was very happy in her heart. Hongyu went to the bathroom happily, and second madam was getting dressed. Hongyu walked forward, took the belt and tied it for her. While tying it, she whispered, "Second master, stay here tonight." Second madam was stunned. Hongyu said, "I think second master has changed his temper. Second madam has waited for many years, and finally the clouds have cleared and the moon has appeared." Second madam did not respond, touched her cheek, and said, "You can leave." Hongyu thought that second master and second madam were going to be happy in their own world, and hurriedly covered her mouth and smiled, "Yes." After Hongyu left, second madam stood in the bathroom for a while. She held the screen with her hands a little tight, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. But she finally came out and looked at Dawa calmly. "Is second master going to be settled?" "Ah. What should Dawa say? People have come in. If I leave, it will be exposed. Right? I didn't mean to stay. I sacrificed too much to avoid being exposed." "Yeah," Dawa responded. The bed had been made by Hongyu. The second lady walked over, unhooked the curtain, and let down the curtain on one side. "Second master, please settle down." She also wanted to wipe her hair. The second lady extinguished the candles in the room, leaving only a small dim oil lamp in front of the dressing table. Then she sat down and picked up a dry towel to wipe her hair. "Let me do it." Dawa appeared behind her without knowing when. The second lady looked at him in the bronze mirror. The light was dim, falling on the face that the second madam was more familiar with. Wen Su was handsome and charming. Otherwise, he would not have been able to confuse so many women's hearts. But the second madam did not look at that face, but stared at the somewhat unfamiliar eyes. Dawa felt a little guilty when he was looked at. The second madam's eyes were gentle, but somehow, they seemed to be sharp and wise. Dawa had the illusion that he was seen through. "Thank you, second master." The second madam handed the towel back. Dawa felt his hand sink, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This should not be exposed. Right? Otherwise, she would have kicked herself out. Dawa carefully wiped the second madam's hair. Although it was the first time, he didn't know where to wipe first, where to wipe next, and what strength was most appropriate. How did he learn this? It's Yinjiocha and Yuan's fault. These two show affection and love every day. Look, even he, a virgin in the black market, has learned it. After the two went to bed, they slept in their own beds, which was quite proper. However, a small incident happened at night. It was not long after Dawa fell asleep. He heard a few cries of pain from his side. He opened his eyes, turned his head and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The second wife didn't say anything. She curled up and sweated coldly. Dawa hurriedly got out of bed and turned on the light. The second wife's face was pale. Dawa was scared and smelled blood. He quickly lifted the quilt and saw that the second wife's body was bloody. "Are you injured?" Dawa's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care what the second wife said and turned around and walked out. The second wife didn't even stop him. Dawa went to the south courtyard. Yuan and Old Chui were both doctors. However, it was late, so he could not rush to Yinjiocha and Yuan's room. So he went to Old Chui. Old Chui was woken up just after he fell asleep, and he was very irritable. "Hurry up. She's injured. She's bleeding a lot." Dawa dragged Old Chui to the second wife's yard. Old Chui's bones were about to be torn apart. He was an old man. Okay. Why do people always forget this huge fact? When Old Chui went to the second wife's room, the second wife's face was red. When Old Chui saw this, he had a plan in his mind. It was not a big deal, but it was not nothing. No, old man. I'm menstruation, the second wife said shyly. "Let me feel your pulse," Old Chui said. The second wife stretched out her hand slowly. Old Chui felt her pulse through a layer of clothes, frowned, and said, "Sure enough, you had a miscarriage that year and left a root of illness. And you haven't treated it properly until now. If you continue like this, your body will age prematurely. You are lucky to have met me. It's too late today, and the medicine can't be prepared. Come back tomorrow to get it." "Thank you, old man." The second wife bowed. Old Chui walked out yawning. And when he passed by Dawa, he glared at him and said in a low voice, "It's not a disease that can kill you. Can't you wait until tomorrow?" I. Dawa lowered his head in embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This misunderstanding was too big, and even Old Chui couldn't make it up for him. After the servants cleaned up the room, the two lay back on the soft bed again. "Second master, how could you not even know this?" In the night, the second wife looked at him and asked, "Because he has never had a woman. How could he know this?" Dawa's face flushed. I slept confused. The second wife slightly curved the corners of her lips. It was late at night, and everyone fell asleep. But the three little black eggs lay on the spacious bed, their eyes wider than each other. I slept too much during the day, and I couldn't sleep at night. The three of them grabbed their little feet and rolled back and forth between Yuan and Yinjiocha, bumping into each other, and rubbing their stinky daddy from time to time. Yuan had already fallen asleep on the inside of the bed. As she got older, she became more sleepy. She had intended to coax the three little ones to sleep, but they didn't fall asleep, and she coaxed herself to sleep instead. Yinjiocha sat at the head of the bed, seemingly reading a book, but actually watching over the little ones. The three of them were noisy, but they didn't make any noise. They just rolled around quietly, and were especially careful not to bump into Yuan. "Mom has a little sister in her belly," Erba whispered, not to make a loud noise and wake up Mom. "It's a little brother," Xiaobao whispered. "Little sister," Erba said. "Little brother," Xiaobao said. The two treasures quarreled, and Debao didn't want to pay attention to the two stupid brothers. The fat boy rolled over and rolled to Yinjiocha's legs, looking at his father cutely. Yinjiocha glanced at him, picked him up and put him on himself. Debao lay in his father's arms, opened his mouth and yawned a little. His little head found a comfortable position, and his eyelids began to fight. Yinjiocha read a book in one hand and patted Debao's back gently with the other hand. They love their mother, but also love their father. There is a reassuring smell on their father. The huge sense of security made Debao grab Yinjiocha's clothes and fall asleep sweetly. Xiao Bao and Bao quarreled for a while, and successfully made themselves fall asleep. Yin Qiuchu put the three little guys in place. Of course. On the other side of him. Yu Awan is his. And the bad boys don't want to snatch her from him. The family of 5 fell asleep peacefully. And the only 2 who were still awake were Yu Shaoqing and Xiao Heijiang. Xiao Heijiang stretched his muscles during the day, and was very excited at night. Yu Shaoqing felt as if he had returned to the fantasy of the deserted island. Ah Shu did this and that to him. Ah Shu was so good. Ah Shu was so good. In the Witch Queen's palace. After a day and a night of rescue. The great wizard was exhausted. Witch Queen. Li Ruo came to the bed. Looked at the pale Witch Queen. And held her hand worriedly. Hong Wan also knelt down and looked at the Witch Queen nervously. After an unknown amount of time. The Witch Queen's fingers trembled, and she opened her eyes coldly. Chapter 658 The Number 1 Master. Witch Queen. You're awake. Li Ruo was overjoyed and smiled with relief. Hong Wan also looked at the Witch Queen happily. Seeing that she was really awake, she turned to the great wizard beside her and said, Sir, please take another look at the Witch Queen. The great wizard was really exhausted. Not only did he use his medical skills to heal the Witch Queen, but he also consumed a lot of healing magic power. He couldn't even breathe at this moment, let alone go over to take a look. He took a break for a while, and came to the bed with the help of the other 2 maids. He carefully checked the Witch Queen's condition and said weakly, For the time being, there is no worry about her life. But it is unlikely that she will be as well as before. He didn't say that. Li Ruo said. You guys, help the wizard down to rest first. Yes. The maids helped the wizard to the side hall next door. The Witch Queen was still sick in bed. He needed to wait for the Witch Queen's summons at any time, and could not leave the palace. Hong Wan served the Witch Queen a cup of hot tea. The Witch Queen waved her hand lightly, and said weakly, Help me up. Hong Wan put down the teacup, and helped the Witch Queen sit up with Li Ruo. Hong Wan carefully took a pillow, and cushioned the Witch Queen's back. The Witch Queen no longer had the radiance of the past, nor the domineering aura. Her face was haggard and bloodless, and there seemed to be several more fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Hong Wan and Li Ruo only took a glance, and hurriedly lowered their heads. The Witch Queen knew that her current condition was very bad without asking. But she didn't care about it. She closed her eyes and said, How long have I been unconscious? Almost a day and a night. Li Ruo said. They found the Witch Queen in the afternoon, and she has been unconscious since then until now. When it is almost dawn, the Witch Queen has never been so embarrassed. Thinking of the scene of herself being repeatedly abused and losing face in front of a group of guards. She was furious. Where are those people? She asked with gritted teeth. All dealt with, Li Ruo said. Hong Wan glanced at Li Ruo. Who to deal with? Those guards who were unaware of it. She frowned in agreement. The Witch Queen's fist didn't clench for long before it loosened due to weakness. She asked again, Where are the hostages? Hostages? Li Ruo glanced at Hong Wan beside her, as if blaming Hong Wan for not cooperating with her in the search for the hostages, which led to the hostages' escape. They are no longer in the palace. All gone. The Witch Queen's eyes turned cold. Li Ruo lowered her head and said, Yes. Witch Queen. I searched the palace but couldn't find them. I guess they have left the palace. Speaking of this, Hong Wan, didn't you suspect that they went to the Wen Mansion at that time? How did you investigate? Hong Wan just strolled outside the Wen Mansion and didn't go in at all. Hong Wan said calmly, I didn't say it was related to the Wen Mansion. I was talking about Lord Wen Su. He has been dealing with that woman for so long. Maybe he can think of some clues. Humph. Li Ruo turned away. You clearly didn't say that at the time. Hong Wan said, Why didn't I say that? You misheard it. Enough. The Witch Queen had a headache and stopped the 2 in a deep voice. Li Ruo glared at Hong Wan inconspicuously. But Hong Wan ignored her and said seriously, There is one more thing to report to the Witch Queen. What is it? The Witch Queen said. The Wu Luoshas were injured. Hong Wan said. A trace of disbelief flashed across the Witch Queen's eyes. Wu Luoshas were injured. Who did it? Li Ruo also looked at Hong Wan, as if she was only concerned with arresting people and neglected to investigate the incident. Hong Wan thought for a moment and said, According to the Wu Luosha, it was the female hostage. The Witch Queen said thoughtfully. She doesn't look like she has any martial arts skills. This is also what surprised Hong Wan. She said, According to one of the Wu Luosha, the female hostage is the Holy King. But for some reason, The Holy King's aura on her body is sometimes there, and sometimes not. I dare to guess that she is wearing a treasure that suppresses the Holy King's aura. Obviously, the fourth-ranked Wu Luosha mistook Xiao Heijiang for Yuan on the street. As for the fact that one had a belly and the other didn't, he was only concerned with catching people at the time. So how could he study a woman's belly? Therefore, even Hongwan believed that the female hostage first appeared in the city, then strolled outside the city, and then was captured by the sergeant from the outside village. If the other party is the Holy King in his prime, it is not surprising that he has such strength. Holy King. A cold light flashed across the eyes of the Witch Queen. Are those people actually spies of the Holy Clan? Why? Do they want to avenge the Holy King of the past? Or do they want to take back the body of the Holy King? Li Ruo frowned and said, could it be that they captured His Highness Yi Yang not to exchange for the Witch King, but to exchange for the body of the Holy King? How could Zhou Jin collude with the Holy Clan? The Holy Clan and the Witch Clan are irreconcilable. Zhou Jin is a taboo in either side. Not to mention that the Witch Clan cannot tolerate him. The Holy Clan is no exception. Hongwan said, I always feel that things are not that simple. Witch Queen. Someone sent a letter. Outside the palace, a guard's report suddenly sounded. Hongwan and Li Ruo looked at the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen nodded lightly. Li Ruo walked out of the bedroom and took the secret letter from the guard. To prevent fraud, Li Ruo first opened the secret letter in front of the Witch Queen, and only presented the letter with both hands after confirming that there was no trap or poison. After reading the letter, the Witch Queen's face turned cold. She threw the letter away. Hongwan squatted down, picked up the letter, and looked at it. Tonight at midnight, on the ancient plank road in the west of the city, I want to see Yang and present the Witch King. So, they are still coming for the Witch King. Hongwan handed the letter to Li Ruo. After reading it, Li Ruo's face changed. That group of people is too arrogant. They blatantly threatened us to hand over the Witch King with His Highness Yi Yang. It is unbearable to threaten the Witch Queen. Not to mention that one of them is a Holy King. The Witch Queen has not forgotten her hatred for that woman for so many years. And now there is a person who is also a Holy King like her. It would be strange if the Witch Queen could swallow this breath. However, the Holy King is too powerful. Who can deal with her except the Witch King? But how can the Witch King deal with her? Not to mention that the Witch King has suffered backlash for so many years. Even if he wants to deal with him, he may not be able to do it. Li Ruo said worriedly, Witch Queen, do you really want to hand over the Witch King? If not, His Highness Yi Yang will be in trouble. The Witch Queen said coldly, am I so easily threatened? Do you really think that you can ride on my head with the Holy King? Hongwan looked at the Witch Queen's almost crazy expression, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Bring me my key, the Witch Queen said in a deep voice. Which key? Li Ruo asked. The Witch Queen signaled with her eyes, and Li Ruo walked to the treasure box, opened the third box on the right, and took out a golden key. This is... Hongwan was stunned. If she recognized it correctly, this was the key to the Hall of Light. The Witch Queen. Was the Witch Queen going to wake that person up? No way. That was a monster that even the Witch King could hardly deal with back then. It was the Witch King and the Saint King who joined forces to suppress it with great difficulty. The Witch King is not as powerful as before. The Saint King alone is no match for that monster. Once it is released, there is no way to suppress it back. Witch Queen, please think twice. Hongwan tried to stop her, but the Witch Queen has made up her mind. No one in the world can threaten her. Those who threaten her are all dead. Grandma, are you awake? You are here too? Yuan went to bed early and got up early. She had just washed up and was about to ask the kitchen to make some breakfast for the little ones. As a result, when she passed by Grandma's room, she saw that the door was wide open. Ing Shersan, Ing Lu, Mu Qing, and Zhou Jin were all inside. What's the matter? Yuan asked. The young lady is here, Ing Lu greeted and said. The young master asked us to pass the message to the Witch Queen and ask her to trade with him at the ancient plank road in the west of the city at midnight tonight. Trade Yi Yang for the Witch King? Yuan asked. That's right. Ing Lu nodded. Mu Qing touched the little brother's head. Don't be nervous. It will be fine. Zhou Jin said, I'm not nervous. Senior brother, don't be nervous either. Mu Qing held down his legs that couldn't help shaking. Oh. Ing Shersan said, they have 4 Wu Luosha in their hands. I guess all Wu Luosha will appear tonight. Are Wu Luosha very powerful? Yuan looked at her little fist. She beat a Wu Luosha down last time. Yuan said, Wu Luosha should be the most powerful master of the Wu clan. Right? As long as we are sure to beat them. We don't have to worry about not being able to get the Wu King back. The silent grandma spoke. If there are only Wu Luosha, there is nothing to worry about. He emphasized the word Wu. Yuan blinked strangely, from what grandma said. Is there a more powerful Rakshasa? Grandma pondered for a moment and said, the most powerful Rakshasa in the world is not the blood Rakshasa, nor the martial Rakshasa, but the soul Rakshasa. Soul Rakshasa? Yuan was stunned. She had never heard of it. That's right. Grandma nodded, opened the ancient book in her hand, looked at the creepy ghost totem and said, if the blood Rakshasa is an evil creature, then the soul Rakshasa is an out-and-out monster. The martial arts of masters are useless against it. Because? Chapter 659 The father-in-law and son-in-law meet, and are full of affection. Grandma calmed down and said, no one is in its hands. There is a chance to make a move. Today is the day when the second lady's nephew's mother's family is having his third day of marriage. Dawa promised to accompany her back to her mother's house. It is always difficult to take back the words that have been spoken. So just after breakfast, Dawa and the second lady got on the carriage and went to Nya Mansion. Dawa did not have time to participate in the conversation between Yuan and Grandma and her group. But he knew about the plan for tonight. After exchanging Yang for the Witch King, their mission in the Witch Tribe would be completely over. At that time, he would leave with them. He glanced at the woman beside him inconspicuously. And for some reason, his heart. What's wrong with the second master? The second lady turned her head and interrupted Dawa's thoughts with a soft voice. Ah! Nothing. Dawa turned his head and clenched his fist on his knees. I was thinking. I finally accompanied you to visit your parents. Have I done all the etiquette? The corners of the second wife's lips curved slightly. I have prepared everything. I hope the second master doesn't blame me for being too extravagant. How could it be? Dawa said without thinking. The second wife smiled, lowered her eyes, and played with the handkerchief in her hand. Suddenly, the wheel ran over a stone, and the carriage shook violently. The second wife screamed and threw herself forward. She was about to hit the oncoming wall of the carriage. Dawa quickly grabbed her and pulled her back. The force was too great, and the second wife fell straight into his arms. Although the two had slept in the same bed, they had never been really close. This was the first time that Dawa personally experienced the feeling of her in his arms. Dawa was stunned for a moment. Sorry. I hit something. Second master. Madam. Are you all right? The driver asked nervously. It's okay. The second madam hurriedly sat up straight, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her face flushed a little. Dawa had never been in contact with a woman before, and that just now really scared him. He didn't completely recover until he arrived at the Nya Mansion. It was no secret in the Wu clan's noble circle that Wen Su and the second madam were in harmony. In the early years, Wen Su was still whitewashing the peace under the power of the great elder and his biological father. As the relationship between the couple gradually broke down, Wen Su was too lazy to act in the end. Therefore, when Wen Su and the second madam appeared at the third-day baptism ceremony of young Master Nya, many guests were surprised. I heard that Wen Su had a vixen in a foreign tribe, and she got pregnant and brought her back to the Wen family. Is it true? It's absolutely true. Otherwise, why would he accompany Nya Wanru back home? He wanted Nya Wanru to accept the child. Wen Su has been messing around outside for a long time, but it's the first time he has had a child. He really doesn't take the mistress seriously. If Nya Wanru complained to the third elder about this, the third elder would definitely ask for an explanation from the Wen family. A group of people had their own ideas about Dawa's motives for accompanying the second lady back home. The second wife said nothing, but the group of people would not dare to approach her to ask. But there was one exception. Miss, the master is calling you. A maid from the Nya family walked into the flower hall and whispered to the second wife. I know. The second wife nodded and said to Wen Su, who was sitting upright, you come with me. It's good to go together. He doesn't know anyone here. If someone comes up to him and talks to him, he will definitely be exposed. The second wife took Dawa to the courtyard of the third elder. Before entering the study, a maid came over and said, the master said that he only saw the young lady. Please wait outside. Wait outside. Is the Nya Mansion short of a wing room for entertaining guests or something? This is clearly a show of power to Wen Su. The third elder watched Wensu grow up. When he was a child, he was pretty good, smart, sweet, and likable. Otherwise, how could he agree to this marriage? But who would have thought that Wensu would grow up to be such a crooked tree 10 years later? The third elder hated Wensu to death now. When he heard that Wensu brought back a vixen from outside, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It would be a miracle if he let Wensu come into the house and sit comfortably. Dawa didn't mind. Anyway, he was not a serious young man. What's wrong with standing? The air outside is good. Don't walk around. I'll be out soon, the second madam warned. Dawa said, don't worry. I'll wait for you outside. Don't rush out. I haven't seen your father for a long time. Talk to him more. The second madam looked at him, opened her mouth, and said, yeah. The second madam entered the study. The third elder not only heard about Wensu raising a vixen, but also heard more about it than the guests outside. That vixen was not a good thing. She used her power to confuse Wensu and set her sights on the Witch King. The disappearance of His Highness Hiyang was caused by that vixen. Fortunately, the Witch Queen was his biological sister. Otherwise, based on the nepotism between the two families, the Nya mansion would have been dragged down by the stupid son-in-law. Father. The second lady entered the room and saluted to the tall and majestic figure with a strong coldness. The third elder heard his daughter's voice and turned around. He thought he would see a tired and helpless face. But unexpectedly, his daughter looked better than ever before. You? The third elder was slightly stunned. Is father in good health? The second lady asked. I'm fine. Have you seen your mother? The third elder came to his senses and sat down on a chair nearby. The second lady made him a pot of tea, just like she did before she got married, and said, I was just about to go. I heard you called me on the way, so I came to pay my respects to you first. The third elder looked at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She was still thin, but she looked energetic. Her eyes were no longer like a pool of stagnant water, but like a flowing spring, with a hint of spirituality. But isn't it strange? Wensu obviously betrayed her like that. You? The third elder paused, and still felt that it was time to speak frankly. I've heard about Wensu's affairs. Don't worry. I won't let that vixen enter the gate of the Wen mansion. The Wen family can either have her or you. Or you can either have her. The second wife smiled softly. What are you laughing at? The third elder looked at his daughter strangely. The second wife handed the brewed tea to the third elder and said in a friendly manner, that woman is not a vixen. And the child is not Wensu's. What? The third elder frowned. The second wife smiled and said, it's not Wensu's. So father doesn't have to stand up for me. The third elder said seriously, you? Don't let him fool you with a few words. That kid is very good at coaxing women. Ah. Before he finished speaking, a scream from Dawa came from the yard. The two of them changed their expressions. And the third elder was about to go out to see what happened, but saw his daughter running out faster than him. The third elder almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. Didn't his daughter give up on Wensu a long time ago? Why was she still so nervous about him? Could it be that she was really fooled by the boy's sweet words? The father and daughter entered the yard one after the other, and saw that Wensu was thrown to the ground by a charming woman. Wensu was frightened and his eyes almost popped out, while the woman who was holding him down was charming and tender, with eyes staring straight, as if she was afraid that she could not seduce him away. The maid stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to go forward or not. How dare you? The second lady shouted. When Dawa saw her, it was as if he saw a life-saving straw. Madam. The second lady took 2 steps at a time and walked over, pulled the woman who was holding Dawa down, then squatted down and helped Dawa up, who was in pain. Dawa hid behind the second wife without saying a word. That woman was so scary. He just stood in the yard for a while, and she came to talk to him and touched him all over. He wanted to hide, but she wouldn't let him. During the tug-of-war, he fell down the steps. She pretended to pull her away, but she pressed him down instead. This was in broad daylight. The woman who was pushed away disdainfully adjusted the pearl flowers on her temples. The second wife blocked Dawa behind her, looked at her coldly and said, Aunt, please respect yourself. Dawa was stunned. This woman is the second wife's aunt. As if she had guessed his surprise. The second wife whispered, she is not a relative, but a cousin. That is also a real aunt. How dare she seduce her nephew's son-in-law? The third elder frowned at the servant. And the servant understood, and drove the somewhat confused aunt away. Dawa said in a daze, I originally. The second wife said, you had an affair with my aunt. Dawa. What kind of bastard is this? How can he have an affair with all the women in the world? The second wife said, my aunt is a little bit stupid. But she is beautiful and young. Dawa snorted, how is she beautiful? Not even half as pretty as you. The second wife pulled the handkerchief and turned away, her face blushing again. The third elder looked at his shy daughter, then looked at his silly son-in-law. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this son-in-law was more pleasing to the eye than before. Chapter 660 Soul Rakshasa is coming. There are 7 elders in the elder hall. Although the status of the third elder is not as good as that of the first elder, he is on good terms with the 4th elder and the 7th elder. When the Witch King was ill, the 2nd and 4th elders opposed the Witch King's coming to power. It was the 3rd elder who stepped forward and joined the 5th and 7th elders to stabilize the situation for the Witch Queen. Therefore, the influence of the 3rd elder should not be underestimated. Otherwise, would the 1st elder give Nyawanru such face? However, no matter how much the 1st elder values Nyawanru, it is not a woman's happiness. She should be in harmony with her husband and have many sons. That day, the 3rd elder's eyes never left his son-in-law, and the son-in-law did not realize that he was observing him, because his eyes were all on Nyawanru. Dawa didn't know anyone, and fearing that he would be exposed, he followed the second wife closely. When the second wife called for someone, he also called for someone. When the second wife sat down, he also sat down. Even when the second wife went to the toilet, he followed her to the door. The second wife blushed. You go wait for me outside. The ladies passing by laughed. Did Wensu change his temper, or was he kicked in the head by a donkey? And suddenly, he was so clingy to his wife? The 3rd elder was also inexplicably embarrassed. In the past, Wensu looked like a big-tailed wolf, but today he turned into a clingy puppy. The second wife didn't really need to go to the toilet, but her menstrual fluid was uncomfortable. She stayed in the toilet for a while, and when she left the yard, she saw Dawa let out a long sigh of relief. Dawa didn't say it, but his face was full of "you" finally came out. What would I do without you? The second wife lowered her eyes and slightly curved the corners of her lips. The look in his daughter's eyes could not deceive anyone, although he did not know how all this happened. Wensu did not bully his daughter anymore. The 3rd elder actually thought about whether Wensu's tenderness was fake or sincere. If it was sincere, it would be the best. If it was fake, 3rd elder. While thinking, a guard from the elder hall hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. The 3rd elder's face changed. Is this true? Does the great elder know? The guard said, he was the first to know. He has already rushed to the palace. The rest of the elders should be on the way now. Nonsense. It's really nonsense. With such a big thing happening, the 3rd elder was in no mood to celebrate his grandson's 3rd day. He quickly asked someone to prepare a carriage and headed towards the palace. When he arrived at the palace, all the elders had arrived. All the elders are here. Where is the great elder? He got off the carriage. The 5th elder, who was on good terms with him, said, the 1st elder has gone to the Hall of Light. I hope he can stop the Witch Queen in time. The monster must not be released. Even the 2nd and 5th elders, who were at odds with him, nodded in unison. Everyone present remembered that the Witch clan was almost destroyed. No one knew how the monster was made. By the time it was discovered, it was too late to get rid of it. Although they hated the spies of the Saint clan very much, they had to admit that it was fortunate that there were spies of the Saint clan. It took the combined power of the Saint King and the Witch King to suppress the monster. They wanted to kill it, but unfortunately they couldn't, which shows how powerful it is. The Witch Queen released such a scourge. Isn't it bringing disaster to the Witch clan? After killing the spies with the help of the monster, what can they use to kill the monster? Is the Witch Queen crazy? Even if the spies captured His Highness Young, they shouldn't be so impulsive. Yes, the monster can't be awakened. It all depends on the Great Elder. While several people were talking, a terrible roar broke out in the Hall of Light, and everyone's face changed drastically. The 4th elder tightly grasped the 3rd elder's arm. Oh no! The monster has awakened. It's too late. Indeed, Dawa and the 2nd wife went back home after attending the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Dawa got off the carriage, which slowly passed behind him. The 2nd wife lifted the curtain and looked back in his direction. but said nothing and quietly lowered the curtain. Is there something? Dawa looked up at the woman on the horse. His tone was so cold, as if they didn't know each other at all. Leroy narrowed his eyes, took off his hat, and said, "You have changed." Dawa's heart skipped a beat. What kind of magic potion did that vixen give you? You don't even look at me straight? When Sue used to flirt with her from time to time. The Witch Queen didn't give herself to him. But she had already been his. Just without a name. Leroy turned over and got off the horse, approaching Dawa step by step. Dawa's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Leroy stopped in front of him. What Hongwan can do for you, I can do too. Dawa was stunned. Did you ask Hongwan to sneak those little things out of the house? Ah? Do you care so much about that vixen? Are you willing to betray the Witch Queen for her? Leroy lifted his chin and said slowly, I said that Hongwan can help you. And so can I. I came here today to tell you a message. You'd better not go to the transaction tonight. Otherwise, you will die there. What does this mean? Did the Witch Queen send out a master who is more powerful than Wu Luosha? Are Yin Jioch and the others in danger? Dawa didn't care about dealing with Leroy, and turned into the alley next to him. Seeing such a hasty departure, Leroy stamped his feet in anger. I knew you haven't given up on that vixen. Leroy wanted to catch up and take a look. But when she thought about what was going to happen next, she felt that she should not give up her life in vain. Leroy jumped on the horse and said coldly, Dare to fight the Witch Queen. Wait and see how you die. It was the night of the full moon, and Yin Jiuchao was not convenient to go out. Yu Shaoqing, Ing Shersan, Ing Lu and Zhou Jin took Yang to exchange hostages. The reason for bringing Zhou Jin was that they were worried that the Witch Queen would let someone pretend to be the Witch King. Only Zhou Jin could tell whether the other party was the real Witch King. I want to go too, Zhou Yuyan said. I am worried about my junior brother. She is not weak in martial arts, so it doesn't matter if she goes. Yu Shaoqing nodded. Okay. Zhou Yuyan smiled happily, jumped to Ing Lu, and winked at Ing Lu. I'll protect you later. Aren't you going to protect your junior brother? Ing Shersan came over expressionlessly, standing between her and Ing Lu, separating the two of them at once. I protect my junior brother and Ing Lu as well. Zhou Yuyan pouted. I don't need your protection. Shersan will protect me, Ing Lu said seriously. Zhou Yuyan was choked by Ing Liu's incomprehension, and glared with her beautiful eyes. Idiot! Ing Lu was inexplicably called an idiot, and looked at Ing Shersan in confusion. Ing Shersan patted his shoulder. It's fine. Nothing's wrong. Ing Lu, oh. The group set off for the ancient plank road in the west of the city. Yi Yang and Zhou Jin were in the same car. Halfway through the journey, Yi Yang woke up. He already knew that he was kidnapped by this group of people, and that they were going to exchange him for his father. What he didn't know was that the man was also Zhou Jin's father. You guys want to take my father away? No way. You saints. None of you are good. Yi Yang naturally classified them as saints' spies. After all, no one except the saints would be so bold as to go against the witches. Zhou Jin ignored him. Yi Yang secretly raised his knife. He had practiced martial arts, so it was no problem for him to knock a child unconscious. After a while, he would knock Zhou Jin unconscious and take Zhou Jin hostage and leave here. But before he could strike with his knife, Xiao Gugu slapped him in the face. Yi Yang cried out in pain. You will be punished. My mother will kill you. Zhou Jin still ignored this spoiled prince. He opened the curtain of the car window and looked up at the endless night. Ing Shersan rode beside the car and asked him, What are you looking at? The stars, Zhou Jin said. Ing Shersan also looked up at the sky. What's wrong with the stars tonight? Zhou Jin said firmly, The purple star is dark, and the moon is bright. This is a sign of great misfortune. Great misfortune? Before Ing Shersan finished speaking, a faint female singing voice came from the front. Ethereal and quiet, like the sound of nature, but it was vague and a little unreal. All the stars in the night sky were covered by clouds, and only a round moon was hanging high in the sky. The woman's singing voice was getting closer, as ethereal and beautiful as the singing of a mermaid at sea. The woods on both sides became silent, and even the sound of the wind could no longer be heard. The singing voice was getting closer and clearer, and along with the singing voice came a series of pleasant copper bell sounds. Zhou Yuyan suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Look! What is that? Chapter 661 Slurp the Little Black Ginger. As soon as Zhou Yuyan finished speaking, everyone looked in the direction of her finger. At the end of the ancient plank road, The night was heavy. The hazy moonlight poured down, and a faint white mist lingered in the forest. A graceful figure walked out of the mist, covered with a galaxy-like moonlight. Her clothes were very strange. She only wore a red top that was slightly larger than her bellyband, revealing a pair of white swan-like snow necks and a pair of slender arms. She wore a pair of wide trousers of the same color under her belly button, and the trouser legs were tightened, making her ankles like jade carvings delicate and slender. She was barefoot, with a copper bell tied with a red rope on her white ankle, and a red neon dress on her wrist. She walked towards them swayingly. Every step she took, a pleasant copper bell sounded at her feet, which was slightly different from the copper bell sound they had heard before. It was not strong, but it was pleasant to the ears and struck people's hearts. She was hidden in the light and shadow, without revealing her face, but everyone was attracted by her figure and charm, which they had never seen before. Zhou Yuyan couldn't even find her own voice. Her eyes were wide open, and she almost stared out. How could there be such a charming woman in the world? Isn't she too beautiful? This was not just Zhou Yuyan's feeling. Even Ing Shursan, who always looked down on these girls, felt a charming aura from this woman. You know, after seeing Zhang's mother and daughter and Yin Xiuqiao, there was no more beauty in the world. But this woman seemed to let them see another kind of beauty in the world. Squeak! Little Gugu screamed. Zhou Jin was a child, and he was the first to come to his senses. He said in a clear tone, "Be careful. There is a trick." This sentence made everyone feel like they were hit by a blow. Yu Shaoqing drew his sword, blocked in front of several people, and said seriously, "Cheer up. Don't fall into her trap." Zhou Yuyan covered her heart and almost fell off her horse. The few glances she had just given to the woman seemed to have drained all her strength. She couldn't even use her power at this moment. She asked fearfully, "What is this? Is it an illusion? Or a charm? Both. And neither. This is a kind of witchcraft that is superior to illusion and charm. No wizard can break it. Not even the Witch King." Zhou Jin looked at the woman solemnly. Then the woman stepped on her toes, lightly jumped onto the top of a big tree, and sat down gracefully and flexibly. The moonlight sprinkled on her delicate jade feet, and on both sides were colorful clothes falling down. The beauty was like a painting, and the painting was like a spirit. A string of silver bell-like laughter flowed from her lips and teeth. This was probably the most beautiful laughter they had ever heard. "It's really interesting. Who are you?" She actually looked at them and spoke. Her voice was more beautiful than her laughter, just like the sound of nature. "Who are you?" Zhou Jin asked. Child?" She smiled with her lips covered, as if there was a hint of surprise, and looked at Zhou Jin and said, "You are still a great wizard. I haven't seen such a young great wizard in the heaven for a long time. I haven't seen you for a long time. Has there ever been such a young wizard in the heaven realm?" Everyone was surprised. Is there any child with better talent than Zhou Jin in the history of the wizard clan? "Who are you?" Zhou Jin asked calmly. "I am Wushang Yueji," she said with a smile. "Or, you can call me Soul Rakshasa." "What? She is Soul Rakshasa?" Zhou Yuyan was stunned. Isn't it said that Soul Rakshasa is an unforgivable monster? Before coming here, she didn't know how many Soul Rakshasas she imagined. Ferocious, bloody and brutal, hideous, but definitely not the beautiful woman in front of her who is as beautiful as a mountain spirit. "I want the 2 children in the carriage. And the rest?" Wushang Yueji's meaningful eyes swept across the group of people riding in the carriage, and suddenly the corner of her lips curled up. She pointed her toes, and her light figure swept out. "Be careful," Ing Shursan said. The woman responded with a silver bell-like laughter, and almost at the same time as the laughter, the woman's figure came to Ing Shursan's side. Before Ing Shursan could react, he felt someone touching his face. His alarm bells rang, and he raised his hand to block. The hand, again, was on his waist. "Good waist," the woman said with a smile. Ing Shursan was angry and swung a sword at the woman, but the woman dodged easily, and entangled with Ing Lu like a ghost, sitting on Ing Lu's horseback. Her hand touched Ing Lu's slender hand. "Good hand." Ing Lu was angry. The woman laughed again. Her figure swept away, and flew towards Zhou Yuyan. What beautiful eyes! After her fingertips brushed Zhou Yuyan's eyes, she leaped again and flew towards Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing had guessed what she was going to do, based on the principle that my body belongs to Ashu. And no woman can touch me except Ah Shu and his child. Yu Shaoqing fell off the horse without hesitation and fell flat on his face. However, he was told to avoid the woman's hand. The woman was shocked. She didn't expect this man to be so stupid. She pointed her toes, and her colorful clothes danced lightly, flying back to the treetops. I don't want your lives. Leave the things I touched. The things she touched were Ing Shursan's waist, Ing Lu's hands, and Zhou Yuyan's eyes. How to leave them? Cut it off. Cut it off. And dig it out for her. The woman didn't care what the others thought. Her eyes fell back on Yu Shaoqing. As for you, let me think. Your nose is so beautiful. I wonder where. While she said with a smile, she actually looked at the place she shouldn't have looked at. Yu Shaoqing blocked him with his sword. You, don't even think about it. He belongs to Ah Shu. Every hair on his body is Ah Shu's. The woman smiled smartly. I never want something that I can't keep. Ing Shursan clenched the sword in his hand. Shursan. Ing Lu whispered to him. Are you not able to use your strength? Ing Shursan pinched his fingers. Yes. Too much. From the moment he saw this woman, he felt that all his strength was out of his control. Grandma was right. No one could attack in front of Soul Rakshasa. Ing Shursan didn't believe in evil. He cut his fingers and tried to regain control of his inner strength through pain. However, before he could make a move, he saw the woman's sharp eyes looking at him. His head suddenly hurt, as if it was torn apart alive. The next second, his eyes went black and he fell off the horse. Shursan. Ing Lu reached out to hug him and fell down with him. Xiao Lu. Zhou Yuyan wanted to grab Ing Lu, but she couldn't even lift her hands. Junior brother, do you have any way to deal with her? Zhou Jin's eyes were cold, and the powerful magic power was about to attack the woman. The woman smiled lightly. I don't want to kill you yet. Don't force me to do it. After saying that, Zhou Jin's magic power could no longer be used. Do you know what a soul Rakshasa is? The woman held her chin and half squinted her eyes and said, a Rakshasa that can capture, devour, and kill souls. At the end of the sentence, her smile froze. Everyone was secretly shocked. Zhou Yuyan had an ominous premonition in her heart. What are you going to do? The woman smiled lightly and pointed her fingertips at Zhou Yuyan's eyebrows. Zhou Yuyan instantly felt something being emptied from her mind. She held her head in fear. Yu Shaoqing saw that the situation was not good and took out a box from his arms. This is a simplified version of the 1000 machine box, with only a few switches inside. Yu Shaoqing put a dart. Without even turning her head, the woman smiled at Yu Shaoqing. And Yu Shaoqing saw that the dart that was supposed to be shot at the woman suddenly changed its course and shot towards him. The speed of this dart was not very fast, but who could make him use his internal strength at the moment? Seeing that the dart was about to hit his heart, a black shadow fell from the sky, blocked in front of him, caught the dart, and shot it towards the woman fiercely. The woman narrowed her eyes. She did not move. However, when the dart was about to hit, her figure disappeared. Ing Lu was shocked. What a fast body movement. Interesting. Hee. Really interesting. The sky was filled with the woman's playful laughter, making it difficult to tell where she was. Yu Shaoqing looked at the small black shadow blocking him, and somehow he felt that this figure was familiar. However, before he could ask, the little black shadow suddenly flew up into the air and grabbed coldly towards the night. The woman was caught. Her throat was pinched in the other party's cold hands. The woman looked at the stunning face under the cloak and smiled. You are the first person who can catch the soul Rakshasa. You have successfully attracted my attention. As a reward, how about letting you be my wife? What is the wife of the village? Ing Shursan and his men were wondering, and they saw the woman whose throat was pinched by their own wife suddenly waved her colorful clothes. Then, something incredible happened. The moment the colorful clothes fell, the woman's appearance and clothes changed, and she turned into a stunning man. Xiao He Jiang immediately. Chapter 662, Little Black Jiang Fights Soul Rakshasa. When Ing Lu and Ing Shursan heard the slurping sound, they felt that they had lost their temper. Madam, you have a husband. Hold on. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. I can't breathe. Little Black Jiang's heart is about to burst. How can there be such a beautiful person in the world? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Ing Lu jumped up anxiously. Madam, do you still remember Yu Sanlang from Lotus Village? My wife. The man called her seductively, raised his hand, and touched her with his fingertips. Little Black Jiang punched down with his little fist. But it missed. The man disappeared. Zhou Yuyan and Zhou Jin may not know someone's ability, but Ying Lu and Ying Shur-san are very familiar with him. Soul Rakshasa is the first one who can get the upper hand from their madam. They seriously suspected that this Soul Rakshasa was not real, but just an illusion. Otherwise, how could anyone be fast enough to dodge their wife's fists? However, the touch of Soul Rakshasa still remained on Ying Shur-san's waist and Ying Lu's hands, as if reminding them that this Soul Rakshasa was real. Xiao Heijiang looked at the silent forest and frowned unhappily. The next second, a warm breath came, and Xiao Heijiang's waist was hugged from behind. A low and magnetic voice sounded slowly in Xiao Heijiang's ears. "My wife. I'm here." Xiao Heijiang didn't let him escape this time. Xiao Heijiang grabbed his wrist and pulled him in front of him. Then Xiao Heijiang grabbed his neck, flew into the air, and slammed him against the tree. The progress was basically a sure thing. But at this moment, the man who was grabbed by Xiao Heijiang suddenly showed his charm. And his face, which was already fascinating, became even more beautiful. Slurp. Xiao Heijiang couldn't control himself again. Ying Lu's heart was in his throat. "Madam, calm down. Calm down. I can't be calm anymore. Ah! How can someone be so beautiful? Xiao Heijiang's little fist can't hit him anymore." The man looked at her affectionately. "Be careful. He's taking souls," Zhou Jin shouted. Xiao Heijiang threw the man in his hand out. The man hit another big tree, pointed his toes, spun in the air, and disappeared the embarrassment and awkwardness of hitting the tree, and landed on a branch elegantly and beautifully. The man had a black folding fan in his hand. He opened it to cover his face. His peach blossom eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. "You are really capable to see through my soul-stealing technique. No wonder the Witch Queen wants to get rid of you," he said, loosening his muscles and bones, sighing and saying, "I have slept for so many years, and my skills have become rusty. No one could escape when I stole souls before." He looked at the falling moon and said with a smile, "It's almost dawn. I will accompany you to play here today. Next time we meet, you must be well. I will personally get what I want." Ying Lu subconsciously pressed his hands. Zhou Yuyan subconsciously covered her eyes. And as for Ying Shur-san, although he did not move much, his waist and abdomen still froze for a moment. "There are still souls that I haven't taken away," the man said with a smile, looking at Xiao Heijiang meaningfully. "I will come back again." A shadow flashed towards the carriage. "I will take His Highness Yang away. See you later." When this voice sounded, he had already led his men out of the dense forest. Soul Rakshasa disappeared, and Zhou Yuyan and others felt that their internal strength was gradually recovering. It was strange that the man clearly did not use pressure and internal strength on them, but they just couldn't use their strength. Is this the so-called living soul suppression? Zhou Yuyan's brain and experience are not enough to figure out these things. What she is most worried about at this moment is the safety of her junior brother. "Junior brother, are you okay?" When mentioning junior brother, one cannot help but think of Yi Yang, who was in the same carriage with him. The Yi Yang who was finally captured was captured by Han Lusha for nothing. Zhou Yuyan was furious. Han Lusha was so scary that it would not be so easy to capture another hostage in the future. Zhou Yuyan opened the curtain in annoyance. What shocked her was that there was no junior brother in the carriage. There was only a trembling little Yi Yang. "You? Weren't you taken away?" Zhou Yuyan was stunned. Ying Lu and Ying Shur-san also came over. Yi Yang looked at Zhou Yuyan, then at them, and burst into tears. "I want to know too. Shouldn't I be taken away? Why am I still here? Ah, I won't do it." Yi Yang cried loudly. "Shur-san, why is this happening?" Ying Lu asked puzzledly. Ying Shur-san paused and said, "I think he must have caught the wrong person and took Zhou Jin away as Yi Yang." Ying Lu was stunned. How could he be wrong? He didn't look at the portrait, and he didn't ask about the age. One is 12, and the other is 9. How can it be wrong? What's more, Zhou Jin is a wizard and Yi Yang is an ordinary person. Even if they only recognize the aura, they won't be confused. Ying Shur-san said, "It seems that Zhou Jin used an illusion on Han Lusha and deliberately made Han Lusha admit his mistake." Ying Lu was more and more confused. How could Han Lusha be so powerful and fall into Zhou Jin's illusion? Ying Shur-san looked at the sky and saw a little white light. "Did you notice what he said just now?" He said, "I have been sleeping for so many years, and my skills have become rusty. And it's almost dawn. I think his hasty departure and his sudden fall into Zhou Jin's illusion are related to this. Ing Lu seemed to have an epiphany. What you said seems to make sense. Among them, only the wife can deal with Han Luxia. But his wife is completely fascinated by Han Luxia's beauty. In other words, Han Luxia may not have no chance of winning if he fights with the wife again. But he chose to withdraw at the critical moment. Ing Shursen pondered for a moment and said, logically speaking, with Zhou Jin's realm, he should not be able to see through his soul-stealing technique. But Zhou Jin saw through it, which means that his skills had already begun to show flaws at that time. Zhou Jin figured this out. So he took the risk and cast an illusion on him. If it succeeds, it's the best. But if it doesn't matter. Anyway, with his wife here, he can't hurt Zhou Jin. The Witch Queen wanted to save her son, but it turned out to be a fake son. If the Witch Queen knew the truth, she would vomit blood. Of course, compared with the Witch Queen's reaction, Ing Lu was more concerned about Zhou Jin's safety. Ing Lu thought for a moment and said, in this case, won't we have another hostage in the hands of the Witch Queen? Will Zhou Jin be in danger? Ing Shursen shook his head. No. Zhou Jin can cast an illusion on Soul Rakshasa, so he can cast an illusion on the Witch Queen. He is a great wizard in the heavenly realm. No one can see through him except Soul Rakshasa and the Witch King. I guess Soul Rakshasa can't see through him for the time being. And the Witch King won't expose him even if he sees through him. It's 100 benefits for us to have Zhou Jin lurking in the Witch Queen's palace. Hearing him say this, Ing Lu felt relieved. But when he thought of something, Ing Lu frowned again. You say, what's the matter with this Soul Rakshasa? It's so powerful. But it didn't last long. Ing Shursen said, I'm also confused. I'm afraid we have to go back and ask Grandma. Several people planned to ask Yu Shaoqing to go home, and saw Yu Shaoqing staring at someone's heroic back. The more Yu Shaoqing looked at her, the more familiar she looked. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, Are you? The little black shadow turned his back to him and did not come back. He raised his hand and said in a low voice, I am not. After that, he used his lightness skills to disappear in the rolling mountains. Ing Lu and Ing Shursen were alarmed. It was over. She was going to be exposed. The master did not even ask her who she was. But she denied it. This was too obvious. But Yu Shaoqing patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She said she was not. I was scared to death. I thought Ah Shu was here. Ing Lu. Ing Shursen. This, too, works. The group took the crying Yi Yang back to the courtyard of the second wife of the Wen mansion. Yuan got up early and was drying herbs in the courtyard. When she looked up, she saw that several people had returned. Yi Yang was also there. But Zhou Jin was gone. Huh? What happened? She asked. Ing Lu said dejectedly, It's a long story. Anyway, the Witch Queen sent out the Soul Rakshasa to take away His Highness Yi Yang. But she took the wrong person. But don't worry, madam. Zhou Jin will be fine. Yuan believed that Zhou Jin would not do anything he was not sure of. He was a child. But he was also the descendant of the Witch King and the Saint King. He was born with a different destiny. Yuan paused and said, By the way, the Witch Clan really has Soul Rakshasa. When I heard Grandma mention Soul Rakshasa, I thought it was just a legend. Ing Lu said, This Soul Rakshasa is a bit strange. Why is it strange? Yuan asked. It was very powerful before. But suddenly, Ing Lu told Yuan about the whole story of the appearance of Soul Rakshasa. Of course, he did not reveal the identity of Xiao Heijiang in his words, but only said that he was a master who secretly protected the young master. Yuan touched her chin and murmured, So? He is a king at night and bronze at dawn? What bronze? Ing Lu didn't hear clearly. Yuan smiled awkwardly, Nothing. Grandma is awake. Let's go ask him. Chapter 663 The Truth About Soul Rakshasa. The brave little Goo. Grandma also knows a little about witchcraft, and can observe the stars and tell fortunes. When she observed the stars last night, she felt that things would not go too smoothly. Sure enough, they encountered Soul Rakshasa. The mission failed. Ing Lu said regretfully. Grandma sat down at the table and poured a few people some tea for concentration. You are lucky to be able to save your life after encountering Soul Rakshasa. What's more, Zhou Jin sneaked into the palace. Right? So it's not a mission failure. It can only be said that they competed with the Witch Queen in another form. Grandma was very frugal with words, and rarely talked to them so much. It seems that the appearance of Soul Rakshasa made even Grandma feel alert. But why did he escape at dawn when he was so powerful before? Yuan used the word escape, which didn't sound very appropriate. How could Hun Luosha escape? He was a unique master in the world. However, considering Hun Luosha's realm and the situation at that time, it seemed that Hun Luosha had run too fast. In order to better find medicine for Yin Qiuqiao, Grandma was reading books and classics from all over the world. After entering the Wen mansion, through the convenience of Wen Su and the second wife, he also got a lot of the elders' books. And there was a note in it that mentioned this Wu clan's Hun Luosha. Do you know who this Hun Luosha's predecessor was? Grandma asked. Predecessor? Yuan paused, thinking of the Rakshasa king of Hades. The predecessor of the Rakshasa king was the head of the Sang family. Could the predecessor of this Soul Rakshasa also have a great origin? Yuan looked at Grandma and said, his methods are so powerful. Could it be the Witch King? Isn't it said that he is proficient in illusion and charm? These two are branches of witchcraft. In this way, he actually has very powerful witchcraft. Ing Lu took a breath weakly. That's not right. The Witch King and the wizards are very weak, but his Qigong is very powerful. Yuan said, nothing is absolute in the world. The Gu master does not practice martial arts. But a Wei is a master. He is still a master among masters. Ing Lu nodded in sudden enlightenment. That makes sense. Could it be that Soul Rakshasa is really the Witch King? Grandma said with a complicated expression. Soul Rakshasa is not the Witch King. But Soul Rakshasa has devoured 3 Witch Kings. What? What? Devoured 3 Witch Kings? Ing Lu suspected that he had heard wrongly. Does the Witch clan have so many Witch Kings? And 3 of them were devoured in a row. How does it devour? Yuan asked. Soul stealing. Grandma said. Soul Rakshasa can absorb the memories of all masters and use them for itself. Everyone shuddered. Ing Shursan and others have been in the martial arts world for many years, and have heard of many disputes over skills and internal strength. Masters of the same type can often absorb the internal strength of their companions. For example, Shura can absorb Shura, but Shura cannot absorb Blood Rakshasa, because their skills repel each other and are prone to go astray, or even die from blocked tendons and veins. But from what Grandma said, it seems that there is no such problem for the Soul Rakshasa. It can accommodate any kind of internal force and learn any kind of skills. What's more terrible is that it even keeps the memories of the original owner. What will happen to the person whose soul is captured? Yuan asked. Grandma said, they will forget who they are, their own skills and internal strength. In mild cases, they will become idiots. And in severe cases, they may become a living dead. Just like Yin Qiuqiao absorbed the skills and memories of the Ghost King? Yuan remembered that after Yin Qiuqiao absorbed the skills and memories of the Ghost King, he did become a little fool. Grandma paused, and seemed to think that this matter was a bit strange. But soon, he shook his head and said, Qiuqiao's situation is different from that of the Ghost King. The Ghost King was attacked by Xiaobao, and his own skills were backfired. His tendons and veins were reversed, and all his skills poured into Qiuqiao's body. As for the Ghost King's memory, although I can't explain it, it should be just a coincidence. Is that so? Yuan murmured. Grandma continued. This monster is very powerful. It has devoured 3 Witch Kings. Therefore, even Zhou Jin's biological father is no match for it. If the Saint King had not been in the tribe and helped Zhou Jin's father, I'm afraid this monster would have destroyed the entire witch tribe. So scary. Zhou Yuyan tightened her fingers and unconsciously moved closer to Ing Lu. Ing Lu felt Zhou Yuyan move a step towards him. He didn't think the girl was approaching him on purpose. But men and women should not be intimate, so he should not touch the girl. So he moved closer to Ing Shursan. Zhou Yuyan saw him walk away, and quietly moved closer. Ing Lu also moved a step again. Zhou Yuyan moved again. Ing Lu also moved again. Ing Shursan couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his slender and powerful arms, hugged Ing Lu's thin waist, and brought him into his arms. The others were so absorbed in studying the matter of Soul Rakshasa that they did not notice the little movement of the 3 people. Yuan added, but Ing Lu said that Soul Rakshasa was very strong at one moment and very weak at another moment, and escaped at dawn. What's going on? Grandma looked at the flowers and plants waving in the wind in the yard and said, back then, Soul Rakshasa was suppressed by the Holy King and the Witch King, and has been in a coma. If I guess correctly, it has not completely awakened. What you see is just a shadow of it. Shadow. Shadow? Yuan blinked strangely. Grandma nodded, or it can be said to be a clone. A puppet controlled by it using puppetry. Grandma had used such a trick before. When she was fighting against the Nanzhao State Master, Grandma used puppetry to control the Nanzhao State Master, causing the Nanzhao State Master to accidentally kill a black messenger of the Ghost Clan. But that kind of puppetry was short-lived and single, far less varied than the Soul Rakshasa. Yuan was convinced. A puppet is so powerful. I really don't know its true identity. Yinglu suddenly said, by the way, Grandma, is it a man or a woman? Grandma shook her head. I don't know. No one knows. It is said that the only person who has really seen it is Zhou Jin's mother. It was Zhou Jin's mother who sealed it in the coffin with her own hands. Unfortunately, Zhou Jin's mother has passed away, so its appearance and whether it is a man or a woman have become a mystery. The coffin that sealed its true self was suppressed in the Hall of Light. Even the Witch Queen had not been able to completely open the coffin. The Witch Queen only awakened part of its consciousness and made a short deal with it. Grandma frowned and said, but I think it's not so easy for it to wake up completely. Its deal with the Witch Queen has just begun. It will need the Witch Queen in the future. Otherwise, it would not have agreed to help the Witch Queen take back Yi Yang before it fully woke up. Its sudden weakening of power is also related to this. Yuan held her chin and said, is it a night owl? It is so strong at night, and it has to go back to sleep at dawn. Grandma said, in the future, it will wake up longer and longer, and its power will become stronger and stronger, and it will become more and more difficult to deal with. Will Zhou Jin be in danger? Compared to how to kill it, Yuan is more concerned about the little Zhou Jin at the moment. In order to prevent the Witch Queen from succeeding, the child has sacrificed himself. He did it not just for the Witch King, but also for Yan Xiaoqiao to get the Witch King's tears smoothly. Grandma pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Jin had better escape from Soul Rakshasa before he wakes up for the second time. Otherwise, Soul Rakshasa will definitely see through him. The book says that Soul Rakshasa is vindictive and arrogant. If it finds out that it has been trapped by a child's illusion, it will be angry and will definitely kill Zhou Jin. On the flat official road, a carriage drove slowly towards the direction of the palace. In the carriage sat a sleeping man, and next to the man was a handsome child. The child was only 8 or 9 years old, but he had a calmness and temperament beyond his age. When the carriage was about to enter the palace gate, the man's eyebrows moved slightly. Zhou Jin secretly clenched his fingers. Although he sat upright, he was always paying attention to the man next to him. The man had slept all the way. He knew that once the man woke up, he would recover some strength, and his illusion would be broken. Enter the palace quickly. Enter the palace quickly. Zhou Jin prayed silently in his heart. Once he entered the palace, he could get rid of the man. Little Gugu jumped out of Zhou Jin's arms, jumped on his hand, and looked at him without blinking. Zhou Jin made a silent gesture to it and said silently, don't wake him up. If he wakes up, I'm finished. Little Gugu tilted his little head and sat firmly in Zhou Jin's palm. Neither the man nor Gu made any noise. Unfortunately, when the carriage was about to enter the palace, the wheels ran over a stone, and the carriage shook violently. The man's head hit the door panel, and he was about to wake up. Little Gugu jumped up and slapped the man with a big slap. Zhou Jin. Chapter 664 Domineering Witch Queen. A special guard was waiting at the palace gate. The moment the guard opened the curtain, Zhou Jin used witchcraft on him. When the guard saw His Highness Yi Yang, he knew that the master sent by the Witch Queen had returned. He was busy taking him to the Witch Queen's palace. But in a trance, he seemed to hear His Highness Yi Yang say, I'm tired. Let's go back to my own palace first. Yes. The guard replied in a daze. The guard led the carriage and sent Zhou Jin to Yi Yang's palace first, and then took the sleeping man to the Witch Queen's palace. It was expected that the man fell asleep, and the Witch Queen did not show much surprise. She asked the guard, where is His Highness Yi Yang? The guard said, His Highness is tired. So he went back to the palace to rest. The Witch Queen nodded, without doubt, glanced at the sleeping man, and ordered, send him to the Palace of Light. Yes. The guard took the order and left. With her son back, the Witch Queen, who had been cold for many days, finally had a smile on her face. She couldn't wait to go to Yi Yang's palace. As the guard said, Yi Yang was tired, and had already rested in the palace. All the maids were guarding outside the gate. When they saw the Witch Queen, several of them saluted together and whispered, respectful to the Witch Queen. This was to avoid waking up His Highness Yi Yang. The Witch Queen nodded in agreement and asked, "Where is Yi Yang? Is he asleep?" One of the maids said, "Yes, Witch Queen. His Highness is asleep. His Highness said not to disturb him, and asked us to guard outside. Yi Yang used to like to be lively and always had people around him. Not to mention that he kicked all the maids out. Although his behavior was a bit strange, it was not surprising that he would isolate himself because he must have been frightened after being kidnapped." The Witch Queen entered the room distressed. Zhou Jin sat quietly at the head of the bed. The Witch Queen's eyes fell on his face. "You are..." Zhou Jin's eyes tightened. The Witch Queen was panicked for a moment, and soon smiled gently. "Yi Yang, you're back." She walked quickly towards Zhou Jin, sat down on the edge of the bed, and hugged Zhou Jin in her arms. "I'm worried about my mother. Did they do anything to you?" "No," the Witch Queen heard Yi Yang say. "That's good." The Witch Queen let him go, looked at him steadily and said, "Where have you been kidnapped these days? Is it related to your uncle?" After the words fell, the Witch Queen heard Yi Yang say, "I don't know where. I fell asleep. Woke up in a small courtyard, and didn't see my uncle. They must be on guard against Yi Yang." So Yi Yang didn't recognize the place where they were hiding. As for Wen Su, after all, he is her brother. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the Witch Queen is unwilling to suspect that he participated in the kidnapping of Yi Yang. The Witch Queen stroked Yi Yang's cheek and said, "It doesn't matter. Mother will find out clearly. Mother will make those people pay the price. I'm tired and want to sleep." Okay. You sleep for a while. Mother will go to handle official business, and come to see you later." After the Witch Queen tucked in the corners of Zhou Jin's quilt, she went out reluctantly. Casting witchcraft is also very laborious. As soon as she left, Zhou Jin collected his witch power, lowered the curtain, and conserved his energy to preserve his strength. The Witch Queen, Hong Wan, came down and said with a complicated look, "Oh no! Something happened in the Witch Hall." The court of the Witch Clan, also called the Witch Hall, is where the Witch Clan discusses political affairs. Because of Yi Yang's disappearance, the Witch Queen has not been to the Witch Hall for several days in a row. But she also understands that the Witch Hall will make a fuss today, not because she neglected political affairs, but because she did something she shouldn't have done. The Witch Queen's gentleness in front of Yi Yang has disappeared, replaced by a dark indifference. She is like a rebellious black phoenix, dragging a long black and gold skirt behind her. And she went to the Witch Hall with full aura. The Witch Hall has exploded, and all the elders have arrived, arguing over the Witch Queen's actions yesterday. How can the Witch Queen do this? Doesn't she know that there are great risks in doing so? The Witch Queen is also trying to save His Highness Yi Yang. There will always be other ways to save His Highness Yi Yang. Do you have to release the monster? Isn't this courting disaster? Fourth Elder, don't say such harsh words. If she has the ability, she shouldn't do such an ugly thing. Stop arguing, the First Elder shouted, and the Witch Hall was quiet. But it didn't last long. The Fourth Elder started to sneer again. "First Elder, the Witch Queen is your own daughter, so you naturally speak for her. But this time, it's not a question of whether you are on her side or not. What she did has endangered the entire Witch Clan. I second the proposal to take back her power to manage government affairs. She is the Witch Queen, so she should go back to the palace and be her own queen." "Who will go back to the palace and be her own queen?" A cold and domineering voice sounded from the door of the Witch Hall. Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw the Witch Queen walking towards them with an arrogant look. The dazzling eyes followed her, making her look like the master of all things. The Fourth Elder, who was aggressive a second ago, was silent in an instant when he saw her fierce momentum. The Witch Queen's majesty over the years is not all flattery. She has her own iron-blooded wrist, as well as her scheming and means that make people fear. I have not been here for only a few days, and the Witch Hall has turned upside down. The First Elder is still here. Is the Fourth Elder going to turn upside down? The Witch Queen looked at the Fourth Elder and said with a smile. The Fourth Elder was choked. The Second Elder stepped forward and said calmly, "It's just right that the Witch Queen came. What we are discussing is related to the Witch Queen." With just one sentence, the spearhead was turned. This old man, who was born a few years later than the First Elder and miss the position of chief elder is definitely not so easy to deal with. The Witch Queen smiled faintly and said, "What are you discussing that is related to me?" "I heard that the Witch Queen released the soul Rakshasa," the second elder said directly. Hearing this, the Witch Queen was surprised. "Oh, who did this second elder hear this? That is a big monster that threatens the Witch clan. Why would I release it?" The second elder frowned. The fourth elder snorted coldly, "But last night, we clearly all felt the breath of soul Rakshasa." The Witch Queen smiled bitterly and said, "That's because the seal of the Holy King and the Witch King has failed, and soul Rakshasa has awakened. I am trying to seal it back. I guess someone must have misinformed the news, causing the elders to misunderstand." The second elder looked at her suspiciously. "Are you serious?" The Witch Queen said sincerely, "It's true. I am the queen of the Witch clan. Would I do anything to harm the Witch clan?" The monster was sealed by the Witch King with great difficulty. How could I let him down in vain? Speaking of which, instead of listening to rumors and criticizing my mistakes, the elders should think of a way to suppress the awakening monster. Everyone started talking again. Did they blame the Witch Queen wrongly? It wasn't the Witch Queen who released the monster, but the monster awakened on its own, and the Witch Queen could no longer suppress it. Does the Witch King know about this? The second elder asked seriously. The Witch Queen sighed and said, "His health is getting worse and worse. I was hesitating whether to tell him. You know, he doesn't have much witch power left. Even if he knew about this, he might not be able to do anything." The elder folded his hands and said, "We have wrongly blamed the Witch Queen. Please don't blame her." The Witch Queen smiled and said, "How can I blame the elders? You are all thinking about the Witch clan. I was careless. I should have informed everyone as soon as this happened, instead of hiding it and trying to solve it myself. I still underestimated the ability of the soul Rakshasa." The elder looked at everyone and said earnestly, "Elders, the misunderstanding has been explained. The Witch Queen is innocent. No matter who spread the rumors, I will punish them severely. Next, I hope we will stop fighting among ourselves, work together, and brainstorm, and don't let that monster come out to harm the Witch clan." The fourth elder exchanged a look with the second elder. The second elder signaled him not to be impulsive. The fourth elder turned his face away in frustration. The fifth elder and the seventh elder looked at the third elder together. It was obvious that they were suspicious of the Witch Queen's statement. But the third elder did not speak. They were on good terms with the third elder and temporarily gave him face. A storm was temporarily suppressed. Several elders left one after another, leaving only the eldest elder. The eldest elder called the Witch Queen. "Wait a minute. I have something to tell you." The Witch Queen dismissed the servants, and only she and the eldest elder were left in the huge witch hall. She called him grandfather softly. The elder looked at her solemnly. "Tell me the truth. Did you awaken the soul Rakshasa?" "Yesterday." The elder got the news and rushed to the Hall of Light. But at that time, the Witch Queen had already come out of the Hall of Light. The Witch Queen's face was frighteningly pale, and she didn't look like she could talk to anyone. She sat on the imperial carriage and returned to the palace. After all, they were his own flesh and blood. How could the elder not see that the Witch Queen was lying? The Witch Queen knew that she couldn't hide it from the elder, so she didn't argue. "I know my limits," the elder said coldly. "What do you know? The Witch King is like that, and the Saint King is dead. Do you think you can control that monster? It obeys you now, but it still needs your help. When it comes out of the coffin completely, it will no longer be controlled by you." The Witch Queen narrowed her eyes. "Don't worry. I have a way. Let them die together." Chapter 665. Third Elder. "What do you think about this?" After leaving the Witch Queen's palace, the fifth elder and the seventh elder stopped the third elder. It was the fifth elder who had just asked the question. The two grew up together and were close friends. They had received favors from the Nya family in their early years. Therefore, they have supported the third elder for so many years. They believed that the third elder had also seen the problem with today's incident. What they wanted was the third elder's attitude, whether to let the Witch Queen do the evil or to find a way to stop the Witch Queen. The third elder remained silent. The fifth elder said, "We have been friends for so many years, so let's not say polite words. Today's incident is clearly an excuse from the Witch Queen. What are you going to do?" The third elder sighed. He was also very entangled, putting aside the relationship between the monarch and his subjects. The Witch Queen is Wensu's sister. If Wensu and Nyawara were still at odds, it would be fine. If he made a fuss, he might be able to take his daughter home legitimately. But Rower seems to be in love with Winsu. The third elder knew that he shouldn't pour his personal feelings into the politics of the witch clan. But he was getting older and less hard-hearted than when he was young. Whenever he thought of his debt to his daughter, he regretted it. Let me think about it again, the third elder said. The seventh elder said, if you don't think about the people of the witch clan, think about Rower. Once something happens, she, as the daughter-in-law of the Win family, will also be implicated. The third elder was not in a hurry to expose the witch queen because he was thinking about Rower. But it was not easy to tell the two elders about the emotional life between these children. The third elder said, I don't have to indulge her. I need time to think of a countermeasure. He also needed to test his daughter's attitude. The fifth elder patted his shoulder and said, although the seventh elder and I are of the same mind as you, we agree with the second and fourth elders on the matter of Soul Rakshasa. You should make a decision as soon as possible so that we can know what to do next. I understand. The third elder sighed. The elders returned to their respective mansions. In a courtyard of the Win mansion, Yuan and others were also worried about the matter of Soul Rakshasa. According to Grandma, even the Saint King and the Witch King can't kill it. Is there really a way to deal with it? Yuan asked with a worried face. Old Chui sat on the bed and ate a leg of lamb. He glanced at the grandma sitting opposite Yuan and said, Old Chiu, you say? Yu Shaoqing, Ing Shisan, Ing Lu and Zhou Yuyan were also there. When they heard the words, they all looked at Grandma. Grandma said, back then, there was actually a chance to kill Soul Rakshasa. The Holy King planned to do his best to die with Soul Rakshasa, but suddenly found out that she was pregnant. She couldn't let the child in her belly die with her. So she joined forces with the Witch King to suppress Soul Rakshasa. Yuan murmured, in other words, to kill Soul Rakshasa, there must be a master as powerful as the Holy King to die with it. Don't look at me. Although I am very powerful, I am not going to die. Everyone, we are just worried that Soul Rakshasa will come to find the Holy King in your belly. What kind of brain circuit do you have? Still strong. Ah! Yu Shaoqing said seriously, don't look at me. Although I am a little stronger than Alwan, I will not die with Hun Luosha. He is the father of 2 children and the husband of Ashu. The world is so big, and he wants to take Ashu for a walk. Everyone, we didn't look at you at all. Okay. Also, where did the illusion that he is only a little stronger than Alwan come from? Madam, do you really not care about your husband? Sitting in the yard, Xiao Heijiang, who was wearing yellow flowers in front of the mirror, thought of the shadow of Hun Luosha. The super handsome man couldn't help but slurp. Everyone. Ah! What kind of family are they? Ing Shisan cleared his throat and said, then, we don't care about the witch clan. Just rescue the Witch King. With the Witch King, Zhou Jin has a father, and the young master also has the last medicine, which is the most efficient for them. Everyone had no objection to this. Zhou Jin had already entered the palace. Although he left in a hurry, and did not have time to leave a single word. They believed that Zhou Jin, and they had a tacit understanding of smart people. Zhou Jin should be able to guess what choice they would make and cooperate with them to rescue the Witch King. And Zhou Jin would also guess that they could guess Zhou Jin's thoughts. So Zhou Jin would spare no effort to facilitate this matter. This is the benefit of dealing with smart people. Ing Shisan said, tonight is the night of the full moon. The young master has lost all his power. Please ask my husband, the master, to stay in the mansion to take care of the young master. I will go to the palace with Ing Lu. I will go too, Zhou Yuyan said. Mu Qing also wanted to go, but he didn't know martial arts, so he probably couldn't help much. Then I'll stay in the mansion and wait for your news. Seeing Ing Shisan and Ing Lu coming out, Xiao Heijiang flashed in front of him, his eyes sparkling. Are you going to enter the palace? You are not allowed to go. The two said in unison. You can't move when you see a beautiful man. Are you going to hit your own people or your own people? Xiao Heijiang pouted agreeably. Thinking of what happened that night. The two were actually a little frightened and scared. Hun Luosha used soul-stealing magic on the lady. God knows how worried they were that the lady would have sequelae. The results showed that the lady was fine. It seems that the lady was just simply coveting the guy's beauty. It is said that beauty misleads people. And this is really true. The palace has strengthened its guards, and it is unlikely to sneak in by performing light skills. Several people found Dawa and disguised themselves as Dawa's guards to enter the palace. Under the pretext of visiting Yeyang, Dawa went to the witch's palace to greet his sister. When the witch heard from Yeyang that he had not seen Dawa during his imprisonment. She became less suspicious of Dawa. However, when she heard that he wanted to see Young, the witch shook her head and disagreed. Dawa's understanding of the role became deeper and deeper, and his acting skills gradually improved. He said aggrievedly, "What's wrong? Is my sister still suspecting that I am related to this matter? I have said that I was also deceived. I didn't know that the woman was a spy of the Holy Clan. After she escaped from the palace that day, I never saw her again. As for her accomplices, I don't know even more." The Witch Queen said, "I'm not doubting you. It's Yang who doesn't want to see anyone. He's probably frightened. He's locked himself in his room since he came back. And he doesn't even want to see me." "Did he eat?" Dawa asked with concern. The Witch Queen said with a headache, "He has eaten. I asked someone to send it to him. I watched him eat 2 bites. Dawa's eyes flashed, and he picked up the food box and said, "I brought him his favorite date paste 1,000-layer pastry. I'll go and persuade him. We're all men. Maybe he'll listen to me more." "Okay, I'll go with you." After the Witch Queen said, she stood up. Dawa secretly complained, "If you go with me, how can I do anything?" But the Witch Queen insisted on doing so, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to Yang's bedroom with the Witch Queen. When they got there, they were told by the maids that His Highness Yang had gone out. "Where did he go?" asked the Witch Queen. No wonder she was so surprised. This child had locked himself in the room since he came back. How could he suddenly go out? The maid said. Reply to the Witch Queen. The prince went to see the Witch King. Oh! The Witch Queen showed a thoughtful look. The Witch King had been ill for many years. The Witch Queen did not want Yang to find out that the Witch King was abnormal. She stopped Yang from visiting him privately on the grounds that he did not want to pass on the disease. Logically, Yang would not go to see the Witch King alone. As soon as Dawa saw the Witch Queen's expression, he guessed that Zhou Jin's behavior might be beyond Yang's character. He rolled his eyes and said, "Did you suddenly miss your parents' kindness after surviving a disaster?" The Witch Queen frowned, but when I saw him, I didn't feel that he missed me very much. Dawa suppressed his guilt and said, "How about, sister, go back to the Witch Queen's palace first, and I will go to find Yang?" The Witch Queen hesitated. Dawa prayed secretly that the Witch Queen would not go with him. Otherwise, he would not be able to secretly have sex with Zhou Jin. Forget it. The Witch Queen was about to say that she would go with Dawa. But suddenly, a guard from the Palace of Light came over in a hurry and whispered something to her. She frowned. So soon? Dawa's heart skipped a beat. What so soon? Did that guy wake up so soon? Then he can't see Zhou Jin. He will break Zhou Jin's illusion. We must take Zhou Jin out of the palace quickly. The Witch Queen said, I have something to do. You go. Remember? Don't let Yang see his father's appearance. Dawa breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if he doesn't go. It's okay if he doesn't go. He quickly agreed. I understand. Sister. The Witch Queen turned and went to the Palace of Light. Dawa hurried to the palace of the Witch King. Soul Rakshasa has begun to awaken for the second time. Each time it awakens, it is stronger and more durable than the last time. Now is their only chance. Take Zhou Jin away. And take the Witch King away. If you fail, there will be no second chance. Amitabha. William Tianzuan. Supreme Witch God. Bless Dawa. Bless Dawa. Bless Dawa. Chapter 666 Father and Son Meet Again. Brave 13. The Witch King's bedroom had long been controlled by the Witch Queen. And the maids and apostles inside were all the Witch Queen's confidants. But it was also because of this that Zhou Jin could go straight in despite the illusion. I want to talk to my father alone. You all go out. Zhou Jin said to the 2 maids guarding outside the screen. The Witch Queen had ordered that no one except her could approach the Witch King privately. The 2 should have refused. But for some reason, when they met the deep eyes of His Highness Yang, they nodded involuntarily, and then went out with a dull look. It was no problem for Zhou Jin to deal with just 2 little witches. Zhou Jin was casting illusions all the way, and everyone who saw him as His Highness Yang. He forgot to restrain his illusion when he walked around the screen. But the Witch King still saw through it at a glance. The Witch King's pale cheek twitched slightly, and his bloodless dry lips moved slowly. He wanted to say something, but was too shocked to speak. Zhou Jin came to the bedside, grabbed a chain tied to his wrist, and asked calmly, Where is it connected? Underground. The Witch King said hoarsely. Don't move it. It will be discovered. Since the Witch Queen wanted to imprison him, she would never allow anyone to rescue him easily. The other end of these chains was connected to the Panlong stone underground. Any cut off of one would trigger the mechanism to make the Panlong stone fall, so that the entire palace would feel the movement underground. Zhou Jin held the chain and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Dawa hurried in. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin turned around. Dawa bypassed the screen, and came with him 2 guards, who had disguised themselves. Ying Lu and Ying Shursan. The Witch King looked at Dawa, then at the 2 guards behind him, and slowly said, "You are not Wensu." Dawa was shocked, and subconsciously touched his face. How did he recognize him? He didn't use witchcraft. He just put his face on Wensu's face. Could he find out the flaw? Seemingly seeing Dawa's doubts, the Witch King said hoarsely, "You are a wizard. You suppressed the witch power with goo worms, and pretended to be a goo master." Yes, Dawa is a wizard, and Wensu is a goo master. His tricks can deceive others, but not the Witch King. The Witch King is the head of the witch clan. Even if he is as weak as he is now, nothing can hide from his eyes. Dawa was embarrassed. He was found out. However, the Witch King is Zhou Jin's father, not an outsider, so it's okay if he is found out. It's no big deal. Where does the chain connect? Ying Shursan asked. He was asking Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin looked at the chain in his hand and said, "There are dragon stones and mechanisms underground. Cutting the chain will trigger the mechanisms." Dawa was stunned and said, "No. Shouldn't you think about how to cut it? This is not an ordinary chain." Ying Lu pulled out a dagger with a cold glow. This is the magic weapon collected from the Sang family in the underworld. It can cut through anything. Dawa swallowed his saliva. The preparation is really thorough. Well, although he doesn't know the specific origin of this group of people, every time he contacts them, he can find that they are more powerful than he imagined. He should be thankful that they didn't kill themselves like they did to Wensu. Ying Shursan looked at Dawa and said, "You and Zhou Jin stay here, and Ying Lu and I will solve the mechanism. Can you two do it? This is the palace of the witch clan. If there is any mistake, people will find it." "And," Dawa said, glancing at the Witch King on the bed, and whispered in Ying Shursan's ear, "The Soul Rakshasa seems to be waking up soon. The noise is too loud. What should we do if it is attracted?" It woke up for the 2nd time. Who knows if it woke up completely, or still sent its clone over. Even if it is just a clone, it will be more powerful than the first time. Ying Shursan said seriously, "I know what's going on. After we solve the trap, we will pull the iron chain to signal. And you can take the Witch King out of the palace." Dawa said helplessly, "Okay. I'm not just doing this for myself. You must be careful. They were on the same boat, and his life and property depended on this group of people. He has been the guardian of the Dark Palace for so many years, and the dangers he has experienced in the past few days are not as great as these few days. Witch King, please tell us where the entrance to the underground is." Ying Shursan looked at the Witch King and said. The Witch King raised his hand and pointed. "Got it." Ying Shursan took Ying Lu there. The so-called underground is actually a very spacious underground palace, but it is dark inside, and there is no light. Ying Lu took out the fire starter. Ying Shursan held his hand and whispered, "Wait a minute." "Oh!" Ying Lu took the fire starter back. The underground palace was too dark, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. One could only rely on one's extraordinary intuition and hearing to grope forward in the darkness. Ying Shursan did not let go of Ying Lu's wrist. Halfway through, Ying Lu stumbled forward. Ying Shursan hurriedly grabbed him and pulled him up. Then, Ying Shursan slid down and held his hand. Both of them held long swords in their other hands. The long swords were cold, but each other's palms were warm as jade. "Are we there yet?" Ying Lu asked. "Almost," Ying Shursan said. "It's so dark," Ying Lu said. "Yeah," Ying Shursan responded. "Okay. You can light the fire," Ying Shursan said. Ying Lu did not move. In the darkness, Ying Shursan looked at him in confusion. Ying Lu picked up the clasped hands of the two, shook them and said, "How can I light the fire if you hold me?" "Oh!" Ying Shursan let go of his hand. Ying Lu took out the fire stick and blew on it. The bright firelight illuminated the scene in front of him. This was a cold secret room. In the middle of the secret room were 4 huge dragon-shaped stones. Each stone was connected to a mechanism, and above the mechanism was an iron chain that locked the Witch King. Ying Lu walked closer to take a look and frowned, saying, If the iron chain breaks, the dragon-shaped stone will really fall down. What should I do? Take the sword. And give me the dagger. Ing Shursen handed his long sword to Ing Lu. For a swordsman-type dead warrior, the sword is always in his hand. The sword is not only a weapon for Ing Shursen, but also a very private thing. He will not easily hand it over to others. Ing Lu held the sword that still had his hand warmth. He also held a sword, and the other hand held a fire starter. He couldn't take the dagger, so he straightened his waist. Here it is. Ing Shursen's eyes fell on his flexible and powerful waist. His throat moved, and he drew out the dagger expressionlessly. Ing Shursen flew up, cut the iron chain on the mechanism with a body that was so fast that it was difficult to catch, and then quickly tied the iron chain into a knot and tied it to each other's mechanism. Ing Lu was dazzled. When did Ing Shursen's qigong become so good? It was almost unlike the Ing Shursen he knew. It seems that in this trip, it is not only the young master and Shura Away, who have greatly increased their strength, but also Ing Shursen. The Panlong stone moved, but finally stabilized. Ing Shursen fell back to the ground and saw Ing Lu looking at him with admiration. He said in a calm voice, "What's wrong?" Ing Lu smiled and said, "No. I just think you are awesome." "What kind of light skill did you use just now?" Ing Shursen said, "A kind of light skill in Mingshan. I saw Luosha King and the ancestor practice it. If you like it, I will teach you later." "Yeah." Ing Lu nodded happily. His eyes seemed to have stars, so bright that it was intimidating. Ing Shursen's eyes moved, and he put the dagger back into the scabbard on his waist, and took back his sword. "Let's go." The iron chain was broken, and the Witch King must be the most aware, so there is no need to notify him again. Ing Shursen walked forward quickly, and Ing Lu followed quickly. They were going to use a tinder to light the way back, but they didn't know that the tinder went out with a puff after they took 2 steps. The underground palace was dark again. Huh? Why did it go out? Ing Lu blew at the tinder, but it didn't light up. It went out? So it went out, Ing Shursen said. But I can't see it. Ing Lu muttered sadly. Ing Shursen paused. "Shursen, where are you?" Ing Lu asked. "I'm here," Ing Shursen said in a low voice. "Oh." Ing Lu groped in the dark, following the sound, and touched Ing Shursen's arm. He grabbed it, squeezed it, and then slid down to hold Ing Shursen's hand. When the two left the underground palace, Dawa had already carried the Witch King out. Xiao Gugu concealed the aura of the Witch King, and Zhou Jin had been using illusions, so no one noticed anything unusual along the way. Carriage! Carriage! Dawa carried the person on the carriage. Zhou Jin and Dawa also got on. Ing Shursen and Ing Lu sat in the driver's seat and drove the carriage out of the palace. At the palace gate, a guard stopped their carriage. Dawa lifted the curtain. "Dare you stop my carriage?" Seeing that it was him, the guard bowed and saluted. "Lord Wensu." "Sorry. The Witch Queen has ordered that we must strictly check the carriages entering and leaving the palace." Dawa said impatiently. "Check if you want. I'm in a hurry to go back to the palace." "Yes." After the guard responded, he carefully lifted the curtain. He suddenly met a pair of deep eyes. Zhou Jin looked at him steadily, and in a moment, his expression became dull, without anyone else. "Lord Wensu can leave the palace." "Humph." Dawa lowered the curtain. Ing Shursen waved the whip, and the carriage sped away. Chapter 667. After leaving the palace, Dawa patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "I was so scared. I was so scared. Fortunately, I got out." Zhou Jin glanced at him. "Is it really that scary?" "Why not?" "You don't know." Dawa was halfway through his words, and remembered that the Witch King was also in the carriage, and he swallowed his words. What he wanted to say was that the Soul Rakshasa had awakened, but he inexplicably felt that it was better not to mention this in front of the Witch King, although he didn't know why he was so cautious. "Should we go faster?" Ing Lu asked. "Yes." Ing Shursen nodded, tightened the reins, and increased the speed of the carriage to the extreme. The disappearance of the Witch King could not be concealed for long. After all, Yi Yang went to visit the Witch King. The Witch Queen was concerned about her son, and would go to the Witch King's palace soon. Even if she didn't go to the Witch King's palace, she would go to Yi Yang's bedroom, and then she would find that Yi Yang was gone. In order to escape, Dawa used the best horse in the mansion, and the carriage sped along the official road at a speed almost as fast as lightning. They quickly left the palace, but no one expected that the Witch Queen escaped. but met the third elder unexpectedly. The third elder originally planned to sit with the fifth and seventh elders, but unexpectedly encountered a speeding carriage, which almost collided with his carriage. Unfortunately, the alley was not wide, so both parties had to tighten the reins and stop the carriage. After stopping, the third elder noticed something was wrong. Isn't this the carriage of the Win family? Where are they going in such a hurry? The third elder lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at Ing Lu and Ing Shursan sitting outside and said, "Who is in the carriage?" Ing Shursan tightened the reins, and Ing Lu stared at him seriously. "What does it have to do with you? How dare you?" The third elder opened the curtain completely. He was Wensu's father-in-law. Even if Wensu's father came here, he would have to call him in-law politely. What kind of person is this driver? How dare he speak so shamelessly in front of him? Go and see who is sitting in the carriage, the third elder said to the driver. Yes. The driver jumped off the carriage and strode towards the carriage opposite. Ing Shursan clenched the long sword in his hand. Zhou Jin knocked on the door lightly to indicate that he was fine. Ing Shursan calmly let the driver walk past him and lifted the curtain of the window. When the driver looked at Zhou Jin suddenly used an illusion. The driver was stunned, lowered the curtain, and said to the third elder, "A few female relatives." Hearing that it was female relatives, the third elder was not sure what to say. It was no wonder that the guard was so domineering. He was a big man, but he actually wanted to check the carriage of the female relatives. It was indeed rude to spread it out. Dawa's heart was in his throat, fearing that the third elder would insist on asking the female relatives to get off the car to greet him. Fortunately, the third elder just asked the driver to come back and planned to leave. Unfortunately, the Witch King couldn't help coughing. The third elder's brow jumped immediately. Since there were women in the carriage, why was there a man's cough? To be able to sit in the position of the third elder, Nia Huayuan's magic power is naturally not weak. He is also a great wizard in the heavenly realm, which is inferior to Zhou Jin. Otherwise, Zhou Jin would not be able to hide his breath in front of him. However, once there is a flaw, he can react instinctively. His driver had someone cast an illusion, so he mistook the person in the carriage. Who is it? Get out quickly, he shouted angrily, and Dawa's heart in the car trembled. He seems to be the third elder, Ing Lu whispered. He looked through the portraits in the elder hall to find out the news. This old man is very similar to the third elder in the portrait. The third elder was from the lineage of the Witch Queen. Being discovered by him was no different from being discovered by the Witch Queen. Ing Shursan drew his sword. Then we can only kill him. No one can stop him from taking the Witch King away. The third elder was very good at witchcraft, and immediately launched a mental attack on Ing Shursan. Zhou Jin's eyes were stern, and he blocked his witch power back. Ing Shursan flew up and stabbed the third elder with his long sword. In a flash, Dawa jumped down from the carriage and grabbed Ing Shursan's feet. Don't. The third elder looked at Dawa, who suddenly rushed out with a cold sweat. His eyes were stunned. Wensu? Dawa looked at him embarrassedly, turned to Ing Shursan and said, "Don't kill him. He is Wan Ro's father." Dawa swallowed the words in his mouth and said to Ing Shursan, "Press his acupoints, so that he can't go to inform." Ing Shursan looked at Dawa coldly. Dawa was very timid, but he did not flinch when he was looked at by Ing Shursan with a cold and somewhat intimidating gaze. Ing Lu performed Qigong and rushed to the front of the third elder, pressing the acupoints of him and the driver. After 3 hours, the acupoints will automatically unlock. Ing Shursan looked at Ing Lu, who had made a decision, and withdrew the long sword in his hand expressionlessly. The group sat back on the carriage, backed out of the alley, and then chose another way to return to Win Mansion. Yuan had almost packed her luggage. With so many people, they were still too conspicuous. After discussing with Yan Jiuqiao, Yuan persuaded Yu Shaoqing to take Jiang and the 3 little black eggs out of the city first. The Witch Queen will definitely block the city gates when she finds out. I'm worried that I can't get out. Yuan put the last piece of luggage into the box. According to Yan Jiuqiao's intention, she should leave together, but Yuan insisted on staying. She wanted to advance and retreat with Yan Jiuqiao. Besides, the beads that Wei Hanlin gave her were broken during the duel with Wu Luosha, and the aura of the Saint clan on her body was sometimes visible and sometimes invisible. If they were stopped when leaving the city with their father, mother and sons, they would be completely exposed. The Witch King fell asleep on the way, which was not a bad thing. If he was awake, he might not want to leave the Witch clan. Yuan touched Zhou Jin's little head, I have packed your things. 2. Go back to the house and see if there is anything else you want to take? Zhou Jin said, no need. As long as you are here. Yuan nodded with relief. Such a good child is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Yuan looked at the gate. Old Chui. Are you okay? Okay. Okay. I just need the last few herbs. Old Chui responded hurriedly. I'll go help. Yuan went to Old Chui's room. Zhou Yuyan packed Liu's things. And Pinger helped to pack Yingshisen's things. Pinger didn't help Dawa to pack because Dawa pushed the door and entered the room. And saw a familiar figure folding his clothes. He was stunned immediately. Why are you here? Aren't you leaving? The second wife took the half-folded clothes, turned around and looked at him with a smile. That. Dawa's eyes flashed. And he said guiltily, they are leaving. Send them off. Well, the second master is going to see them off. Not that he won't come back. The second madam lowered her eyes, murmured a few words, folded her clothes, and said, the second master won't stay outside for too long. I didn't pack much. No, soon. He will be back in a few days, Dawa said guiltily, not daring to look at her at all. The second madam packed her things silently, turned around, and saw Dawa lowered his head and didn't speak, seeming a little depressed. She smiled and asked, what's wrong with the second master? Nothing, Dawa said with a sob, turned around, and wiped his red eyes. He couldn't bear to leave, but he couldn't say. The second madam tied up her bag and walked towards him gently. Dawa sat on the chair. She stopped in front of him, paused, stretched out her hand, and hugged him in her arms. Second master, remember to think of me? Yes. Dawa held back his tears and nodded with sobs. The second madam smiled gently. It's getting late. Take my carriage. My carriage is fast. Her carriage was not fast, but no one would dare to check it. Dawa stretched out his hand and wanted to hug her. The second madam paused there, as if waiting for something. But she didn't wait. Dawa stood up restrainedly, lowered his red eyes and said, I'll go call them. The second madam smiled bitterly. Okay. The second madam used 3 carriages. One for Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao, Zhou Jin, Wu Wang, Ing Shisan. One for Old Suedo and Pinger, Grandma, Ing Lu. And one for Zhou Yuyan, Mu Qing, Dawa. And the second madam. Second madam? Where are you going? A servant called her when she was leaving the gate of one mansion. Second madam lifted the curtain and said softly, I am going back to my parents' home. These are the gifts I prepared for them. The servant smiled politely, stepped aside and said, Then please. The group left one mansion unimpeded. No one spoke in the carriage. Dawa hoped that they could go faster so that the Witch Queen's people would not have time to catch up with them. But Dawa also hoped that the road could be longer so that he could see her a few more times. Chapter 668, Living Together and Flying Together. A Fatal Blow. The carriage finally arrived at the city gate. The Saint King's aura in Yuan's body was temporarily hidden, so the guards guarding the city did not notice anything. But even so, the guards of the Witch clan were much stricter than before. A guard blocked the carriage, and the person sitting inside was, who is it? The second lady lifted the curtain, looked at the guard with a dignified look, and said, Don't you even recognize the carriage of the Wen Mansion? The guard was stunned. He didn't notice the emblem on the carriage when he was in a hurry to stop the carriage. He stepped back to confirm it, and hurriedly bowed and said, It turns out to be Madame Wen. I am short-sighted and missed it for a moment. Please don't blame Madame Wen. I want to go out of the city. The guard looked at the second lady strangely. May I ask what you want to do out of the city? The second lady said calmly, I heard that there are many new things in the outer village. I want to go shopping. What? Is it not allowed? The guard hurriedly said politely, No. How dare I obstruct Madame Wen's whereabouts? It's just that there have been frequent disasters in the clan recently. After all, the outer village is full of people from all over the world. I am afraid it is not safe. Please think twice. Madame Wen. Dawa opened the curtain and said angrily, With me accompanying you. What's unsafe? The guard was startled again. Master Wen is here too? Dawa said sarcastically, If you weren't here, you wouldn't know that people from my Wen mansion were stopped when they left the city. I wonder what their expressions would be when the Queen Witch and the Great Elder heard about this. When the guard heard this, he panicked and bowed his hands to apologize. Master Wen, please forgive me. I was just following orders. It was the Queen Witch who ordered that all those leaving the city would be strictly investigated. Master Wen must also know that there are spies in the clan. The spies not only broke into the palace, but also kidnapped His Highness Yang. Although His Highness has been found, the Witch clan will not have peace until the spies are caught. Please sympathize with our difficulties. Master Wen. The implication is that even if they are allowed to leave the city, they must be routinely checked. This is the Wen family, the Witch Queen's family. It is impossible to say that there is no Witch Queen's instruction. But it is not entirely true that the Witch Queen is targeting her family. It's just that the Witch Queen is indeed angry, and will not let go of any small flaws easily. Then you search, Dawa said. Excuse me, after the guard said. He walked towards Dawa's carriage. Dawa's driver was Zhou Yuyan, who was dressed as a man. On the contrary, Mu Qing was dressed as a woman sitting in the carriage. Mu Qing lowered his eyes to prevent people from noticing his different colored pupils. The guard's eyes swept over Mu Qing's body. The second wife said unhappily, "Why are you staring at my maid?" The guard said, "Ah, Madame Wen's maid looks a little unfamiliar. As the mistress of the Wen family, even though she and Wen Su were at odds and lived a widow's life, her status in the family was still very prominent. She attended many important occasions and always had Hong Yu with her." The guard had seen Hong Yu and felt that this maid didn't look like her. Mu Qing clenched his fingers calmly. The second wife's hand gently rested on his hand. The second wife's hand was a little soft, with a woman's gentleness, not as strong as a man's. But at this moment, it could inexplicably calm people down. Mu Qing felt that he was no longer nervous. But Dawa was a little uneasy. That was not a real maid. It was a boy. How could Wanred touch the hand of a boy? Dawa's eyes were wide open, making the guard suspect that they were hallucinating. What did Lord Wen Su see? Why did he look like he wanted to eat people? The second wife said calmly, "I have so many maids. I can take whoever I want. Do you even care about this?" "No. No." The guard was embarrassed. "Brother guard, are you looking for me?" On the carriage behind, Yuan lifted the curtain. She disguised herself as Hong Yu. Yin Jiuchao, Zhou Jin, and the unconscious Wu Wang sat beside her. The driver was Ying San. The guard saw the familiar face, smiled awkwardly, and walked towards Yuan. Yuan lifted the curtain and let him check openly. The guard looked inside and met Zhou Jin's eyes as expected. The guard was immediately in a trance. They are all the maids and the steward in the mansion. This thought emerged in the guard's mind. He walked to the third carriage in a daze, lifted the curtain and took a look. Well, it's the steward. Old Shui and Grandma breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhou Jin was there. Otherwise, how could they get away with it? The four Wu Lushas were guarding more important things in the Guangming Palace at this time, so they got the upper hand. The group left the city in a mighty manner and headed towards the outer village. The outer village was crowded with people, and it was really a good place to meet. Dad and the others should have arrived in the outer village, but I don't know where it is. Yuan called out Xiao Gu Gu. The three little black eggs were covered with goo worms, and Xiao Gu Gu could sense the breath of their own kind. It seems to be over there. Yuan pointed to the long street in the east. Ying Shursen said, "Then let's go now?" "Yes." Yuan nodded. Xiao Gu Gu wanted to lead the way, so Yuan and Yin Jiucha's carriage walked in the front. Dawa wanted to stay with the second wife for a while, so he let the carriage fall behind. Wai Village was not big at first, but as the number of foreigners gradually increased, the territory of Wai Village is now as large as half of Lianhua town. "Where is it? Why is it running east and west?" Yuan said, looking at the anxious little Gu Gu in her palm. It's not Xiao Gu Gu's fault that he was crazy. It was really because Xiao He Jiang ran too fast. The little black eggs wanted to eat this, and they were brought here. The little black eggs wanted to eat that, and they disappeared. The carriage drove into the market, and the crowd surged, so the speed had to slow down. The second wife opened the curtain a little and looked out from time to time. "Is this your first time here?" Dawa asked. "Yes." The second wife lowered the curtain. "Then, let's go down for a walk," Dawa said. The second wife was stunned. Dawa coughed lightly and said, "Anyway, the carriage is so slow. Why not go down for a walk?" "I want to go down too," Mu Qing said. Dawa said disdainfully, "Forget about you. Your eyes are too eye-catching. Okay? The most important thing is, Wanru and I are shopping. Why are you joining in the fun? Can't we say goodbye properly? I can wear a hat." Mu Qing put on the hat with a veil in an unromantic way. Dawa's face turned black. The group got off the carriage. Madam, there are guards over there. Ing Shursan suddenly whispered. I know. Don't be nervous. Just walk over. Yuan said. Ing Shursan drove the carriage and drove past a group of guards. Lord Wen. A patrolling guard recognized Wen Su. Dawa had been pretending to be Wen Su for so long that he had already learned the proper manners. He hummed indifferently and continued to walk forward with his second wife. These guards thought they were new and had only seen Wen Su in the palace, but had never seen the second wife. So they couldn't help but discuss. Hey, who is that person? How could he be with Lord Wen? Could it be Madam Wen? How is it possible? The whole family knows that Madam Wen is not favored. Will Lord Wen take her out? Look! Lord Wen treats her so well. Dawa didn't know that he was being watched. When he and the second wife passed by a small stall, he found a very delicate bracelet, woven with red rope and hung with a white jade bead. He stopped with the second wife. What's wrong? The second wife asked, puzzled. Dawa cleared his throat, mustered up the courage to pull her hand, and put the red rope on her white wrist. The second wife had fair skin, and the bright red string set her off very well, making her look a little glowing. In terms of appearance, the second wife was also beautiful, but she was still a little less charming than the young concubine in the backyard. But Dawa thought she was beautiful. More beautiful than anyone else. Really beautiful. Dawa thought so in his heart and said so. This was not a compliment. His eyes were shining. The second wife's cheeks blushed and she was about to take it off. It's not suitable for me to wear something worn by a little girl. This is an accessory for young girls. She used to look at it at most, and never dared to wear it on her hand. Why is it not suitable? It looks good on you. Dawa was talking. And a girl of 15 or 16 came over and picked up the same bracelet and put it on her hand. Dawa said without thinking. It looks better than her. Girl. The second wife. Dawa finally bought it. But the second wife was embarrassed to wear it. So she took it and held it in her hand. On the other hand, the escape of several people was finally exposed. The first person to discover it was not the Witch Queen, but the Elder. After a heart-to-heart talk with the Witch Queen, the Elder was still not confident in the Witch Queen's decision. He thought he needed to persuade the Witch Queen again. So he entered the palace. He was the Witch Queen's grandfather, so he didn't need to be summoned by the Witch Queen to enter the palace. But when he arrived at the Witch Queen's palace, he was told that the Witch Queen had gone out. Where did you go? He asked. Hongwan thought for a moment and said, It seems that she went to visit His Highness Yi Yang with Lord Wen Su. Did you go to visit Yi Yang? Speaking of which, Yi Yang was missing and finally returned to the palace. As a great-grandfather, he should really visit him. He turned around and went to Yi Yang's bedroom. But when he arrived at Yi Yang's bedroom, he was told by the maid who was guarding that His Highness Yi Yang had gone to the Witch King's palace. And the Witch Queen and Lord Wen Su had also gone to look for him. After another empty-handed attempt, the Elder frowned, but didn't say anything, and turned to go to the Witch King's bedroom. The maid guarding the Witch King knelt outside the screen. When she saw the Great Elder, she respectfully saluted and said, Great Elder, where are the Witch Queen and His Highness Yi Yang? The Great Elder asked. I didn't see the Witch Queen. His Highness Yi Yang, the maid said, feeling a little confused. His Highness Yi Yang. His Highness Yi Yang. The Great Elder was also a great wizard in the heaven realm. He saw that the maid's eyes were not right, and he immediately realized that she was under a witchcraft. His eyes turned cold, and he walked around the screen to look at the bed. He saw that the bed where the Witch King should have been lying was empty, and the iron chain that should have locked the Witch King was also broken. How could this happen? Where is the Witch King? Where is Yi Yang? Where are Wen Su and the Witch Queen? At this time, the Witch Queen was beside the coffin in the Hall of Light. Soul Rakshasa woke up for a while and asked her for some medicinal herbs. These herbs can help Soul Rakshasa wake up completely and restore to the peak strength, so that the seal of the Witch King and the Holy King can be completely unlocked. A small part of the seal was the iron chain outside the coffin, which the Witch Queen had cut off, and more than half was the coffin itself. So the Witch Queen was powerless. I know. I will find the medicinal herbs you mentioned for you. So, before that, please wait patiently, Lord Wushang. When the Witch Queen came out of the Hall of Light, the Great Elder had already investigated the whole story of the incident. It turned out that Yi Yang seemed to be a different person after returning to the palace. He ignored everyone, and went to visit the Witch King without the Witch Queen's knowledge. Wensu also went to the palace. He was going to the Witch King's palace with the Witch Queen. Unfortunately, there was a movement in the Palace of Light. So the Witch Queen left him to see the Soul Rakshasa. After that, Wensu entered the Witch King's palace with 2 guards. After that, the maid was bewitched, and her words were no longer valid. And it was not only the maid guarding the Witch King who was bewitched, but also the guards guarding the gate. Because of the witchcraft, the guards only saw the Witch King, but did not see Wensu and Yi Yang in the carriage. This kid, how could he do such a stupid thing? He took the Witch King and Yi Yang out of the palace. What does he want to do? Grandpa, you are here? The Witch Queen met the elder at the palace gate. The elder said, the Witch King is gone. And Yi Yang is gone too. I suspect they were taken away by Wensu. What? The Witch Queen was shocked. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. A guard from the Wind Mansion galloped over, dismounted outside the palace gate, and ran quickly to him and the Witch Queen. Greetings to the Witch Queen. Greetings to the Grand Elder. What happened? The Grand Elder frowned and asked. The guard said as if he had seen a ghost, I found His Highness Yi Yang. The guard found him in Wensu's yard. The Witch King was already in hand, so there was no need to carry this hot potato. So he left him in Wensu's bedroom. A maid who was sweeping the floor saw an extra person when she was making the bed for Wensu, and she screamed in fright. The steward of the Wind Mansion was startled, and ran over to see. Isn't this His Highness Yi Yang? Steward Wen hurriedly woke up Yi Yang and asked him what happened. I don't remember, Yi Yang said. Hearing this, the elder's face darkened. What a powerful witchcraft. Even the memory was wiped out. Looking at the entire witch clan, there are not many wizards who can have such ability. It's Zhou Jin. The Witch Queen gritted her teeth and said. At this point, if the Witch Queen still can't guess what's going on, it's a bit unreasonable. The child brought back by the clone of Soul Rakshasa is not Yi Yang at all, but Zhou Jin's bastard. He took advantage of Soul Rakshasa's weakness and performed witchcraft to deceive the world. Not only did he successfully deceive her, but he also took the Witch King out of the palace. She said, how could a child change his temperament after being kidnapped? I was careless. I didn't expect that evil creature to be so brave. Such a skill. Yes. No matter how weak Soul Rakshasa is, it is still Soul Rakshasa, and it will not be easily tricked. But Zhou Jin did it. It is not surprising that he has the ability. After all, he is the blood of the Witch King. But that courage and wit are not something that anyone can have. You are worthy of being the descendant of the Saint King and the Witch King. The elder sighed. The Witch Queen said coldly, Grandpa, at this time, do you still have the mood to praise the descendants of the 2 of them? The elder sighed, if you had known this, why did you do it in the first place? The Witch Queen paused for a breath. The elder looked at her steadily and said, you should have killed the Witch King long ago. Killing him will solve all the problems. The Witch Queen was silent. Yes, she should have killed that man long ago. But she just couldn't resign herself to it. She wanted to watch that man grow old and torture again and again. She wanted to find that evil child and destroy him in front of him. She wanted to burn all his patience and hard work for so many years. She wanted to see him hate her and have no way to deal with her. The Witch Queen clenched her fingers coldly. I won't let them succeed. The Witch King, Zhou Jin, and that group of people. No one can escape. The Witch Queen dispatched all the forces that could be mobilized. And the elder also dispatched the troops of the Elder Hall. The 2 groups of people rushed to the city gate. Have you seen Lord Wen? Lord Wen and the second wife went over there. The guards guarding the city waved their hands and pointed. And the pursuers killed them with cold faces. Yuan and her group had already passed through the market, and were going to take a carriage to meet up with Yu Shaoqing and the others. Once they left, they would never stop again. It was time for Dawa to say goodbye to the second madam. Lord Wen, it's time to set off. Zhou Yuyan, dressed as a coachman, reminded. Dawa felt bitter. I know. You go wait for me in front. I'll come after I say a few words. Zhou Yuyan drove the carriage slowly after Yuan and the others. Dawa led a horse and stood at the intersection with the second madam. The back was the Wu clan, and the front was a road of no return. The second madam glanced at Dawa, lowered her eyes, and urged, hurry up and go. Don't you ask us why we are doing these things? I believe you must have your own reasons. The second madam smiled and patted the saddle. Get on the horse. We won't be able to catch up in a while. How are you going back? Dawa asked. The second wife smiled and said, I just need to tell those guards that I am the wife of the Win family, and someone will naturally escort me back. Dawa touched the stiffness and was a little at a loss. I just met the third elder on the road. Sorry. Someone pressed his acupoints. The second wife was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ingshirsan and others who were walking away, and said, Thank you for not letting them kill my father. Ah. Dawa was stunned. The second wife smiled gently. Okay. It's really time to go. Dawa bit his lip and got on the horse. Dawa wanted to tell her that my name is Dawa. I am not Wensu. Wensu can't come back. I can't come back either. The second wife held the handkerchief, smiled and waved at him. Let's go. Dawa turned his head, clamped his legs around the horse's belly, looked straight ahead, shouted, and galloped away. The second wife stood at the fork in the road, looking at the figure that disappeared at the end of the road, and the smile on her face faded little by little. She looked up, as if she was blinded by the wind and sand, and her eyes were a little sore. She turned around and walked back. Suddenly, there was a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds behind her. Her heart was shocked, and she turned her head and saw Dawa riding a horse and galloping towards her at a high speed. Her breathing suddenly tightened a little. Dawa stopped the horse in front of her, took a deep breath, and said in an almost trembling voice, Do you want to go with me? What? The second wife was stunned. Dawa used up all his courage in his life here. His face flushed and his heart beat violently. I said, Nia Wanru, do you want to go with me? The second wife said blankly, Going together means. She paused, and was a little afraid to say it. Dawa was determined to do it, and shouted loudly, Leave the Wu mansion. Leave the Wu clan. Wherever I go. You go. Wherever I am. That is your home. Nia Wanru. After he said that, he bent down and stretched out his hand to him. The second wife stared at the big hand stretched out in front of her stupidly. I don't know if it was because of nervousness, but that hand turned red, and sweat appeared on the palm. The second wife's eyes were hot, and her heart was so hot that it hurt. Dawa waited nervously for her answer. She was the mistress of the Wen family, and the daughter of the Nia family. It seemed too cruel to ask her to give up everything and wander around the world with him. Besides, he was not the real Wensu, not her husband, not her lover. Such a request was not fair. Dawa's eyes darkened, and he withdrew his hand. But the second wife suddenly grabbed his hand. Dawa was shocked. The second wife burst into laughter. Aren't you going to take me away? Yes. Yes. Dawa nodded like pounding garlic. The second wife smiled and said, Why don't you pull me up? Dawa blinked in disbelief and pulled the second wife up. But at this moment, something strange happened. An arrow shot from the front. Dawa was shocked and turned around to hold the second wife tightly in his arms. The second wife pushed Dawa off the horse. The arrow hit the second wife's chest, and blood splattered. She sat on the saddle, her body stiff, and blood flowed from the corners of her lips. Dawa opened his eyes wide in horror. No, no. The second wife fell off the horse. Dawa rushed over and hugged her. Nia Wanru. Nia Wanru. The second wife looked at him weakly and wanted to speak, but she couldn't stop the blood from gushing out of her throat. Dawa hugged her tightly. Nia Wanru. Nia Wanru. You are? The second wife spit out a large mouthful of blood again. She didn't loosen her hand holding the red rope, but fell down powerlessly. She closed her eyes in his arms. Dawa burst into tears. I am Dawa. I am Dawa. Chapter 669. Rescue with all your strength. He is coming. The pursuers kept coming. Zhou Yuyan drove the carriage slowly. She had heard the sound of horse hooves and thought that Dawa had finally caught up. But after a while, the sound of horse hooves turned around and went away. She leaned out and looked back, only to see a figure riding away on a horse. Did something fall? She muttered secretly. After a while, she felt a strong murderous aura. Her eyes were cold, and she suddenly pulled the reins to stop the carriage. Mu Qing in the carriage lost his balance and rushed over from the carriage. Zhou Yuyan raised her hand to block him and prevented him from falling to the ground. What happened? Senior sister? Mu Qing asked puzzledly. Zhou Yuyan said vigilantly, It seems that someone is coming. I'll go see how Dawa is. Don't stay in the carriage. Find a place to hide. Oh! Hearing that there was danger, Mu Qing did not hesitate. He put on his hat and walked towards the house not far away. Seeing that he was hiding, Zhou Yuyan used her lightness skills to rush in the direction where Dawa left. When she arrived at the scene, the pursuers had already arrived. It was a dark team, and everyone held a crossbow with a cold light in their hands. This was not the palace guard seen before, but more like a mysterious imperial army. Next to Dawa's horse, Dawa knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the second wife, who was shot by an arrow and covered in blood in his arms, crying like a child. Zhou Yuyan's eyebrows jumped and frowned in disbelief. How could such a tragedy happen just after leaving for a while? The second wife, who was smiling sweetly just a second ago, has now become a bloody person. Do these guards dare to kill anyone? Didn't they see clearly that one of them is the Witch Queen's brother, and the other is the daughter of the Nye family? Or is Dawa's identity exposed? In just a moment, countless doubts flashed through Zhou Yuyan's mind. Of course, now is not the time to deal with these doubts. It is urgent to repel the pursuers and take the people away. Zhou Yuyan pulled out the whip at her waist, flew into the air, and fiercely attacked a guard who shot cold arrows at Dawa and the second wife. There was a loud bang, and the crossbow in the guard's hand was broken into two halves by the internal force on the long whip. The guard was startled and drew the sword at his waist and attacked Zhou Yuyan. Zhou Yuyan did not give him this opportunity. The long whip rolled and broke his neck. This was Zhou Yuyan's first time killing someone. It is true that she is skilled in martial arts, but she is the daughter of the Zhou family. She has a father who loves her and junior sisters and brothers who respect her. No one has ever wronged her. Rather than saying that she practices martial arts for self-protection, it is better to say that it is for physical fitness. She has never thought of killing people, but the current situation does not allow her to be merciful. Seeing such a kind woman lying in a pool of blood, she was full of anger. What kind of beasts are these who would attack a woman who is powerless? The remaining pursuers also found Zhou Yuyan and aimed their bows and crossbows at her, shooting arrows at her. Zhou Yuyan swung her whip like an invisible shield, blocking the arrows one by one. One arrow passed over her head and shot towards Dawa behind her. Zhou Yuyan turned back in shock. Be careful. Dawa was desperate, holding the second wife motionless, as if his soul had been drained, and he could not hear any movement around him. Zhou Yuyan pulled away to open the arrow, but was grabbed by a guard. Her eyes were sharp, and her internal force shook the guard away. But she also missed the best time to intercept the arrow. Seeing that the arrow was about to pierce Dawa's heart, a dart shot over and blocked the arrow. Zhou Yuyan looked at the dart that fell on the ground, and her heart was happy. Shadow 6. A tall figure fell from the sky, but it was not Shadow 6. 13? Zhou Yuyan was secretly surprised. Wasn't that Ying Lu's hidden weapon? How could he also use it? Could it be that Ying Lu's was his, and his was Ying Lu's? Her eyes fell on the leather holster on Ying Shursan's waist. This was bought by Ying Lu for Ying Shursan, and he also bought one for himself. They were a perfect match. Clang! The long sword in Ying Shursan's hand deflected the arrow shot at Zhou Yuyan. What are you daydreaming about? Are you looking for death? Zhou Yuyan came back to her senses with a shudder, grasped the whip in her hand, and whipped away another arrow. Where's Ying Lu? Zhou Yuyan asked. Is he okay? Ying Shursan glanced at him coldly. You should worry about yourself. This time, the pursuers were stronger than ever before, and they were very aggressive. The young master had not been attacked for the time being, but the young master was worried about their safety, so he asked him to come to find them. Fortunately, she came. Zhou Yuyan's martial arts skills were not weak, but what happened to her distraction just now? As if she had guessed Ying Shursan's disdain. Zhou Yuyan curled her lips and said, You are here to distract me. I can fight well by myself. This is the truth. If it wasn't for his suit that reminded her of Ying Lu, she wouldn't be distracted. Really? Ying Shursan asked coldly. A terrible internal force attacked Zhou Yuyan, and Zhou Yuyan didn't block it. Accompanied by a scream. Zhou Yuyan was like a kite with a broken string, and was flipped out by the internal force. Ying Shursan wanted to catch her, but someone surrounded him, and he was unable to split his attention. At the critical moment, Zhou Yuyan swept his long whip and wrapped around Dawa's horse's belly. The huge force made the horse stagger for several steps, but fortunately, she was pulled. Zhou Yuyan pointed her toes and turned her body to fly back to the ground. She put away the whip, patted the saddle soothingly, and said, Good boy. Don't be scared. It's okay. The horse looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Zhou Yuyan turned her head and looked at the guard who attacked her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Dare to attack me? I'm tired of living." Zhou Yuyan flew up and raised her whip to hit the guard. The guard was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Zhou Yuyan was about to make a move, but Ing Shursan said, "Okay, don't fight. Take Dawa and the others away." "Got it." Zhou Yuyan glanced at the distraught Dawa, then looked at the second madam, who was tightly hugged by him, sighed helplessly, and used Qigong to take the people away one by one. A guard wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Ing Shursan. Halfway through Zhou Yuyan's journey, she met Ing Lu, who came to meet her. Ing Lu was stunned when he saw the two people held in Zhou Yuyan's arms. How could this happen? Zhou Yuyan said, "I don't know either. Where are Sister Wan and young Master Yin?" "They are over there." "Come with me," Ing Lu said, and took the distraught Dawa from Zhou Yuyan's hands. But Dawa refused to let go of the second madam's hand. Ing Lu tried to break his fingers for a long time, and almost broke them. Zhou Yuyan glared at him and said, "If you delay any longer, her body will be snatched away by someone." I don't know if this sentence stimulated Dawa. Dawa finally let go of his hand after tears fell. Ing Lu carried him up, and Zhou Yuyan held the second wife horizontally in her arms. "No one is following you?" Ing Lu asked. "No." Ing Shursan stopped them all. Zhou Yuyan said. "Oh," Ing Lu responded. Zhou Yuyan blinked in confusion. What's the reaction? Shouldn't you be very worried about his safety? Ing Lu gave her a strange look. I believe him. That look seemed to ask Zhou Yuyan, is this even necessary? After all, Zhou Yuyan didn't know them well enough, and didn't understand what their nature was. They were the young master's death warriors, the young master's secret guards, and their lives belonged to the young master. They had been to the most dangerous places, and carried out the most dangerous missions. They were facing death every day, and they could die at any time. But they couldn't live in great fear because of this. What is worry? That's the last thing a death warrior needs. He only needs to believe in Ing Shursan, and believe that he can always return to the young master and himself. Ing Lu led the way, and took the few people to a carriage parked on a deserted path. This was the carriage of Grandma and old Suyo. And Pinger was also on it. Why is there only one carriage? Zhou Yuyan looked at the carriage that didn't look like the one Yuan and Yin Jiuchao were riding in, and asked, where are Sister Wan and the others? Ing Lu said, the young master and the young mistress went after the master and the mistress. Where is old Chui? Zhou Yuyan stepped into the carriage. Old Chui was chewing a leg of lamb, and when he saw her carrying a woman covered in blood and with an arrow in her chest, he was immediately startled. What are you doing? What did you say? Save people, Zhou Yuyan said. She's already dead. How can you save her? You? Wanru is not dead. She's not dead. It was Dawa's roar. Ing Lu sat on the outer seat and put Dawa next to him. When Dawa heard what old Chui said, he opened the curtain and came in, staring at old Chui fiercely. Old Chui was so frightened that the lamb leg in his hand dropped. He was stunned for a moment. Then he came to his senses and slapped him on the head. You little bastard. Are you looking for death? Dawa was slapped, but he didn't move. Instead, he stared at old Chui. She's not dead. How can she not be dead? She has no pulse, old Chui said, pinching Nia Wanru's wrist. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. Dawa roared. I don't care. You have to save her. You must save her. Old Chui glared at him and said, I'm a doctor, not a god. How can I save a dead person? Dawa hugged the second wife into his arms, his eyes drooping. She's not dead. She's not dead. Grandma couldn't stand it anymore, and said to the old opera friend, heal her. How can I cure it? Old Chui muttered. Grandma raised one hand and placed it on the second wife's forehead, closed her eyes, and felt it quietly for a while, and said, it shouldn't be. What shouldn't be? Old Chui looked at Grandma strangely. Grandma murmured, how can a kind person die early? Is she dead? Said old Chui. Grandma said, I mean, how could she die? Although she was destined to die early, her fate clearly gave her a glimmer of hope. Today should not be her death date. This sounds mysterious, but she is not an exception. In fact, according to his original calculations, he should have been buried a year ago, and then away, and the other two would go their separate ways. But this did not happen. Everyone's fate changed. He didn't understand why at first, until he tried to spy on Awan's fate. He found that Alwan was impossible to spy on. Perhaps she was the variable for everyone. Grandma said to old Shui, "You treat her injuries first, and see what Alwan and the Witch King will do later." Lu nodded, "Yes. The Witch King can plant a life for Zhou Jin. And maybe he can also keep the life for the second madam. I say, you people." Old Shui shook his head helplessly. He is a doctor, and has always disagreed with witchcraft. In his opinion, the second madam has no pulse. How can there be a way to survive? What if she meets the Witch King? In the end, she still has to prepare for her funeral. Old Shui opened the medicine box, and began to treat the second madam's injuries. Dawa saw him rolling up his sleeves, showing no mercy to the woman, and frowned. "Be gentle. She will feel pain." Old Shui said unhappily, "How can she feel pain if she is dead?" Dawa said angrily, "She is not dead. Grandma had a headache, all right. Stop arguing. Old Shui, hurry up. The pursuers will come soon, and we can't deal with it even if we want to." Old Shui took out a dagger and golden wound medicine, and was about to dig out the arrowhead in the second wife's chest. "Use anesthetic," Dawa said. "Old Shui, you still know anesthetics. Anesthetics are difficult to make, and this situation is obviously unconscious. So why do you need to use it?" Old Shui looked at Dawa's eyes that almost wanted to eat him, shook his head, and gave the second wife a pill of Ma-Fei sand that melted in the mouth. When Ing Shan got rid of the group of pursuers and rushed here, his injuries were almost treated. The group set out to meet Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan and Yu Shaoqing and his wife. But what they didn't expect was that Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan were found. But Yu Shaoqing and his wife were missing. The three little black eggs stood innocently under a big tree, blinking their black eyes and staring at a big pit in front of them. "Fell down," Xiaobao said seriously. "Who fell down?" Zhou Yuyan asked. "Grandpa, Grandma, and another one." Xiaobao thought about it, not knowing whether to call brother or sister. "It's the incarnation of Han Luosha." Yin Jiuqiao stared. They were only one step ahead of Ing Shan and his group. At that time, the three of them had already fallen into the pit. From the traces of fighting at the scene, we can roughly guess what happened. The Witch Queen dispatched Soul Rakshasa, and Soul Rakshasa's clone found Yu Shaoqing and Xiao Heijiang. The clone couldn't beat Xiao Heijiang, so it turned around and attacked Yu Shaoqing and the three little black eggs. Yu Shaoqing knocked Soul Rakshasa's clone into the deep pit to protect his grandchildren, and Xiao Heijiang also jumped in to save Yu Shaoqing. "What kind of pit is this? It seems very deep." Yuan looked at the deep pit and said worriedly. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at the deep pit and said, "This is the Wu clan's bottomless pit. If you fall in, you can't get out." Yuan's face changed. "Then father and mother will be?" Ing Shan's ears moved. "Young master. Young madam. The pursuers are coming. Several Wu Luosha are coming too." Yin Jiuqiao grabbed Yuan's hand. "Let's go." Ing Shan, Ing Lu and Zhou Yuyan each carried a little black egg and got on the carriage. On the night of the full moon, Yin Jiuqiao lost all his power. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they had better not fight with several powerful Wu Luosha. The group got on the carriage. Ing Shan pulled the reins tightly. "Master, where are you going?" Yin Jiuqiao looked back and saw that there were pursuers coming from all directions. The more deserted the place, the less likely it would be to go. It would be better to sneak into the market. Stop the carriage at the market. "Yes." Ing Shan turned the carriage around and rushed to the market. Ing Lu and Zhou Yuyan followed closely in other carriages. When passing a crossroads, Yin Jiuqiao asked Ing Shan to stop the carriage. Yin Jiuqiao said seriously, "This is it. Take the important things with you. The carriage is not needed." Grandma picked up his books. Old Shui took the medicine box, and Dawa held the unconscious second wife. When she saw the two of them, Yuan was slightly stunned. She wanted to ask what happened, but now was not the right time. So she held Yin Jiuqiao's hand tightly. The group walked through the alley and came to a street with constant flow of people. "Not good. There are pursuers ahead," Ing Shan said. The few people hurriedly turned and entered another alley. The end of this alley turned out to be a residential area. It was not easy to hide. They could go into shops to shop. But were they allowed to force their way into the homes of residents? Seeing the pursuers getting closer and closer, the gate of a house behind Yuan suddenly creaked open, and an old hand reached out and grabbed Yuan's arm. Yuan was startled and turned around abruptly. After seeing who the other party was, her eyes widened instantly. Chapter 670 Grandparents Meet. The Witch King awakens. Grandpa Bao. Yuan never expected that she would meet the long-lost Chef Bao in such a faraway place. She thought she would never see him again in this life. Yuan was shocked beyond words. And after seeing her reaction, and hearing her call Bao the chef, the reactions of the rest of the crowd were not much better than hers. They were running for their lives. And suddenly an old man rushed out. Was he an old acquaintance of Yuan? What's going on? Zhou Yuyan asked Ying Lu in a low voice. Ying Lu shook his head. I don't know. I just think this old man seems familiar. 13? Ying Shisen's eyes fell on the face of Bao Shichu. He also felt vaguely familiar. But he couldn't remember who this person was for a while. He thought that they should not have dealt with him seriously. But why did they feel that he was familiar? Ying Lu and Ying Shisen were not aware of it. And Zhou Yuyan and Mu Qing were even more ignorant. Although Grandma and Lao Tsuedo had been in Lianhua village. When Bao Shichu appeared in Lianhua village, Lao Tsuedo was in the neighboring village. And Grandma was on the way to Dezhou. So they didn't meet. As for Yin Jiuqiao, he had never seen Bao Shichu. At that time, he had just recognized the three little kids and didn't know that Yuan was their mother. So he didn't pay special attention to the movements in Lianhua village. A lot of people stared at Bao Shichu with wide eyes. Others around Bao Shichu didn't pay much attention. But they saw Yin Jiuqiao holding hands with Yuan. He frowned. Then, he found that Yuan was pregnant. When he left Lotus Village, Yuan was still a little girl. How could she be married and become a mother in less than a year? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the three little black eggs twisted out of the arms of Ying Shisan and the others, ran to Yuan, grabbed the corner of Yuan's clothes, and looked at Bao Shichu cutely. Mother! Who is this old man? Bao asked curiously. Mother! Mother? Bao Shichu took a breath. So she is not about to become a mother, but already a mother? Bao Shichu looked at the three little black eggs, and then looked at Yin Jiuqiao, who was carved out of the same mold as the three little eggs. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. His Yuan became someone's stepmother? The pursuers are coming, Ying Shisan reminded. Bao Shichu frowned and led the group into his yard. The rich aroma of wine hit her in the face, and Yuan looked around in surprise. Grandpa Bao, are you brewing wine? I opened a small tavern, and I brew wine in my spare time. I only supply it to a few restaurants, and I don't sell it separately, Bao Shichu said with a smile. There were footsteps outside the yard, and the shouts of guards searching from house to house. Bao Shichu lifted the curtain of the main hall and said to a few people, You go in first. There are wing rooms in the backyard. You can live in whichever one you like. As he said this, he glanced at the second wife held in Dawa's arms, and the Witch King carried on Mu Qing's back. It was obvious that the two were in very bad condition. The man was seriously ill, and the woman seemed to have died. Bao Shichu didn't say much, just told him to go in quickly, and he brushed his sleeves, strode forward and opened the gate. A guard was about to knock on the door, but saw the gate open by itself. The guard put down his hand and asked him coldly, Let me ask you, did you see a few men and women passing by here just now? One of the women was shot by an arrow. Bao Shichu shook his head. I didn't see anyone shot by an arrow, but I saw one injured. What clothes are they wearing? Apricot color. Very luxurious, but with some blood stains, Bao Shichu said with a look of nostalgia. They came to me to buy a jar of the strongest wine, and I said that my wine is not sold in bulk. So they put a sword on my neck. When the guard heard this, he immediately became alert. The woman was shot by an arrow, and the strongest wine was probably for her to treat her wounds. The guard asked, Where did they go? They bought a jar of wine, left me a silver ingot, and left. As Bao Shichu said this, he took out a silver ingot with the official seal of the Great Zhou dynasty from his sleeve. Even the money was not from the Wu clan. So the guard was sure that it was the group of spies. Which direction did they go? The guard asked. It seems to be over there. Bao Shichu pointed to the direction from which Yuan and her group came. The guard frowned. Over there? That's where we came from. Brother, we found their carriage, a companion shouted. And the place where the carriage was found was exactly in the direction pointed by Bao Shichu. But it was slightly off by an alley. It seems that they searched the wrong route and missed the group. The guards no longer wasted time with an old man brewing wine, and walked towards the alley. After making sure that the man had gone far away, Chef Bao closed the door and went to the backyard. He was in the supply business of the restaurant, and there were not many customers, who came to buy a loan in the past. So it was relatively quiet here. The Witch King had woken up and was checking on the second wife in a wing room. Zhou Jin was by his side, and Dawa was quietly guarding the door. Zhou Yuyan suffered a slight scratch and was dragged to Old Chui's room by Mu Qin to treat the injury. Ing Lu and Ing San were guarding Yin Jiuqiao and the 3 little black eggs. They wanted to go to the bottomless pit to rescue people. But there were too many pursuers. Not only could they not rescue people, but they might also expose the whereabouts of Yu Shaoqing and Xiao Heijiang. They had no doubt that if the Witch Queen got the news, she would do everything she could to add insult to injury. Grandpa Bao. Yuan walked out of the house and met Bao Shenchu in the backyard. How was it? Did the group of pursuers give you any trouble? Bao Shenchu snorted. They are just a bunch of young boys. How could they give me any trouble? Your grandpa Bao is not so easy to bully. Yes. When a group of horse thieves came to Lianhua village, it was Grandpa Bao who subdued them all by himself. Until now, a considerable number of horse thieves are still doing hard labor in Lianhua village. It was really an unforgettable time. Yuan took Bao Shenchu's arm affectionately. Grandpa Bao, where did you go after you left? I miss you. This girl. Bao Shenchu smiled. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, both of them have changed. Bao Shenchu is older. His hair is whiter, and his body is more hunched than when he was in Lotus Village. Yuan's appearance has not changed much, but she has become fatter. She is a little fat girl. I don't know if it is because she got married and became a wife and mother, but she is gentler than before and looks more like a little girl. From a little woman to a big woman is helpless. From a big woman to a little woman, it is marrying the right person. Come, walk with Grandpa Bao. Bao Shenchu looked at the fragrance of the courtyard and said, Yeah. Yuan supported him and walked in the yard filled with the fragrance of wine and flowers. These are all flowers and plants from Dezhou. Right? Yuan said. Yes. I brought the seeds from Dezhou. Bao Shenchu said with a smile. Grandpa Bao was afraid that he would not be able to return one day. So he brought seeds from his hometown wherever he went. So that even if he was buried in a foreign land, he would be buried in the soil with the taste of his hometown. Yuan's nose was sour. You haven't told me where you have been. Why are you here? Do you know where this is? The girl talked more. And Bao Shenchu secretly found it interesting. He said with relief in his eyes, After I left Lianhua village, I first went to the south and stayed in Yanqing for a few days. You also went to Yanqing? Yuan was stunned. Bao Shenchu noticed that something was wrong with her, looked at her and said, What's wrong? You seem to be very interested in Yanqing? Yuan lowered her eyes and smiled slightly. Yin Jiuqiao's mansion is in Yanqing. Bao Shenchu is an experienced person, and he knew that she was talking about his sweetheart as soon as he saw her look. Master Bao looked at the half-open door and said, That boy is Yin Jiuqiao. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wait, is he the crazy young master? Yuan said seriously. Grandpa Bao. He is not crazy. Not at all. As she was talking, she heard a loud noise coming from Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan's room. Yuan's eyebrows jumped and she turned to ask Ing San and Ing Lu who were guarding the door. What happened? Ing Lu touched his nose and said angrily. The young master used the thunderbolt pill to ignite the pill furnace. As soon as the voice fell, Yin Jiuqiao, who was blown into a black-faced Bao Gong, came out with a smoking chicken coop hair and a deathly pale face. Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan shouted. Yin Jiuqiao opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of black smoke. Yuan, Chef Bao. The grandparents talked for a long time, and Yuan finally knew the experience of Chef Bao. After leaving Lotus Village, he still did not give up asking about his son. He accidentally got a clue that there was a man in Yanqing who was separated from his parents since childhood, and his age was also right. Chef Bao went to Yanqing, but it turned out that he was not the right man. He went to Nanzhao again. Nanzhao also got nothing. By chance, he met a wizard from the Emerald Country. The wizard liked his cooking very much and intended to keep him by his side. He was going to refuse, but the wizard told him, Aren't you looking for your son? Follow me. I will take you to the witch tribe, where there are many powerful wizards who may be able to tell you a fortune. Just for this divination, he came to the witch tribe from afar. Unfortunately, the wizard was chased and killed by his enemies on the way. He had to find his way through the second half of the journey by himself. Although he did not say the hardships, Yuan had walked through it and knew it clearly. Thinking of him, a lonely old man, walking through the desert with a cane and a camel. Yuan felt distressed. Grandpa Bao. Yuan choked. Okay. Okay. Let's not talk about me. What about you? What are you doing here? And those children. Yuan talked about the children's life experience. Hearing that the three little guys were Miss Wan's own, Chef Bao breathed a sigh of relief. But he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Grandpa Bao. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Yuan smiled and said. The three little guys were practicing martial arts with wooden swords in the yard. Fight. 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 Hey! Chef Bao looked at them, and a rare warmth emerged in his old eyes. Perhaps all suffering is cultivation. If the Bodhisattva is moved by cultivation, then the merits will be complete. It has been too long since we last met, and there are too many things to say. Yuan picked up the important ones, and said that it was about Yin Jiuchu's illness. He was hit by the Nanjiao poison curse in time. The two poisons repelled each other in his body for many years. It was a coincidence that he saved his life. Later, the Nanjiang poison curse was lifted, and the toxicity of time could no longer be suppressed. Chef Bao said, Wait, you said the Nanjiang poison curse. I have heard of this. It is said that it will be passed on to one's descendants. Are the children okay? Yuan smiled. They were all absorbed by the Gu King. They are fine. She didn't know how Xiao Gugu did it, but the three little guys were indeed safe and sound. Yuan continued, to cure the poison of time, for medicinal ingredients are needed. The first three are already in hand, and the last one is the Witch King's tear. By the way, the man Mu Qin carried on his back just now is the Witch King, and the 9-year-old child, Zhou Jin, is his youngest son. Chef Bao said, Youngest son? Doesn't the Witch King have only one son? His biological mother. Yuan said, It's not the Witch Queen, but a member of the Saint clan. So that's it. Chef Bao nodded thoughtfully. He has not been in the Witch clan for a long time, and he has not heard of some things. He only knows that the Witch King and the Witch Queen have a son, known as His Highness He Yang. It is said that His Highness He Yang is 12 years old, but Zhou Jin is only 9 years old, and his surname is Zhou. There must be a hidden story. Bao Shichu didn't ask about the Wu King's family affairs, but said, the Wu clan has been in turmoil these days, and many guards from other villages have come. I heard from the waiter in the restaurant that there were spies sneaking into the city. I didn't expect it was you. You were pregnant. I almost didn't recognize you when you stood at my door. Yuan was a little embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, and said, Thank goodness I ran into you. Otherwise we would have been discovered. Thinking of something, Bao Shichu looked around and said, By the way, didn't you say that my parents came here too? Why don't I see them? Speaking of this, Yuan sighed. Grandpa Bao, have you heard of the bottomless pit? You mean, the sacred pit in Dahuai Slope? Asked Bao Shichu. The sacred pit? Yuan was stunned. Bao Shichu said, that's what people from other villages call it. The pit is extremely deep, and no one who falls in has ever come out. How come? Did your parents fall into the sacred pit? Yes. Yuan nodded agreeably. Bao Shichu didn't know how to comfort her. In his opinion, the chance of falling into the sacred pit and climbing out was not as great as that of the second wife coming back from the dead. Although he didn't even believe in resurrection from the dead. Creak. The closed door opened. The Witch King came out with a pale face. Grandpa Bao, I'll go over and take a look first. After Yuan said that, she helped Bao Shichu sit on the stone bench and walked to the second wife's room. Your Majesty the Witch King, Yuan greeted. The Witch King wore a large cloak, a hood and a pair of silk gloves, trying to cover his face and hands full of poisonous sores. He nodded to Yuan. Princess Helian. He knew who she was? She hadn't told him yet. Seemingly seeing Yuan's doubts, the Witch King smiled faintly and said, I am the Witch King. Yes, this man is the Witch King, who possesses supreme witchcraft, can observe the stars, and can tell fortunes, as long as he wants. They have almost no secrets in front of him. Wanru, is it okay? Dawa asked. The Witch King sighed with regret. Sorry. I tried my best. Dawa fell to the ground with his buttocks. The Witch King said, Her life is saved. Dawa rolled over and stood up. Dawa rushed in quickly. The Witch King said again, Whether she wakes up or not depends on her own luck. So she didn't wake up? Dawa stumbled and fell. Yuan, can't you finish your words at once? Are you happy to be naughty? But no matter what, It's good that she is alive. According to the Witch King, she is now a living dead. She has breathing impulse, but she can't wake up from the coma. You want the Witch King's tears, right? The Witch King looked at Yuan and said, yes. Yuan didn't ask him how he knew this time. He was the Witch King. What he wanted to know was just a matter of counting with his fingers. The Witch King said, I can give you the Witch King's tears, but I have conditions. Yuan thought about it and asked, help you take back the power of the Witch Clan? No. The Witch King shook his head. I have 2 conditions. First, kill Soul Rakshasa. Second, take back Shou Jin's mother's body. When you do that, I will give you the Witch King's tears. Yuan frowned her heroic brows. The second condition is not difficult. The body of the Holy King is buried in your bedroom. We can steal it. But Soul Rakshasa, that is a monster that even you and the Holy King can't kill together. How do you want us to kill it? Die with it. The Witch King smiled faintly. This is your business. You want the Witch King's tears. And I want the Holy King's body and the life of Supreme Moon Princess. Yuan whispered, will you cry if I beat you up? The Witch King laughed. Do you think the tears shed by the Witch King are all called Witch King's tears? Isn't it? Yuan looked at him strangely. The Witch King smiled without saying a word, patted Yuan's little shoulder, leaned close to her ear and whispered, then don't hit me in the face. Yuan. Chapter 671. Elders' Hall. 7 elders gathered, and the 3rd elder held a blood-stained purse in his hand. This purse was given to Nyawaru by her mother. She always wore it on her body. It contained a small bag of spices and some rouge and powder used by her daughter's family. The daughter is missing, but the blood-stained purse belonging to her was picked up by the guards, who were cleaning up the scene. Who would believe that his daughter is fine? The 3rd elder held the purse tightly and asked angrily, Elder, what is going on? What did the people you sent out do to Wanru? The elder retorted, speaking of this, I still want to ask you. Do you know who took those spies out of the Wen Mansion and the Wu clan? It was your good daughter. The 3rd elder said sternly, she is now your granddaughter-in-law. The elder said calmly, so I didn't make trouble with you. And you don't have to put everything on my head. The 2nd elder stepped forward and said, okay. Okay. You two stop arguing. And listen to what the guards say. Come on. Call up the guards, who have seen Madame Wen. Several guards came forward respectfully. Among them were guards from the Wen Mansion, guards guarding the city, and guards who participated in the arrest. The guard from the Wen Mansion said, the second lady said she was going back to her parents' home, and that the carriage was filled with small gifts for her parents' home. The guard guarding the city said, Madame Wen said that a batch of good goods came from another village, and she wanted to go and take a look. Hearing this, all the elders showed a strange look on their faces. What they said was inconsistent, and it was clear that they were lying. But why did she lie? If she said that she did it for Wensu, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Everyone knows her relationship with Wensu. It's good that she didn't stab Wensu. How could she do something for Wensu? Could it be she was held hostage? Or was she poisoned? Was she under witchcraft? Countless speculations flashed through everyone's mind. And even the 3rd elder, who always trusted his daughter, couldn't help but look solemn. He was confident that his daughter would not be easily threatened. But if she was poisoned or under witchcraft, it would be another matter. The 3rd elder's eyes fell on the last guard. What about you? When did you see my daughter? The guard said, to answer the 3rd elder, I saw Madame Wen at the scene where she was killed. The word killed made the 3rd elder's face change. Go on. Yes. The guard bowed his head and said, when I saw Madame Wen, she was with that group of people. Lord Wensu wanted to take Madame Wen away. We planned to rescue Madame Wen, but we were one step too late. Madame Wen was killed. What? The 3rd elder's face changed. The guard shouted, it was Lord Wensu who killed her. But that person is not the real Lord Wensu. I heard him say that his name is Dawa. After leaving the elder hall, the 5th and 7th elders caught up with the 3rd elder. 3rd elder. The 5th elder called. The 3rd elder paused. The 3 of them glanced at the surroundings to make sure that they were not being followed and that no one was passing by. Then the 3rd elder asked, what's the matter? The 5th elder exchanged glances with the 7th elder. You should tell me, said the 7th elder. The 5th elder nodded and asked, don't worry too much about Wanru's matter. As the saying goes, you should see her alive or dead. Don't be discouraged before you see Wanru in person. Yes, I always believe that good people will be blessed by heaven, said the seventh elder. The third elder was silent. The two saw that he looked a little strange, and they couldn't help but say in unison, "What's wrong?" "I was thinking about the fake Wensu," the third elder said with a fixed gaze. "Fake Wensu?" The fifth elder frowned. The third elder said thoughtfully, "On the day of my grandson's 3rd birthday, Wensu accompanied Roar back to Nya Mansion. That time, I found that Wensu was different from before. So I thought that maybe at that time, or even earlier, Wensu had been replaced by the man named Dawa." The fifth elder seemed to have an epiphany. "What you said seems to be true. Since Wensu returned to the witch clan, he has frequently opposed the witch queen. Originally, everyone thought that he was deceived by the vixen. But judging from the current situation, I am afraid that Wensu was fake from the beginning." The seventh elder asked, "If this is true, where is the real Wensu?" The third and fifth elders were silent. "Wensu is not the 12-year-old Yang. He has committed many evil deeds and is not innocent. If he falls into the hands of that group of people, I am afraid that he will be in danger." But Nya Water was innocent. "Why did they kill her too?" The fifth elder said indignantly, "They spared His Highness He Yang. I thought they still had some conscience. But now it seems that they are worse than beasts." The third elder still didn't speak. The scene of being killed by the half-dead warrior a few hours ago appeared in his mind. It was the fake Wensu, begging people to let him go. The courtyard is deep. Dawa fetched a basin of hot water, brought it into the second wife's room, and wiped her face and hands. Pinga had changed her clothes, and Dawa didn't need to do anything. But he just wanted to do something, as if this would let her know that he was waiting for her. "Dawa, it's time to eat." Yuan gently pushed open the door. Dawa turned his head, his eyes red. He didn't cry loudly, and there were no obvious tears. But this look pierced Yuan's heart more than when he was crying loudly. Yuan sighed, walked over and said, "Don't overwork yourself. I believe Sister Nya is blessed by heaven and will wake up." "Yes." Dawa choked and lowered his head. Yuan was not good at comforting people, and she couldn't say anything more sentimental. She could only raise her hand and gently pat Dawa's shoulder. "You stay here with Sister Nya. I will bring you the food later." "Thank you," Dawa said, not thanking her for the meal, but thanking her for her understanding and kindness. At night, Chef Bao personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. Even though everyone present was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, they could not help but be amazed by Chef Bao's cooking skills. It is not entirely true that his cooking is fancy and complicated. Most of them are simple dishes with original flavors, but they make people from all over the world taste the taste of their hometown. "This is what I ate when I was a child. My grandmother made it for me," Zhou Yuyan said with tears. "Me too. My mother made it for me." Mu Qin couldn't help but choke up. Yuan thought to herself, "What is this?" This plate of green pepper potato chips. Spicy but not hot. Oily but not greasy. It is clearly the taste made by her aunt for her. She hasn't thought of her aunt for too long. After her parents passed away in her previous life, it was her aunt who raised her. But such an important person gradually faded from her mind after she came to another world. It was this dish that brought back her almost lost memories. 13. Inglu sniffed. "I seem to remember things before I was 6 years old. It turns out that I have a master. Before being chosen to be a death warrior, Inglu was also an ordinary child. He had his own parents, his own master, and even many playmates of the same age as him. It's just that the memory is too old. As he grew up day by day, it was sealed deep in his mind. Now a plate of green pepper potato chips completely tore open that layer of separation, and the memory surged up like a tide. Woo woo." Inglu turned his head and cried on Yingshisen's shoulder. There are more than just these few who want to cry. Yingshisen's fingers tightened little by little. However, his childhood memories were not very good. Those were the days when he was bullied and couldn't fight back. Those were the days when he wandered the streets and had no food to eat. Therefore, he was more sad and scared than sad. The only one who didn't change his expression was Yin Jiucha. Chef Bao also noticed it. This young man was calmer than expected. So calm that it was frightening. No wonder Wan Yata fell into his hands. They were not at the same level. The children were very happy eating. The 3 little black eggs were sweating. And the always self-restrained Zhou Jin had an expression pack while eating. "More," Xiaobao said, holding an empty bowl. Herbao wants one too. Herbao also held up his own empty bowl. "Tabeo, I want one too." Zhou Jin, "Hey, I want one too. Yuan poked the little faces of the three people one by one and said, but you have all eaten the third bowl. Xiaobao pointed with his little hand. What's the matter? Brother Zhou Jin has eaten 5 bowls. Zhou Jin blushed. The Witch King. Everyone. Chapter 672. Chef Bao's cooking skills deeply captured the hearts of the 3 little eggs. After dinner, Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu both fell out of favor. The 3 little eggs became the little tails behind Chef Bao. They followed Chef Bao with their little milk bottles in their hands. Wherever he went, they went too. Chef Bao was pestered to the point of laughing and crying, and made a basket of pig buns for the 3 of them. Uncle Yu's pig buns were already the best, but Chef Bao's were even more amazing. Eating his pig buns really made you laugh like a pig. It's so nice to hug Grandpa, Bao. I like hugging Grandpa the most. Xiaobao likes it too. Debao said he likes it too. Then am I your favorite Grandpa? Yes. Bao and Xiaobao said in unison. And Debao nodded vigorously. Xiaobao said, better than Grandpa. Sen Xiaodan sold out Grandpa Sikong decisively. Sikong Yi, who was far away in Nanjiao, and was satisfied with abusing the king, felt itchy for no reason. He didn't know what happened. Then the king, who finally used all kinds of ninjutsu to pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals, and calm the anger of his father-in-law, was beaten again. He also wanted to know what happened. Chef Bao was pestered by San Xiaodan to enjoy the hard-earned family happiness. The Witch King was envious, so he pestered Xiao Zhou Jin. The rest of the people went to Grandma's room to discuss the next plan together. Yuan held her chin with both hands and sighed. It is said that those who take from others will be short-handed, and those who eat from others will be soft-mouthed. But the Witch King has eaten the food of my Grandpa Bao. But he still won't give in. He wants to steal the bones of the Holy King and destroy the Soul Rakshasa. What can I do? My father and mother are still missing. She sighed. And Zhou Yuyan sighed too. Yin Jiuqiu played with the Kongming lock in his hand, as if he was in his own world, turning a deaf ear to their conversation. Ing Shursan asked, Grandma, the Soul Rakshasa has lost a clone. Will it affect his own strength? Grandma said, it will have an impact. It is still sealed in the coffin, and can only do evil through its clones. But its clone is gone, which means it can't easily attack us. So Yu Shaoqing was right to drag the Soul Rakshas's clone down the bottomless pit. At least it played a role in almost turning the tide in the current situation. I don't know how they are doing now. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do about the bottomless pit. So it was better to take care of the current situation first. Inglu blinked and said, it can't attack us. So can't we kill it easily? Grandma gave him a fatherly look and said, you are far away from the Wu Clan city, so it naturally can't attack you easily. But if you get close to it, it can still kill you. Soul Rakshasa is good at mental attacks, as long as the distance is close enough. It is almost effortless to kill a master. The fighting spirit that everyone had finally ignited was extinguished by Grandma's cold water. Suddenly, Yin Jiuqiu put the Kongming lock in his hand on the table with a click. Tomorrow, I will kill it. Young master. Ing Shursan's face changed. Yuan said, tomorrow's full moon night has just passed, and your power can only recover 50% to 60%. If you run to kill it like this, will you have little chance of winning? Yin Jiuqiu's fingertips tapped lightly on the Kongming lock a few times. It's just a Soul Rakshasa. The implication is that he didn't take the monster seriously. Everyone is going to be collectively in a mess. Young master, you should have some self-knowledge. However, everyone also understands why Yin Jiuqiu is so anxious to kill Soul Rakshasa. For Soul Rakshasa, waiting one more day means one more day of recovery. And its power recovery is not calculated according to 10% or 20%. Tomorrow, Yin Jiuqiu with 50% power may face Soul Rakshasa with 50% power. And the day after tomorrow, Yin Jiuqiu with 70% power may face Soul Rakshasa with 100% or even stronger power. And Soul Rakshasa's power has no upper limit, and no one knows how powerful it is. Ing Shursan said seriously, then I will go with the young master into the palace. Ing Lu sat up straight, and me. I will go too. Yin Jiuqiu paused and nodded seriously. Okay. You go steal bones. 2 people. I clearly want to help fight monsters. At dawn, Yin Jiuqiu's internal strength gradually began to recover. He took Ing Shursan and Ing Lu and set off for the Wu Clan palace. Thanks to the help of the Wu King, the 3 of them knew a small side door to the palace. The door was originally a prison cell of the Wu Clan for the apostles, who were undergoing purification. Later, the Wu clan abolished the practice of purification, and the place gradually became vacant. In the early years, when the Wu king was in power, he had converted the place into a warehouse. Now he has been ill for many years, and I don't know if the Wu queen has rebuilt the place. If it has been rebuilt, then that road is probably blocked. Fortunately, the three of them were lucky. The witch queen rebuilt this place, but she did not turn it into a fortress. Instead, it became a pasture for horse training. There were not many guards in the horse training field. Yin Jiuqiu easily avoided the patrol of the guards and swaggered into the palace. On the other side, the guards of the Elders' Hall and the palace accidentally ran into old Suedo, who was buying medicinal materials. One of them had participated in the operation of arresting several people and saw old Suedo being held hostage. He recognized old Suedo on the spot. Old Suedo secretly cried out that it was not good and ran away. But how could he be a match for a group of guards? Just as he was about to be caught, Zhou Yuyan appeared. Zhou Yuyan rolled old Suedo with a long whip, and then sprinkled a bag of drugs, and took old Suedo back to the house of Bao Shenchu. "Don't breathe. It's poisonous," a guard shouted. The rest of the people hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. At this moment, the third elder came with a pair of horses. He was sitting on a tall horse. Seeing this, his brow slightly frowned and asked his men to call a palace guard over. "Third elder." The palace guard respectfully performed a salute. The third elder looked at the mess at the scene and frowned and asked, "What happened?" The palace guard said, to answer the third elder, "I just found the accomplice of the spy group, an old man, who was caught earlier and was rescued by them later." "Are you sure it's him?" the third elder asked solemnly. The palace guard said, "I'm sure. I was about to catch him." But suddenly a woman with great martial arts skills came and took the old man away. At this time, the drugs had all fallen to the ground, and the scene returned to normal. The third elder got off his horse, handed the reins to his trusted subordinate, and walked forward, stopping at the place where the two sides fought. Everyone saw him squatting down with a frown, picking up a leaf on the ground with his fingertips, smelling it, then throwing the leaf away, standing up and saying indifferently, "Where is the wine shop around here?" About half a quarter of an hour later, the courtyard of Bao Shenchu was surrounded by guards. It was also unfortunate that Yin Jiuqiu, Eng Lu, Eng Shursen went out. Yu Wan, Mu Qing and Zhou Jin went out. And in addition to Zhou Yuyan and Dawa, there was a room full of old, weak and sick people in the courtyard. Needless to say, the result of this fighting power was known. Although Zhou Yuyan was skilled in martial arts, she could not stand up to their large numbers. Soon, she and Dawa were held at the neck by the guards with knives. Dawa still wore the face of Wensu, but now everyone knew that he was a fake Wensu, so naturally no one would care about him anymore. "Third elder, there are still people," the guard said, and escorted Bao Shenchu, Lao Tsuedo and Grandma out, and three little ones. Another guard and his companions also escorted the three little eggs out. It was not quite appropriate to say that they were escorted. The three of them were sleeping soundly, and had no idea that the enemy had come to kill them. The three palace guards held them, and it felt like they were holding a 10,000 jin weight, so heavy that their arms were about to break. What did these kids eat to grow up? Why are they so heavy? But after holding them for a while, half of the arms of the three guards became numb. The leading guard said, "Third elder, now that we have caught the person, we should go back and report to the witch queen and the elder." "Take them all back?" the third elder asked indifferently. The leading guard said, "Of course not." The witch queen said that among this group of spies from the Holy Clan, except for that woman and a few little things who are still useful, the rest, all should be killed. "Okay, then kill them," the third elder said coldly. And Dawa's eyebrows jumped, looking at Nia Wanner's biological father in horror. "Kill!" At the command of the third elder, his men drew their swords, raised their swords and fell, and blood splattered 3 feet. Dawa felt his throat and cheeks hot, and the next second, he saw the guards of the elder, and the witch queen fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 673. The truth is revealed. Great teammates. The three little eggs rolled down. Zhou Yuyan didn't have time to think about why it was not them who died, but their own people. She flew towards the three little eggs and hugged them one by one. Ouch! I thought I had good enough internal strength to hold 3 eggs. But why are they so heavy? 1 egg plus 1 egg plus another egg. Ah! It's really not 3 eggs. It's 30. It's so heavy. Dawa was really scared. When the guards drew their swords, he really thought he was going to be beheaded. But why did it happen? They killed their own people? This. What on earth is going on? Old Chui also broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the grandmother next to him, who was calm as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but frown. You know they won't kill us, right? Grandma shook her head seriously. No. I just calculated that we won't die today. Old Chui was furious. Why didn't you say it earlier? You almost scared me to death. It really fits the saying. All crows are black. All charlatans are bad. Humph. The third elder walked in front of Dawa. Dawa had not yet recovered from his shock. Looking at the shadow on the ground that was looming over him, he raised his head blankly and stared at the third elder. The third elder said, "Why don't you ask for help?" Ah? Dawa was stunned again, as if he didn't understand the meaning of his words. The third elder said calmly, "I owe you a favor. I should pay it back to you. Right? No. You don't owe me." Dawa really didn't understand what the third elder was saying, and he didn't know if it was because the third elder was Nyawanra's father. Dawa always felt a little insecure when facing him. The third elder looked at Dawa without blinking. Dawa was nervous when he was looked at. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The third elder said that he owed him a favor. Could it be that he was referring to the time when he stopped Ing San from killing him? Ah. Is that also a favor? He asked Ing San to press the acupoints of the third elder. He was still feeling guilty now, afraid that the third elder would question him for having the guts to let someone press his acupoints. The Lan family's disguise technique can only fade away by itself and cannot be peeled off privately. Therefore, Dawa is still wearing Wensu's face. But he is not Wensu. Wensu is not so stupid. The third elder was so disappointed. How come he didn't suspect the real him when he was so stupid? It's not the third elder's fault. The Lan family's disguise technique is so perfect that even the King of Heaven can't find any flaws. Hey, is there nothing for us here? Zhou Yuyan quietly walked to the side of Grandma and Old Chui and asked them in a low voice. The two gave her a look that could only be understood but not expressed in words. The third elder didn't come here to rescue Dawa. He came to find his daughter. Just when he was about to ask about his daughter's whereabouts, a familiar figure suddenly flashed in the yard. The third elder's eyebrows jumped. That person is third elder. That? Dawa finally decided to speak to break the weird atmosphere. But the third elder pushed him away and walked down the corridor with big strides. He walked around the corridor and looked at the familiar figure. After making sure it was not his illusion, he trembled and said, Which king? The Witch King paused, turned around while chewing a peach, raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Oh, third elder. The third elder's body was shocked, and he bowed and said, Meet the Witch King. The Witch King held the half-eaten peach and said calmly, I haven't seen you for so many years. Third elder still recognizes me. The third elder's eyes flashed, and he knelt on one knee. The third elder was from the Witch Queen's camp. As a close minister trusted by both the Witch Queen and the Great Elder, he naturally knew that the Witch King was imprisoned by the Witch Queen. As the Witch King said, he had not seen the Witch King for at least 7 or 8 years. He did not know that the Witch King had become like this. If it were not for the back view and the walking posture that looked very much like the Witch King in his impression, he would have mistaken him just based on this face. Witch King. You? He wanted to ask the Witch King what was wrong. But when he said this, he realized that he was being stupid. The only person who could hurt the Witch King under normal circumstances, apart from Soul Rakshasa, was himself. The Witch Queen might be able to imprison him, but she could not hurt him at will. His injuries, no, to be precise, his poisonous sores were all caused by himself. As for who it was for, the answer is self-evident. The children of the Witch King and the Saint King cannot survive in the world. To put it in a more mysterious way, both of them are too powerful, and their combination exceeds the laws that the heavenly Tao can accommodate. In order to allow Zhou Jin to be born safely and grow up, the Holy King buried his bones and changed his fate against the will of heaven. However, the third elder thought that this was enough. But he never expected that the Holy King only changed part of it, and the rest had to be borne by the Witch King. He said that the Witch King was so powerful. How could he suddenly let the Witch Queen succeed? Now it seems that the Witch King must have consumed too much magic power to change Zhou Jin's fate against the will of heaven. and even suffered a terrible backlash, which made him unable to resist the Witch Queen's imprisonment. In the past, the third elder might not be moved by the Witch King's sacrifice, but after losing his daughter, he felt that he could empathize with the Witch King. Witch King. The Witch King raised his hand and interrupted him. He looked too lazy to listen, chewed the peach in his hand, and went back to the house leisurely. Grandma and her group came over. When he passed by, Grandma patted his shoulder with sympathy. Zhou Yuyan came over with San Xiaodan. San Xiaodan looked at him, then at the grandmother, who had already walked away, poked Dawa's thigh, and hooked his little finger at Dawa. Dawa bent down. The three of them walked over one by one, patted his shoulders in a serious manner. Dabao patted Erbao, and Erbo patted Xiaobao. Dawa. Old Chui looked at San Xiaodan strangely, then at the grandmother, and said with a glare, "Chio, you didn't predict that we wouldn't die today. You knew? The Witch King is here." The third elder was shocked. Although the Witch King was much weaker than before, he was the king of the Witch clan after all. If he had not acted in time, it might not only be the guards of the two great elders and the Witch Queen who died, but also he and his men would be wiped out. Thinking of this, the third elder's back was soaked with cold sweat. Third elder. Dawa's voice appeared behind him. The third elder calmed down, turned around and said, "I was just about to ask you, where is Wanru?" Dawa took the third elder to the second wife's room. The second wife lay quietly on the bed, breathing evenly, as if she was just asleep and would wake up at dawn. Wanru she. The third elder opened his mouth. She was shot by an arrow, and the situation was very critical. It was the Witch King who saved her, Dawa said truthfully. "Ah." The third elder stuttered. His unbelievable look made Dawa mistakenly think that he was suspecting that he was lying. Dawa hurriedly said, You don't think we heard Wanru?" "We didn't. We really didn't." The third elder looked at him deeply. "I know it wasn't you." He didn't know whether Dawa was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. But Dawa definitely cared about his daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed his daughter like a little tail in Yamanchen. And he wouldn't have stopped the assassin when he wanted to kill him. In this case, how could he kill Wanru? The first elder thought he had successfully fooled himself. But he didn't know that it was that fabrication that exposed his flaws and ambitions. She'd lost her pulse on the spot. And it was the Witch King who saved her life. "I think the Witch King himself was also seriously injured," Dawa said softly. The Witch King had already consumed too much of his magic power to change Zhou Jin's fate, and to restore the life of the second madam. He didn't say anything, but they all knew that he must have overdrawn a lot of his energy. The third elder checked his daughter's injuries. The injuries were fatal on the spot, and no one except the Witch King could save her. The person he supported and followed for so many years actually shot him in the back for his own selfish reasons. And the person he had always owed him actually sacrificed himself to save his precious daughter at the critical moment. The third elder took a deep breath and felt that he had lived in vain for so many years. Dawa looked at the third elder carefully and said, "You, don't worry too much. I believe Wanru will wake up one day." The third elder looked at his unconscious daughter, feeling extremely distressed. He clenched his fists and said with gritted teeth, "I have been serving them for so many years, dealing with so many messes and doing so many unscrupulous things. In the end, this is how they repay me. Good. Good. Very good. If they do it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. Chapter 674. Use your big move. Xiaobao who can't hold back. Witch Queen's Palace. The Witch Queen sat in front of the window frame, holding a string of agate in her hand blankly, with the orange and red twilight falling on the agate from afar, reflecting a dazzling light. Witch Queen. Witch Queen. Witch Queen. Hongwon called her several times. The Witch Queen regained consciousness, put away the agate beads in her hand without leaving a trace, put away her absent-minded look, turned around and asked coldly and majestically, "What's the matter?" Hongwon said, "The elder is here. Let him in." The Witch Queen said, "Yes." Hongwon withdrew and invited the elder into the hall. The Witch Queen put the agate beads into the makeup box, stood up, and walked to the center of the hall. Witch Queen. The elder bowed and saluted. "Grandpa. No need to be polite. Why are you here at this hour? Have you found Wanru's whereabouts?" asked the Witch Queen. The elder shook his head. "All the people sent out have not returned yet." The Witch Queen pinched her painful eyebrows. "It's all the fault of those blind people. They were asked to shoot the fake Wensu. Who asked them to shoot Wanru? Wanru is not only the daughter-in-law of the Wen family, but also the precious daughter of the third elder. The third elder has only such a legitimate daughter. How much effort was spent to coax her into the Wen mansion? Now, she was shot to death by a guard with one arrow. The third elder has done a lot for us over the years. The fifth and seventh elders joined our camp because of his face. If the Witch Queen frowned and said nothing more. The elder said, they were killed by mistake. They did intend to shoot the fake Wensu. Who knew Wanru would push him away? Wanru. What did she mean? The Witch Queen took away her hand that was pinching her forehead coldly. Could she have blocked the arrow for Wensu? Didn't Grandpa know what kind of relationship she had with Sewer? She probably knew the other party's identity, and had a secret relationship with him. She is so bold. She deserves such a fate. Although Wensu is a bastard, he is the blood of the Wen family after all. The elder and the Witch Queen love him very much. In the current situation, Wensu has most likely been killed by the group of people. They just want to skin them and eat their blood and flesh. As Wensu's wife, Wanru not only did not expose them, but also went along with them. Not to mention that she was shot to death. Even if she didn't die, the Witch Queen would personally sentence her to death. The Witch Queen said coldly, it's not a pity for her to die. But don't affect the relationship between the third elder and us. The elder said, don't worry about this. I have asked someone to disguise it and say that the group killed him. He believed it? The Witch Queen felt that the third elder was not someone who could be fooled so easily. The elder said firmly, how could he not believe it? He would rather suspect a group of spies than trust his allies, who have been with him for many years. Besides, we are relatives. I bet that Wanru didn't tell him about the fake Wensu. So he must not know that the two of them have already had a head and tail. The Witch Queen said, this is the best. The third elder knows too much about our details. And it is related to the camps of the fifth and seventh elders. Unless it is absolutely necessary. I don't want to get rid of him as well. Okay. Let's not talk about this. I will pay close attention to the third elder. How is the Soul Rakshasa's matter going? Said the great elder. The Witch Queen raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly, saying, it will be done soon. Oh! The great elder seemed a little surprised. The Witch Queen smiled and said, the Soul Rakshasa is at the last moment of awakening. I have asked someone to find the medicine it needs. It will be found today. The great elder opposed the Witch Queen to release the Soul Rakshasa. But when it came to the critical moment, he couldn't help but look forward to the power of the Soul Rakshasa. Perhaps this is the instinctive worship and respect for the strong. The elder said, so, Soul Rakshasa is just around the corner. The Witch Queen said, yes. After Soul Rakshasa comes out of retreat. Even if the third elder knows the truth about Wanru, we will have nothing to fear. They are just a few elders. Not enough for Soul Rakshasa to pinch with one finger. Here. In the courtyard, the third elder spread out a map of the Witch clan and circled a few red dots on it with cinnabar. Are these the pharmacies that the Witch Queen will go to? Zhou Yuyan asked. Yes. The third elder nodded, glanced at Zhou Yuyan and Dawa, and then looked at the Witch King who was chewing an apple on the side. The Witch King didn't pay attention to what he said on the surface, but he always felt that the Witch King was listening carefully. He owed the Witch King too much. The Witch King did not pursue his fault, but saved his daughter. He was very ashamed. In front of the Witch King, he gave advice to overthrow the Witch Queen. Wasn't it also a way to express his sincerity and gratitude to the Witch King? The third elder misunderstood. The Witch King did not seem to pay attention to him. But he really did not pay attention to him. The Witch King was thinking about tricking the old man surnamed Bao to do something tonight. His son seemed to like green pepper potato chips, but he liked green pepper eggs. His son liked Christian carp tofu soup, but he wanted to eat braised Christian carp. It's really distressing to be a father who competes with his son for food. The Witch King sighed. The third elder broke into a cold sweat. He was worthy of being the Witch King. He actually saw that he didn't tell the whole truth. That's right. The Witch Queen wanted to deal with him. In addition to going to the pharmacy to buy medicine for the Soul Rakshasa, she also had to go to a spice shop in another village to find the medicine. The medicine was not a product of the Witch clan, but a kind of liquor brought by foreigners. I swear to God, he didn't mean to hide it, but he just didn't have time to say it. And here, the third elder decisively circled out the shops selling liquor in the other village. But what if he doesn't fight with his son for food? He will be hungry? My son doesn't seem to be picky about food. Why don't I give him some injustice? I can't bear it. The Witch King sighed again. The third elder broke out in a cold sweat. That's right. The medicine is not only liquor, but also a spice. The Witch King even saw this. The third elder didn't dare to speak so slowly anymore, and told the name, price, and required dosage of the spice in one breath. Alas! Let's play rock paper scissors with my son. Whoever wins will listen to him. That's right. He is so smart. The Witch King, who finally found a solution, held an apple in his mouth and went out contentedly. The third elder looked at the direction where the Witch King left and broke into a cold sweat. He left after he had explained everything to the Witch King. The Witch King was indeed a god. Yin Jiucha and his group went to the palace. It was unknown when they would return. Of course, they could not wait for them to return before they took action. Otherwise it would be too late. I'll go, Zhou Yuyan said. I'll go and secretly change these medicinal materials. I'll go too, Dawa said. How could you do such a wicked thing as changing medicinal materials? Are you human? Old Chui glared at the two of them with disdain, took out a few small porcelain bottles from his arms, and threw them into their arms. Crane's beak red. 10 times the dose. Zhou Yuyan, Dawa. After the two of them took the poison, Old Chui changed their appearance and disguised them as the guards of the two great elders. They took the tokens pulled from the guards and swaggered onto the street. Buying medicine is a secret, and the Witch Queen would never let anyone go openly. The two squatted outside the shop, and the third elder sat in a carriage not far away. When a young man dressed as a merchant walked into the shop, the third elder winked at the two. The two understood that this was the Witch Queen's minion. The two hid in the dark and poured a drop of Headinghong into the liquor while the guards were not paying attention. With 10 times the dosage, even if it is a soul demon, it will not be safe. Poison you. Poison you. Poison you. Zhou Yuyan sprinkled several more drops. Enough. Enough. Stop it. If you do it again, someone will find out. Although this is the Headinghong improved by Old Chui, it is basically colorless and odorless. But it doesn't smell good. A few drops will not be enough to smell the clue. But too much may be bad. Zhou Yuyan said, I know. I'm just worried that I can't kill it. I'm also doing this for my brother-in-law's sake. Brother-in-law? Dawa was stunned. Zhou Yuyan raised her eyebrows and said, Yes. Sister One's husband is my brother-in-law. Dawa's mouth twitched. This relative recognized each other so quickly. The young man left with the wine pot, and the two exchanged glances with the third elder. The third elder understood and lowered the curtain. Not long after the young man left, he also took a carriage into the city. Dawa and Zhou Yuyan waited at the gate of the city until the gate was closed, and then they returned to their residence with peace of mind. But man's plan is not as good as God's plan. The young man was almost at the palace, and he fell asleep while holding the wine jar. He accidentally dropped the wine jar and broke it with a bang. Oh no! The liquor is gone! The Witch Queen will kill me! The young man hurriedly asked the coachman to turn the carriage around and rushed to the city gate. The city gate is closed. If you want to leave the city, come back tomorrow. The young man took out the token. When the guards saw the witch's order, they were shocked and hurried to open the city gate. The young man went back to the liquor shop. He was worried that the liquor would break again on the way, so he simply ordered 3 jars at once. Now I'm prepared. The young man patted the jar and turned to the counter to pay. Mom, I need to pee, Xiaobao said, covering his crotch. Xiaobao, who had eaten and drunk enough on the street, couldn't help but pee. But there is no toilet here, Yuan said with embarrassment. Xiaobao covered his crotch and jumped up. Xiaobao is going to pee. I'm going to pee my pants. Ah. This. Okay. Mommy will take you over there to ask. Yuan took Xiaobao to a liquor store. Boss, can I borrow a toilet? The shopkeeper pointed casually. Yuan took Xiaobao there. But there was someone in the toilet. Xiaobao covered his crotch and jumped up again. I can't hold it anymore. Chapter 675 New Discovery. The truth. Erbao can't hold it anymore. Erbao jumped off the carriage, holding his crotch. Dabao looked at Xiaobao, then at Erbao, looked up at the sky for a second, and jumped off, holding his crotch. Dabao can't hold it anymore. Zhou Jin covered his eyes and turned his face away. These 3 little things, even pee together. Xiaobao really can't hold it anymore. Erbao and Debao are here to join in the fun. But the two of them are really holding it in. 3 little fat guys came at once. And Yuan was in a panic. Mom. Mom. Xiaobao wants to pee. Erbao. Erbao wants to pee. Debao wants to pee too. The 3 of them rushed to Yuan. And Yuan was overwhelmed. At this moment, the door of the toilet opened. Debao, who obviously had not peed, ran the fastest and occupied the toilet in a flash. You don't fall in. Yuan chased into the toilet. Erbao was watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. He covered his crotch and screamed louder than Xiaobao. Xiaobao, who always bullied his 2 brothers, finally had a day of falling into the gutter. He was about to burst. He couldn't wait for Debao to come out. So he went to find a place to pee. He found a jar, which was a chamber pot. But the jar was filled with something, and one jar couldn't hold it. So Xiaobao peed in all 3 jars. The young man went to pay the bill. When he returned to the wall and carried the wine jar to the carriage, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the liquor this time was heavier than before. Could it be that he was a repeat customer and bought so much at once? So the store owner felt guilty and added 2 more taels of wine? The young man returned to the palace with the wine jar. The Guangming Palace was heavily guarded by soldiers. And there were 4 Wu Luosha and 10 great wizards to protect it. The awakening of Soul Luosha must not be wrong. So even if she was deep in the palace, the Witch Queen would never dare to take it lightly. Young master, you find a place to rest first. Ing Lu and I will steal the body of the Holy King and assassinate Soul Luosha after dark. Ing Shisan suggested. Doesn't Soul Luosha become more powerful after dark? Ing Lu asked. Ing Shisan said, that has nothing to do with darkness. It just happened to wake up at night, and fell asleep again at dawn. Then, is it awake now? Ing Lu asked again. I feel so, Ing Shisan said. He had no evidence. But he had an intuition that was different from ordinary people. His intuition had saved him countless times. I don't say that it was correct 10 times out of 10. But it was correct at least 7 or 8 times. What do you think? Young master? Ing Shisan decided to listen to Yin Jiuchao's opinion. Yin Jiuchao nodded lightly. Okay. Last night, the young master didn't sleep well because he was kicked by the 3 little black eggs with their invincible and shadowless feet. Yin Jiuchao swaggered into the Wu King's palace and lay on the bed in the warm room. The warm room of the Wu clan is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is very comfortable to lie on it. After a while, the young master fell asleep with peace of mind. Ing Lu and Ing Shisan avoided the patrolling guards and sneaked into the yard where the Saint King's body was buried. Shisan. Look! Saint Fairy Orchid. Ing Lu pointed to a small flower bed in the yard with purple buds in full bloom and said, It's so beautiful. It's very beautiful. Ing Shisan nodded softly. Ing Lu looked at Ing Shisan strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? Ing Shisan asked. Ing Lu smiled slightly. I used to ask you if those flowers were beautiful. And you always said, aren't they just flowers? Don't flowers look the same? He is handsome and elegant. And his smile has a clean and beautiful aura. A man like a beautiful boy will make people want to protect him involuntarily. Ing Shisan paused, and moved his eyes away from Ing Lu's face, and fell on the purple flower. Ing Lu was right. He was a killer. And those flowers and plants were never any different in his eyes. But somehow, this piece of Saint Fairy Orchid seemed to bloom in his heart all of a sudden. Saint Fairy Orchid can only survive on the bones and blood of the Holy King. The body buried below should be the body of the Holy King. Right? Ing Lu quickly put Ing Shisan's strangeness behind him and pulled out a dagger from his waist. While the guards are not here. Do it quickly. Ing Shisan stared at the Saint Fairy Orchid. Ing Lu reminded Shisan. Don't look at it. Someone will come over soon. Ing Shisan came back to his senses, frowned slightly and said, Wait a minute. What's wrong? Ing Lu had already squatted down and prepared to dig. There's something strange about this piece of Saint Fairy Orchid. Ing Shisan said seriously. Strange? What's strange? Ing Lu asked in confusion. Ing Shisan frowned. I can't tell. It's not the first time I've seen them. But they seem to be different from before. What's different? Ing Lu had also been to the Witch King's palace, and naturally had seen this piece of Holy Fairy Orchid. He didn't feel any change this time. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled knowingly. They are blooming more brightly. It seems to be true. But is it really just like that? Ing Lu tugged at his sleeve. Okay. Don't just focus on looking at the flowers. You like purple flowers. I'll plant a garden for you later. You can open the window and see more purple flowers than here. Ing Shursan cleared his throat. Ing Lu turned around to dig up the bones of the Holy King. Can you plant flowers? Ing Shursan spoke seriously. Ing Lu said without hesitation, you can learn if you don't know. Doesn't Uncle One know how to grow flowers? When the young master has cured the poison of time, we will go back to Yanqing together. And then I will learn to grow flowers with Uncle One. Why do you want to learn to grow flowers? Ing Shursan squatted beside Ing Lu, took out a dagger, and dug hard. Shursan likes flowers, Ing Lu said. Ing Shursan choked. His eyes flickered and said, I don't like flowers. Then what do you like? Ing Lu looked at him seriously. I like... Ing Shursan's face changed halfway through his words. What's wrong? Ing Lu asked. Ing Shursan pressed into the half-dug pit and handed the dagger to Ing Lu. Take it. Oh! Ing Lu took Ing Shursan's dagger. Ing Shursan carefully pushed away the soil under his hands, revealing a cold white bone. Ing Lu's eyes widened. Found it. It's the body of the Holy King. Ing Shursan pushed away the surrounding soil and unexpectedly found a rib. And there was no other body under this flower bed except this rib. Ing Lu took the rib in his hand and turned it over and over. What's going on here? Why is there only one bone? Is this the bone of the Holy King? Yes. Yin Jiocho walked over carelessly. The two stood up. Young master, Yin Jiocho said, the Saint King's bones are buried. And the Saint Fairy orchid blooms. This should be the Saint King's rib. Ing Lu nodded in sudden realization. And then said, but young master, it's so strange. The Saint King's bones are gone. Only one rib is left. Yin Jiocho glanced at the rib in Ing Lu's hand and said, it's not that there is only one rib left. It's that there was only one rib buried originally. Ing Lu was stunned. Ing Shursan also showed a puzzled look. Ing Shursan asked, young master, what happened here? Does the Witch King know? He asked us to steal the Saint King's bones. Is it just to steal this rib? Yin Jiocho said calmly. If he knew that there was only one rib buried here, he would have been upset. He even hid it from the Witch King. The Saint King really has good intentions. Ing Shursan frowned and said, from what young master said, all this was planned by the Saint King? Why did she do this? Yin Jiocho said, why else? Of course it's for Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin? Ing Shursan murmured thoughtfully. Yin Jiocho felt the fluctuations of the breath in the mud pit and said calmly, it seems that the Saint King alone is not enough to change Zhou Jin's fate. So she made a deal with someone. I don't understand. Ing Shursan shook his head. Yin Jiocho looked at the Saint Orchid that was moved out and said, didn't you just say that today's Saint Orchid is different from the last time? What Ing Lu said is right. It is more beautiful. But why is it not like this earlier or later? But today? Have you ever thought about why? Why? Ing Shursan asked. Yin Jiocho said calmly, the Saint Orchid is nourished by the master. Ing Shursan's pupil shrank. Could it be? Could it be what? I still don't understand. Ing Lu scratched his head. Yin Jiocho looked at Ing Shursan, who bowed. I don't guess much. Let the young master tell me. Yin Jiocho said, Zhou Jin is the descendant of the Saint King and the Witch King. Such a bloodline is impossible to survive in the world. Changing his fate is much more difficult than Saint Lan changing the fate of concubine Yuan. Even the Saint King alone is not enough to plant a life for Zhou Jin. So the Saint King made a deal with someone. Chapter 676 The Power of the Holy King. What deal? Ing Lu asked. Ing Shursan murmured, that person helped her plant life for Zhou Jin. And she sacrificed herself to that person. That's right. Yin Jiocho nodded. Who is that person? Ing Lu asked. Soul Rakshasa. Yin Jiocho said. Ing Lu's eyebrows jumped. What? Soul Rakshasa? How could it be it? Ing Shursan speculated, looking at the entire witch clan. Only it, and the Witch King have the ability to change Zhou Jin's fate. But the Witch King cannot die too early. He has to prolong Zhou Jin's life. So Soul Rakshasa became the only candidate. After a pause, Ing Shursan said again, but I still can't figure out how all this happened. I mean, even if the Holy King wants to ask Soul Rakshasa for help, will Soul Rakshasa be willing to help? Yin Jiocho said lightly, it had to help. It caused the Holy King and the Witch King to be seriously injured. If it did not agree to trade with the Holy King would die with him. In order to survive, he had to help Zhou Jin change his fate. Hearing this, Ing Lu finally turned around. It turned out that Soul Rakshasa was not willing to do so, but was forced to do so. He said, "How could that monster change the fate of the enemy's child?" Thinking of something, Ing Lu said again, "Then, what did the young master say just now, that the Holy King sacrificed himself to the Soul Rakshasa?" Yin Jiuqiao did not speak. Ing Shursen said to Ing Lu, "I think she must have voluntarily been devoured by the Soul Rakshasa after giving birth to Zhou Jin." "Isn't the Soul Rakshasa sealed?" Ing Lu asked. "This?" Ing Shursen couldn't guess it either. Yin Jiuqiao said, "This is the trick played by the Holy King. She agreed to sacrifice herself on the surface. But in fact, she planned to die together with Soul Rakshasa. Soul Rakshasa may not be unaware of her calculations, but the Holy King must be very weak after giving birth. And Soul Rakshasa felt that she could take a gamble. As a result, the Holy King really failed to kill Soul Rakshasa, but sealed it with her own body." Ing Shursen said in a daze, "So, it is not the coffin that sealed Soul Rakshasa, but the body of the Holy King in the coffin?" Yin Jiuqiao nodded. "According to the current clues, this is the case. But the clues we have are limited, so there may be a truth that we have not guessed." Ing Lu sighed and said, "The Witch King is still kept in the dark. It's really pitiful." Ing Lu collected the bones of the Holy King. The time was almost up, and the group set off for the Hall of Light. Just halfway through, Yin Jiuqiao stopped. "What's wrong, young master?" Ing Shursen asked. Yin Jiuqiao said with deep eyes, "Soul Rakshasa is about to wake up. Hasn't it always been awake?" Ing Lu muttered, "It is about to wake up completely." Yin Jiuqiao stared. Its aura suddenly became stronger. Not 1 or 2 times stronger, but 10 times. 10 or more times. Soon, Ing Shursen also noticed the trembling aura. Why did it suddenly become so strong? Did it take some magic medicine? The Witch Queen. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes turned cold. Yes, it must be the Witch Queen. That vicious woman tried every means to wake up Soul Rakshasa. She must have given Soul Rakshasa medicine. So Soul Rakshasa will wake up completely so soon. According to the original inference, Soul Rakshasa will not be awake for too long today. So the chance of their success is not very high. At least not too small. But now, it will be difficult for them to kill it. Soul Rakshasa's breath suddenly surged, and every breath could feel the murderous aura in the air. What is more terrifying than the pressure of a master is that this breath attacks people's consciousness. Ing Lu had a splitting headache. Ing Shursen had never felt this way before. It was not pain, but it was worse than pain. He was even a little crazy. There was a voice in his heart shouting, stimulating him to want to destroy something. Ing Shursen held his head, used his strong willpower to stabilize the last bit of rationality, and said, "Young master, let's leave first, and come back when your power is fully restored." Yin Jiuqiao's eyes turned cold. The movement in the Hall of Light was getting louder and louder. But Yin Jiuqiao did not leave. Instead, he flew up and flew towards the center of the movement. "Young master." Ing Shursen's face changed violently. He reached out to grab Yin Jiuqiao, but failed. He was so anxious that his face turned pale. Is the young master crazy? Soul Rakshasa has completely awakened. He only has 50% of his power. How can he be a match for Soul Rakshasa? Yin Jiuqiao had his own plan. Although it was very risky, it was more dangerous to let Soul Rakshasa break the seal. He decided to kill it with a sword the moment Soul Rakshasa broke the coffin. The 4 Wu Rakshasa police and 10 great wizards keenly felt an unusually cold breath. One of the great wizards said, "Humph. The Witch Queen is right. Someone really came to assassinate the Soul Rakshasas, overestimating their own abilities. Form a formation." As soon as he finished speaking, he and his companions were knocked over by a strong icy air. The 10 great wizards didn't even have a chance to use their fists and feet, and they fainted one by one. But before they fainted, everyone had a doubt in their minds. Was that the breath of the Changshengju just now? The Witch Clan hasn't had such a pure Changshengju skill for many years. Who is it who has practiced Changshengju to such a level? The martial Rakshasas used all their skills and flew up. The current urgent task is to deal with the Soul Rakshasas, and there is no time to fight with them. Yin Jiuqiao's aura is fully open, and with a flick of his sleeves, he instantly knocked the 4 martial Rakshasas away. Yin Jiuqiao's body was suspended in the air. He used his inner strength to suck up a sword on the ground, and then rushed towards the side hall that suppressed Hun Luosha with a cold look. He arrived just in time, and the coffin had just cracked. He held the sword tightly, and stabbed the coffin fiercely. The huge sword energy broke the coffin into pieces. And the coffin exploded, revealing the monster sealed inside. However, the moment he saw its appearance clearly, Yin Jiuqiu's sword suddenly stopped. Lying in the coffin was a woman. A woman who looked 70% similar to Zhou Jin. Almost instantly, Yin Jiuqiu guessed her identity. Holy King. The Holy King sealed Soul Rakshasa with his body. So this is the Holy King's body? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw the Holy King, who was supposed to be the body, suddenly opened his eyes. Yin Jiuqiu was stunned. The Holy King, who opened his eyes, raised his lips, which turned from pale to bright red in an instant, and slapped Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu avoided this palm sharply. However, he also missed the best time to kill Soul Rakshasa. The two of them fought fiercely. When Ying Lu and Ying Shursan arrived here, the two had already fought from the side hall to the main hall. The two of them were too fast, and Ying Lu and Ying Shursan could only see a series of afterimages. Ying Lu looked at the almost elusive afterimage and said, "Is Soul Rakshasa awake? Did the young master fight it?" Ying Shursan said, "It should be." The man was full of Soul Rakshasa's aura. Ying Lu said, "Let's take the body of the Holy King away. Since the Holy King sealed Soul Rakshasa with his body, her body must be under the coffin." However, what shocked the two was that after moving the coffin, they saw a skeleton wearing men's clothes. It is possible that a woman is dressed as a man, but this doesn't look like a woman's skeleton. Women are not so tall, and their pelvises are different from those of men. "Look over there," Ying Shursan said, looking at a bracket eaves on the opposite side. Yin Jiuqiu fought with the opponent for several rounds and separated briefly. Ying Lu saw a woman in red looking at his young master with an evil look on her face. Yin Jiuqiu's situation is not good. After all, he only has 50% of his power. Ying Lu was dumbfounded. That person looks like Zhou Jin. Could it be? She is the Holy King? But why does she have the breath of Soul Rakshasa? Ying Shursan's eyes darkened. The Holy King was attacked by Soul Rakshasa. The Holy King used his body as a seal to suppress Soul Rakshasa, so Soul Rakshasa could not get out. But it was unwilling to accept its fate. It happened that the Holy King's oil lamp had run out at that time, and Soul Rakshasa attacked her day and night. Maybe the Holy King could resist at first, but when she was at her weakest, she finally let Soul Rakshasa succeed. Ying Lu opened his eyes wide in horror. So is this person now Soul Rakshasa or the Holy King? Ying Shursan said with a complicated expression. Soul Rakshasa passed all his skills and memories to her. She is no longer the Holy King. Soul Rakshasa knew that he could not get out. After all, the seal of the Holy King could only be released by the Holy King himself. So Soul Rakshasa thought of this method to turn the Holy King into another self. Perhaps in the eyes of Soul Rakshasa, this is a disguised rebirth, and also a bloody revenge. Chapter 677 Shibao's Big Move. What should we do now? This monster not only has the strength of Soul Rakshasa, but also the power of Saint King. It's dangerous for the young master to face it. Ying Lu was so anxious that his palms were sweating. Ying Shursan also felt that the situation was not optimistic. The young master had been injured in his childhood. Although it was not as severed as Yu Zigui said, it was almost the same. In short, before inheriting the power of Ghost King, the young master had never practiced martial arts. But it must be admitted that the young master does have an amazing talent in martial arts. Otherwise it would be impossible to improve the Chansheng Ju to the 9th level in such a short time. However, the young master is facing a big monster that even Saint King, and which King cannot easily kill. The young master's current power is far from enough. Ying Lu said aggrievedly, if only the lady was here. When the lady is not confused by the handsome man, she is still very reliable. But what's the point of saying this now? Madam and master have fallen into a bottomless pit, and their lives and deaths are uncertain. If they had known that Soul Rakshasa would fully awaken today, they would not have rushed into the palace rashly. But knowing earlier is worth 1,000 gold. Now it's not whether they want to kill Soul Rakshasa, but whether Soul Rakshasa will let them go. The Holy King landed lightly on the eaves, and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. Like a blooming holy fairy orchid, her bright red lips slightly raised an unfathomable smile. Although she seemed not to speak, Ying Lu and Ying Shursan inexplicably felt that she said something. But they just couldn't hear it. The sound is transmitted to the ears, Ying Shursan said solemnly. Ying Lu took a breath and asked, isn't the sound transmission a long-lost martial arts secret of the Central Plains? Neither Han Lusha nor Saint King are from the Central Plains. How can they know this? Ing Shursan said. Have you forgotten Han Luasha's ability? He is good at capturing souls. Every time he devours a master, he can use the opponent's secret skills for himself. Ing Lu suddenly realized. So, it has devoured a master from the Central Plains before? This ability is too terrible. Ordinary people can only master 1 or 2 secret skills in a lifetime of practice. Han Lusha can master it after capturing a soul once. Of course, this guy must be strong enough to carry enough skills and master them in a short time. But what did she say to the young master? Ing Lu asked, looking at the two people fighting in the air. Saint King smiled strangely, and Yin Jiuchu's expression was as cold as iron. Ing Shursan stared at the young master without blinking, although I don't know what she said. I can be sure that she is angering the young master. Ing Lu looked at Yin Jiuqiu, then at the Holy King, and asked puzzledly, why anger the young master? If she wants to kill the young master, just kill him directly. The young master is only 50% of his strength now. Is he still her opponent? Although Ing Lu was a little confused, he always asked the right questions at critical moments. Yes, the young master's strength in his prime may not be her opponent, and it is even more impossible to beat her now. Isn't it unnecessary for her to anger the young master? Unless there is a need to anger him. She wants to capture the soul. She wants to devour the young master. Ing Shursan had never practiced soul stealing, so she didn't know the details. But if the Saint King wanted to kill the young master, he would have already done it. If he wanted to use soul stealing, he must have also done it. She didn't do it. Not because she didn't want to do it, but because it was difficult for her to do it. Killing the young master is not difficult. So the only difficult thing is soul stealing. Ing Shursan said, the young master has amazing concentration, so she can't use soul stealing. So she can only irritate the young master first and force him to reveal his flaws. How despicable. Ing Lu gritted his teeth. Ing Shursan pulled out the dagger from his waist. Almost at the same time, Ing Lu also took out a few darts. The two looked at each other tacitly. Even if their skills were not fast enough in front of the Saint King, they had to give it a try. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they had to interfere with the Saint King's actions. The daggers and hidden weapons in the hands of the two quickly shot towards the Saint King. The Holy King did not move at all, not even blinking. But the dagger and dart suddenly stopped when they hit the Holy King. At first glance, it seemed that they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The next second, the dagger and dart were annihilated into ashes. When had the two seen such a scene before? Their eyebrows jumped. The Holy King was originally disdainful of dealing with two dead men, but she didn't know what she thought of. She suddenly pointed her toes, showed her palm, and hit Ing Shursan and Ing Lu. If this palm was hit, the two would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Yin Jiuqiu held a sword in one hand and swept into the air. The sharp sword energy brought a strong wind and shook Ing Shursan and the other two away. The Holy King's palm strike missed, and the smile on his lips deepened. He looked back at Yin Jiuqiu, and the meaningful look seemed to say, you know not to fight me head-on. You are not too stupid. But how long can you hold on? Yin Jiuqiu really couldn't hold on for too long. He came to kill the Soul Rakshasa who had not fully awakened. But when he arrived at the Hall of Light, he was greeted by a Soul Rakshasa who had fully awakened, and a powerful Holy King. His 50% power was already in danger when he received the opponent's first palm. On the other hand, the situation of the Holy King was very different. Her power even increased exponentially with the complete combination of the Soul Rakshasa and the Holy King's body. You go first. Yin Jiuqiu clenched the sword in his hand. Young master. Ing Shursan secretly practiced his skills. His life belonged to the young master. If it really came to that, he would. Yin Jiuqiu guessed what Ing Shursan wanted to do at a glance. It's useless for you to self-destruct. You can't hurt her. Go! After that, he waved his sleeves and sent Ing Shursan and Ing Lu away. Both of them felt a little sore in their throats. As early as the Great Zhou dynasty, many people had asked them why they were willing to be loyal to Yin Jiuqiu, who had such a strange temper, and was not a human when he went crazy. That was because they didn't know that the young master was the only person in the world who treated them as human beings. Beside the young master, they were dead men. But not dead men. The young master asked them to fight for their lives, and he always believed that they would not really lose their lives. The Holy King used the internal force of the Changsheng Ju to try to trap the two, but was stopped by Yin Jiuqiu. Ing Lu frowned, Was it the art of immortality just now? Did the Saint King devour the young master? How come she also knows the art of immortality? Ing Shursen said, it should not come from the young master, but from other masters who have practiced the art of immortality. However, the realm of that master is not as good as the young master, so the Saint King can only display the 6th or 7th level. While speaking, the two were sent out of the palace by Yan Jiuchao's internal force. The prey in hand is gone, and a trace of disappointment flashed across the Saint King's face. His expression was very exaggerated, as if to say, my prey is gone, so I can only compensate you with yourself. The Saint King grabbed Yan Jiuchao. Yan Jiuchao clenched the sword in his hand. He couldn't beat her, but there was a way to kill her and die together. Yan Jiuchao didn't want to make this decision unless it was absolutely necessary. But if the Saint King didn't die, the next person to be killed would be Yuan, because she also had a powerful Saint King in her body. Soul Rakshasa will definitely devour the little Saint King. When the Saint King approached Yan Jiuchao did not resist and let her strangle him. The long sword in his hand turned into ashes inch by inch under the powerful pressure of the Saint King. His feet began to lose consciousness, gradually spreading to his waist and abdomen. Just when his dantian was about to be completely imprisoned by the pressure of the Saint King, something unexpected happened. The Saint King's body suddenly twitched. Yan Jiuchao was stunned. The Saint King was also stunned. The Saint King's pressure imprisoned on Yan Jiuchao dissipated. But as the Saint King came back to his senses, it rolled back again in multiples. Yan Jiuchao prepared to self-destruct for the second time. The Saint King twitched again. Yan Jiuchao. The Saint King's eyelids twitched. The corners of his mouth twitched. His cheeks twitched. And in the end, he twitched everywhere. Yan Jiuchao blinked, stretched out her slender jade-like fingertips, and poked the Saint King's forehead. The Saint King fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Yan Jiuchao hurriedly raised her palm. Unexpectedly, the Saint King recovered again, slapped his palm downwards, and used the force to shake himself up. Then stretched out his hand into a claw and grabbed Yan Jiuchao again. But before she touched Yan Jiuchao, she was throbbing again and again. She fell to the ground with a crooked nose and mouth. The guards not far away were all stunned. How could this happen? What happened to Hun Lusha? Why did she suddenly go crazy? Did she eat the wrong thing? She just woke up and hasn't eaten anything yet. Then she took the wrong medicine? The medicine was prepared by the Witch Queen. How could it be wrong? And they have all been tested with silver needles. There is no poison. Chapter 678. The Ninth Brother acting cute. The Witch King takes action. The Witch Queen values Soul Rakshasa, so she would naturally check the medicine she uses before giving it to her. If it is poisonous, it would have revealed something strange when the silver needle was tested. If it is a case of drug repulsion, this is even more impossible. This is the prescription given by Soul Rakshasa. Can she still harm herself? The Holy King twitched like a little shrimp, and after the twitching, he attacked Yan Jiuchao with domineering power. She threw Yan Jiuchao to the ground. Yan Jiuchao supported his hands on his side. One of his slender legs was straight, and the other was slightly bent. With a lazy posture and an innocent and leisurely expression, the Holy King took action. The Holy King twitched. The Holy King recovered. The Holy King attacked again. The Holy King twitched again. The cycle of attack, twitch, recover, attack again, twitch again was repeated over and over again. Young Master Yin was helpless. Should he kill him or not? He was waiting so hard. Okay. Yan Jiuchao decided to take the initiative and used his inner strength to absorb a sword on the ground and stabbed the Holy King's heart coldly. Just when he stabbed the front of the Holy King's clothes, the Holy King recovered. Yan Jiuchao hid the long sword behind him and looked at her harmlessly. Although it was strange to say this, the guards all felt that the man's expression was a little cute. Is he acting cute? Acting cute is shameful. The Holy King probably twitched too much. His power was restored, but his mind was a little dizzy, looking at Yan Jiuchao's innocent and harmless appearance. He was a little dazed for a while. She tilted her head, reached out her hand, and slowly touched Yan Jiuchao's face, but was attracted by the finger marks on Yan Jiuchao's neck just before she touched it. These marks seemed to remind her of something, and her eyes suddenly became violent. Yan Jiuchao dropped the sword very obediently. She saw the sword on the ground, and her eyes were stunned. Look! Yan Jiuchao pointed at her head and said. The Holy King raised his head. Yan Jiuchao took out the stick he had held in his hand at some point and knocked her out with it. The guards. You are so handsome. Can't you have some shame? You are cheating. The Holy King fainted. And the next thing was easy. Yin Jiuqiao raised his palm wind, and the long sword returned to his hand. His wide sleeves moved in the wind, and his tall and majestic figure stood alone in the sky. Everyone felt a murderous aura that could destroy the world. Although he didn't know why Soul Rakshasa became like this. This situation was unusual. If he handled it properly, he might be able to completely destroy it. This was not just for the sake of trading with the Witch King, but because the existence of Soul Rakshasa threatened the safety of the person he cared about most. He had to get rid of it. The sword came down with his hand, and the sword energy was like a rainbow, and it was out of control. No one in the Witch King's palace could stop Yin Jiuqiao, and they could only watch the sharp sword energy slashing at Soul Rakshasa. However, no one expected that a powerful witch power would slowly attack like a water wave, forming an invisible barrier, which steadily blocked the Holy King. Yin Jiuqiao's sword energy was blocked. Everyone looked back and saw a man in a green cloak riding on a tall and vigorous horse not far away. The guards did not recognize the man at first sight, but they recognized the horse under the man. Isn't that the mount of the Witch King? Yes. It's the general. The Witch King has a mount, named General, which was once a peerless horse. It is rumored that this horse can not only travel 1,000 miles a day easily, but also has the skills of a master. Of course, those are just rumors, and it is not ruled out that the horse has exaggerated its effectiveness. But it is true that this horse has accompanied the Witch King through life and death, and saved the Witch King's life several times. When the Witch King was ill, this horse was still young, but now it is an adult male horse. Its muscles are full and firm, and every part is filled with power that seems to be ready to burst out at any time. Its curves are also elegant and graceful. Even if it is a mare, there are few horses more beautiful than it. After the Witch King fell ill, the general stopped coming out of the mountains. I heard that the Witch Queen tried many ways to tame it, but it was unmoved. After all these years, it has not appeared in front of people again. I thought it was dead. A guard murmured. I heard that the Witch Queen dealt with it. Another guard said. But why did I hear that the Witch Queen put it back into the mountains? You are all wrong. It ran away on its own. Everyone started arguing, regardless of whose statement is true. One thing is certain, this horse named General is the mount of the Witch King only. It has never let another person sit on its back. So the person it was willing to carry, could it be the Witch King? The Witch King rode his horse to the side of the Holy King, and carried the unconscious Holy King on his back. The general twisted his body unhappily, as if he was resisting. The Witch King touched its neck soothingly. For some reason, the general snorted coldly, and didn't kick the Holy King off, because he missed him so much after not seeing him for so many years. The Witch King got on his horse. Yin Jiuqiao looked at him steadily. A trace of shame flashed across the eyes of the Witch King. He pinched his fingers and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know she was still alive. I can't let you kill her. Yin Jiuqiao said calmly. The Holy King is dead. She is the Soul Rakshasa. The Witch King said. Even if she still has a trace of residual consciousness, I will wake her up. Yin Jiuqiao said expressionlessly. You know this is impossible. The Witch King tightened the reins. The Witch King said nothing more, and left with the Holy King. It's not that there were no masters to stop him. But how could they be the opponent of the Witch King? What a fast horse. Yin Jiuqiao narrowed his eyes. But he didn't stop it. Yin Jiuqiao left the palace. Ying Shersan and Ying Lu were hanging on a big tree in a daze, after Yin Jiuqiao used his inner strength to send them out of the palace. Yin Jiuqiao sealed their acupuncture points to prevent them from returning. Young master. Ying Lu's eyes lit up. Yin Jiuqiao untied their acupuncture points with a flick of his sleeve. The two fell back to the ground in midair. Ying Shersan helped Ying Lu and walked forward and said, Young master, are you okay? We just saw the Witch King enter the palace. Did he go to save the Holy King? Ying Lu asked weakly. They should have guessed it long ago. The Holy King came out of the coffin with such a strong aura that even the Holy Fairy Orchid in the Witch King's yard was in full bloom. As the Holy King's former lover, how could the Witch King not feel the Holy King's aura? Yin Jiuqiao stared and said, It seems that the Soul Rakshasa did it on purpose from the beginning. Since it swallowed the Holy King, it can hold the Holy King's aura perfectly, as long as it wants. It can completely prevent the aura from leaking out. But it didn't do so. Young master, are you saying that she deliberately released the Holy King's aura and pressure to attract the Witch King? Ying Lu asked. Yin Jiuchao nodded, 9 out of 10 times. That's the case. When Soul Rakshasa used the pressure of the Holy King to suppress him, he didn't think much about it. Just thought it was a simple suppression. Now it seems that it had sensed that the Witch King was not in the palace at that time, and wanted to lure the Witch King to show up. Ying Lu asked. She guessed the Witch King would come to save her? Yin Jiuchao shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. Even she herself was puzzled by the sudden situation of the Holy King. She was unlikely to expect that she would be chased and killed by Yin Jiuchao and unable to fight back. The reason why she released the pressure of the Holy King was because the Witch King was too far away and deliberately suppressed his breath. She couldn't sense where the Witch King went, so she had to show up on her own initiative to lure the Witch King to find her, and personally killed him with the Holy King's hand. Ying Lu's eyes widened. So, isn't the Witch King very dangerous? The current Witch King is definitely not a match for Soul Rakshasa, unless the Holy King continues to be unconscious. Otherwise, the horse galloped rapidly on the street. The Witch Queen and the great elder spies were everywhere in the royal city. The Witch King would not leave anyone in the city. He decided to take the people out of the Witch clan. Of course, he did not plan to go to Bao Shinchu. Yin Jiuchao already knew that she had become a Soul Rakshasa, and he would not give up hunting her down. If it were someone else, he might be able to fight with him. But Yin Jiuchao was Zhou Jin's friend, and he did not want to fight with him. The horse sped out of the city. Before the guards guarding the city could figure out what was going on, they felt a hurricane passing by. When they came to their senses, the general had run away, and only a small black dot was left. Did someone leave the city just now? I don't know. Did you see it? I heard the sound of horse hooves. Did you? Maybe I heard it wrong. The guards could not believe that a horse could be faster than their eyes. The Witch King held the unconscious Saint King tightly in his arms. He thought she was dead, but unexpectedly she was still alive. It didn't matter what she became. He would never miss her again. Chapter 679 Invincible Little Treasure. The Witch King took the Holy King to a forest outside the city. The general carried the two of them and galloped quickly in the forest. Even though they had not seen each other for so many years, the tacit understanding between the man and the horse was not diminished at all. Without the Witch King's instructions, the general took the two to a small hut hidden in the forest. If you look closely, you will find that there is also a yard of holy fairy orchids in the fence of this small hut. But because of neglect, the holy fairy orchids here are a little listless. The Witch King turned over and got off the horse, and carefully carried the Holy King down. Just as he carried the Holy King through the small flower bed, the wilted holy fairy orchids seemed to be injected with fresh vitality, and suddenly became energetic and bloomed in large patches. The general snorted a few times, lowered his head, and nibbled a few bites of wild grass, then walked a few steps slowly on his horse's hoof, crossed the small flower bed, came to the corridor, and pushed open the dusty door with his head. The dust fell on the Witch King, but the Witch King didn't care about himself, and just hugged the person in his arms tightly to prevent her from being stained with a single piece of dust. This place has been deserted for a long time. The Witch King first put the Holy King back on the horse's back and cleaned up. He was sweating profusely. It was hard to imagine that the Witch King, who was high above and sick, would condescend to do such a thing that only the lower people would do. After all, he was a pampered king. Even though he had never worked in the years of imprisonment, he cleaned up for half a day and barely had enough space for one person. The Witch King put the Holy King on the bed, because of the convulsion for too long. The Holy King was very weak, and his face was pale. The Witch King looked at her sleeping face tenderly, smiled and said, "Ian, you sleep for a while. I'll go find something to eat." The Holy King did not respond. The Witch King stroked her temples, stood up and walked out the door. He had just taken 2 steps when the Holy King on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. The Holy King turned his head and looked at the Witch King, with a strong fierce light in his eyes. She stretched out her claws, swept her body, and grabbed the Witch King's back fiercely. The place she aimed at was the Witch King's heart, which was clearly intended to take the Witch King's heart out alive. The Witch King felt the sudden murderous aura. His eyes turned around, and the powerful witch power poured out, like an invisible light shield, not only blocking the Holy King's sneak attack, but also ruthlessly bounced the Holy King out. The Holy King screamed and fell on the cold and hard bed. The Witch King's aura was fully open, and he looked at the Holy King with a cold expression. "Don't think you can control Yin like this. I will erase you from Yin's mind." Don't think about making trouble again. After saying this, his eyes turned golden. He stared at the Holy King's eyes without blinking, and the powerful witch power forced in. The Holy King wanted to resist, but found that his power seemed to be locked by an invisible force. Soul Rakshasa is good at mental attacks. And so is the Witch King. It depends on who is more skilled. With a scream, the Holy King fainted. The Witch King breathed a sigh of relief, holding the door with one hand, and his body suddenly relaxed, almost falling to the ground. Soul Rakshasa is indeed difficult to deal with. If it hadn't been in trouble today, he wouldn't have been able to take advantage of it. The Witch King calmed down, dragged his exhausted body over, sat on the edge of the bed, hugged the Holy King in his arms, and used his magic power to warm the Holy King's breath for her. His magic power was too depleted, and it was difficult to find out the obsession of Soul Rakshasa. But if Ayan's consciousness was strong enough, they could deal with Soul Rakshasa together. The Witch King healed the Holy King for a while, rode the general to the market to buy ingredients, and returned to the hut to cook a meal. When he finished all this and returned to the house, he found that the Holy King slowly opened his eyes, no longer with that violent and fierce light, but with a confused and innocent look. The Witch King's heart was shocked. "Ayan, is it you?" "It's me," the Holy King said weakly. The Witch King's eyes lit up, and he looked at her excitedly and said, "I knew it was you. You're back. You're finally back." The Witch King's warm care did make the Holy King feel much better. The feeling of not knowing whether he had taken the wrong medicine had gradually disappeared from his body. As long as he adjusted his internal breath a little more, he should not have convulsions again. The Witch King smiled and said, "Do you remember where this is? The piece of holy fairy orchid outside the yard was planted by you. Jeaner also lived here after he was born. However, he was discovered when he was 2 years old, and I had to send him to another place." The Holy King looked at the holy fairy orchid in the yard with deep eyes. "You watered it with blood," the Witch King explained, thinking of something, and then said, "I've been talking for so long. You must be hungry. Look at my memory. I was so busy talking to you that I forgot that there was still food in the pot. Wait for me here. I'll go and bring the food." The Witch King got up to get food, looking at his back as he walked out of the room. The Saint King's face suddenly darkened. She stretched out her hand and was about to slap the Witch King. But what she didn't expect was that the feeling of being locked up came back again. The Saint King looked at her hand, then looked at the Witch King who walked out, and snorted coldly, "You will protect that man even if you die. You are really a romantic." Soul Rakshasa didn't expect that woman to set a restriction in her body, which made it impossible for her to attack the Witch King. However, this restriction couldn't trap Soul Rakshasa for too long. After swallowing a few more masters, the restriction was broken. "I will spare your lover's life first. After I kill your son Jojin, I will send him to the underground to reunite with your family." The Witch King returned to the house with the food. "Ayan, the food is here." "Eh? Where's Ayan?" The lights were on, and a graceful woman in purple walked leisurely on the busy street. She wore a translucent purple veil, a pair of charming eyes that captivated the soul, and her tall nose lifted the veil slightly, revealing her jade-like face and the slightly raised corners of her lips. Such a fairy-like beauty suddenly appeared in the bustling city, and everyone was shocked. Wherever she went, even the noise was quiet, and the children stopped crying, and they all looked at her with wide eyes. She seemed to be oblivious to the astonished gazes of the crowd, and walked through the crowd calmly. A young child looked at her blankly, and she raised her hand and gently stroked the child. After she walked over with a smile, the child's eyes suddenly froze, and he leaned in his mother's arms. The woman screamed in shock, "Son!" The Holy King walked into a narrow alley without looking back, and was blocked by several drunken men after just a few steps. The leading man looked at her drunkenly, with a trace of greed in his eyes. He rubbed his hands and said, "Girl, it's so late. Where are you going? Brothers will take you." The Holy King raised his hand and smiled with his face covered. The Holy King left the alley. The silver moonlight fell behind her and shone into the narrow alley. The drunken men lay on the ground in a mess, their eyes dull, as if their souls were drained. The Holy King closed his eyes and carefully sensed Jojin's breath. Since she had the Holy King's body, mother and son were connected by heart, so she would definitely be able to find Jojin. The Holy King looked at the alley to the east and smiled lightly. "Ah, so you're hiding here." The Holy King moved lightly with lotus steps, her skirt swaying, and she was as beautiful as a demon in a painting. She came to the yard with a strong aroma of wine, and knocked on the door with a smile. Old Shui was drying herbs in the yard. Hearing the knock on the door, he shouted, "Who is it?" No one answered. "Are you here to get wine?" "Really? You didn't even say a word." Old Shui put down the dustpan, wiped his hands with a dry cloth on the shelf, muttered, took off the bolt, and opened the door. "You are?" Before Old Shui finished speaking, his eyes widened and he fell down in a daze. The Holy King stepped over him and came to the corridor. Grandma heard the noise in the yard and wanted to go out to find out what was going on. The Holy King didn't even look at him, and Grandma fell down. "Who is it?" Zhou Yuyan rushed out of the house. The Holy King didn't look at her either, and casually curled the corners of his lips. And Zhou Yuyan fell down. Bao Shenxu went to the wine cellar to make wine. The 3 little black eggs were sleeping in the room, and Yuan went to make dinner. The crispy meat was frying in the oil pan, hissing, so she didn't hear anyone coming. She picked up the fried crispy meat, put it in the pot and stewed it with sauce, pepper, ginger slices, etc., which was so fragrant that it made people drool. Yuan served the golden and crispy meat on a plate. The Holy King paused and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, there is actually a little Holy King here." Yin Xiuxi was a brave young man who was not afraid of tigers. He raised the pressure of the Holy King. The Holy King curled his lips and moved his eyes, blocking the pressure of the little Holy King. Yin Xiuxi was scared in an instant. He spread his limbs and closed his eyes to pretend to be dead. Hee. The Holy King walked towards Yuan. When Yuan saw her, she was stunned. "Who are you?" "Huh?" The Holy King was slightly stunned, as if he had not expected that this girl did not fall down like the previous person. She looked at Yuan with interest and snapped her fingers. Yuan was distracted for a moment, and when she looked at the Holy King again, the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. "Yin Jiuqiao, you are back. Come and try my cooking." "Okay, I will try your cooking first, and then your fetus." The Holy King raised a meaningful smirk at the corner of his lips, walked slowly towards her, picked up a piece of crispy meat with a perfect fat and lean texture, and put it into his mouth. The next second, the Holy King's body froze. "Damn! What is this? Why is it so unpalatable?" The Holy King held onto the wall, choked and coughed desperately, stuck out his tongue wildly, and rolled his eyes. Ah! It's so unpalatable that I am dying." The Holy King disappeared in a flash. She wanted to drink water, but she didn't know where to get water in a hurry. Coincidentally, at this moment, a little bun was standing at the corner. He was barefoot and holding a steaming small cup in his hand. Without saying anything, the Holy King rushed over, snatched his cup, and gulped it down. "Xiaobao, I want to pee, but I can't wait to go to the toilet." So he caught it with his cup. It should be okay. Mommy won't spank him. But, who snatched his cup? Xiaobao raised her head and looked at the Holy King in confusion. The Holy King had finished drinking, and she felt something was wrong. She looked at Xiaobao. "What was that just now?" "Pee," Xiaobao said. The Holy King was petrified instantly. Chapter 683 Little Charlatans. The Holy King's eyes almost popped out. The great soul Rakshasa. The clean soul Rakshasa. How could he drink urine? Whose urine? The Holy King was furious. "Mine," Xiaobao said. The Holy King grabbed his throat. Compared with the dark food that was so disgusting that made him want to die, this cup of tea seemed to be more deadly. The Holy King was not feeling well. The Holy King said angrily, "Why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask." Xiaobao spread his hands innocently. The Holy King held the wall and retched a few times. That terrible feeling came again. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would twitch all over again. She had to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. The battle was not going well. The Holy King decided to leave here for the time being. She stumbled out. The Holy King didn't know how much effort it took to hold back the urge to twitch, but she felt a little thing following her after she took a few steps. She turned her head coldly and saw that it was the little guy. She asked angrily, "Why are you following me?" Xiaobao's little hands were behind her back. When she heard her words, she looked up at her and pointed at her hand and said, "You took my cup." The Holy King realized that she was so angry that she was still holding the dirty thing in her hand. She immediately threw it to the ground in disgust. Although the cup was thrown on the ground, Xiaobao was not angry. After all, he was a generous and good baby. Xiaobao walked over and picked up the cup. After washing it, he could put it back. His mother wouldn't find out. Xiaobao took the cup and walked back. Halfway through, the little body suddenly stopped. The body was slightly bent, holding his breath, and the little face flushed. Seeing him like this, the Holy King suddenly had an idea. The Holy King curled his lips coldly and walked towards the little guy step by step. Xiaobao was completely unaware of the approaching danger, and suddenly someone grabbed her by the back of her collar and lifted her up. Heh! The Holy King sneered. But before he finished laughing, he heard a loud bang and an unknown gas sprayed towards her face. The Holy King was stunned for a moment. And then, bang! He fell to the ground in a big word. He was sobbing and sobbing. He fainted. Xiaobao went back to the yard and returned to his room when his mother was not paying attention. Then he climbed onto the bed and woke up his two brothers. Someone fainted. Good brothers should share happiness and difficulties, watch the fun together, and save the sick together. After meeting the elder, the Witch Queen went to Yi Yang's room. When she arrived at the Hall of Light, the Holy King had been taken away by the Witch King. The Witch Queen looked at the messy Hall of Light, and it was not difficult to imagine what kind of melee had happened here. What did you say? The Holy King was taken away by the Witch King. Are you sure it was the Holy King? The Witch Queen looked at the guard in front of her coldly. The person who came to report was an old guard who had been in the palace for more than 10 years. He had met the former Holy King and even worked with him. He was sure that he would not make a mistake. The Witch Queen thought, but you also said that she has the breath of Soul Rakshasa? That's right. The old guard nodded. The Witch Queen murmured, it is impossible for the Holy King to have the breath of Soul Rakshasa. Unless she is Soul Rakshasa. Is there such a possibility that Soul Rakshasa used a trick? The illusion of Soul Rakshasa is no worse than that of the Great Wizard. It can become what it wants to be in the eyes of the world. It is just a matter of moving its eyelids. The old guard shook his head and said, even if my subordinates may be deceived by its illusion, the Witch King will not. I believe that she is the Holy King. The Witch Queen smiled coldly. So, the Holy King was swallowed by Soul Rakshasa and turned into Soul Rakshasa? This is very interesting. But she was rescued by the Witch King. What should I do? Asked the old guard. What's so strange about the Witch King rescuing her? She was originally his sweetheart. How could he leave her alone? What I am more puzzled about is, you said that Soul Rakshasa had an accident and almost lost control? Not almost, but already. The Holy King's out-of-control look is still frightening when I think back now. I don't know if she took the wrong medicine or practiced the wrong martial arts. She suddenly twitched and twitched so hard that if the Witch King hadn't arrived in time, she might have twitched herself to death. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say so. Everyone present felt that the Holy King was in danger when they saw her appearance at that time. How could this happen? Who poisoned her? The Witch Queen was puzzled. All the medicinal materials were bought by people she trusted, and the poison was tested with silver needles before being presented to the Holy King for consumption. There should be no mistakes. The Witch Queen couldn't figure it out, so she simply gave up. She had never expected what happened to the Holy King. She had never expected that Soul Rakshasa was sealed by the Holy King with holy bone. That Soul Rakshasa was really outlasted by the Holy King. And that Soul Rakshasa would actually devour the Holy King before dying. After a series of shocks, it was not so difficult to accept that the Holy King's power had gone wrong. Queen Witch, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Are you worried that they will rekindle their old love and continue their past relationship? Or are you worried that the Holy King will kill the Witch King? The old guard opened his mouth and swallowed what he wanted to say. It is said that the first reaction of a person in a critical moment is the most real. When faced with a disaster, the Queen Witch was not worried about whether the Holy King would turn against her, but about the Witch King's feelings in life. The Witch Queen has never forgotten the Witch King. Okay. Although the Witch King is not a match for Soul Rakshasa. Didn't you say Soul Rakshasa was injured? Then it's better to find Soul Rakshasa as soon as possible. Soul Rakshasa is their ally. They will not deal with Soul Rakshasa. And Soul Rakshasa has become the Holy King. The Witch King will not deal with Soul Rakshasa, and can only protect Soul Rakshasa from that group of people. Who knows whether the Witch Queen brought Soul Rakshasa back for Soul Rakshasa or for someone else. The old guard didn't say anything. And after accepting it, he led his men to search for the traces of the Witch and Holy Kings. On the other side, Yin Jiuqiu and the other two were also looking for the Holy King and the Witch King. Lu sat in the outer car seat and asked anxiously, "Young master, we have searched the entire Witch clan, but we didn't see them. Do you think they have left the city?" Ingshursan said, "Yes. Young master, do you want to go outside the city to look for them? Sol Rakshasa holds a grudge against the Witch King and will definitely take his life." Lu sighed, "The Witch King is so stupid. That man is no longer the Holy King. Can't he see it? He is still the Witch King. In life, the most difficult thing to escape is the word love. It is unknown whether he really can't see it or he doesn't want to accept it even if he sees it." Yin Jiuqiao opened the curtain of the car window, looked at the quiet street, and said, "Go back first and look for them later." The Holy King escaped. And the Witch King was not the only one in danger. The Witch King wanted to die, and Yin Jiuqiao had no control over it. But he couldn't let his wife and children fall into the hands of that monster. Even if the Holy King had some unexpected situation, it would still be easy for her to kill anyone. Lu drove the carriage out of the Wu clan. Thanks to the help of the third elder, they got the waste badge of the Nya mansion and left the city very smoothly. It was late at night. The shops were closed, and the pedestrians on the street dispersed. The carriage galloped on the silent road, and the sound of horse hooves and wheels echoed in the alley. When approaching Bao Shinchu's residence, Yin Jiuqiao suddenly moved his eyebrows. "Wait!" Lu tightened the reins and stopped the carriage. "What's wrong, young master?" Yin Jiuqiao stared and said, "There is the breath of the Holy King and the Sol Rakshasa. It was just very weak. Sometimes there and sometimes not. So that Ingshursan and Lu did not notice it." Ingshursan's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. He protected Lu with one hand and pressed the sword at his waist with the other hand. Yin Jiuqiao got off the carriage. The two followed him all the way to the alley in the east. The closer they walked, the closer they got to the residence of Bao Shinchu. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Has the Holy King found Awan and the others? What happened to Awan and the little black eggs? A cold light flashed across Yin Jiuqiao's face. Dong! 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 There was a strange movement from the depths of the alley. The three of them hurriedly quickened their pace and came to the corner. When they looked closely, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The dong-dong-dong movement was actually caused by the three little black eggs. They were seen with basins on their heads, sticks in their hands, and bells in their other hands, jumping and babbling. Yin Jiuqiao's mouth twitched, and he asked in a difficult-to-speak way, What are you doing?" The three of them stopped, and Bao said, "We are exorcising evil spirits." The beautiful aunt fainted, and no matter how we called, she couldn't wake up. Xiaobao pointed at her. "We pinched her Rinzhong." Shadow 6. That's the fatal point. Bao pointed to the small jars on the ground. "We poured cold water on her." Shadow 13. That's the power dissolving powder. Dabeo picked up a bunch of small bottles. And we also used goo worms on her. It's just that there are too many goo worms, and I don't know which one is useful. So I used each one. Xiaobao spread his hands and said, "But it still doesn't work. She must be possessed by evil spirits. We exorcised her. The key is that you are not dancing the exorcism dance of the wizard, but the shaman's dance of the charlatan. Are you sure you are saving her?" "Not saving her." The three looked at the three little charlatans, then looked at the dying Saint King on the ground. For the first time in their lives, they felt that their opponents were so pitiful. Chapter 681. Mother and son meet. The Holy King was in a miserable state and unconscious. Lu and Ingshursan took her back to the yard. The three little eggs took off the small basins on their heads, put down the small sticks in their hands, lined up in a long line, and followed their stinky father back to the house with their heads drooping. Yuan pushed the door open and saw the three people. She glared at them and said, "Huh? You are here. Where did you go just now?" "Mother went to look for you, but you were not there." The three of them didn't say anything. Yin Jiuqiao snorted coldly and said, "You are getting more and more courageous. You dare to do anything. You even imitate others to perform shaman dance." "I said it was to exorcise evil spirits," Xiaobao said resentfully. Dabeo and Bao nodded. They are good babies who keep up with the times and adapt to local customs. In Nanjiao and the Ghost Tribe, they are little poison masters. When they come to the Witch Tribe, they are naturally little wizards. Of course, Yuan couldn't guess that the little guys were going to harm the Holy King. She thought they were sneaking out of the yard as usual. This happened more than once or twice, not to mention the yard of Grandpa Bao. Even the Chaoyang Palace of Ming Shan and the General Mansion of Nanjiao. The little guys also sneaked away. They are really getting bolder and bolder. Yuan feels that it is necessary to deal with them well. I don't know if they felt the huge murderous aura of their mother. But the three little black eggs retreated together. Yuan rolled up her sleeves and said fiercely, "Where are you going to hide today?" The three looked at Yin Jiocha for help. "Don't look at me," Yin Jiocha said. The three looked at Yuan pitifully. "I won't be soft-hearted," Yuan said fiercely. Coincidentally, at this moment, Master Bao came out of the wine cellar, and the three little guys instantly ran towards him, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa!" The three little eggs all threw themselves into Master Bao's arms. Looking back at Yuan with great grievance and fear, Master Bao understood it now. He didn't know what the little guys had done, and they were going to be beaten by Miss Wan. But how could he bear to stand by and watch such a cute little guy? "Ah! Are you hungry? Grandpa Bao is just going to eat. Can you help Grandpa Bao L beans?" "Yeah." The three nodded like pounding garlic. Very attentive and very aggrieved. Master Bao took the little guy to the kitchen. Yuan clenched her fists. She was so itchy that she even learned to find someone to back her up. They are her own children. They are her own children. They are her own children. Yuan repeated this sentence 100 times in her mind, and barely suppressed the urge to beat them up. Yin Jiuchao said to her, "You go back to the room first. I have some things to deal with. I'll tell you in detail later." "Okay." Yuan went back to the wing room. Xiaobao had already put the cup back, but he forgot to wash it. Yuan was thirsty, so she picked up the cup beside her and poured some hot tea. She had just taken a sip in her mouth and hadn't swallowed it yet, when she noticed something was wrong. She smelled the cup, spit it out with a puff, and roared, "Yin Xiaobao!" The Holy King was locked in a separate room and chained to a chair with a black iron chain. Ing Shersan was guarding her. When Yin Jiocha came over, Ing Lu also happened to arrive. Ing Lu had just sent Zhou Yuyin, Grandma and old Cui back to the room. "Young master," he greeted. "What's the situation?" Yin Jiocha asked. Ing Lu replied, "They can't be woken up. I think they must have been possessed. If you are hit by the soul-stealing technique of the soul Rakshasa, the mildest will lose your skills and memory, and the worst will never wake up and become a living dead." Thinking of something, Ing Lu continued, "Also, a shopkeeper who came to pick up the goods just now said that a similar situation occurred in the market. A 3-year-old child and several drunkards in their 20s all lost consciousness at once." Ing Shersan frowned and said, "It seems that it was all the work of Han Luosha." Ing Lu looked at Yin Jiocha and said, "Young master, how can Grandma and the others wake up?" Yin Jiocha said, "Killing them is useless. Only Han Luosha can wake them up." Ing Shersan paused, looked at the unconscious Saint King and said, "But what happened to Han Luosha? Why did he faint? Did Han Luosha's power repel the Saint King's body?" This is the most likely explanation, and the most likely explanation. But for some reason, Yin Jiocha's intuition told him that it was not the case. Ing Lu was puzzled. Wasn't she rescued by the Witch King? Why did she suddenly appear here alone? Where did the Witch King go? Did she kill him? Yin Jiocha said, "Zhou Jin is still alive. So the Witch King is not dead. Zhou Jin's life has been sustained by the Witch King's magic power. So once the Witch King is in trouble, Zhou Jin's life will also be in danger." Ing Shersan murmured, "Why didn't Soul Rakshasa kill the Witch King?" Yin Jiocha glanced at the Saint King indifferently. There can only be one situation. That is, it can't kill the Witch King. Ing Lu didn't quite understand. How could it not kill the Witch King with its strength? Even the Witch King in his prime was not a match for Soul Rakshasa. Not to mention that the Witch King has consumed too much magic power to prolong Zhou Jin's life. Ing Shersan boldly speculated, could it be that the Saint King planted a restriction in his body, not allowing Soul Rakshasa to attack the Witch King? Yin Jiocha nodded. It should be like this. Soul Rakshasa did not devour the Saint King in one day, and the Saint King did not die in the hands of Soul Rakshasa in an instant, before completely losing himself. The Saint King expected that he would be possessed one day, so he planted a restriction in his body. So that's it. The restriction is a forbidden technique, and it has been lost in the world for a long time. This Saint King is more powerful than imagined. Ing Lu suddenly became interested in the inheritance of the Saint clan. I don't know if his little Saint King will have so many powerful skills after he is born. Speaking of the young master, Ing Lu thought of Zhou Jin. What about Zhou Jin? Can Soul Rakshasa not kill him? Yin Jiuchu's eyes fell on the face of the Saint King. If the Saint King still has the ability to plant two restrictions, he should not be so easily devoured by Soul Rakshasa. But doesn't Zhou Jin need more protection? She should plant a ban to prevent Soul Rakshasa from hurting Zhou Jin. Young master. If it were you. Ing Lu stopped talking halfway. Yin Jiuchu said, if it were me, I would do the same as the Holy King. Zhou Jin's life was originally extended by the Witch King. If the Witch King died, Zhou Jin would also die. On the contrary, as long as the Witch King was still alive, he would definitely find a way to save Zhou Jin from Soul Rakshasa. Even if Zhou Jin really died in the hands of Soul Rakshasa, at least the Witch King could still survive. This is the best strategy, and the choice to minimize casualties. Yin Jiuchu rarely admires a person, but at this time, he had to admit that this is a calm and wise woman. Every step she took was full of the wisdom of a strong person. Whether it was making a deal with Soul Rakshasa to plant a life for Zhou Jin, or calculating Soul Rakshasa and sealing it with the body of the Holy King, or even being swallowed and possessed by Soul Rakshasa in the end, she also left a way out for her husband and son. However, this way out will be cut off soon. Soul Rakshasa has completely integrated the internal strength and skills of the Holy King. Perhaps it won't be long before the ban is broken. At that time, she can attack the Witch King. And once she succeeds, they will not be able to get the Witch King's tears. I really want to kill her with a sword. But I can't kill her. If I kill her, old Suedo and Grandma won't wake up. Ing Lu gritted his teeth in anger. The black iron chain they used on the Holy King was looted from the Sang family in the Dark City. It was specially used to suppress the Rakshasa King. In the past, it might not have been able to suppress the Soul Rakshasa. But wasn't she in trouble? As long as they didn't take away the black iron chain, she couldn't hurt them. It was the middle of the night. Everyone fell asleep. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin heard someone calling him in his sleep. He opened his eyes and thought he was dreaming at first. But the voice became clearer and clearer. Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin lifted the quilt, put on his shoes and walked out. Zhou Jin. He followed the voice to the innermost room. Come here quickly. I'll wait for you here. The voice was ethereal, with a hint of maternal tenderness. Zhou Jin hesitated for a moment and gently opened the door. The watery moonlight shone coolly on the ground, spreading all the way in and falling on a chair with peeling paint. Sitting on the chair was a purple-dressed woman, tied up with cold iron chains. Her veil had fallen off, revealing her enchanting face. Who are you? Zhou Jin asked. The woman smiled gently. I am your mother. Dear, come to your mother. Zhou Jin walked into the room in a daze and stood in front of the woman. The woman said softly, My mother is chained, and she is so cold. Help her take the chains off. Chapter 682 The Mighty Little Goo Emperor. Zhou Jin slowly raised his hand and touched the iron chain that trapped the woman. Just as he was about to take it off, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Ah! Zhou Jin pulled his hand back uncomfortably and covered his painful chest. At this moment, his consciousness became clearer. He took a step back and looked at the woman trapped by the black iron chain in shock. He was the descendant of the Witch King. He had amazing witchcraft since he was a child. He had always been the only one who could confuse others. This was the first time that he was cast an illusion to this extent. If little Gugu hadn't woken him up in time, he would have done something irreversible. When the Saint King saw Zhou Jin awake, her gentle look instantly turned cold. She stared straight at Zhou Jin's heart, and the corners of her lips curled up disdainfully. Little Gu Emperor? Feeling her murderous intention towards little Gugu, Zhou Jin moved further away from her. The Holy King smiled and said slowly, Don't be afraid. I am your mother. I will not hurt you. Zhou Jin looked at her calmly without saying anything. The Holy King said bewitchingly, Why? Didn't they tell you that I am still alive? I am not dead. It is the Soul Rakshasa who died. I came back intact and reunited with you and your son. Zhou Jin's eyes flashed with vigilance. The Holy King said, Don't be afraid. Come here quickly. Let your mother see that your mother's little Zhou Jin has grown up so much. Because of being suppressed by the black iron chain, the soul-stealing technique could not be performed. But it did not prevent her from performing illusions on her son, who was of the same lineage as herself. Come! Come to your mother. She looked at Zhou Jin steadily and said. Zhou Jin struggled under her illusion. The Holy King's body suddenly twitched. And when the Holy King regained consciousness, the whole aura changed. With red eyes, she yelled, "Go! Go! Don't come over here! Don't come near here! Don't listen to what I say anymore!" Zhou Jin was startled. "Go!" Before she finished her words, her body twitched again. When she opened her eyes again, she turned back into the gentle and amiable mother. "Be good. Come to your mother." Zhou Jin took a step forward. The Holy King twitched again. She screamed, "Don't come over! I told you to go!" Zhou Jin paused. The Holy King smiled charmingly. "Be good. Come quickly. Your mother misses you." Zhou Jin's steps were about to be out of control. Suddenly, a powerful magic power enveloped and hit the Holy King's mind. The Holy King's eyes went black, and he fainted. Zhou Jin also fell down with exhaustion. But the imagined pain did not come, and he fell into a warm embrace. The Witch King hugged him and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Zhou Jin looked at him weakly. "What happened?" Ing Shursan walked into the room with a long sword in his hand. He saw the Witch King in a cloak and Zhou Jin, who was a little weak in the Witch King's arms, and roughly guessed what happened. He put away the sword, walked over expressionlessly, and took Zhou Jin from his arms. "Give it to me. I'll take him back to his room." The Witch King looked at his pale son, nodded, and let go. Ing Shursan wanted to send Zhou Jin back to his room, but Zhou Jin grabbed Ing Shursan's sleeve. Ing Shursan understood and said, "You were sleeping just now, and there are some things I didn't have time to tell you. If you want to hear it, stay." Zhou Jin is not an ordinary child. They never deliberately hide anything from him. "I'll stay," Zhou Jin said. "Okay." Ing Shursan turned to the Witch King and said, "Witch King, please come this way." Perhaps they had expected him to come to the door, so no one was surprised by the Witch King's midnight visit. Ing Shursan carried Zhou Jin to the study, where Yin Jiucha was already waiting for him. Ing Lu accompanied Yin Jiucha. Seeing Ing Shursan carrying Zhou Jin over, he hurriedly moved a chair to him, and Ing Shursan put Zhou Jin down. "The Witch King came to visit us in the middle of the night. But for the Saint King?" "That's right," the Witch King said without hesitation. "I guess she would come to find you." Ing Shursan said coldly, "You are wrong. She is not coming to find us. She is coming to find Zhou Jin. It just happens that Zhou Jin lives with us. This is to remind the Witch King how much danger he has brought to his own son because of his inability to let go." The Witch King whispered, "You don't have to remind me deliberately." "I know." Ing Shursan asked, "Then what are you going to do? You also saw that Soul Rakshasa will not let you and your son go." The Witch King said seriously, "Soul Rakshasa will not. But Ian will." Ing Shursan said, "Are you talking about the Holy King? What do you want to believe that the Holy King is dead, and she will never come back?" The Witch King shook his head. "No. She is not dead. She is just controlled by Soul Rakshasa's memory. I saw her, and I believe Jinar also saw her," the Witch King said, looking steadily at Zhou Jin, who had a pale face. "Did you really see the Holy King just now?" Ing Lu asked Zhou Jin in a low voice. Zhou Jin recalled and nodded gently. "Yeah. From the situation just now. The woman who shouted for him to leave seemed to be his mother. The Holy King." The Witch King's eyes lit up. "Look. Jinar also saw her. I'm not wrong. Ah Yin is still alive. We only need to erase the consciousness of Soul Rakshasa." Ing Shursan and Ing Lu looked at Yin Jiucha at the same time. Yin Jiucha said calmly, "How do you plan to erase it?" The Witch King said, "While Soul Rakshasa's consciousness is weak, I can use witchcraft to erase it." "What if it fails?" Yin Jiucha asked. The Witch King opened his mouth and said, "I won't fail. I'm sure. But I need you to protect me. And I may also borrow some things from you." Yin Jiucha neither objected nor agreed. The Witch King knew that this young man would not compromise so easily. But the opportunity was in front of him, and he had to seize it. After thinking for a moment, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "I promise you, whether it succeeds or not, this is the first time and the last time. If I fail, she will be at your disposal. And I will also give you the Witch King's tears." Seeing Yin Jiucha still didn't say anything, the Witch King said again, "Aren't your people under the spell of soul stealing? If Ah Yin wakes up, we can work together to wake up Grandma and the others." After a while, Yin Jiucha spoke, "What do you need?" Mu Qin was born with a pair of yin and yang eyes. Such eyes are an ominous sign in the Emerald Country. But in the Witch Clan, It is a revelation of being blessed by the gods. The Witch King asked for a few drops of his blood and a drop of Gu Emperor's blood. Little Gugu is still young and has very little blood. If he puts down a drop of blood, it will be lighter. Several pieces of the purest wizard and saint stones are also prepared. You still have time to regret it now, Yin Jiocha said. I don't regret it, the Witch King said. It won't fail. Right? I'm so nervous. Ing Lu grabbed Ing Shursan's hand. Ing Shursan looked at Ing Lu's slender fingers. His eyes moved, and said, there are risks. But there is no other way. Han Luosha would never save Grandma and the others. If it is true as the Witch King said, then calling back the Holy King is the only way. Several people chose a secluded forest. The Witch King set up a formation. Yin Jiocha protected him. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan were ready to deliver the items the Witch King needed at any time. The Holy King was tied to a tree. I'm going to start, the Witch King said. Yes. Yin Jiocha nodded. How much of the young master's power has recovered? Ing Lu asked in a low voice. 70%. Ing Shursan said. The Witch King sat cross-legged, pinched a spell, and the vast witch power poured out, instantly covering the Holy King. Then, the Witch King, like pulling out silk from a cocoon, injected the powerful witch power into the veins of the Holy King bit by bit, and poured it into the Holy King's mind. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, and it seemed very smooth. The Witch King's witch power had all entered the Holy King's body. The next step was to imprison the consciousness of the soul Rakshasa and wipe it out in one fell swoop. But at this moment, the Holy King suddenly opened his eyes. The witch power in her body was completely absorbed into her dantian. The Witch King was stunned. The next second, Yin Jiocha made a quick decision, flew up, and slapped the Holy King in the face. Don't. The Witch King rushed over and hugged the Holy King. Yin Jiocha's palm landed on the Witch King's back. The Witch King suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The black iron chain stained with the Witch King's blood broke in an instant. Almost at the same time, the Holy King broke through the Holy King's restriction and almost sucked the Witch King's witch power dry. Ha ha ha. The Holy King soared into the air, curling his lips bloodthirstily. Great. The restriction is gone. And my injury is healed. Thank you so much. Ing Shursan's expression changed. Oops. I was fooled. The Holy King never showed up from the beginning. And what Zhou Jin saw was all pretended by Soul Rakshasa. The purpose was to make Zhou Jin believe that he saw his mother. What a deep scheme. Chapter 683 The Strongest Teammate. Young Master. Ing Shursan noticed that Yin Jiocha's face suddenly turned pale, and he stepped over. Young Master. How are you? Yin Jiocha said. I'm fine. But the truth was far from that. Not only was his face pale, but his breath became disordered. How could this happen? Ing Shursan was puzzled. Just now, the young master went to attack the Holy King. Although he was blocked by the Witch King, the Witch King did not resist. And the Holy King did not have time to fight with the young master. Where did the young master's injury come from? Yin Jiocha covered his painful chest. I was interrupted to protect the Witch King and suffered a little backlash. Ing Shursan understood that the young master used his power to protect the Witch King. If everything went well, he could gradually take it back. But just now, in a critical moment, the young master had to attack the Holy King at the risk of backlash in order to stop the loss in time. It was a pawn that could only succeed but not fail. But the Witch King ruined it. Witch King. Witch King. Witch King. Ing Lu pinched his wrist and said solemnly. His pulse is very weak. Not good. If the Witch King dies, Zhou Jin will also die. Ing Shursan hurriedly took out a bottle of life-extending elixir brought from the Sikong family in the Hades, threw it to Ing Lu and said, give it to him. How many pills? Ing Lu took the medicine bottle. In theory, 1 pill should be enough. But, Ing Shursan said, let him swallow them all. Oh! Ing Lu pulled out the cork, half carried the Witch King in, and poured all the pills into his mouth. The pills melted in his mouth, and soon flowed into his stomach. This is indeed a life-extending medicine. But it is not effective for everyone. It depends on his luck next. The Holy King enjoyed the feeling of being free of restrictions. She stood on a branch, closed her eyes, and took a breath of free air. She looked at Yin Jiocha in a good mood and said, since you have also protected the law for me, I will not kill you first. I will take your life after I deal with those 2 little things. After that, she waved her sleeves, leaving a long string of crazy laughter. and disappeared into the endless night. No need to guess who the two little things she was talking about were. Zhou Jin was the descendant of her enemy, and she would kill him no matter what. As for the little Saint King, that was a great tonic. She had just recovered from a serious injury. And what could be better than devouring a little Saint King to nourish her vitality? Keep an eye on the Witch King. Yin Jiuqiu left this sentence and chased after him with his qigong. Young master! Young master! Ing Shursen called out twice but failed to stop. He looked back at the unconscious Witch King, walked over coldly, and picked up the Witch King. Where are you taking him? Ing Lu asked. Ing Shursen said, go back to the courtyard of Master Bao. If the Saint King wants to kill the little Saint King and Zhou Jin, he will definitely go there. The young master has only recovered 70% of his strength, and he was attacked again, so he lost at least 20% of his strength. But we can't catch up. Ing Lu understood Ing Shursen's desire to help the young master. In fact, he also wanted to do so, even if their skills were not deep enough. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the young masters at the critical moment of life and death. Ing Shursen's eyes fell on the tall horse chewing grass not far away. Isn't there still the Witch King's mount? It was late at night. The courtyard of Bao Shenchu was quiet, and everyone fell asleep, not realizing that danger was approaching them step by step. Suddenly, Zhou Jin opened his eyes and sat up. He lifted the quilt and walked down, took a few steps forward and opened the door. A strong breath of Soul Rakshasa rushed over, almost making him unable to breathe. He looked at the direction of the night sky vigilantly, and his little hands involuntarily clenched into fists. The second person who felt the Soul Rakshasa was Dawa. Dawa had been guarding the second wife's room for the past few days, and he was not allowed to participate in the matter of protecting the Holy King. But just now, he instinctively sensed a danger. He left the house, and saw Zhou Jin standing in the yard in thin pajamas. He frowned. Zhou Jin, why did you come out? Go in quickly. Zhou Jin turned around and said to him. But you? Before Dawa finished speaking, Zhou Jin's eyes shone, and a powerful magic power attacked, knocking Dawa back to the second wife's room. Zhou Jin looked at each room one by one, and sealed all the rooms with magic power. Hee. A silver bell-like laughter came from the distant sky, which was creepy in the quiet night. Good Jiner. Mother's good Jiner. The bewitching voice slowly sounded in Zhou Jin's ears. Zhou Jin clenched his fists and raised his head calmly. The Saint King in purple slowly descended from the sky, as beautiful as the nine-palace fairy, and as enchanting as the demons in the mountains. She tiptoed and landed on the eaves opposite Zhou Jin. She lay down diagonally, one leg slightly bent, one hand supporting her forehead, looking at Zhou Jin lazily and elegantly. Oh! You are worthy of being the descendant of the Witch King and the Saint King. You have such powerful witch power at such a young age. Should I kill you or keep you? With your qualifications, you will become the new generation of Witch King in less than 2 years. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective for me to take your witch power for myself then? However, you have a lot of tricks. If I keep you, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. So I'd better kill you as soon as possible. Anyway, the little Saint King inside is enough for me to replenish my vitality. Today is not the day for it to die. Zhou Jin looked at her steadily and said, Really? The Holy King picked up a leaf from the eaves, played with it gently, and then shot it out with a whoosh. The originally soft leaf suddenly became like a blade, shooting towards Zhou Jin, piercing through Zhou Jin's clothes, and nailing Zhou Jin to the crabapple tree behind him. The Holy King smiled and said, Then open your eyes, and see clearly how I kill it bit by bit in front of you. Zhou Jin had just set a ban on this yard, but this ban was almost nothing to the Holy King. With a touch of his finger, the Holy King easily broke through Zhou Jin's magic power. Then, the Holy King hit Yuan in the house with a palm. However, just when the palm wind was about to hit Yuan, a magical power came and blocked the palm wind of the Holy King. The Holy King raised his eyebrows and looked at the pale Zhou Jin. Boy, I underestimated you. You can actually block my palm. You are indeed quite capable. However, you can only do that. Next, let's see how you can stop me. After that, she sacrificed a white silk and shot it at Yuan, who was sleeping in the house. Zhou Jin didn't know where he got the strength from, and he tore his clothes abruptly, fell to the ground, and used his body to knock the white silk away. Zhou Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. The Holy King sat up in shock. She never expected that a 9-year-old child would risk his life to such an extent. Doesn't he feel pain? Isn't he afraid? This is exactly the same as the Witch King. No wonder they are father and son. They are both so stupid. Zhou Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up little by little, and looked at her with his eyes like torches. I said, "Today is not the day it dies. Hee. You are in a difficult situation. You can't even protect yourself. How can you care whether I kill it or not?" The Holy King sneered and slapped in the direction of the house. As expected, Zhou Jin blocked it again. Zhou Jin's ribs were broken, and blood gushed out. He lay on the ground, and then supported the blood-stained ground with his hands, and stood up tremblingly. "Today is not the day it dies," Zhou Jin said stubbornly. The Holy King narrowed his eyes, although the other party was just a child. For a moment, she felt the vast will of the sky in him. A voice flashed through her mind, "Kill him, while he is not yet completely strong." Boy, I will not be soft-hearted anymore. Intuition told Hun Luosha that she must not let this little trouble grow up. Otherwise, her situation would be worrying. The palm of the Holy King was aimed at Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin did not dodge. Of course he could not dodge either. The pressure of the Holy King was too strong, and he could not even move his fingers. Zhou Jin took a last look in the direction of the house. "I said I would protect it, and let it come to the world safely. He can't die. Can't. But the palm still fell. However, the imagined tragedy did not happen. Huh? The Holy King blinked strangely, and saw that the palm wind that originally fell on Zhou Jin stopped just half an inch away from Zhou Jin, as if it was blocked by an invisible force. How could this happen? Before the Holy King could figure out the reason, Zhou Jin's breath suddenly surged, and the Holy King's palm wind exploded with a bang. What happened? Yuan woke up. She got out of bed, opened the door and walked out, but was shocked by a terrible witch power. "This is impossible." The Holy King changed color. I saw Zhou Jin, who was lying in a pool of blood, slowly stood up, and a dazzling golden color appeared in his eyes. He broke through. He became the new Witch King. Chapter 684. The Power of the Little Witch King. How could this happen? Isn't he the descendant of the Witch King and the Saint King? It's a miracle that he's still alive. How could he break through? And at such a critical moment of life and death. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the Saint King couldn't believe it was true. Did the Witch King do something again? No. The Witch King's magic power was almost sucked dry by her, and he was already a discarded Witch King. Before he was discarded, he couldn't turn Zhou Jin into a Witch King, and now he can't do it anymore. So this kid relied on his own obsession to make himself break through. This is too incredible. I thought the Witch King was going to die, and this little guy would not be good enough. But he was not only good enough, but he also turned himself into another Witch King. His fate has completely changed. He is no longer a child abandoned by heaven who depends on the Witch King to live. He has his own life. 13. Look! Shadow 6, who was riding on horseback, suddenly pulled the hand of Shadow 13 behind him. "What's wrong?" Ing Shursan asked him, holding the reins tightly. "The Witch King. The Witch King seems..." Ing Lu was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Could it be that the Witch King had a problem? Ing Shursan hurriedly tightened the reins and stopped the Witch King's mount on the side of the road. "Look!" Ing Lu leaned to the side so that Ing Shursan could see the Witch King in front of him. The Witch King's face was still pale, but the poisonous sores on his forehead and cheeks began to gradually fade. Ing Shursan once suspected that he was dazzled, but he couldn't be dazzled with Ing Lu. He rolled up the Witch King's sleeves. The ones on his hands are gone. The ones on his neck, on his body, are also disappearing. Ing Lu said as he unbuttoned the Witch King's collar. How could this happen? These poisonous sores were caused by him prolonging Zhou Jin's life force, and he was attacked by the witch power. There is only one possibility for the disappearance of the poisonous sores. That is, he no longer needs to prolong Zhou Jin's life force. Is Zhou Jin dead? Ing Lu certainly couldn't guess that Zhou Jin had broken through to become a Witch King, and had his own life from then on. The law of heaven suppresses those who it can suppress, and those who it cannot control will naturally be erased. Unfortunately, there is a kind of person in the world that even the law of heaven cannot erase. The Holy King was stunned, not only because this little thing successfully changed his fate, but also because he had the aura of a Witch King that was more than 10 times stronger than his father. At the same time, the little Goo Goo was also nourished by the aura of the Witch King. and his own small realm also rose. Witch King. Goo Emperor. Tonight is really tricky. The Holy King narrowed his eyes coldly. Interesting. I don't like things that are too easy to get. It's just right to break through. I don't like things that are too weak. Yes. She changed her mind. She didn't want to kill Zhou Jin. She wanted to devour Zhou Jin's witch power. As for the little Goo Emperor, it could also be used to improve her skills. I'm really lucky. Isn't it? The Holy King sneered and raised his eyebrows, flying towards Zhou Jin. Be careful. Yuan yelled. Zhou Jin put the little Goo Goo in his palm. Go protect Sister One. I'm fine. The little Goo Goo flashed in front of Yuan. Zhou Jin pointed his fingertips, and the witch power was like a tide, pressing down on the Saint King's head and face. Soul Rakshasa was originally strong enough, and now he has the power of the Saint King and the Witch King. How could he take a young boy who had just broken through seriously? Facts proved that the Saint King underestimated Zhou Jin's strength. She didn't hurt Zhou Jin, but was attacked by Zhou Jin's witch power and her head hurt. A drop of blood flowed from the corner of her eye. The Saint King wiped the blood with his fingertips, took a closer look, and smiled disdainfully. Okay. It seems that I can't treat you as a child. The Saint King gave up the martial arts attack and used the soul-stealing technique instead. Zhou Jin's eyes turned cold. Sister Wan, come in quickly. Yuan found that she couldn't move. Xiao Goo Goo suddenly pushed Yuan into the house. When the Holy King used the soul-stealing technique, no one could stop it. You'd better admit defeat. The Holy King smiled charmingly. Zhou Jin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Long before the Holy King, Han Lusha had devoured countless masters of the Witch clan. She admitted that Zhou Jin was very powerful. More powerful than any Witch King Han Lusha had ever seen. But so what? She had thousands of troops. So why should she be afraid of a solitary Witch King? Zhou Jin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Is it going to be faster? The Holy King smiled triumphantly and increased his strength. She felt that Zhou Jin gradually lost his breath of resistance. She sneered and retracted her hand, hooked her finger at Zhou Jin. Be good. Come quickly. Zhou Jin walked towards her slowly. Yuan saw this scene through the crack of the door. Gasped, opened the door, and was about to go out, but was bitten by the little Goo Goo on her skirt. Zhou Jin, Yuan called. Zhou Jin walked up to the Holy King in a daze. The Holy King stretched out his jade-like fingertips and lifted his cold chin. Boy, dare to fight me? You are too young? As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Jin, with dull eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and stabbed the Holy King in the heart with a knife. The Holy King, who was stabbed unexpectedly. The Holy King said in disbelief, You? How could you avoid the soul-stealing technique? Zhou Jin covered his heart with one hand, and a white light flashed into his hand. It was a snow-white goo worm. Its aura was not as strong as the little Goo Goo, but it was by no means weak. It was beautiful beyond description, like jade and ice. The Holy King gritted his teeth. Snow toad? Zhou Jin said calmly, Yes. It is a snow toad. The soul-stealing technique of Soul Rakshasa is effective for all living creatures, except for goo worms. The goo worms attached to Zhou Jin's body can bite him and help him stay awake at all times. But it is not easy to hide from the Holy King. So from the beginning, Xiao Goo Goo deliberately released a powerful Goo Emperor's aura to cover up the Goo Queen's aura. And Zhou Jin deliberately let Xiao Goo Goo protect Yuan. One of the purposes is to make the Holy King believe that Xiao Goo Goo is gone, and there is nothing that can help him fight against Soul Rakshasa's soul-stealing technique. She had tricked Zhou Jin once, so Zhou Jin would naturally retaliate and give her a chance. Who wouldn't be a bit scheming? Of course, if Soul Rakshasa had not chosen to use soul-stealing, but had used martial arts like she had just done, then Zhou Jin, without the protection of little Goo Goo, might have died in the hands of the other party. This was a gamble. And fortunately, Zhou Jin won the gamble. The Holy King slapped Zhou Jin away with one palm, covered his heart, and stepped back several steps. Zhou Jin fell heavily to the ground. His chest rolled, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Do you think I can't kill you like this? The Holy King raised his palm, but as soon as he exerted his strength, he felt that his tendons were reversed. An ordinary dagger couldn't hurt her like this. The Holy King said coldly, What did you do to the dagger? Zhou Jin smiled weakly. Nothing. I just sprinkled some boy's urine. Xibao's boy's urine. You? A discordant memory flashed through the Saint King's mind. She felt sick. She pulled out the dagger and pressed her acupuncture points to prevent herself from losing too much blood. She was really angry. She was a great soul Rakshasa. But she was fooled by a child. This was a shame for soul Rakshasa. It was more shameful than being suppressed in the coffin for so many years. The anger rose. And the Saint King, who had integrated all the memories of soul Rakshasa, was in a mess. Gradually, she lost her mind. Okay. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. The Saint King flew into the air and urged the internal force of Dantian. Countless strange auras of power emanated from her body. Soul Rakshasa had devoured countless masters, and each master had his own unique martial arts. At this moment, it was as if the group of masters gathered together to display all their lifelong learning. After realizing what she was going to do, Zhou Jin's face changed. No. She's going to self-destruct. Sister Wan. Go. It's too late. Yuan flew over and hugged Zhou Jin into her arms, protecting him tightly with her body. Zhou Jin wanted to push but failed, and was so anxious that he screamed, Sister Wan. Don't. This is not the self-destruction of Soul Rakshasa, nor the self-destruction of Saint King or Witch King, but the collective self-destruction of so many peerless masters. The power can be imagined. Sister Wan. Go quickly. Zhou Jin's witch power can no longer be used. Yuan hugged him tightly. Silly child. How could Sister Wan leave you to die? But. There is no but. The self-destruction of Saint King is about to begin. Zhou Jin closed his eyes sadly. However, at the critical moment, a dark figure rushed over, grabbed the Holy King, and took her out of the yard with a whoosh. Everything happened so fast that Yuan didn't react at all. But she still recognized him. Yin Jiuqiao. The Holy King's self-explosion could no longer be suppressed, and Yin Jiuqiao took her to a safe enough place. Just like what the Holy King did to Soul Rakshasa that year. And he didn't have time to withdraw. There was a loud bang, and Yuan was stunned. Chapter 685 The Whereabouts of Brother 9. When the third elder rushed to the courtyard of Bao Shenchu, Ing Shersan, Ing Lu and Mu Qing had all gone out to look for Yin Jiuqiao. Dawa was about to go too. When he saw the third elder, Dawa was surprised. Why are you still wearing this face? The third elder looked at Dawa and said. Dawa cleared his throat. The disguise technique takes a while to make me laugh. I can't do it myself. The father-in-law likes every son-in-law. Even though this guy is much better than Wensu. In the eyes of the third elder, he is still a big bastard who kidnapped his precious daughter. The third elder glared at him with regret. Fortunately, the third elder did not forget the business. He waved his hand and asked, Okay, let's not talk about this. What happened just now? Why did someone report that something happened in the other village? It was Hun Luosha. Dawa told the third elder everything about Hun Luosha's visit. So, Yin Jiuqiao is missing? Since the third elder had become their ally, he must have known their identities. One was the prince of the royal family of the Great Zhou, and the other was the princess of the royal family of Nanzhao. The princess seemed to be a descendant of the Saint clan and the Witch clan. No wonder she was pregnant with a little Saint King. Dawa nodded sadly. He was held hostage by them at the beginning, and he was unwilling to get involved with them. But after going through so many things, he no longer regarded himself as an outsider like he did at the beginning. Especially last night when Zhou Jin locked him in the house to protect him, and left him alone outside to die. At that moment, his mood was very complicated. Some people like to say nice things, while some people only do nice things. Obviously, Yin Jiuqiao and others are the latter. Thinking of something, Dawa asked, the Witch Queen and the Great Elder. My people found out first. I'll stop the news for now. Seeing that Dawa was still worried, the third elder said, I've been working in the Elder's Hall for so many years. Don't I have this ability? I can't say I can completely deceive them, but it won't be a problem to delay them for some time. Thank you very much, Dawa said sincerely. Is Wanru okay? Asked the third elder. Dawa said, she's still the same. I asked Pinger to take care of her. I'm going out to find Yin Jiuqiao now, although I don't know if I can find her. One more person means one more chance of finding her. Yes. This time, the third elder rarely disagreed with him. Take my people with you. Yes. Thank you very much, Dawa said. Don't thank me all the time. It's urgent to find the person back, said the third elder in a deep voice. I know, Dawa said. and went to look for someone with the guards of the third elder. In another room, the Witch King also woke up. Zhou Jin slept beside him. He found that Zhou Jin was injured, and his heart ached. Just as he was about to touch Zhou Jin's forehead, he found that Zhou Jin had also woken up. The Witch King opened his mouth with difficulty. He woke up when he entered the yard. He already knew that Han Luosha and Yin Jiuqiao had died together. To be honest, the possibility of Yin Jiuqiao's survival was not great. After all, the Saint King had the power of Han Luosha and all the masters who had been swallowed by Han Luosha in his body. With such a powerful force, Yin Jiuqiao might have been shattered to pieces. I killed him. The Witch King looked at his son's clear eyes, and there was a trace of deep regret in his heart. Yin Jiuqiao had reminded her long ago that the Holy King was dead, and she became the second Soul Rakshasa. It was he who refused to accept his fate and let everyone bear the risk of being destroyed by Soul Rakshasa with him. In the end, Yin Jiuqiao paid a painful price for his mistakes. Looking at Zhou Jin, who was seriously injured by Soul Rakshasa, the Witch King felt more and more regretful and guilty. Zhou Jin did not say anything to blame him, but just looked at him steadily. The Witch King hugged his head and said regretfully, "Father knows he was wrong. If possible, Father is willing to exchange himself for Yin Jiuqiao's life." Zhou Jin lowered his eyes. The most sad thing at this time is not that they have not found Yin Jiuqiao yet, but that Zhou Jin and the Witch King can't predict whether Yin Jiuqiao is still alive. The Witch King patted his son's shoulder, although it's not appropriate to say this right now. "But your mother and I are proud of you." Zhou Jin understood what he meant, nodded, and hummed. The father and son did not indulge in pain all the time. Although they could not go out to look for Yin Jiuqiao, like Ying Shan and his group, there were things they could do in the yard. Zhou Yuyan, Lao Tsuedo and Grandma were hit by the soul-stealing technique of the Soul Rakshasa. The Witch King's magic power gradually recovered, and with Zhou Jin, the little Witch King, the Witch King believed that they could be cured. While the Witch King and Zhou Jin were treating the three people, Pinga brought a bowl of porridge to Yuan's room. Yuan was still awake, sitting quietly by the window waiting for news. She did not cry or make a fuss about the lost husband she loved, and even her reaction was very calm. "Young madam." Pinger put the steaming porridge on the table. "This is the porridge that Grandpa Bao cooked. Is Grandpa Bao still awake?" Yuan took the porridge. She was not hungry, but she needed to eat. Pinger was worried that she would not eat, but she felt particularly distressed when she saw her eating spoonful by spoonful. "Grandpa Bao is worried about you and young Master Yin." Yuan took another mouthful of porridge, wiped the corners of her lips with a handkerchief, and said, "There is nothing to worry about. Yin Jiuqiao promised me that he would not leave me easily. I believe him." Pinger didn't know how to respond. Such a big thing happened. Even she, a maid, understood the seriousness of the situation. But the young madam refused to accept the facts. It was not surprising to think about it. The young madam and the young master had a good relationship. They had a child, and the new one was about to be born. At this critical moment, the young master was gone. "I am afraid that anyone would deceive themselves." "Is Sister Nia okay?" Yuan asked. Pinger shook her head. "Miss Nia is fine. The third elder is here. He is guarding Miss Nia in the room. Let me come to serve the young lady." Yuan said, "Go tell Grandpa about to let him rest quickly. He is old. Don't toss with us." Pinger said, "Young lady, Grandpa Bao also asked me to persuade you. You are pregnant. Unlike them, you don't need to wait here." Yuan nodded. "You are right. I really shouldn't wait." "Right. Then hurry up." Pinger didn't finish her words when she saw Yuan put down the bowl of porridge in her hand, stood up, and walked out of the house. Pinger was startled. "Young madam, where are you going?" Yuan smiled and said, "I'm going to find Yin Jiuqiao." But Pinger chased her out and tried to stop her. But Yuan had already stepped out of the yard. "Let her go," said Master Chef Bao. "Grandpa Bao." Pinger turned around and saluted to Bao Shinchu, who was not far away. "It's so late. Will the young lady be in danger?" Bao Shinchu said, "There are people of the third elder everywhere here. She is not in danger. She is worried about Jiuqiao. Instead of forcing her to stay here, it is better to let her go to find someone. Grandpa Bao, you go and rest. The young lady is very worried about you." Bao Shinchu smiled and said, "I am old and don't sleep much. You go and rest. They will be busy when they come back later. I will take care of the young master." Pinger said, "No. I will watch over it." Bao Shenchu said. Pinger paused, then, I will go back to the room first. Go. Bao Shenchu waved his hand. After Pinger left, Bao Shenchu entered the room and came to the bed of San Xiaodin. San Xiaodin slept soundly, but his sleeping posture was not very good. Of course, her Bao's sleeping posture was the best. But Xiao Bao and Bao wanted to roll to the end of the bed and the wall respectively. Bao Shenchu looked at the three cute little guys and smiled dotingly. No one understood the pain of losing a loved one better than him. He had been looking for more than 30 years, and had been in pain for more than 30 years. Now he could still talk and laugh. It was not that he was numb, but that he had learned to accept this pain. But he did not want Wan Yada to be like this. He hoped that Wan Yada could find Yin Jiuqiao, although the hope of finding him was not great. So what? No matter where you are, I will not give up looking for you. He thought that this was probably the meaning of his life. Bao Shenchu sat down at the head of the bed, leaned against the bedpost, coughed softly a few times, and closed his eyes tiredly. On the other side, Yuan asked for directions, and came to the place where Ing San and others were searching. If she hadn't walked there in person, Yuan probably wouldn't have known that Yin Jiuqiao had walked so far with the Holy King in just a few breaths. This is a forest, surrounded by mountains on three sides, and a deep pool on one side. The incident happened halfway up the mountain. The naked eye can see half of the destroyed hillside. As for where Yin Jiuqiao went, everyone is searching intensively. Madam, why are you here? Ing Lu was the first to see Yuan and ran towards her with a torch. Yuan said, I came to see how you are looking. Ing Lu pointed to the hillside that was destroyed beyond recognition, and said to Yuan, the Holy King should have died there with the young master. I hope the young master dodged in time. Did he fall into the river? Yuan would never accept that he didn't dodge. 13 took people into the water. Ing Lu helped Yuan. The mountain road is rugged. Madam, you should go back and wait for our news. Yuan shook her head. No. I will wait for Yin Jiuqiao here until I find him. Ing Lu. Dawa in the east suddenly shouted. Come and have a look. There seems to be movement below. Yuan and Ing Lu's eyes lit up. Go, Yuan said. Then be careful, Ing Lu said, and walked towards Dawa quickly. Dawa stood on a small hillside, and there was a concave place under the hillside. It was not deep, but it was not shallow either. But the dangerous thing was that the ground stretched out seemed a little loose, and could not withstand too much force. Ing Lu approached and listened carefully. There was indeed a very weak breathing below. He said to Dawa and several guards of the three elders, I'll go down and take a look. You all step back. Dawa threw a night shining pearl, took a look with the light of the night shining pearl, frowned and said, there are thorns all over the ground. Be careful. I know. Ing Lu handed the torch to Dawa, drew out his sword, and landed with Qigong. The moment he landed, he rolled up the sword flower and cleared a path in the thorns. What's going on? Yuan walked over. Seeing that she was about to step over, Dawa stopped her. Be careful. It will collapse. Yuan stopped and asked Dawa, have you found Yin Jiuqiao? Dawa said, I heard someone coughing downstairs. I don't know if it was him. It may also be Han Luosha, a guard said cautiously. Dawa said seriously, impossible. Soul Rakshasa has exploded, and even the flesh and blood cannot be found. How can it cough? Is it Yin Jiuqiao? Could it be him? Yuan became nervous. Ing Lu took out the fire starter, blew it up, and saw a bloody man in the thorn bush. He ran over with big strides. Young master. But he is not the young master. Just an ordinary hunter. Maybe he was frightened on the way home, and accidentally fell from above and rolled into this thorn bush. Is it Yin Jiuqiao? Yuan asked. Ing Lu clenched his fists in disappointment. No. Ing Lu rescued the man. His left ankle was swollen. His right arm was dislocated, and he had multiple puncture wounds on his body. In order to connect his arm and stop the bleeding, Yuan asked the guards to send him to the clinic in the market. Yuan handled everything calmly. When she turned around, she saw Dawa looking at her in astonishment. What's wrong? She asked. Ah. No. Nothing. Dawa scratched his head. It wasn't Yin Jiuqiao who was rescued. I thought you would be desperate, but I didn't expect you to be so calm. Yuan looked at her hands covered with blood and wound medicine, and smiled bitterly. It's because I didn't find him that I need to be calm. With him by her side, she only needs to be heartless. Hiss. Yuan covered her stomach. Dawa took a step forward, supported her and said, "What's wrong?" Yuan smiled, "Nothing. It kicked me just now." Dawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That just now. He was really scared out of his wits. Yin Jiuchao's whereabouts were unknown, and he didn't want Yuan to get into trouble. Hiss. The baby kicked her again. Yuan looked at her belly, then looked ahead, and asked, "Have you looked over there?" "No," Dawa said. "Judging from the terrain where the Saint King had the accident, Yin Jiuchao is unlikely to have fallen on the other side of the mountain." "What happened?" Ingshur-san, who went to the river to search for salvage, came back. Dawa said, "All one suspects Jiuchao fell on the other side of the mountain." As soon as the voice fell, a guard of the third elder shouted, "There are shoes." Ingshur-san and Inglu flashed over. Inglu took the shoes picked up by the guard, and said excitedly, "It's the young master's shoes. The young master's shoes are still there. The young master must be there too. With such a powerful force. If there is really no time to dodge, then there is no possibility of leaving a piece of cloth." "Where did you find it?" Inglu asked. The guard pointed in the direction Yuan had pointed before. "Over there." Inglu gave the shoes to Yuan, and went to the other side of the mountain with Ingshur-san. Yuan couldn't get through, so she could only wait there. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. Half an hour. An hour. The hope that had risen in Dawa's heart because of the shoe gradually died down. He gritted his teeth and covered his forehead, not daring to look at Yuan's expression. "I'm back," another guard shouted. Yuan was originally sitting on the cold stone, and she stood up when she heard the words. The night wind of the witch clan was extremely cold, and it made people feel chilly. However, when she saw the man held in Ingshur-san's arms, Yuan felt that her blood was boiling. There was no intact part of the other person's body, which was covered with bloodstains. He was wrapped in an outer robe by Inglu, but Yuan still recognized him at a glance. Yin Jiuchao. Yuan ran over with her skirt lifted. "Hey! Be careful!" Dawa hurriedly caught up and held her arm. Ingshur-san performed qigong and landed in front of Yuan. Yin Jiuchao looked so miserable that Yuan's tears rushed out. She held back her tears and felt Yin Jiuchao's pulse. "The pulse is weak," she cried with joy. "There is still a pulse. He is still alive. Her Jiuchao is still alive." Yuan held his pulse with one hand and covered her mouth with the other hand. She couldn't help but shed tears. "Young madam," Ingshur-san called her softly. Yuan sniffed and choked up. "Where is the carriage?" "It's nearby," Inglu said. "There was no road here, and the carriage couldn't drive over." Yuan nodded and wiped her tears. "Get in the car." He was seriously injured, both internally and externally. The life-extending elixir was no longer of much use. Yuan knew that she could do very little. The most urgent thing was to send him to the Witch King and Zhou Jin as soon as possible. The carriage returned to the courtyard of Bao Shichu at the fastest speed. Witch King. Zhou Jin. Ingshur-san carried Yin Jiuchao to Zhou Jin's room. Zhou Jin and the Witch King had just finished healing Zhou Yuyin. When they heard Ingshur-san's voice, they came over together. They looked closely and were stunned for a moment. The Witch King was a little unbelievable. He thought that he had died with the soul Rakshasa and that there would be no body left. Who knew that he would come back in a bloody mess? However, his condition looked a little bad. "Can you cure the young master?" Ingshur-san asked. "I'm not sure," the Witch King said solemnly. His condition was much more complicated than Zhou Yuyin and the other two, judging from his injuries, although he avoided it in time. The power of the soul Rakshas's self-explosion was too strong. It rushed into his body and destroyed all his tendons and dantian. Chapter 686 The Truth. Yin Jiuchao grew up in a world of calculation. Without his parents' protection, he suffered many injuries. But this was the first time he suffered such a terrible injury. When Ingshur-san held him in his arms, he almost suspected that he was dead. The Witch King was their last trump card. If even he couldn't cure the young master, then the young master wouldn't need to detoxify. "Is there no way to cure it?" Yuan asked the Witch King steadily. The Witch King said, if it was only the damage caused by the self-explosion, it would not be irreparable. If the dantian was broken, he would reshape it for him. If the tendons were broken, he would connect them for him. Although it was a bit tricky, it was not enough for his current strength. "Is there any other damage?" Yuan asked puzzledly. The Witch King said, "I think you are very clear about the situation of the Holy King. The Holy King has all the power of Soul Rakshasa in his body. And Soul Rakshasa has swallowed the power of countless masters. It is very dangerous for such a Holy King to self-destruct. Logically, he will be blown to pieces. But guess why he is still alive? Ing Lu blinked. Isn't it because the young master dodged in time? This is an obvious guess. Anyone would think so. And the Witch King is no exception. But he actually raised doubts, which shows that the situation at that time was not the case. Ing Lu and everyone looked at the Witch King. The Witch King snorted lightly, with his little internal power of the Changshengju. No matter how much he dodges, he can't avoid it. Unless, speaking of this, the Witch King paused, but Yuan's expression became serious and took over the topic. Unless he has other power in his body that can compete with Soul Rakshasa. That's right. The Witch King gave Yuan an appreciative look. But Yin Jiuqiao didn't know martial arts before. He got the Changshengju from the Ghost King. After that, he practiced a little bit. But I didn't see him practicing other skills. As Yin Jiuqiao's bedside, Yuan was with him day and night. So how could she not know what martial arts he practiced? We can testify that the young master only knows the Changshengju. Ing Lu said with his fingers. The Witch King did not explain in words, but stretched out his bony fingers and gently touched Yin Jiuqiao's eyebrows. Everyone instantly felt an unusually familiar breath coming towards them. Ing Shursen frowned. Soul Rakshasa? Ing Lu took a breath. That's right. It's the breath of Soul Rakshasa. He thought he had made a mistake. But since Ing Shursen said so, it must be true. How could this happen? What did Soul Rakshasa do to the young master? Why does the young master have the breath of Soul Rakshasa? The Witch King sighed and said, after Soul Rakshasa self-destructed, the power in his body was originally intended to destroy Yin Jiuqiao. But somehow, a considerable part of it was absorbed by Yin Jiuqiao. It was because of the absorption of this power that he was able to resist the attack of the self-destruction. However, this power was too powerful and destroyed his dantian and tendons. So, I really don't know whether to say it is his luck or his misfortune. Everyone didn't expect the truth to be like this, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Yuan said seriously, tell me the truth. How can we save him? The Witch King paused, looked at her and said, do you want to save his life? Or do you want to save his body? What do you mean by this? Yuan asked. The Witch King glanced at the unconscious Yin Jiuqiao. He has absorbed a lot of power, including Soul Rakshasas. Now, Soul Rakshas's power is damaged and can't suppress the power of those masters. If I help him nourish Soul Rakshas's power, he may become a Rakshasa body. Yuan lowered her eyes. In other words, he will become Soul Rakshasa. Right? The Witch King looked at her sympathetically. Yes. If he becomes Soul Rakshasa, he will naturally be able to suppress the power of those masters. But then, he will no longer be Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan's hands buried under her wide sleeves clenched into fists. What if, another situation? The Witch King said, another situation is that I suppress Soul Rakshas's breath and try to force Soul Rakshas's power out of his body. He will not become Soul Rakshasa. But the power of those masters left in his body will slowly kill him. There is no way to reshape the dantian, because his reshaping speed is far behind the speed of the destruction of those powers. The Witch King sighed again. I know this is difficult. You don't have to make a choice right away. Jeaner, come out with me. Yes. Zhou Jin went out with the Witch King tactfully. Only Yuan and Ing Shursen were left in the room. The three of them were silent, and no one spoke. What happened to the Witch King happened to them. They once blamed the Witch King for why he knew that the Holy King had become another Soul Rakshasa, but still deceived himself into thinking that the Holy King was still the original her. Now, they can no longer blame him. It's true that if the stone doesn't hit your own foot, you will never know how painful it is. If they choose to let the young master become a Soul Rakshasa, what is the difference between him and the original Witch King? But if they don't make such a choice, how can they bear to watch the young master die? Ing Lu knew that he shouldn't speak earlier than Yuan, but he couldn't help it. I would rather the young master live, whether he is a Soul Rakshasa or not. He is the young master Yin. I follow him. He is a Soul Rakshasa. I follow him too. If he wants my life, I will give it to him. Ing Shursen, isn't he thinking the same thing? No matter how rational a person is, it's just because he hasn't encountered something that makes him lose his calm. At this moment, they all understand the Witch King. After the young master becomes a Soul Rakshasa, it may not only endanger them, but also the people around them. But these can't shake their determination to let the young master survive. Madam, you make the decision, Ingshirsan said. Although he hoped that the young master could survive, the real decision was made by the young lady. Okay. Please invite the Witch King over, Yuan said softly. Inglu went out and called the Witch King and Zhou Jin over. Have you made up your mind so quickly? Asked the Witch King. Yuan nodded and looked into the Witch King's eyes steadily. I don't want him to become a soul Rakshasa. Inglu and Ingshirsan's faces changed at the same time. The Witch King looked at the two of them, then looked at Yuan. Are you sure? Yuan put one hand on her bulging belly and said with a sore throat, I'm sure. She held Yin Jiuchao's hand with the other hand. He is a good young master, a good husband, and a good father. In his heart, there are things more important than life. He certainly doesn't want the people he wants to protect with his life to become the people he wants to kill. She has seen how the Saint King treats the Witch King and Zhou Jin. And Yin Jiuchao will treat her and the children in the same way after becoming a soul Rakshasa. She is not afraid of death. She will be worse off than dead if she loses him. But at the same time, she deeply understands that Yin Jiuchao will never want to be such a husband and father. She is his wife, and she respects his will. I hope you can understand me, Yuan said to Ingshirsan and Inglu. Inglu lowered his head sadly. Ingshirsan held his hand and said with red eyes, We will listen to the young lady. Inglu tightened Ingshirsan's fingers and tears fell. The Witch King sighed with emotion. You, go outside and wait for me. I'll stay, Zhou Jin said. Okay. One more little Witch King. One more hope for success. Young lady, you go back to your room and rest first. I'll let you know if there is any news. After leaving the house, Ingshirsan whispered to Yuan. Yuan shook her head. No. I'll wait for him here. Opposite the house is a small courtyard with peach trees. There is a stone table and several stone benches in the yard. Ingshirsan brought a cushion and put it on the stone bench for Yuan to sit down. Ping woke up early. They were in the house just now, and she didn't dare to go in and disturb them. At this time, Yuan sat down outside, and she hurried to serve her. Yuan's face was not good, and Inglu and Ingshirsan's were not much better. Pinger didn't dare to ask more. Just went to the kitchen to get a pot of hot water and made Yuan's favorite rose tea. Pinger's tea-making skills were really not good, but no one would complain at this critical moment. Yuan held the hot tea in her hand, tears rolling in her eyes. Pinger was scared. She had been with the young lady for so long, and she had never seen the young lady lose her composure like this. What's wrong with the young lady? No. She should ask what's wrong with the young master. Pinger wanted to ask Inglu and Ingshirsan, and saw that they also had red eyes. Could it be that the young master can't be saved? An hour later, Zhou Jin's door opened. Yuan stood up. Young madam, be careful. Pinger hurriedly protected her belly, afraid that she would use too much force and throw the baby out. Witch King and Zhou Jin came out. Both of them looked extremely pale, and it seemed that the battle with Soul Rakshasa had exhausted their magic power. What happened? Yuan asked with her fingers clenched. She hoped that they would succeed, but she was also afraid that they would succeed. Witch King opened his mouth. Chapter 687 Brother 9 wakes up. The Witch King stopped talking halfway. The hearts of several people were in their throats. You tell me. What happened? Has the Soul Rakshasa power in the young master been cleared? If it has been cleared, how long does the young master have left? The Witch King understood their feelings at this moment. They hoped that he would fail so that Yin Jiuchao could survive. But at the same time, they couldn't bear to see Yin Jiuchao survive as a Soul Rakshasa. What's the difference between that and a walking corpse? Let me tell you. Zhou Jin sighed like a little adult. There is no Soul Rakshasa breath in his body anymore. You go in and say goodbye to him. Without the Soul Rakshasa breath, it means that he can't become a Rakshasa body. And it also means that he can't withstand the power of so many masters. He may not survive tonight, Zhou Jin said. The blood on the faces of the three people instantly faded. Pinger, who was waiting not far away, also changed her expression instantly. Seeing that the three people looked wrong, she guessed that the young master might not be in good condition. But she didn't expect it to be so bad. The young master only had one night left to live. Why was God so cruel to him? He was still so young. If he died, what would the young lady do? What about the three little sons? What about the fetus in the young lady's belly? Pinger didn't want to cry. But when she saw Yuan's tears burst out, her tears also fell like beads with a broken string. Yuan entered the house with tears in her eyes. Yin Shizi cried in her stomach until he hiccuped because he was going to be without a father before he was born. This is Shou Jin's room. After Yuan entered, she held Yin Jiuchao's hand and stood for a while. Then turned back and said to Ing Shi-san, "Can you help me take him back to the room?" Ing Shi-san carried Yin Jiuchao back to his and Yuan's wing room. Bao Shinchu fell asleep against the bedpost. Ing Lu gently carried Bao Shinchu back to his room. Ing Shi-san put Yin Jiuchao on the bed full of little black eggs. The 3 little black eggs didn't know that they were about to become fatherless children. They were sleeping soundly on the bed. Yuan placed the 3 of them one by one. 2 of them in Yin Jiuchao's arms, and 1 on Yin Jiuchao's body. She lay beside them, quietly watching the 4 fathers and sons. This might be the last time she saw them together. After tonight, they would no longer have a father. Yuan held Yin Jiuchao's hand, leaned towards Yin Jiuchao gently, and pulled his cut palm over and put it on her belly. It turned out that all the strength was just because she was not hurt enough. It seemed that the tears of 2 lifetimes would flow out tonight. Yuan's eyes were swollen, but she still couldn't control it. As long as she thought that Yin Jiuchao would not survive tonight, she felt that her heart was about to be torn. I have never felt so uncomfortable. She used to be always pissed off by him. But now, she would rather be pissed off by him 1,000 times. 10,000 times. She was even willing to exchange her own life for his. It's not that you know how to cherish something only after you lose it, but you have always cherished it. But you still can't bear the pain of separation. Yin Jiuchao, you bastard. She still had a lot of things to say, but she didn't have time to say them to him. She also had a lot of things to say, but she didn't hear him say them in person. You didn't even say you like me. You bastard. Yuan leaned on his shoulder and cried bitterly. Yin Jiuchao. I regret it. I regret not letting you become a soul Rakshasa. As long as you can live. What does it matter if you become a soul Rakshasa? At dawn, the Witch King came to the house of Yuan and Yin Jiuchao. Ing Shi-san and Ing Lu had been guarding the corridor all night. Their eyes were all swollen. They knew what was going on without asking. The Witch King said nothing. Zhou Jin followed him. The Witch King glanced at Zhou Jin, sighed, raised his hand, and knocked on the door gently. As early as after midnight, Yin Jiuchao's pulse was almost untouchable. Yuan and the child accompanied him to the end of his journey. When the door was opened, the Witch King found that Yuan had changed into plain clothes. And he and Zhou Jin also changed. Yin Jiuchao's life was destined to be unsustainable. It was a miracle that he could survive the midnight. The weather was so hot that he was worried that the body would rot. But he didn't want them to separate so early. So he had to wait until dawn. Can I go in? The Witch King asked. He is a wizard. He can send the dead souls on their way and let the deceased rest in peace. Yuan nodded with a pale face. The Witch King was about to cross the threshold and thought of something. Turned to Zhou Jin and said, You don't have to come. There are some things I will teach you later. Zhou Jin said firmly, I want to send Brother Yin to the last journey. Okay. If it were someone else, the Witch King would not agree. But he understood the feelings between Zhou Jin and Yin Jiuchao. The Witch King and Zhou Jin entered the house. At midnight, Yuan realized that something was wrong with Yin Jiuchao. She had been holding him and warming him with her body along with the 3 children. But even so, he still got cold half an hour ago. Yuan knew that this situation was irreversible. Huh? Zhou Jin suddenly called out. What's wrong? Yuan asked. Look. Zhou Jin grabbed Yin Jiuchao's hand and said to Yuan and the Witch King. The light in the room was a little dim. Yuan took out a glowing saint stone. They looked at it with the light of the saint stone, and they were both stunned. Yin Jiuchao fell down the hillside. His body was covered with wounds, and his hands were cut several times. However, at this moment, his palms were smooth and delicate. Without a single wound, Yuan quickly picked up his other hand, and saw that the wound on that hand was gone. Yuan tore open his clothes and untied his gauze, and the scar on his chest was gone. How? How could this happen? She personally treated his injuries. How many there were? How deep and long each one was? And where they were distributed? She knew exactly. How could they all disappear in one night? Was she dazzled last night? Or 13. Xiaolu. Young madam. The 2 entered the house. When you found Yin Jiuchao, he was injured, right? Yuan asked excitedly. Yes. What happened? Ing Shi-san asked. Ing Lu walked forward and took a closer look. Ah. 13. Come and take a look. Ing Shursen walked over quickly. And the scene he saw made him dumbfounded in an instant. He was the first person to find the young master. When he dug the young master out of the mud pit, the young master's bones were exposed. He was heartbroken on the spot. And he would never remember it wrong. When did it happen? Asked the Witch King. I don't know. Yuan shook her head. She really didn't know. She had been guarding Yin Jiuqiao. But she didn't take off Yin Jiuqiao's clothes to check. Yuan continued, I only paid attention to his breathing and pulse. And didn't check his wound. First, his wound didn't need to be changed at night. And second, he was dying. So she wouldn't think of changing his medicine. The Witch King couldn't figure out what was going on. Just when he was about to check Yin Jiuqiao carefully, a terrible breath suddenly burst out from Yin Jiuqiao's body. Ing Shursen's expression became serious. Soul Rakshasa. Ing Lu's eyes widened. No. Didn't you say that Soul Rakshasa's power has been cleared? Yes. He clearly cleared Soul Rakshasa's power. Could it be that he didn't clear it completely? The Soul Rakshasa aura on Yin Jiuqiao's body became stronger and stronger. No. He's going to become Soul Rakshasa. Go! The Witch King held Yuan with one hand and Zhou Jin with the other. Ing Shursen and Ing Lu rushed to grab the 3 little black eggs on the bed. And the group hurried out of the house. You leave first. The Witch King pushed Zhou Jin to Yuan. Take Jiner away quickly. Pinger. Go wake up Mu Qing. Take Bao Shinchu away. Yes. Pinger went to Bao Shinchu's room in a panic. Zhou Yuyin and the other 2 were still unconscious. And they couldn't take care of them at this time. Unfortunately. Even so, they were still a step late. A powerful Soul Rakshasa aura enveloped the entire courtyard. Ing Shursen and Ing Lu felt like a huge awe had entered their heads, piercing their eyes. The Witch King tried to suppress the Soul Rakshas's aura with witchcraft. But to his disappointment, he was violently shaken away before he even had time to make a move. The black clothes were like ink, fluttering in the wind. Yin Jiuqiao, with his black hair scattered, jumped out like a demon, with endless killing aura. He stood in the air, looking down at the ants-like people. When everyone saw his expression, they knew he was no longer Yin Jiuqiao. Zhou Jin pulled back the hand held by Yuan, strode forward, and the powerful magic power enveloped Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao sneered, Don't overestimate your own abilities. He pointed his finger. And Zhou Jin froze and couldn't move. This Soul Rakshasa is even more powerful than the previous Saint King. Ing Shursen hid the 3 little eggs in a basket behind the bushes, drew his long sword, and said to Ing Lu, Take the young lady away. Ing Lu gritted his teeth, grabbed Yuan's hand, and was about to take Yuan away. But before he took a step, he was bounced back by a huge force. Yuan stood there in a daze, watching Yin Jiuqiao walk towards her step by step. She subconsciously covered her stomach. Yin Jiuqiao stretched out his cold big palm and stretched it towards her neck. Just when Yuan thought her neck was about to be broken by him, his hand suddenly touched her head. Yuan was stunned. Yin Jiuqiao rubbed her hair and said, Daddy said that no one can take you away from me. Yuan. What? Daddy? Chapter 688. A Daughter of Gold. Becoming a father. How come she has a Soul Rakshasa father after not seeing him for a while? The strong Soul Rakshasa aura circulated in Yin Jiuqiao's body. If it weren't for his serious expression, Yuan would almost think that she had heard it wrong. After becoming a Soul Rakshasa, shouldn't Yin Jiuqiao kill her immediately? How come he suddenly became her father? Yuan stood there blankly, blinking her eyes, and it was neither yes nor no. And the people who were beaten to the ground by a new Soul Rakshasa were dumbfounded one after another. What happened to the promise to kill everyone? You recognize your daughter now? Yin Jiuqiao looked at Yuan's dumbfounded expression, narrowed his eyes and said, What? Daddy scared you? Yuan nodded, and saw the endless murderous aura in Yin Jiuqiao's eyes, and hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. Unexpectedly, Yin Jiuqiao's murderous aura did not ease, but became more violent. Yuan seriously suspected that if she said another wrong word, this guy would take her life in the blink of an eye. After all, this father looks like a particularly cruel father. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at Ing Shursen and others sarcastically. So you want to go with them? I don't want to now. Yuan said honestly. So you wanted to just now? Yin Jiuqiao asked dangerously. Why is this father so difficult to serve? No. Shouldn't she be concerned about why he became her father? Yuan opened her mouth. I think. Yin Jiuchao's dangerous expression was like a big devil who could attack at any time. Yuan was defeated and decided to coax him into the house first. Yuan took his arm and smiled brightly. Okay. Husband. You go in first. What did you call me? Yin Jiuchao said in a deep voice. Yuan's little body stiffened. Her eyes rolled around. And she said stiffly, Dad. 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 You go in first. Your daughter will make you tea later. Yin Jiuchao's face looked better. And under Yuan's pushing and shoving, he turned and walked towards his own room. Yuan sent him into the house and smiled at him at the door. Master Yin Han Lusha looked at his daughter's flattering smile, snorted, and walked into the house with a domineering look. Yuan gently closed the door for him, then walked quickly into the yard, and helped the Wu Wang and Ing Shursan who fell to the ground up. How are you? The three gradually regained consciousness. Ing Shursan covered his chest, which was a little painful, and said, I'm fine. Where's Ing Lu? Just a little dizzy. Ing Lu pressed his head and said. Yuan looked at the Wu Wang again. The Wu Wang pinched his eyebrows and said, I'm fine. As soon as the voice fell, his legs softened and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Ing Shursan reacted very quickly and supported him in time. Ing Shursan helped him sit on the stone bench. Yuan also brought Zhou Jin over. Perhaps because Yin Jiuchao didn't take a child seriously. Zhou Jin's condition was the best among the few people. But he had been standing there for a long time, and his feet were a little numb. Yuan felt the pulse of several people, and they all suffered minor internal injuries. Take these medicines first. Yuan took out a bottle of pills and handed them to several people. Several people took them one by one. Zhou Jin also reached out to take it. Yuan said, You don't have to take it. Those medicines are not for children. I will make you a bowl of medicine soup later. Zhou Jin nodded quietly. Although Yin Jiuchao had returned to the house, the emotions of several people could not calm down for a long time. They thought Yin Jiuchao would not survive. But he survived. They should be happy. But he became a soul Rakshasa again. However, although he became a soul Rakshasa, it was not quite the same as imagined. Ing Lu touched his neck and said foolishly, I am really not dead. Right? Zhou Jin gave him a look of looking at a little fool. Yuan frowned and asked, By the way, what's going on? Is he a soul Rakshasa? Yes, but not entirely, said the Witch King. What do you mean? Yuan looked at him. The Witch King explained. He has the power of a soul Rakshasa, but not the consciousness of a soul Rakshasa. This is not difficult to understand. If Yin Jiuchao really had the consciousness of a soul Rakshasa, then the first thing he would do is to kill and devour the Witch King and the little Saint King present. I think Zhou Jin and I's magic power worked. But we removed Soul Rakshas's consciousness, not its power. Its power should have been absorbed by Yin Jiuchao. At this point, the Witch King paused and said in disbelief. In other words, he devoured Soul Rakshasa, but only devoured its power, not its memory. So Zhou Jin and I were able to erase Soul Rakshas's consciousness from the strength shown by Yin Jiuchao. If he didn't want to, the Witch King and Zhou Jin would not be able to remove anything from his brain. The Witch King even suspected that even if Zhou Jin and he didn't do it, Yin Jiuchao would have a way to clear Soul Rakshas's consciousness by himself. But that would take a lot of effort. The Witch King continued, Soul Rakshasa is good at soul stealing. I don't know how many masters he has devoured in his life. I didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be devoured by someone. Yin Jiuchao was the first person to devour Soul Rakshasa. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the Witch King would never believe it was true. Yuan and the others were much more receptive than the Witch King. After all, before the Soul Rakshasa, someone had already devoured a Ghost King. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar, and the third and fourth times may make him addicted. Yuan was a little amused and thought of something, and asked the Witch King again, What's the matter with his memory? Yes, the young master doesn't seem to recognize us. Only the young lady. But, Ing Lu said this, cleared his throat, and was embarrassed for a while. But he thinks of himself as my father. Yuan said what he hadn't finished. To be honest, she was also puzzled. How could Yin Jiuchao become her father? This is more incredible than him becoming a complete soul Rakshasa. Okay. The Witch King pondered for a moment and said, I think it may be a side effect of erasing the consciousness of Soul Rakshasa. Yin Jiuchao devoured Soul Rakshasa, And Soul Rakshasa had devoured countless masters. Although Soul Rakshasa's consciousness was erased, those masters' consciousness was not. This caused Yin Jiuchao's memory to become confused. He may have regarded himself as a master who was devoured by Soul Rakshasa. The Witch King sighed and said, Soul Rakshasa has devoured too many masters. I don't know which one he is now. Yuan said, Can we tell him the truth? The Witch King shook his head. He is not suitable for stimulation in his current situation. Yuan glared and said, Will he go crazy? The Witch King said seriously, He will kill people. Yuan. When Yuan returned to the house again, she had a bowl of longan and red date porridge that she had cooked herself. Do you really want to send it to the young master? Ing Shursan asked hesitantly. Yuan puffed out her chest and said, Don't worry. He won't hurt me. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu exchanged a tacit look. We are not afraid that he will hurt you on purpose. But we are afraid that your bowl of porridge will stimulate him. Yuan carried the bowl of porridge into the house. Look! He has become a big devil. And she still takes care of him so meticulously. She is simply the most virtuous wife in the world. Yin Jiuchou fought all night and was very tired. But he couldn't sleep and sat on the chair with a cold face. Cough, cough. Yuan coughed heavily a few times. The moment Yin Jiuchou saw her, the coldness on his face faded. But in a moment, it became even colder. You are getting bolder. Aren't you? You don't even call me Dad? You are sick and you are right. Yuan gritted her teeth and wanted to pull out herself, who cried so hard on his shoulder last night, and beat her up 100 times. Dad Yuan walked forward with a fake smile and put the tray in her hand on the table. Are you hungry? You? Yin Jiuchou stretched out the tongue. Yuan gritted her teeth secretly, squeezed out a springy smile, and said delicately, Are you hungry? My daughter made porridge for you. Try it while it's hot. Yin Jiuchou hummed slowly, picked up the porridge bowl and tasted the porridge. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan waited nervously, in case their young master was so disgusting that he wanted to kill people, so that they could rescue the young lady. But the young master didn't find it unpalatable. He ate up the porridge for 5 people without leaving a drop, as if he had never eaten in his life. Is it that delicious? Ing Lu went to the kitchen to scoop up some of the porridge left in the pot. After taking a bite, he rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and fell to the ground. Yin Jiuchou put the bowl of porridge back on the tray. Yuan sat opposite him, lowered her head, and touched her belly. Feeling Yin Jiuchao's eyes on her belly, she raised her head and hesitated about how to explain the baby in her belly to him without irritating him. Yin Jiuchou waved his hand calmly. Don't say it. I understand. You are not pregnant. You are just fat. Yuan. Chapter 689. Master Chef Bao recognizes his son. It hurt so much. When she thought he was going to die, Yuan would rather be mad at him 1,000 times. 10,000 times. But when she was really mad, she wanted to beat him to death on the spot. Yuan was so angry that she slammed the table. I especially wanted to tell him that you are fat. Your whole family is fat. Yuan turned her chubby little body and went out angrily. On the other side, Ing Shursan held 3 little black eggs, who were even chubbier than her, and went to Zhou Jin's room to continue sleeping. Yuan was busy all night and was actually a little sleepy. But she couldn't go back to her room. She was worried that she couldn't control the power of the wild in her body, and did something irreversible to someone. She went to Zhou Yuyin's room. Zhou Yuyin's soul-stealing technique had been lifted by the Witch King and Zhou Jin, although she didn't wake up for the time being. It was only a matter of time. Yuan hugged the quilt and lay down beside her. After lying down for a while, there was a burst of movement outside. It was the 3rd elder bidding farewell to the Witch King. The 2 stood in the yard, and the 3rd elder asked the Witch King about his future plans. Your witch power seems to have recovered, and the little prince has become the new Witch King. What are your plans next? What do you need me to do for you? Soul Rakshasa died, and its power was swallowed by Yin Jiuchou. The Witch King recovered, and Zhou Jin broke through. The 3rd elder was extremely fortunate that he entered the Witch King's camp in time. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Witch King and his men, the entire Elder Hall would not be enough for him. Yuan didn't hear clearly what the Witch King answered. She was a little sleepy, and only vaguely remembered saying in awe, I obey your command. After that, there was a series of horse hoof sounds. Yuan guessed that the 3rd elder had left. As for whether the Witch King had left or not, she didn't know. She fell asleep. But Yuan didn't sleep for long. Pinger woke her up in a daze. Madam. Madam. Something happened, Pinger said anxiously. Yuan covered her face and yawned. Is it Yin Jiuchao who has another attack? Pinger choked and said, It's not the young master. It's the chef Bao. Yuan opened her eyes with a start. And she was no longer sleepy. She lifted the quilt and sat up. What's wrong with Grandpa Bao? Chef Bao's condition is not good. Pinger just went to call Chef Bao to get up for dinner and found that Chef Bao, who always got up early, was sleeping soundly on the bed. She called him tentatively, but Chef Bao didn't wake up. She felt something was wrong. So she pushed the door open and heard Chef Bao breathing weakly. Pinger's first reaction was to find old Chui. But old Chui was also unconscious. So Pinger had to come to Yuan. Yuan hurried to Chef Bao's room. Master Chef Bao had not been feeling well since last night. He just tried not to say anything. He was very alert. But he did not wake up at all when Ning Lu sent him back to his room. By this morning, he had fallen into a faint sleep with weak breathing. This is not a disease. It is aging. Grandpa Bao will not have much time left. Pinger felt so sorry for the young lady. She finally managed to keep the young master. But now she was going to lose Bao Shinchu. They were both people she couldn't let go of. How could she bear this? Wu Wan had just watched Zhou Jin fall asleep. When he heard about Bao Shinchu's story, he got up and went to Bao Shinchu's room. Yuan was wiping Bao Shinchu's hands with a hot towel. Her movements were very gentle, which made people feel very sad. Wu Wang placed his fingertips on Bao Shinchu's eyebrows, and after a while, he withdrew his hand with a serious look. Yuan paused with the handkerchief in her hand. Even you can't do anything, right? Wu Wang sighed. He's worked too hard and his body is overconsumed. In fact, as early as when he was in Lotus Village, Bao Shinchu was not suitable for long-distance travel. His back was already hunched and his steps began to become unsteady. At that time, if he gave up looking for his son and stayed in the capital or Lotus Village to rest, he would definitely live for another 2 years. Yuan held Grandpa Bao's hand tightly, lowered her eyes and whispered, Grandpa Bao's greatest wish is to find his son, who has been missing since childhood. He went to all the places he could go and looked everywhere he could. But there was no news of his son. Can I ask you for a favor? You say, said the Witch King. Yuan looked at the Chef Bao and said, I don't want Grandpa Bao to leave with regrets. Can you use magic to let him see his son? The Witch King said, It's enough to find Zhou Jin for such a small matter. I have another important matter waiting to be dealt with. I will come to you after it is dealt with. Yuan nodded. She asked him to do it, but he pushed the matter to Zhou Jin. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any ideas. But thinking of the conversation between the third elder and the Witch King before leaving, he felt that the Witch King's situation was also very anxious. Grandpa Bao is a very important person to her, but not to the Witch King. Since Zhou Jin can handle it, it is understandable that he asked Zhou Jin to come forward. Yuan nodded to the Witch King. The Witch King strode out of the house and rode away on the general. Yuan fed some soup to Bao Shinchu. When Bao Shinchu woke up, Zhou Jin was already waiting beside him. Zhou Jin's eyes were stern, and the powerful witchcraft forced into Bao Shinchu's mind. Bao Shinchu's eyes were stunned for a moment, and when they focused again, Zhou Jin was no longer in the room. Grandpa Bao, are you awake? Yuan smiled and put a bowl of steaming millet porridge and a plate of buckwheat buns on the table. Pinger just made breakfast. I don't know if it suits your appetite. Bao Shinchu smiled kindly. Have you eaten? Yuan. I have eaten, Yuan said with a smile. By the way, has Jiocha come back? Bao Shinchu asked. Yuan helped him walk to the table and sit down. He's back. Is he okay? Bao Shinchu asked with concern. He's fine. He just had a brain ache. Yuan put the bowl of porridge next to him. He came back late last night and is a little tired. He is resting. Hearing that Yin Jiocha was fine, Chef Bao was relieved. Where are Debao and the others? Yuan smiled. Those little guys won't wake up until noon. Bao Shinchu was very relieved. That's good. Everything is fine. Grandpa Bao. Yuan handed him the spoon. Bao Shinchu turned his head to look at her. Yuan said with a smile, after breakfast, I will accompany you for a walk. Bao Shinchu was almost unable to walk, but he would never refuse Yuan's invitation. Okay, he agreed with a smile. Perhaps it was the last moment of his life. Bao Shinchu's appetite was not very good, and he could not eat any more millet porridge after a little bit. Yuan took the cloak and put it on him, and helped him walk out of the house. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a person standing in the yard. The person had his back to Bao Shenchu, wearing a navy blue gown and a thin figure. Even though he only saw a back figure, a sense of familiarity rose in the heart of Master Bao. He let go of Yuan's hand and walked towards the man in a daze. Yuan exchanged glances with Zhou Jin, Ing Shersan, and Ing Lu, who were not far away. The man was Dawa, but Master Bao was under an illusion, so he would not see that it was Dawa. He would only see the appearance he had imagined countless times in his mind. Dawa slowly turned around with a bundle in his hand. "I'm here to find my relatives," Dawa said. "What relatives are you looking for?" Master Bao said excitedly. Dawa said, "I'm looking for my father." "Old man, have you seen my father?" Master Bao's eyes trembled with excitement. "What does your father look like? What's his surname? What's his name?" "My father's surname should be Bao. This is a token he left for me," Dawa said, taking out a cookbook from the bundle. This recipe was forged by Yuan. The forged content is not important. What is important is that Bao Shenchu was under an illusion. What he saw was what he remembered as the recipe that disappeared with his son. But when he got the recipe, Bao Shenchu's strength seemed to be drained away. He swayed and everyone's face changed. Dawa hurriedly supported him. "Old man, what's wrong with you?" Everyone looked at Bao Shenchu in confusion. Was he too excited? But why did he feel a little bit wrong with his excitement? Bao Shenchu covered his eyes and cried silently. "Old man, what's wrong with you?" Dawa was at a loss. Did he act badly? Did his soulful acting skills not work? "Where is the recipe?" Master Bao laughed while crying. "There has never been a recipe." "No." Yuan opened her mouth. "Grandpa Bao." "Oh no." No matter why Grandpa Bao fabricated the recipe, their illusion was exposed. They thought it was perfect. But who would have thought that there was a loophole? Before seeing this recipe, Zhou Jin's illusion was very effective. Master Bao almost thought that he had really seen his long-lost son. But now, he woke up from his dream and understood everything. He was afraid that he really didn't have much time left to make them think like this. He would never see his son again in this life. "Ah!" Master Bao curled up his old body, hugged his head, and cried painfully. However, at this moment, a strange voice sounded from outside the courtyard door. "Father! Father?" Chef Bao froze and looked out the door. He saw the Witch King and a middle-aged man in his 30s walking towards him. Chapter 690 Family Reunion. Perfect. Everyone knows the Witch King. There is nothing to look at. Everyone is more concerned about the man he brought into the yard. The man is about the same age as Yu Shaoqing, but a little thinner than Yu Shaoqing. He wears a stone blue brocade suit, a jade crown on his head, and a ring-shaped sheep-fat jade pendant around his waist. From the clothes, it can be seen that this is not a man who is short of food and clothing. From the appearance, although he is not a handsome man like a banished immortal, he has regular features and a handsome appearance. The only flaw is that there is a gap on his right eyebrow, like a scar, which cannot be seen if you don't look carefully. The word father just now came from his mouth. There are a total of 5 people standing in the yard now. The people who can be called father by him are not Zhou Jin, Ing Lu, and Ing Shersan. Yuan blinked and looked at Bao Shenchu. Zhou Jin and Ing Lu also looked at Bao Shenchu. Bao Shenchu froze after hearing the word father. Then, with tears on his face, he looked at the man with tears in his eyes. Bao Shenchu's heart suddenly beat violently, and an uncontrollable feeling spread through his limbs. To be honest, Bao Shenchu had imagined his son countless times, but it was never like the one in front of him. But somehow, he felt a kind of intimacy he had never had before, and he almost walked forward anxiously. He didn't notice the stone in front of him and stepped on it. Grandpa Bao is old. If he falls down, he will be disabled if not dead. Grandpa Bao. Yuan's face changed. Zhou Jin also subconsciously stretched out his hand. Ing Lu almost used Qinggong to save him, but Ing Shersan grabbed his arm. Ing Shersan winked at Ing Lu, who hummed in confusion. He looked closely and saw that Bao Shenchu had been supported by the young man. The moment he was supported by the other party, Bao Shenchu's tears, which he had finally stopped, burst out again. He grabbed the man's hand, stared at the man's face, and tremblingly called out hunger. The Witch King walked to the corridor without a trace, leaving the yard to Bao Shenchu and the other 2. Yuan, Zhou Jin, and the other 2 came over, and 4 pairs of eyes looked at him in unison. as if asking what happened and who the young man was. They even wondered if the Witch King had cast an illusion again. I didn't cast an illusion. The Witch King smiled and said. The poisonous sores on his face were gone, although the years left traces on his face. He had a mature and handsome look. Of course, no one was in the mood to appreciate the handsome appearance of the Witch King at this critical moment. It's not an illusion. Is he really Grandpa Bao's son? Yuan looked at the young man in disbelief and asked. The two of them said something, but Master Bao cried like a child. And the young man's eyes were also filled with tears. He was holding Master Bao's hand, and his whole body was shaking. The Witch King smiled and nodded. Yes. He is your Grandpa Bao's son. It was too incredible. Yuan retracted her gaze from the man and turned to look at the Witch King. Where did you find it? Aren't you going to deal with something very important? The Witch King smiled and answered her second question. This is what I have to deal with. Ah. Yuan was speechless when she asked the Witch King to perform magic for Grandpa Bao and fulfill one of his wishes. The Witch King declined on the grounds that he had something very important to do, and Zhou Jin could do it for him. At that time, she thought the Witch King was going to deal with the government affairs of the Witch clan. But unexpectedly, he was going to help Grandpa Bao find his son. She misunderstood the Witch King. Yuan's face flashed with embarrassment. The Witch King saw through it but didn't say it. He smiled and said, I didn't tell you earlier because I wasn't sure if I could make it in time. He is a wizard, not a god. Divination can predict good and bad luck, life and death. An illusion can confuse people's consciousness. But he is not omnipotent. He only calculated the approximate location. It took a lot of effort to really identify the person. Zhou Jin blinked and looked at the Witch King. The Witch King touched his head lovingly. I will teach you these witchcrafts slowly in the future. Some things are the right time, right place and right people. If it's too early, the Witch King's magic power will be seriously damaged, and he can't make a divination. If it's too late, Bao Shinshu may not be able to hold on. So, strictly speaking, it's also Bao Shinshu's own luck. How did you tell him? Yuan asked. The Witch King looked at the young man and said, Actually, I didn't say anything. I just told him that I was the Witch King, and then I found his biological father. Yuan asked curiously. He believed it? So smoothly? The Witch King smiled faintly and said, How do you know that he hasn't been looking for his biological parents these years? Chef Bao and the young man hugged each other and cried bitterly. It seemed that they had talked it out. Everything was true. Before it was too late. At the end of his life, Grandpa Bao finally found his long-lost son. Yuan said with emotion. It turns out that he is really in the Witch clan. The Witch King smiled mysteriously. There is no such thing as a wasted journey. Yuan had been looking forward to the reunion of Chef Bao with his biological son every day. And it was incredible that she had waited for this moment. Grandpa Bao, let's talk in the house. She walked over and helped Chef Bao back to the room with the young man. Yuan was about to make tea for the two of them. And Chef Bao said, Yuan, you should stay too. From the young man, Yuan learned that his current surname was Jiang, which was his adoptive father's surname. He knew from a very young age that he was picked up by a passing merchant. The merchant had a kind heart. But unfortunately, he was not suitable for raising a child because he had been traveling all year round. So he gave him to a local farmer and left some money for the farmer to help the family get by. The farmer's family had a daughter who worked as a maid in the town. The master she served had no children. By chance, she learned that her family had a picked-up boy. So she asked them if they were willing to give the baby to her. The lady was really asking for a child. And the farmer agreed after thinking about it. Is that lady your adoptive mother? Yuan asked. Yes, she is my adoptive mother. Jiang Jingyan said. Is Madame Jiang good to you? Bao Shinchu asked in a trembling voice. Jiang Jingyan smiled gently. My mother is very good to me. In fact, whether it was the merchant who picked him up at first or the farmer who took him in for a while, they were all kind-hearted people, and they treated him very well. But compared to them, Madame Jiang's place was a more suitable place for him. Madame Jiang was a widow of the Jiang family. She lost her husband early in her life and never remarried. The Jiang family loved her and treated the child the same as the Jiang family's own blood when they learned that she had adopted a child. Jiang Jingyan was unfortunate, but also lucky. He was separated from his biological parents, but met one noble person after another. He was taken care of very well, and grew up to be a well-educated and elegant gentleman. However, Mrs. Jiang died of illness when he was 16 years old. Before her death, Mrs. Jiang told her about his life experience. "I think your parents must be very worried." Mrs. Jiang took out the swaddling clothes that Jiang Jingyan was wearing. Although the material was old, it was very exquisite. Mrs. Jiang believed that he was not a child abandoned by the family. Something must have happened. Over the years, Mrs. Jiang had asked people to inquire about it openly and secretly. But she didn't get any news. Mrs. Jiang didn't want to take the secret into the coffin, and didn't want to leave any regrets for Jiang Jingyan. Jiang Jingyan decided to find his biological parents. The Jiang family was in the jade business. He learned the craft from the master in the mansion. He did a very good job, and he was better than his master. But somehow, he didn't like jade carving. He likes cooking. His biggest wish in life is to open a world-famous restaurant. It was just because he wanted to find his relatives that this wish was delayed. Later, he came here by chance, got married, had a child, and stayed here temporarily. The restaurant he opened was the first restaurant to buy fine wine from Bao Shinshu. Bao Shinshu has been doing business with this restaurant for more than half a year. But he didn't know that the owner was his son. Jiang Jingyan said, "The waiter gave me the wine. I tasted it, and thought it was the best wine I had ever drunk. Because it was brewed by your father. I said why I can't bear to bargain with that restaurant." Bao Shinshu murmured. Yuan chuckled. "What does it mean that everything is destined? This is it." Yuan looked at Jiang Jingyan and said, "Uncle Jiang, you said you got married? Where are Aunt Jiang and my nephew?" Jiang Jingyan said softly, "She took her son back to her parents' home to visit her parents. She will be back in a few days." Yuan held the old hand of Bao Shinshu and joked, "Not only did you find your son, but you also have a daughter-in-law and a grandson. Grandpa Bao, you've made a profit." Bao Shinshu laughed until tears came out. After wandering for most of his life, he went around in circles, from Dezhou to Nanzhao, and from Nanzhao to the Wu clan. The hardships that Yuan knew were just the tip of the iceberg. This old man suffered too much to find his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, he was finally reunited with his relatives in his dying days. It was no longer important whether he returned to the Great Zhou or not. Wherever his son was, that was his home. "Your mother also hoped that I could find you. She said that she wanted me to look for her. I was afraid that I would lose you one day and die halfway." Bao Shinshu didn't say anything unlucky, and smiled and jumped over. He had never told anyone else that this was an agreement between his wife and him. His wife chose cremation, and asked him to carry her ashes with him wherever he went. This was because she was worried that he would die in a foreign land one day, and she didn't want him to be alone. Jiang Jingyan kowtowed to his deceased mother's ashes. Bao Shinshu was not feeling well. After talking for a while, he fell asleep. Jiang Jingyan carried his father to the bed, and pulled a quilt over him. The witch tribe in July was not cold, but Bao Shinshu was old and his body was cold. Jiang Jingyan carefully tucked the corners of the quilt for his father. After Bao Shinshu fell asleep, the two went to the outer room. There were some things Yuan couldn't bear to say, but she had to say, "Uncle Jiang. Alwan, do you have anything to say to me?" Jiang Jingyan looked at the girl, who took care of his father in every possible way, and asked gently, "It's about Grandpa Bao's health," Yuan said softly. Jiang Jingyan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. His father was actually younger than his father-in-law, but he had suffered the pain of losing his wife and children for many years, and he was so weak from running around and working hard. Although he was not a doctor, he knew at the first sight of his father that his father didn't have much time left. In fact, they are the ones who are not doing well after being separated from their parents. Jiang Jingyan himself felt that he was very lucky. He met so many kind-hearted people, especially Mrs. Jiang, who treated him as her own son, even on the way to find his parents. He was young and strong, and he had the savings left by Mrs. Jiang. He really didn't suffer too much. But his parents were different. His biological mother became ill due to grief and unfortunately passed away. In order to find him, his father dragged his increasingly hunched body and head full of white hair. He searched for him for most of his life. Yuan comforted him, "Uncle Jiang, they will only feel at ease if you live well. If you suffer too much, they will blame themselves more than they do now. Is there anything in the world that makes parents happier than their own children living well?" When Grandpa Bao learned that Jiang Jingyan grew up so safely and smoothly, he was so happy. What he feared most was not that he could not reunite with his son, but that he didn't know whether his son was living well. If his son was living well, He would have no regrets. Jiang Jingyan said to Yuan, "Thank you for taking care of my father. My father said that the happiest year of his life was the year after he met you." Yuan lowered her eyes and smiled, saying, "In fact, we couldn't do anything for Grandpa Bao. Instead, Grandpa Bao saved us again and again. Uncle Jiang may not know that when there were horse thieves in Lianhua village who wanted to kill us, it was Grandpa Bao who poisoned them. Not long ago, we were chased by the Witch Queen and the people of the Great Elder, and it was Grandpa Bao who took us in. So, if we really want to thank him, we should thank Grandpa Bao." Jiang Jingyan smiled but didn't say anything, and didn't continue the topic of who should thank whom. Yuan asked again, "Uncle Jiang, what are your plans next?" Jiang Jingyan glanced at the sleeping Chef Bao, held back the pain in his heart, and said, "Of course I hope to accompany my father back to his hometown. But his current condition is not suitable for toiling and running around. I plan to move here with your aunt and my nephew to accompany him to the end. After that, I will take my father's body and mother's ashes back to the Zhou and bury them together so that they can return to their roots." Yuan left the Chef Bao's house, thinking about Grandpa Bao in her mind. Yuan forgot that she was living in Zhou Yuyan's house now, and she stupidly entered her and Yin Jiuchao's house. Yin Jiuchao was painting by the window. Young Master Yin didn't have such a refined taste. This was the habit and memory of that unknown master. Not to mention, it was painted very well. Yuan came behind him and sniffed aggrievedly. "What's wrong?" Yin Jiuchao asked calmly. "I can't bear to leave Grandpa Bao," Yuan said sadly. "Then stay a few more days. You can accompany him well," Yin Jiuchao said. Yuan lowered her head and said aggrievedly, "Also, I miss my mother and father. Grandpa Bao has found his son, but her parents are still missing. What is that bottomless pit? Why haven't they come up for so long?" Yin Jiuchao selectively blocked the word mother and focused all his attention on the father. His eyes turned cold and his tone became heavy. "Did that man look for you?" Yuan was stunned. "Huh?" Yin Jiuchao put down the pen in his hand coldly. "I knew he would come to you. What did he say to you?" "What?" Yuan was confused. Yin Jiuchao snorted disdainfully. "Did he tell you that I'm not your biological father?" "But he is?" "Yuan?" Yin Jiuchao turned around and looked at Yuan. "Well, you're not a child anymore. And it's time for you to know some things." "That's right. You're not my biological child. Your father owed a large gambling debt and couldn't pay it back. He also offended people he shouldn't have offended. In the end, he came to me and asked me to settle it for him. The benefit he promised me was you." Yuan blinked. The past of the master is so bloody. Why did she accept it like this? Yin Jiuchao said calmly. "Do you know what I said to him at that time?" "How do I know? I'm not that unlucky child." "Right," I said. "I need a child to make pills," Yin Jiuchao said casually, raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuan, as if to say, "Now you know it? Your conscienceless father pushed you out to die." Yuan, "Oh." Yin Jiuchao? "Oh." What's that reaction? Yuan rolled her eyes, crossed her fingers, and said, "Well, I think my father didn't push me out to die. He gave me to you, to be your child bride." Yin Jiuchao's old face turned red. "What nonsense. A girl is not ashamed to say this. How could I want you to be a child bride? I never had such thoughts about you." Xiaobao walked in with his pants. "Daddy, where is mommy?" "Here." Yin Jiuchao stuffed the little bun into Yuan's arms. "Yuan." Yin Jiuchao. Chapter 691. The Ninth Brother Who Made Trouble. The dusk fell, and the sunset glowed red on the red walls. The Witch Queen sat on the majestic phoenix chair, staring blankly at the empty main hall. There was a commotion all around, but she seemed to hear nothing. She ignored the maids and apostles, who hurriedly walked past the hall with their bags. She wore the most gorgeous clothes, black and gold satin, with wide cuffs and long skirts. She had delicate makeup and wore a black and gold phoenix crown, like a female demon in the dark night. Suddenly, Li Ruo walked in hurriedly. Because she was in such a hurry, she tripped when she crossed the threshold, stumbled and fell into the hall, and she burst into tears in pain. Li Ruo ignored the pain in her knees and palms, got up and walked quickly to the Witch Queen, and said anxiously, "Witch Queen, it's bad. The third elder led people to rebel. The elder hall has been controlled by them. The palace is not safe. You should leave quickly." The Witch Queen did not speak. and her eyes did not fall on her face, still staring straight ahead. Witch Queen. Leroy was anxious. The guards of the palace are all fleeing. It won't be long before the third elder and the second elder's gang rush into the palace. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. I won't leave, the Witch Queen said lightly. I am the queen of the Witch clan. Why should I leave? Leroy said, you are the queen. But you are the queen who imprisoned the Witch King. I heard that the Witch King recovered and his youngest son became the new Witch King. Sol Raksha was also killed by the group of saints. Witch Queen. We have no chance of winning. If Sol Raksha was still alive, they would not be afraid even if everyone rebelled. But Sol Raksha was gone, and their last guarantee was gone. When Sol Raksha died, there was a lot of noise, and no one needed to report it at all. The people in the palace also knew that its breath had disappeared. As for the news that Zhou Jin became the new Witch King and the Witch King recovered, it was brought back to the Elder Hall by the third elder. If not, how could those who originally followed the Witch Queen and the Great Elder have the courage to rebel? Originally, if it was only the third elder, they could have tied him together with a group of Saint Clan spies and slandered him for colluding with Saint Clan spies and intending to rebel. But now that the Witch King is recovered, it is said that he is in the same camp with the third elder. So this hack cannot be put on anyway. Leroy advised earnestly, Witch Queen, I beg you, please leave with me first. We will have a long-term plan if there is anything. The queen will have power and fame. You didn't lose them. You just put them aside temporarily. And wait for the day when you can make a comeback. Where is Yi Yang? She was interrupted coldly by the Witch Queen before she finished her words. Leroy was stunned at first. Then replied, Hong Wan went to find the prince. She will take the prince away. You should leave quickly too. Let me go! I want my mother. I want my mother. Yi Yang shook off Hong Wan and rushed in regardless. Mother! Yi Yang ran towards the Witch Queen on the Phoenix throne. The Witch Queen's expression finally fluctuated a little. She hugged her son, who rushed towards her, and said with a trembling voice, What are you doing here? Mother! They all told me to leave. What happened in the palace? Why should I leave? Am I not the prince of the Wu clan? My father is the king of the Wu clan, and my mother is the queen of the Wu clan. The Witch Queen touched his young face and murmured, Yes. Your father is the Wu king, and I am the Witch Queen. You don't have to leave. Witch Queen, Leroy shouted. Hong Wan also chased in, looked back at the increasingly chaotic courtyard, and said, Your Highness, Witch Queen, the main gate has been taken over by the people of the Elder Hall. Hurry up and leave from the side door, Hong Wan said, and was about to pull Yi Yang. Yi Yang shook her hand away. Let me go. I want to be with Mother. Hong Wan knelt down. Witch Queen, if you don't leave, His Highness Yi Yang won't leave either. I beg you. Just for His Highness Yi Yang. Leave. Oh no! Witch Queen. A guard stumbled in. The elder has been arrested. What did you say? Say it again. Who was caught? Leroy walked up to the guard. The guard said tremblingly, Big Elder. Big Elder planned to escape from the Witch clan with his family. But halfway through, he was blocked by the fourth elder and his men. I heard. It was the fifth elder and the seventh elder who told the secret. Damn it! Leroy clenched his fist coldly. The fourth elder and the second elder are all confidants of the Witch King. They have made trouble for them over the years. But because the Witch King is in their hands, they dare not make too much trouble. But they have been holding their breath for a long time, just waiting for the day of reversal to make the Witch Queen and the big elder look bad. As for the fifth elder and the seventh elder, they were originally close friends of the third elder. The reason why they followed the Witch Queen was all because of the third elder's lobbying. Now that the third elder and the Witch Queen have turned against each other, they naturally turned against them. Queen Witch, you don't want His Highness Yi Yang to get into trouble, do you? Hong Wan tried to persuade her. The Queen Witch looked at her son in her arms, and finally softened her heart, saying to Hong Wan, Okay, let's go! Let's see who dares to leave. Accompanied by a majestic and cold voice, the third elder appeared majestically at the door of the palace. Hong Wan's face changed drastically, and she quickly opened her arms to protect the Queen Witch and His Highness Yi Yang behind her. Leroy took a small step back, looking at the third elder with vigilance and fear. The third elder strode into the palace and said to the Queen Witch on the seat, Today, no one can leave here. Leroy scolded coldly, Third elder, Are you crazy? This is the palace. The Queen Witch didn't summon you. But you dared to bring the army into the palace. Do you want to force the palace to rebel? It is you who forced the palace to rebel. The third elder scolded. He glanced at the cold-faced Witch Queen and said, Will the Witch Queen not forget what she has done over the years? The Witch Queen sneered. Don't use these high-sounding reasons. You know best what I have done. You are still my accomplice. You just saw that I was doomed, and used me as a scapegoat to please your new master. The third elder bowed his hands to the sky and said, What new master and old master? The Witch clan has always had only one master. And that is His Majesty the Witch King. Ha ha ha. The Witch Queen raised her head and laughed. Nyech and Jen. Nyech and Jen. You are so shameless that even I am ashamed of myself. If you want to be loyal to him, what have you done before? When he was imprisoned by me in the Witch King's palace. Why didn't I hear you say that he is your only master? The third elder was unveiled. But he didn't get angry or lose his composure on the spot. He just looked at the Witch Queen calmly. Since the Witch Queen is so smart, you should understand why I want to rebel against you. The Witch Queen's smile froze for a moment. Is it because of Nye Wanru? The third elder said coldly, That's right. You killed Wanru. And you tried to hide it from me. And treated me like a fool to fight for you. Wanru has suffered enough grievances in the Wen family. And even after death, she was used by you. How can I swallow this breath? The Witch Queen laughed coldly. If you really love your daughter, you shouldn't have married her here in the first place. Didn't you sell her out to find a good future for yourself? The third elder gritted his teeth and said, If you hadn't deceived me, would I have believed that Wen Su was someone I could trust for life? The Witch Queen raised her eyebrows and said, What about Nye Wanru after she married into the Wen family? What about after you found out that Wen Su was not a good man? Why didn't you rescue her? To put it bluntly, your love for your daughter is just this much. Don't you think it's pathetic that you only know how to play the role of a loving father after you lost her? How can a daughter's marriage be broken up just like that? Not to mention that the Witch clan has no such precedent. Even if there is, the marriage between the two families involves too many things. If one thing goes wrong, the whole body will be affected. If one thing goes wrong, the whole thing will fall apart. It is definitely not so easy to withdraw. But that was the third elder's concern in the past. After going through so many things, the third elder felt that power, fame, and even family honor were not as important as blood ties. If he was given another chance, he would get his daughter out of that cage even if he had to give up being an elder of the Witch clan. Of course, the Witch Queen said this, not really to defend Nye Wanru, but to irritate the third elder. If she doesn't have a good life, no one else will have a good life. The third elder was almost fooled. But fortunately, he came to his senses. The third elder said seriously, The Witch Queen seems to have a lot to say. So why not go to the Sky Prison and talk to the jailer? After that, he made a gesture, and a group of armored guards rushed forward. Yi Yang sat up straight, glared at me and said, What are you going to do to my mother? The third elder said, Your Highness Yi Yang, this is none of your business. Please move to the bedroom and stay out of the way. Yi Yang was only a 12-year-old boy. He was still young and had not participated in the mess between the Witch Queen and the elder. Even if the third elder wanted to take revenge, the two would not vent their anger on Yi Yang. Moreover, Yi Yang was the son of the Witch King. Even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. How could the third elder have the courage to touch him? You asked me to stay out of the way. Who do you think you are? Yi Yang picked up a candlestick and smashed it hard at the third elder. The third elder did not dodge and was hit on the forehead, instantly breaking a bloody hole. The guards took a step forward with their spears. Stop, said the third elder. The guards paused. Yi Yang stood up and looked at them with a fierce look. I'm here. I want to see who dares to touch my mother's hair. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help looking at the third elder. The Witch King and the Witch Queen had long been incompatible. The third elder knew that he could arrest her without the Witch Queen's order. But Yi Yang was different. As long as the Witch King didn't give an order, the third elder would not dare to act rashly. Just when the scene was once in a tangle, the Witch King arrived. This was the first time that the Witch King appeared in front of people after he recovered. His poisonous sores were gone, and he had restored his previous appearance. But compared to 10 years ago, there were traces of time at the corners of his eyes and lips. Hongwan, take Yi Yang back to his bedroom, the Witch King ordered coldly. Hongwan looked at the Witch Queen inconspicuously, and when she saw the Witch Queen nod slightly, she bowed and responded, Yes. Hongwan held Yi Yang's arm. I won't leave. Ye Yang struggled. The Witch King's eyes moved, and Ye Yang's eyes were dull for a moment. He immediately stopped struggling and followed Hongwon obediently. Li Ruo lowered her eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. Why was it Hongwon who took Ye Yang back to the palace? Obviously, she was closer to Ye Yang on weekdays, and she was the maid that His Highness Ye Yang trusted more. Hongwon and Ye Yang were together, which meant that the Witch King would also spare Hongwon's life. As for herself, it was hard to say. You guys, retreat first, the Witch King said to the third elder. Yes. The third elder retreated with the guards. Li Ruo hoped that the Witch Queen would let her retreat too, so that she could take the opportunity to escape. But unfortunately, the Witch Queen didn't say a word. The Witch King said, I won't kill you. You are Ye Yang's mother. I don't want him to be an orphan. However, I can escape the death penalty. But I can't escape the living crime. The Witch Queen was surprised and laughed at herself. My husband loves Ye Yang so much. For him, he can let me. A thorn in his side. Go. The Witch King said, I have never regarded you as a thorn in my side. I want to punish you because you violated the clan's return. The Witch Queen laughed coldly. Clan's return? A Witch King who fell in love with a member of the Saint Clan is qualified to talk to me about clan's return here. The Witch King said firmly, Ayan has never done anything to harm the world. She just happens to be a member of the Saint Clan. Really? The Witch Queen laughed crazily a few times. Do you believe this? Have you forgotten how she sneaked into the Witch Clan, and how she seduced you? A married man? A trace of sarcasm flashed across the eyes of the Witch King. A married man? Wen Linlang. You know what our marriage is about. You don't need me to help you recall. Besides, Ah Yen didn't seduce me. Long before I married you, I had already married Ah Yen in the Witch Temple. Ah Yen is my legitimate wife. You are talking nonsense. The Witch Queen clenched her fingers. The Witch King looked into her eyes. His eyes did not evade at all. I am not talking nonsense. It is you who don't believe it. Why do you have to marry me? I have someone in my heart, and I have sworn to heaven and earth with that person. Even if I marry you, you are not my first wife. The words of the Witch King refusing marriage flashed mercilessly through the Witch Queen's mind. The Witch Queen felt that her body was shaky, as if she might fall off the Phoenix throne at any time. The past was unbearable to look back on. The Witch King did not want to reminisce about the past. Nor did he feel that he was innocent. He was not strong enough to protect Ah Yen back then, and had to compromise with the family and the elders' hall. He did not tell Wen Linlang because there was no need to tell her, and Wen Linlang would not believe him. Even now, he was not sure whether Wen Linlang really listened to his words. But it was okay. From now on, he would not see Wen Linlang again. Outside the house, it suddenly rained. The Witch King turned his head and looked, with a trace of regret on his face. The first time I met Ah Yen was on a rainy day like this. He was holding an umbrella and walking slowly on the misty street. Suddenly, a little girl in purple bumped into his umbrella. Sorry, I didn't bring an umbrella. I'll just hide for a while. The raindrops were like beads on her tender face, and her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. One glance was 1,000 years. Go to the cliff of repentance to end your life. Death is the end of everything, and living in pain is sometimes the cruelest punishment. The Witch King turned and left. Your Majesty. Wen Linlang stopped him. Do you remember 15 years ago, you gave an umbrella to a girl? The Witch King frowned. I don't remember. Wen Linlang smiled foolishly. Tears came out of her eyes, and she held the pendant on the umbrella in her palm. He has his love for her. So does she? She is unwilling to accept it. She doesn't believe that they have been together for more than 10 years. Your Majesty, have you ever? No. The Witch King interrupted her coldly. I have never liked you. Not even once. The Witch Queen's voice trembled. Then why did you marry me? The Witch King said coldly. You are forced by the Wen family, in order to give Ah Yen the antidote. Even if I marry a man, I can do it. Wen Linlang finally couldn't bear it anymore, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. In the sunny yard, 3 little black eggs ran around on the lawn holding wooden swords. Fight! 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 Xiaobao shouted. Hey! Erbao shouted. Dabao didn't shout. He just rushed over and pressed down both brothers in a domineering manner. Xiaobao and Erbao were pressed so hard that they rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues. In the room, Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan stood quietly behind the window, watching the little guys playing. Yin Jiuqiu put his hands behind his back and said seriously, I think it is very necessary to tell you about Debao, Erbo and Xiaobao. Yes, as you can see, they are my sons. Yuan waved her hand. I understand. I understand. From now on, they are also my sons. I will treat them as my own. You told me this when you were the Ghost King. Sister is already familiar with it. Okay? Yin Jiuqiu said seriously. You don't understand? They are just your brothers. You'd better put away those thoughts that you shouldn't have. You can never replace her. Which her? Yuan raised her eyebrows. Yin Jiuqiu looked longing. The one in my heart. Hashtag the flower in my heart. I want to take you home. In that late night bar. No matter whether it is true or false. Hashtag. Chapter 692. Tears of the Witch King. Yuan asked, is that her, their mother? Yin Jiuqiu looked at Yuan very seriously and said, of course. So you should understand that no one in this world can replace her. Not even you. Yuan. The confession came too fast. Like a tornado. So should she be jealous of me? Or should she be jealous of me? Yuan finally covered her face with her hands and went out shyly, leaving Yin Jiuqiu with a confused look. Could it be that I spoke too directly and stimulated her silly? The words that I couldn't pry out of his mouth on weekdays. But after he lost his memory, they came out so quickly. Yuan's face flushed and her neck thickened. And her heartbeat accelerated. When she returned to Zhou Yuyin's room, Zhou Yuyin had just woken up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yuan sitting in front of her bed and laughing foolishly. She glared at her with her almond eyes. Sister Wan, what's wrong with you? Ah? Yuan regained consciousness, straightened her face, and said, nothing. You woke up? How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhou Yuyin touched her dizzy head. I feel a little dizzy. And my body, a little weak. It's strange. What's wrong with me? Yuan whispered. You were hit by the soul-stealing spell of Soul Rakshasa and have been in a coma for several days. Soul-stealing spell? Zhou Yuyin didn't remember what happened that night. But she heard Soul Rakshasa. She grabbed Yuan's hand. Is Soul Rakshasa here? Where is it? Is everyone okay? Where is my junior brother? Yuan smiled and said, Soul Rakshasa has been dealt with. Everyone is fine. Zhou Jin is also fine. Since you are awake, get up and eat something first. I will tell you the details later. Yeah. Zhou Yuyin got up obediently, took a hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. At the same time, Old Chui and Grandma also woke up one after another. Although they were old, they had not worried about anything or suffered much in recent years. They were in good health. After drinking some ginseng soup, they recovered almost completely. The only person who made people worry was Zhou Jin. Since the disappearance of Soul Rakshasa, Zhou Jin rarely left his room. I don't know if it was because everyone was too busy, or because Yin Jiuqiu lost his memory and no longer played calming locks with him. The child seemed to have returned to his original appearance. When Yuan brought a bowl of osmanthus rice wine dumplings to his room, he was sitting quietly in front of the window admiring the flowers. The osmanthus in the yard was in full bloom, golden and fragrant, and pleasing to the eye. However, his back as he admired the flowers was lonely and a little deserted. Yuan walked gently to his side, put the tray on the table, and whispered, What are you looking at? Flowers, Zhou Jin said. Grandpa Bao said that he bought this house because of these golden osmanthus trees. And he also likes osmanthus. I don't like osmanthus. Then what are you looking at? Nothing else to look at. Do you want Sister Wan to accompany you for a walk? Sister Wan will accompany you to see whatever you want to see. I can't see it anymore, Zhou Jin said with his eyes downcast. Yuan was speechless. Is there anything that can no longer be seen? Could it be the holy orchid in the Witch King's palace? The holy orchid relies on the blood and breath of the holy king to grow. After the holy king died, the holy orchids in the Witch King's palace and the small hut all withered, and not a single one was left. Yuan remembered that Zhou Jin once said that there were purple flowers planted where he lived when he was a child. They must be holy orchids. However, at this moment, Yuan couldn't figure out whether Zhou Jin's can't see it anymore meant that he couldn't see the holy orchid anymore, or that he couldn't see the person who planted the holy orchid. The holy king was Zhou Jin's mother, and even if she became a soul Rakshasa, she couldn't change this fact. Her ending was destined from the moment she sealed the soul Rakshasa with the body of the holy king. Unfortunately, having a deceased mother and having a mother die in front of her eyes are two completely different things. Yuan didn't know how to comfort him. I'm fine, Sister Wan. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jin comforted Yuan. Yuan gently placed her hand on his shoulder. It's okay. If you feel bad, just say it. And cry if you want to. I'm really fine, Zhou Jin said. At least, I saw what my mother looked like. Even if she didn't know me, she became like this because she really loved me. She made a deal with Soul Rakshasa to change Zhou Jin's fate. And she set a restriction in her body with her last breath to protect Zhou Jin from growing up safely. Everything she did was out of love for Zhou Jin. She is a great mother. Yuan looked at Zhou Jin's expression and confirmed that he was not being stubborn. She felt relieved and gently hugged him into her arms. Of course she loves you very much. You are the one she loves the most. If she knew about this, she would definitely be happy to have such an excellent son like you. Does Sister Wan really think so? Zhou Jin looked at Yuan steadily. Yuan said seriously, of course. Do you think Sister Wan would lie to you? Or do you think you are not good enough? Zhou Jin shook his head and looked at Yuan's increasingly bulging belly. Is it okay? It's fine. Thanks to you. It escaped a disaster. That night was really dangerous. Zhou Jin used his life to protect all of them. Although he was still a child, he was mature and courageous beyond his age. As an ally, Yuan liked him. But as a friend, Yuan felt distressed. Can I touch it? Zhou Jin asked hesitantly. Yuan smiled and nodded, pulling his little hand over and putting it on her belly. Her belly, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly moved when Zhou Jin's hand touched it. It didn't just move once, but a series of small kicks made Zhou Jin's palms itch, and Zhou Jin's eyes widened. Suddenly, Zhou Jin seemed to feel a little head rubbing against his palms through his belly. Zhou Jin blinked, and something melted in his heart. After Grandma and Old Chui woke up, Yuan and Ying Shursan went to his room to discuss whether to stay or go. Yuan has been pregnant for more than 7 months, so it is not suitable for her to travel by boat. Several people are thinking about whether to wait until the baby is born before leaving. Can't wait, Old Chui said. Why? Ying Lu asked. Old Chui said, Alwan will give birth in nearly 2 months, and Yin Jiuchu has almost only these few days left. Now we are short of the last medicine from the Witch King. I am not worried that the Witch King will default on this medicine. However, we have 4 medicines, but we still need herbs. Some herbs only grow in Dezhou and need to be collected fresh for use. Therefore, it is best for us to return to Dezhou before the poison takes effect. Yes, Grandma agreed. After the child is born, you can't walk during the confinement period, and it is not easy to walk after the confinement period. It was just the beginning of winter at that time. It was really hard for a baby in swaddling clothes to travel. Even if they were not afraid of the tossing, they were afraid of delaying Yin Jiuchao's illness. Yuan said hurriedly, I can hurry. It's okay. She knew her own body well. This pregnancy was very stable, and with the saint's blood protecting her body, it was no problem for her to travel through mountains and rivers. The only thing she couldn't let go of was Master Bao. Grandpa Bao didn't have many days left. If possible, she hoped to accompany him to the end. But now the situation did not allow it. So she had to say goodbye to Grandpa Bao. Yuan went to Grandpa Bao's room. Jiang Jingyan went to pick up his wife and children. Only Master Bao was in the room, because she was worried that he would fall. Yuan prepared a wheelchair for him. He was sitting in the wheelchair and writing. Grandpa Bao, what are you writing? Yuan walked over and asked. Master Bao said excitedly, I'm writing a recipe. This time, I really want to leave a recipe book behind. Yuan smiled slightly. I'll help you grind the ink. Master Bao said, no need. Hurry up and pack up and set off. Yuan paused as she was about to take the inkstone, her eyelashes trembling, and looked at Master Bao and said, Grandpa Bao knows everything? Master Bao smiled. What's so hard to guess? Isn't Jiuchao waiting to be detoxified? You're about to give birth. And you're always here with me. Are you going to give birth to the child in the Wu clan? After giving birth, how can you leave? Do you think the youngest one is as tough as the 3 brothers? Newborns are so fragile. How can they go through wind and rain like the 3 little black eggs? Besides, even the 3 little black eggs were very weak before they were 2 years old. Yuan took Bao Shenchu's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. But I can't bear to leave you. Bao Shenchu stroked her head lovingly. When the child grows up, come and see me. What? Are you worried that I won't live that long? Yuan sat up and looked at Bao Shenchu seriously. How could it be? You are going to live 100 years. Bao Shichu laughed so hard that he choked and started coughing violently. Yuan hurriedly poured him a cup of hot water and looked at him distressfully. Bao Shichu drank half a cup of water. Okay. Grandpa Bao will be fine. Yuan held his hand and endured the pain in her throat. Take care of yourself. Bao Shichu smiled, tears flashing in his eyes. Silly girl. I will. Both of them knew that this farewell would be forever. Yuan said nothing more, just hugged Bao Shichu's arm and cried silently. Bao Shichu choked and patted Yuan's back, turned his head, and shed a tear. He never told anyone that in the years of searching for his son in vain, he had not always thought of giving up. He also thought about dying. He had already jumped into the water, but the silly girl jumped into the cold pond and rescued him. I just saw him standing here for a long time. It turns out that he wanted to commit suicide. You are the one who wanted to commit suicide. Your whole family is trying to commit suicide. You old thing. You are the old thing. In fact, what the woman said was right. He was indeed trying to commit suicide. But seeing the silly girl who was wet and shivering from the cold in order to save him, and the silly girl's clear eyes, he did not have the courage to admit it. I was hungry and fell into the water because I couldn't stand firmly. He said so. Oh, is there anything to eat? Is this okay? The silly girl took out a few pieces of crisp candy, peeled off the sugar coating, and handed it to him. It's so disgusting. He ate them all in one breath. The silly girl will never know what kind of redemption her unintentional action brought him. Master Bao, you are not the only one who has lost a loved one in this world. My father was not born by my grandfather. He was separated from his family when he was very young. I don't know if his family didn't want him or for other reasons. Anyway, my father has grown up and has 2 children. But he still doesn't know who his biological parents are? Humph. My son disappeared 2 months after he was born. My father was also picked up by my grandfather in his cradle. My son is born with a weak constitution and was born with a weak disease. My father is not in good health either. I heard from my uncle that my father was often sick when he was a child and almost died. My son must be more miserable than your father. Who said that? My father went to the war and is now in danger of death. When he left, my mother was just pregnant and he didn't even know he had a son. He was defeated because he couldn't compare his misery. Of course, he didn't really lose, but he felt it was ridiculous. He was a man who wanted to die, but he was in a mood to compare his misery with a little girl in the house. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't want to die anymore. Why did he love her? Because if it weren't for this silly girl, he couldn't have rekindled his hope of living. When he felt that there was no light, and he was even desperate, she lit a candle in his heart. Thanks to her, he finally persevered to the end and found his missing flesh and blood for many years. Yuan didn't leave in a hurry, but waited until she met Aunt Jiang and her son with Uncle Jiang. Aunt Jiang's father was also a bodyguard from the Emerald Country. He originally escorted several wizards here. Later, Aunt Jiang's father found a business opportunity in another village, moved here, and started a bodyguard business. Uncle Jiang traveled a lot, and his marriage was delayed for many years. He met Aunt Jiang when he was 27 or 28 years old. Fortunately, his father-in-law did not despise his age and married his 18-year-old daughter to him. The two lived a happy life after marriage. Jiang Xiaoyang is their only son, who is 6 years old this year and is a well-behaved and lovely child. Aunt Jiang is gentle, considerate, filial, virtuous and capable. Yuan is very relieved to hand Grandpa Bao over to her, knowing that they were leaving. The third elder also came. The third elder came to pick up Nia Wanru. The Wen family was doomed. And when Su died again, the third elder asked the Witch King for an order to allow Nia Wanru to sever ties with the Wen family. And the Witch King agreed. Watching the unconscious Nia Wanru being carried onto the carriage by the servants of the Nia family, Dawa felt very reluctant. But he and Nia Wanru had no name or status, and he really had no right to keep Nia Wanru. The third elder refused to accept him. When Su had already made a mistake once in his early years, and the third elder did not want to make a mistake again. This man named Dawa was just a dark palace guardian in the black market. To put it bluntly, he was a gangster. How could such a man be worthy of his daughter? The Witch King came to pick up Zhou Jin. Zhou Yuyan and Mu Qin were Zhou Jin's fellow disciples, and had a deep relationship with Zhou Jin. They were also invited to the palace. I can't bear to leave Sister Wan. Zhou Yuyan was wronged. Mu Qing said. I can't bear to leave Sister Wan either. But Sister Wan is taken care of by Master Yan and 13. Junior brother is still young. And he has never been separated from us since he was a child. If we leave, he will be lonely. Zhou Yuyan leaned on Mu Qing's shoulder and cried. I can't bear to leaving Lu either. After all this time, she is no longer the spoiled and willful daughter of a rich family. She is Zhou Jin's senior sister, his relative and support in the world. She promised her father that she would take good care of Zhou Jin. Between her lover and her junior brother, she finally chose the latter. Okay, brother Zhou Jin. We are leaving. I have nothing to leave for you. So I will give you a painting. Xiaobao held a portrait and said goodbye to Zhou Jin with his two brothers. If you miss us in the future, take out the painting and see it. We drew many. And this is the best one, Erbo said softly. Debao nodded. Oh! Zhou Jin opened the portrait and saw 3 small coal balls painted on the white rice paper like graffiti. What? 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 What is going on? This is Debao. This is Erbao. And this is Xiaobao. Erbao pointed to the 3 identical small coal balls and said seriously, Brother Zhou Jin must think of us. And must not forget us. Zhou Jin looked at the small coal balls in the painting in a daze. And then looked at the little black egg in front of him. It's really lifelike. Okay. I should give you the Witch King's tears. The Witch King said. Yuan said, Wait. I have another thing to ask you. The Witch King said gently, You want to ask your father and mother. Right? Although I don't know where they went after falling into the bottomless pit. I told them that they are not in danger of death. Yuan blinked. Does that mean they are still alive? The Witch King smiled and nodded. They are alive and well. And we should be reunited soon. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I am relieved. But what exactly is the Witch King's tears? The Witch King smiled. Did not speak. Took out a diamond-shaped witch stone from his arms. Gently closed his eyes. And a drop of blood and tears fell on the witch stone. When he opened his eyes again, Yuan was surprised to find that there was no spirit in his eyes. Your eyes. The Witch King smiled and said, The blood and tears that possess all the Witch King's magic power are the real Witch King's tears. Yuan couldn't help but think of Dawa's words. The wizard's magic power is all in a pair of eyes. When wizards lose their magic power, they also lose their eyes. Chapter 693 Wonder wakes up. Happy wedding. On July 20th, the group set out to leave the Wu clan. I didn't tell Yin Jiuqiao that I would detoxify him. I just said it was time to go home. And he didn't question anything, whether it was Yuan's health or Yin Jiuqiao's condition. The sooner they arrived at Dezhou, the better. They didn't know the way when they came here. But now Englu has drawn a map. So he naturally knows which is the shortest way. After leaving the Jade Country, it's the shortest to go to Feiyu Villa without passing through the underworld and the Ghost Clan. Englu pointed to the map and said, Ping. Yuan called the maid who had been with her for many days. I want to ask you. We will pass by the Jade Country on our way back this time. Do you want to go with me or go home? Pinger had mentioned to her earlier that she wanted to follow her all the time. But she didn't agree at that time because Pinger's family was in the Jade Country. If she followed her for a year or 2, she might have nothing to do. But after a long time, she would inevitably miss her family. But after a while, Yuan found that Pinger never expressed any longing for her family. Yuan guessed that Pinger's relationship with her family might not be as close as she thought. Pinger knelt down. Young madam, please take me in. My parents have passed away long ago. I grew up with my uncles and aunts. They didn't treat me as their own. They sold me on a merchant ship as a maid, and didn't expect me to return intact. If I hadn't met young madam, I might have been taken away by those masters to please someone. This girl also has a miserable life. Yuan helped Pinger up and said, I'm not unhappy if you want to stay. I'm getting heavier and I really need a maid to serve me. But I might as well tell you that my husband's family is in Dezhou. I don't know if you've heard of Dezhou. It's further east than the Jade Country. So far away that you can't imagine. Maybe you can't go back to the Jade Country in this lifetime. Even so, do you want to go with me? If you're lucky, you may be able to find a fairly reliable marriage in Dezhou. If you're unlucky and meet the wrong person, you won't even have a brother from your natal family to support you. You have to think about these things carefully. Pinger was stunned by these words. Yuan didn't force her. Even though she could take Pinger away by force, it didn't matter. Since Pinger was sold to her, she was hers. She could do whatever she wanted with Pinger. But she still hoped that this little girl could have her own choice. Yuan went back to the house to pack up. Pinger came over with a bundle in her arms and cowed out to Yuan. Please, madam, take me in. Have you thought it through? Yuan said. Pinger nodded. Yes. I have thought it through. I am a money loser at home. My uncles and aunts can sell me wherever they want. Even if I am lucky enough to go back this time. I don't know where they will sell me again in a few days. I would rather follow the young master and the young lady. Following the young lady. She is at least a person, not an object. Of course, before meeting the young lady, she would not dare to have such an idea even if she met a good master. But the days of getting along with the young lady infected her with her uniqueness. And she realized that women can live like this. She didn't want to live like the young lady. But she didn't want to live like a person who wasn't a human. Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she said it lightly. In fact, she was used to Pinger. And buying another maid might not suit her. Yuan smiled and said, Okay. Stop kneeling. Take the things. It's time to go. Pinger knew that Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao were the masters of a wealthy family. And they all used very respectable servants. She came from the countryside. So she could be used temporarily. But she was afraid that she was not qualified to go back to the mansion with them. She was worried that Yuan's previous words were all nice words. And she was actually unwilling to take her with her. Seeing that Yuan finally accepted her, she felt relieved. At the same time, she also realized that Yuan was really thinking about her. And she was more grateful to Yuan in her heart. And secretly vowed to be more loyal in the future and serve the master better. The group prepared 5 carriages, including 3 trucks. One for the luggage of several people. One for the medicinal materials of Old Shui. And the other for the gifts prepared by Chef Bao and Zhou Jin for several people. Master Chef Bao said, This is for your uncle. Is that fool's leg healed? Can he cook again? Grandpa Bao. Yuan was so shocked that she couldn't speak when she saw the recipe in her hand. Grandpa Bao was writing the recipe. She thought it was for Uncle Jiang. Master Chef Bao understood what she was thinking. He smiled and said, I still have some time. It's okay to write it for him. This is a new recipe I developed in the past 6 months. Yuan hesitated. You actually have already left one for your uncle. This one. Take it. Master Chef Bao stuffed the recipe into Yuan's carriage and handed her a small box. This is for Xiao Taidan. Xiao Taidan has one too. Yuan smiled in surprise. Xiao Taidan must have felt wronged after being away from home for so long and leaving him alone at his uncle's house. In fact, she missed him and wanted to fly back to see him immediately. Bao Shenchu joked, Why? Only I am allowed to love you. I am not allowed to love him. Grandpa Bao. Yuan said angrily. Bao Shenchu smiled happily. The group got on the carriage. Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan, and Pinger in one carriage. Old Suedo and Grandma in another. And there were 3 trucks left. And the 3 little eggs occupied one each. Yuan was sure that the 3 little guys would feel lonely if they didn't go far. And they would obediently return to their carriages. But no matter what, there were 5 carriages. Inglu, Yingshisan, and Dawa each drove a carriage. And there were 2 unmanned carriages left. When they were hesitating whether to hire 2 capable drivers, a crisp sound of horse hooves came. It was the Witch King's mount. The general. The general came to the Witch King and stopped, rubbing his head against him. The Witch King smiled. He couldn't see, but he could tell the direction of Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan by the sound. It wants to follow you to the Central Plains. Ah. Yuan was surprised. The Witch King smiled and said, With it. You don't need a driver. The horse will listen to it. Yuan was surprised and said, But isn't it your mount? The Witch King touched the general's mane lovingly. When it followed me, it was just a pony. And it has grown up in the blink of an eye. Children are grown up. And we should let them go and explore. Right? It is not clear whether this is talking about the general at present or Zhou Jin in the future. He seems to have a premonition that one day Zhou Jin will leave him and open up his own world. It wants to be a war horse. The Witch King gathered his thoughts and said, Treat it well. Yuan nodded, I will. The general is worth 2 horses. It pulls Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao's carriage alone. Ing Shersan, Ing Lu and Dawa drive the 3 carriages of the little black eggs respectively. They are said to drive. But in fact they are just sitting there, watching out for the safety of the little guys. These horses and the horses in the last carriage all follow the general in unison. So they don't have to worry about it at all. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang supported Bao Shenchu and watched them leave. Yuan didn't say to Bao Shenchu, "Take care of yourself. I'll come to see you when I'm done with my work." She wouldn't say anything she wasn't sure of. She could just do something she was sure of. No need to say anything. "Dad, Jiuqiao and Awan have gone far away. Let's go inside. It's windy outside." And Jiang said considerately, "Yan, come and help Grandpa." "Hey!" Jiang Xiaoan came over smartly and held Bao Shenchu's arm. "Grandpa, I'll help you into the house." Okay. Bao Shenchu smiled kindly and staggered into the house with the help of his daughter-in-law and grandson. "Let's go back to the palace too," the Witch King said to Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin looked at the street that had long disappeared with reluctance and quietly got on the carriage with the Witch King. They returned to the Witch King's palace. After the death of the Holy King, the holy orchid in the Witch King's palace withered, and the small flower bed that was once full of vitality became as dead as winter. Dead silent, however, just as the Witch King led Zhou Jin through the small flower bed. A strong breath of the Holy King came from the sky, covering the entire palace, so that those withered branches suddenly stood up, became lush little by little, and grew purple buds, surrounding Zhou Jin, blooming vigorously. "I can't see it anymore." He once said so. Did you hear what he said? Zhou Jin squatted down, carefully stroked the holy orchid fluttering in the wind in front of him, looked in the direction where the group left, and curled up his lips slightly. "I see it. Thank you." As Yuan expected, the three little black eggs became lonely after sitting for a while, and returned to Yan Jiuqiao and her carriage happily. In the evening, they camped in a forest. Dawa was a little absent-minded. Everyone knew that he missed Nia Wanru, and he couldn't bear to leave her. "If you miss her, go find her," Yuan said to Dawa. "Why? Are you worried that she won't wake up?" "No. She will wake up. Even if she can't wake up, I am willing to stay with her for the rest of my life. It's just..." Dawa lowered his head. "I'm worried that I'm not worthy of her. I don't have a high family background like Wensu, and I don't even have a face as handsome as Wensu. Everything from his identity to his appearance was fake, and he was afraid that Wanru would be disappointed when she saw him." "You don't have to worry about your appearance. If Ye Wanru only cared about people's appearance, she would have stopped liking Wensu long ago. It can be seen that what she cares about most is people's heart and temperament," Yuan added. "Besides, it's not up to you to decide whether we are worthy or not. Right? This kind of thing is about mutual consent. When I married Yan Jiuqiao, I was just a village girl, and a village girl whose engagement was broken off. Even the emperor did not agree to our marriage. Of course, I am luckier than you. I have a good mother-in-law. Yan Jiuqiao's mother never looked down on me because of my background." Dawa wondered, "Aren't you the daughter of the princess of Nanzhao and the god general's mansion? How come you are a village girl again?" Yuan sighed. "It's a long story. Anyway, I was of humble status at that time, and they all said that I was not worthy of Yan Jiuqiao." Dawa glanced at a certain young master who was sitting in front of the fire with his eyes as big as cow eyes, and muttered silently, "He goes crazy from time to time like this, and you should be the one who dislikes him. If it were someone else, who could stand him? When that little lunatic gets crazy, it's really not something that ordinary people can handle. Only Awan has a good temper and can play with him." "Why isn't it cooked yet?" Yan Jiuqiao said, staring at the roasted sweet potato in the fire. "It's here." Yuan gave Dawa a look, signaling him to wait. Then she walked over and poked the roasted sweet potato with a stick. "You have to poke it. Don't just roast one side. You. Okay, right? Yan Jiuqiao, call me daddy." Yuan. Dawa finally left. He went to the witch tribe to find Ye Wanru. "Ah, he really went there?" Pinger was surprised while roasting the rabbit. Yuan smiled and said, "Let me tell you a secret. Wanru has woken up." What? Madam Wen. "No. Miss Nye is awake?" Pinger's rabbit legs were almost shocked off. Yuan smiled slightly. "Yes. I'm awake." Nye Wanru had already woken up when the third elder insisted on taking her back to the mansion to recuperate. Yuan was the only one who saw it. Nye Wanru gave her a look and asked her not to say anything. Yuan agreed. Pinger asked, "Why didn't she say it earlier? She watched the third elder drive Lord Dawa away? If Lord Dawa never came back, wouldn't they miss each other's lives?" Yuan said, "If Dawa doesn't even have this courage, then he is not a man she can entrust her life to." Being with Dawa is not easier than divorcing Wensu. Wanren needs Dawa to face it with her. Pinger frowned. Then, will the third elder agree? It's hard to say. Yuan said. Their war is over. And Dawa's has just begun. Unfortunately, other people can't help with this kind of thing. And he can only rely on himself. Wish him good luck. Yuan sighed softly. Oh! Why am I so happy about other people's misfortunes? They now have the skills to do light work, and the horses to run fast. After a long journey, they arrived at Feiyu Villa in early August. I thought it would take 2 months. But we are here so soon. Yuan got off the carriage. Feiyu Villa has changed a little since they left last time. It seems to have been renovated. Inglu said. Did something big happen? I'll go in and ask. Ing Shursen took the token left by Jiang Hai and entered the villa to find the disciple on guard. Knowing that they were friends of the young master, the disciple asked their names, and then said in surprise, It's the cousin's friend. Come in. The cousin has instructed that if his friends come, we must treat them with courtesy. The cousin is going out with the owner today. But the cousin's wife is here. I will go and inform the cousin's wife. It was not difficult for the young master to guess that it was Wang Feng. But who was the cousin's wife? They soon knew the answer. The disciples welcomed them to the flower hall. And the one who came to receive them was Wei Ruyan, the daughter of the Wei family, who had discussed marriage with Jiang Hai. Miss Ruyan. Yuan's eyes lit up. Yuan was deeply impressed by Wei Ruyan, because Wei Ruyan refreshed Yuan's understanding of the daughters of famous families. Although she had a good impression of Jiang Hai, after realizing that Jiang Hai and herself were impossible, she cut the Gordian knot and chose another man, who was more suitable for her, and did not violate the interests of the family. Her wisdom and decisiveness amazed Yuan. Wei Ruyan was wearing a light blue corseted luo skirt. She was still as beautiful as before. Not arrogant. Like a quiet orchid, which could bloom quietly without being noticed. But her bun was changed, and the expression between her eyebrows was more intriguing. Shouldn't I congratulate Miss Ruyan? Yuan said with a smile. Wei Ruyan took Yuan's arm affectionately and said, We got married last month. I wanted to wait for you to come, but I couldn't contact you. How is it? Have you found the medicine? Yuan glanced at Yin Jiuqiu, who was looking up at the bright moon in the yard, and nodded softly. I found it. Now I have to rush back to Dezhou to prepare the antidote as soon as possible. Wei Ruyan said disappointedly. So you will leave soon? Wang Feng will be sad if he knows. He has always wanted to see you. And the young master. He also misses you. But you may not see the young master. Yuan paused, speaking of Jiang Hai. No. Ji Xingchuan. I was attacked with him in the forest of the Ghost Clan last time. And I haven't seen him since then. Is he back? Wei Ruyan nodded. Yes. He is back. The disciples of Feiyu Villa found him. He was slightly injured. After recovering, he went to find you again. Now, even we don't know where he has found himself. Yuan thought, I thought the disciples of the villa would take him back to the villa after finding him. And then, he would not mess around again, with the owner watching over him. But unexpectedly, Wei Ruyan smiled and said, You don't have to blame yourself. He is just like that. The villa can't hold him. Didn't he leave for a long time in his early years to find his sister? He is a martial arts expert and a cautious person. Nothing will happen to him. At the beginning, Ji Xingchuan was abandoned because, on the one hand, he had Yuan in his heart, and on the other hand, Wei Ruyan felt that his personality was not suitable for family life. And Wang Feng was better. He was obedient and family-oriented. So likable. Chapter 694 Grandparents Meet. Little Fox King. Ji Xingchuan is missing. And the owner of the villa has taken Wang Feng out for training. Now the whole villa is under the control of Wei Ruyan. The villa has senior elders. But Wei Ruyan has means and brains, and has never suffered losses at the hands of the elders. Of course, she will not let the elders suffer losses easily. And they maintain a relatively satisfactory balance. You will stay in Mingfang Pavilion tonight, Wei Ruyan said to Yuan. Mingfang Pavilion is the closest courtyard to Wang Feng and Wei Ruyan. The environment is quiet, luxurious and unique, which is very suitable for the picky temperament of a certain young master. Thank you very much, Yuan said with a smile. Wei Ruyan said, It's just a small matter. If you really thank me, I will stay a few more days. I have sent someone to bring news to Wang Feng. Tell him that you are here and see if he can come back as soon as possible. Wei Ruyan is a smart woman. Wanfeng's feelings for Yuan are certainly simpler than Jiang Hai's. But any wife in the world probably doesn't like her husband to think about a woman who is not related by blood. Whether Wanfeng is grateful or respectful. If it were another woman, she would have been jealous. But Wei Rian can do what Wanfeng likes, and respect what Wanfeng respects. Yuan said with a smile, Wanfeng is lucky to marry you. But don't bully him. Wei Rian is so high level that Wanfeng is not good enough for her. Wei Rian covered her face and smiled. She looked around and made sure that no one was around. Then she leaned close to Yuan's ear and whispered, I love him so much. How can I bear to bully him? He always bullies me. This bullying is not a literal bullying. After Yuan came to her senses, she didn't know what to say. Miss Wei, do you know that your husband dares to say that? I have a picture in my mind. Seeing Yuan's embarrassed look, Wei Rian held her belly and laughed. Wanfeng is 2 years younger than Wei Rian. It's not appropriate for her to be too young. Besides, Wei Rian is not just a one-night stand with him. Wei Rian wants to be with him for a long time and grow old together. Naturally, she cares about his health more than anyone else. Wei Rian only allows him to enter the house twice a month. But those 2 times. Wei Rian also blushed. The two of them obviously didn't have much friendship. But they talked happily. If Yuan wasn't pregnant, Wei Rian would have wanted to pull her to talk all night. Wei Rian looked at Yuan, who was a little tired, and said, Okay, you go and rest. I'll take care of the children. Yuan was sleepy, but the little ones were still excited, running around in the yard. The last time Yuan came to the villa, there were not many children around her. But Wei Rian heard Wanfeng mention that Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan had triplets. Wei Rian was surprised just by hearing it, and even more surprised when she saw it. Wei Rian only heard the voices, but didn't see the figures. It's too dark. It blends into the night. Until San Xiaodan was tired from playing, ran to her panting, and stretched out his little hand. Auntie, hold it, Erbao said. Wei Rian held it. As a result, Wei Rian's arm went numb. Wei Rian still liked them. They were chubby, round, good at eating and playing, not shy, not squeamish, and especially beautiful. They almost satisfied all of Wei Rian's fantasies about children. Really, if she wasn't afraid of being beaten to death, Wei Rian would want to steal one. The group rested for a night in the villa, replenished supplies, and changed horses. After traveling day and night, except for the general, who was still energetic and seemed to have endless energy, the other horses were tired. Wei Rian replaced the best horse in the villa with a new carriage, and laid a high-quality mattress, which was light, soft and warm, and most suitable for pregnant women and children to travel. In addition, there was a milk-producing ewe. Wei Rian not only prepared for the 3 little black eggs, but she was also worried that Yuan would give birth before she got home. If the milk was not enough for the child, the ewe would come in handy. You are so considerate. Yuan once again sighed that Wanfeng was lucky to marry such a virtuous and capable wife. Wei Rian took Yuan's hand and said, Are you really not staying for 2 more days? Wanfeng got the news and is on his way back. It's urgent. We really can't stay. Tell Wanfeng to thank him for me. Wei Rian would take care of them so much. More or less because of Wanfeng's face. Verbal gratitude was too light. Yuan took out a letter written before going to bed and a thank you gift prepared early in the morning. Handed it to Wei Rian, and left with the convoy. Next, they should go to Nanjiao, pass through the imperial capital, and then go all the way north, through Qinghe town and enter the territory of Dezhou. They still took some detours when they came here. This time, Wei Rian gave them an internal map of Feiyu Villa, which recorded the exclusive official road of Feiyu Villa. In less than 10 days, they arrived at the imperial capital. The 3 little black eggs were sleeping soundly. Yuan opened the curtain and looked at the busy streets. It seemed like a different world. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel that the imperial capital is more prosperous? They left Nanjiao in the first month of the year. Now it is Mid-Autumn Festival. Time flies. 7 months have passed unknowingly. I remember that I didn't know I was pregnant when I left Nanjiao. It was not until I moved into Feiyu Villa that I found out that I was pregnant for more than a month. Yuan touched her bulging belly and smiled gently. Madam, we are almost at the God General's mansion. Ing Lu reminded softly from the seat outside the car. Yes, we are almost at the God General's mansion. It's time to tell this cheap father about my life experience. But how can I avoid irritating him? Just when Yuan was racking her brains to think about how to tell this cheap father, who was having a seizure, that she was the daughter of the God General's mansion. Her biological father was the heir of the God General's mansion. And she was not a gambler or a spendthrift. Yin Jiocha said lightly, "Get ready. You will meet the old lady and uncle in a while. Don't be nervous. They are all very easygoing." Yuan. Yin Jiocha looked at Yuan, who was confused. Frowned. "What? Didn't I tell you that I am actually from the Hellion family?" Yuan hesitated to speak. "Okay. Whatever you say is what it is. It's not easy to remember these." After getting off the carriage, Eng Lu walked towards Yuan cautiously. "Young master." Yuan looked at Yin Jiocha's back as he walked calmly towards the gate of the God General's mansion, and raised her eyebrows and said, he thought he was the eldest young master of the Hellion family. Eng Lu was stunned. Ah! The young master had pretended to be the eldest young master of the Hellion family before. How come he couldn't remember that he was pretending? And still thought he was the real thing? What a mess. The old lady was taking a nap in the room. Zisu was kneeling on the ground massaging her legs. And suddenly Fu Ling opened the curtain and walked in. When Yuan left, she didn't know that she was pregnant. On the one hand, she didn't think she needed a maid to take care of her. And on the other hand, too many people were not conducive to traveling. So she left the two of them. The old lady loved them, and kept them by her side to serve. After serving for so long, she had learned a lot of rules. It shouldn't have happened that she dared to throw the curtain like this when she knew that the old lady was taking a nap. But Zisu was not stupid, and hurriedly asked Fu Ling, "What's wrong? Did something happen in the mansion?" Fu Ling said, "The young master and the young mistress are back." "Who? Who's back?" The old lady woke up with a start. Zisu winked at Fu Ling, and Fu Ling quickly changed her words. "The eldest young master and the young mistress are back." The old lady was no longer sleepy, and quickly took off the thin blanket on her body. "Oh, my little grandson is back. Hurry up and take out the new clothes I made." Zisu smiled. Yes, I'll get it for you right away. Don't worry. He's still at the door, and it will take a while for him to come in." The old lady was furious. "Oh, I found that you talk a lot of nonsense today." Zisu was amused by the old lady's appearance, and hurriedly opened the cabinet door to take out the old lady's new clothes, helped the old lady put them on, and quickly combed a simple and generous bun for the old lady, put on a headband, and helped the old lady to the lobby with Fu Ling. Yin Jiocha and Yuan were already in the lobby. The old lady looked at them carefully, and her eyes lit up. She didn't need the maid to help her, and she walked over with great vigor. Grandma's little darling grandson. She stretched out her arms excitedly. It had been a long time since she saw her old lady, and Yuan was also excited. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she stretched out her arms and walked towards the old lady. "Grandma." But the old lady walked past her mercilessly, hugged Yin Jiocha behind her, and sobbed, "Dear grandson." Yuan, who was hit hard by 10,000 points in her heart. These two people, one thinks the other is his own grandson, and the other thinks the other is his own grandmother. Yuan didn't even need to explain or smooth things over. She just watched them go back and forth, not to mention how tacitly they get along. The old lady spent a while with her little grandson, then looked at Yuan with some disdain, curling her lips. "You brought her here again. It's been so long since we last met. She's ugly again." Yin Jiocha looked at Yuan with tolerance and said, "Please bear with me." The old lady said, I know. Your daughter-in-law. Grandma won't bully her." Yuan looked at Yin Jiocha, waiting for the show. Yin Jiocha paused, and did not clarify in person that this is my adopted daughter, but said to Yuan, "Why don't you come over and call me Grandma?" "Oh." Yuan came over and called her Grandma sweetly. The old lady said she disliked her, but she took out the most precious bracelet on her wrist and gave it to her. She didn't even give this bracelet to her daughter-in-law Tan. The old lady said to Yuan, "You should be nicer to my little grandson." "Yuan, I am your little grandson." The old lady's eyes fell on Yuan's belly. "Huh? Yes. I want to hold my little great-grandson." Yuan glanced at Yin Jiocha and said mischievously, "I am." "Yes, I am," Yin Jiocha said. Yuan hummed. After a while, the sleeping little black egg woke up. The old lady told Yuan to take good care of the baby, and then she couldn't wait to play with the little great-grandchildren. Yuan looked at Yin Jiocha leisurely, as if asking, "Daddy, how did I become your wife?" Didn't you say you wouldn't take me as a child bride? And what about you saying I'm not pregnant? I'm just fat, Yin Jiocha said calmly. Grandmother is old and can't stand stimulation. Since she treats you as her granddaughter-in-law, you should be her granddaughter-in-law for a few days. If she says you are pregnant, you should pretend to be pregnant for a few days. If I can't get married in the future, I will support you. Yuan turned her back and covered her chest. She wanted to take the opportunity to confront him, but he hit her so hard with sweetness. Her heart was thumping and about to jump out of her throat. Finally understand why this guy doesn't say sweet words when he is awake. It's really deadly. Yuan was originally captured by the Black Messenger of the Ghost Clan. Yin Jiocha told the old lady that Yuan had gone out, and he went to pick her up. After waiting for a few days without her coming back, Helian Biming told the old lady that the young couple and the little black eggs had gone to travel. A few days later, Yu Shaoqing and Jiang were also missing. Helian Biming said that Yu Shaoqing had received a task assigned by the court, and Jiang went out with him. Although the old lady was not too worried. She missed them very much, especially the little grandson and the 3 little black eggs. She almost missed them to death. The old lady hugged Dabeo. Erbo and Xiaobao, do you miss Grandma? Yes. 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 Xiaobao acted coquettishly in the old lady's arms. Erbao spread his hands and said seriously, we miss Grandma so much. We miss her every day. We can't eat or sleep well. We have all lost weight. Fuling and Zisu's eyelids twitched and became rounder. They couldn't fit into their clothes. Who gave you the courage to say that you have lost weight? Oh! Let Grandma see. You have really lost weight. My Bao. You have really lost weight. The old lady touched the fat on the faces of her great-grandchildren and felt so distressed. Fuling and Zisu were so stunned that they couldn't speak. At night, Tan and Helian Biming, who had returned to their mother's house, returned home. When they learned that Yin Jiocha and Yuan had returned home, they were so happy that they hurried to the old lady's yard. Yin Jiocha was called over by the old lady, and Yuan was sorting medicinal herbs in the yard. Suddenly, a white shadow rushed over and threw itself into Yuan's arms. Little Snow Fox. Yuan hugged the soft and sticky little ball. Her heart was about to melt. Helian Biming loved this little pet. When they left it in the mansion. After more than half a year, the little snow fox had grown a circle, and a red flame mark faintly grew between its eyebrows. Yuan didn't understand what this mark was. She just thought it was pretty. The little snow fox hadn't seen her for a long time, and its eyes were full of tears. Its little claws pulled at her clothes and refused to come down. Yuan also missed it very much, so she hugged it well. Suddenly, Yuan's stomach moved. One of the little snow fox's little feet happened to rest on Yuan's belly. When Yuan's belly moved, the little snow fox was so frightened that its fur exploded, and the tuft of small hair on its head stood up. It jumped onto Yuan's shoulder and stared at Yuan's belly vigilantly. Yuan laughed, touched the little snow fox's head with one hand, touched her belly with the other hand, and whispered, I am pregnant. The little snow fox seemed to understand, lying on Yuan's shoulder, and used one of its little front paws to touch Yuan's belly cautiously and carefully. As soon as it touched, Yin Shusi became naughty again. It was so scared that it flashed back into Helian Biming's arms. Helian Biming was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by Tan. Although Tan was wearing a wig, it was obvious that her hair had grown a little longer. Her face was no longer sad and melancholy, but rather rosy and cheerful. Helian Biming, who was pushed in a wheelchair by her, was also cheerful and energetic. Moreover, Yuan was sure that it was not her illusion. Helian Biming seemed to be stronger than before. Uncle! Aunt! Yuan greeted them happily. When Helian Biming saw her, the smile in his eyes was about to overflow. Yuan is back. Why didn't you send a letter in advance? I can wait for you at home with your aunt. Tan smiled and said, yes. There is nothing big at my mother's house. Just sending some gifts for the Zhongyuan festival. If we knew you were coming back, we would send them another day. By the way, where are Jiuqiao and the children? Yuan said. Fuling and Zisu took Dabeo and the others to pick oranges, and Yin Jiocha stayed in the room with his grandmother. It's good that everyone came back safely. Tan was relieved. Thinking of something, she asked again, you left suddenly at that time. Is everything okay? Yuan evaded the main point and said, nothing. Just went to find the medicine. Did you find it? Tan asked. Found it, Yuan said. Tan was relieved. That's good. By the way, Why don't you see your father and mother? They are on the way. They were delayed by something and will be back soon. The Witch King said that they were fine. So Yuan would not worry about it. But she knew the strength of the Witch King, but not that of her uncle and aunt. So, it would be better not to tell them and add to their worries. Helian Biming looked at Yuan and said, "Tell your uncle about your experience along the way." Yuan smiled slightly. "Okay. I'll tell you slowly later. Let me feel your pulse first." Helian Biming stretched out his hand. Yuan felt his pulse and frowned, seeing that her expression was different. Tan's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Is your uncle not feeling well?" Yuan hurriedly shook her head. "No. On the contrary. Your uncle is much better." "Uncle, do you feel more sensitive in your legs recently?" Chapter 695. Fairy Love. God of War rises. "That's right," Helian Biming said. "My legs are indeed stronger than before. And I don't feel as painful as before when I stand up occasionally." Helian Biming's legs can stand up. But the price of standing up is the excruciating pain. In this case, he can't walk at all. So he can only sit in a wheelchair. But just a few days ago, when Tam was not in the room, Helian Biming fell to the ground. He planned to sit back in the wheelchair before Tan came back. And then he found that when he stood up, he was much stronger and less painful. It would be a lie to say that it didn't hurt at all. But it was within the tolerable range. He couldn't explain what happened. But he didn't tell Tan. He was worried that if he told Tan, he would give Tan hope that he could recover. But in fact, he had lost confidence in his legs a long time ago. And he was afraid that he would disappoint Tan again in the end. After that, he did not try again. After all, he had given up hope. It was only when Yuan asked him about it today that he remembered the incident. Why didn't you tell me?" Tan choked. "I was afraid that you would be happy for nothing?" "My leg." Helian Biming smiled bitterly. "It won't heal." He was possessed by the devil. The devil existed in his internal strength. In order to remove the devil, he had to disperse his internal strength as well. After that, his tendons and veins were damaged all over his body. And the most serious was his lower limbs. There was no way to repair it. Not even a genius doctor like old Shui. Yuan stared at her uncle's leg. Although she didn't understand how all this happened, she felt that her uncle's leg seemed to have a new hope. "Uncle, let's go to Kixiewen and let old Shui take a look." For the sake of caution, Yuan decided to go find old Shui. Yuan was going to push the wheelchair. Tan said hurriedly, "You are pregnant. So I'll do it." As early as when they entered the mansion, they heard the gatekeeper say that Awan was pregnant. With this interruption, neither of them had time to take good care of her body. Helian Biming's loving eyes fell on Yuan. "Is it hard on the road?" "It is hard for a woman to be pregnant. And she is always busy and toiling. Just thinking about it makes him feel distressed." Yuan smiled. "I'm fine." This is not a polite remark. It is really fine. I don't know if it's because the child loves her. She didn't suffer any pain in this pregnancy, except for being able to eat and sleep. There seems to be no other changes. As for waist pain, leg pain, and edema all over the body, she has never happened. She is as light as a swallow. It's not surprising to think about it. She is the most powerful saint in history. The saint blood in her body has awakened. Can this pregnancy be the same as before? Yin Shuzi in her belly spit out a bubble of water and continued to sleep with the umbilical cord. Old Shui gave Helian Biming a thorough examination. "It's getting better." "Yes." "What medicine did you take?" Helian Biming shook his head. "No. I didn't take any medicine." Old Shui raised his eyebrows. "That's really strange. If you keep going like this, you might be able to walk normally in a year or two." "Dr. Shui, are you telling the truth?" The most excited person was Tan. She cared more about her husband's legs than anyone else. It wasn't that she disliked him and insisted that he stand up like a normal person. But she felt sorry for her husband. The general who galloped on the battlefield would have to sit in a wheelchair in his next life. Such a blow was definitely not what he should bear. He lived an upright life. Why did God give him such a painful end? Helian Biming's face also showed a hint of excitement that was difficult to suppress. If the doctor had told him that his legs could be healed in the past, he would not believe it at all. But recently his legs did react. He tried not to take it seriously, fearing to be disappointed again. But if Awan and Dr. Shui said so, then he, Yuan saw Helian Biming's suppressed excitement, smiled gently. and said, "Uncle, you can be excited. You are really getting better. I can't say that the hope of recovery is 100%. But at least there is definitely a chance. But why is this happening? I didn't take any medicine. I didn't do anything deliberately." Helian Biming tried to recall what he had done in the past 6 months. Except that he went to court more often than in the past few years. Went to the old lady's yard more frequently. And accompanied Tan to her mother's home several times. He really didn't do anything else. The little snow fox curled up and found a comfortable position on his legs, squinting leisurely. And the fiery red mark on his forehead was a little dazzling under the candlelight. "Is Shung'er chanting scriptures and praying for you every day?" Tan asked in a low voice. "Speaking of chanting," Yuan blinked, "brother, haven't you returned to secular life yet?" Before, he was expelled from the Helian family because he had no choice. Now that the crisis has been resolved, he can come back and continue to be the heir of the Helian family. Also, if Yuan remembers correctly, Helian Shung seems to have caused a romantic debt. So can he continue to be a monk? Alas, no. Tan sighed. However, although she sighed, she was not very sad. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. She had figured it out. A family in peace and security is better than anything else. Besides, Shung'er is not away from home. He is filial and comes back to visit them several times a month. Every time, he will be caught by the girl named Dong Xian'er. And then there will be chaos. As she was talking, a woman's delicate shout came from the path outside Qixia Garden. "Monk! Stop right there!" Tan cleared her throat. It was really like saying something about the devil. "Is it Big Brother who is back?" Yuan's eyes moved, and she turned and left Qixia Garden. Helian Shung, who was wearing a white monk's robe, was being chased by Dong Xian'er using light kung fu. Perhaps because she had chased him so many times. Yuan clearly felt that Dong Xian'er's light kung fu was better than before. She grabbed Helian Shung's arm with one hand. "Where are you going to run this time?" Unfortunately, Helian Shung's martial arts level was much higher than hers. Yuan didn't see how Helian Shung moved. In a blink of an eye, Helian Shung had already gotten rid of Dong Xian'er's restraint. Dong Xian'er was so angry that she jumped up and down. "Big Brother," Yuan called him. Helian Shung paused and looked at Yuan in astonishment. In order to avoid Dong Xian'er, who often waited for him at the Helian family, he did not come in through the main gate. So he did not hear the servants mention that Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao had returned to the mansion. Awan. Helian Shung walked towards Yuan. Yuan swore that she would never provide Dong Xian'er with an opportunity. But it was a fact that Dong Xian'er caught Helian Shung. You let go," Helian Shung said. Dong Xian'er said, "I won't let go." Helian Shung's face was slightly angry. He wanted to say a few more words to Yuan, but Dong Xian'er made him unable to hold his face. "Alwan, go back to the room and rest first. I will come to see you another day." After that, he used his qigong to leave. The duck in hand flew away again, and Dong Xian'er was so angry that her cheeks bulged. Yuan was amused by the two and joked, "My elder brother is so unromantic. Why don't Miss Dong choose another good husband? Anyway, he is a blockhead." "Who said that?" "He is not a blockhead. I don't allow you to say that about your elder brother." Dong Xian'er would never allow anyone to slander Helian Shung in front of her in any form, even if Helian Shung's cousin is not allowed. Okay. Yuan was defeated by this girl. She was really devoted to her elder brother. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. Besides, Dong Xian'er's appearance and personality are not bad, so Yuan still has some confidence in her. By the way, where have you been for most of the past 6 months? And, are you pregnant? How many months have you been? Are you about to give birth? Dong Xian'er noticed Yuan's belly, and because of being too surprised, she couldn't stop asking questions. Yuan is much rounder than 6 months ago, but it is normal for a woman with a double body to be fat. Dong Xian'er knew something about Yin Jiuqiao's poisoning, so Yuan didn't hide it from her. "I went to look for the medicine. I found out I was pregnant after I left Nanzhao. I still have a month to give birth." "1 month? That's soon. When you give birth, I'll give you the best midwife in Nanzhao. By the way, you said you went to look for the medicine. Did you find it?" Dong Xian'er cared about Yuan, so she wanted to know her whole situation. "I found it," Yuan said. "You guys found such a hard-to-find medicinal ingredient. Times 4 medicinal ingredients are not a secret in the martial arts world. But snow toads and red Ganoderma are easy to find, while the Witch King's tears and the Saint's blood are long extinct. Dong Xianer asked. Where did you find them? Are there really saints and wizards in the world? How could there not be? I am a saint, and the world's #1 saint, who can light up all the saint stones in the underworld. Yuan resisted the urge to show off and said calmly, We went to the Ghost Clan, the underworld, and the Witch Clan. I know the Ghost Clan. But what are the underworld and the Witch Clan? Dong Xianer had never heard of these. The underworld is the new capital of the Ghost Clan. Yuan picked out the key points and told Dong Xianer the relationship between several places. Dong Xianer felt that her cognition was strongly impacted. What saint? What Witch King? Didn't they have no descendants long ago? Why did Awan say that the two mysterious hidden clans were still standing in the world? And they seem to be incompatible? If I really want to explain it to Dong Xianer, I'm afraid it will take 3 days and 3 nights. But it's obvious that they will leave for Dezhou tomorrow morning. Although Dong Xianer was also curious, the most urgent thing was to quickly catch Helian Sheng. She held Yuan's hand and said, Okay, I will be your sister-in-law in the future, and I will have plenty of time to chat with you. When there is a chance, tell me in detail. I'm going to find your brother first. Actually, Yuan had a good impression of Dong Xianer, and even liked her a little. She couldn't help but remind her. There are also skills to pursue a person. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his. Yuan touched her stomach, thinking that the reason why she was able to charm Yin Jiuqiu was partly due to her unparalleled cooking skills. That was how Yin Jiuqiu and I were at that time. Do you understand? Yuan winked at Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer stared at Yuan's belly. Yuan's belly was so big that she thought she was touching her stomach. But in Dong Xianer's eyes, it was another clue. Didn't Awan and Yin Jiuqiu get married for pregnancy? She understood. Too well. Dong Xianer smiled mischievously. What a good idea. Next time I catch him, I'll just kill him. It's done. Bring the baby home. See if he recognizes it. Yuan, I don't think that's what I meant. Lady, did you misunderstand something? Dong Xianer left with high morale. Yuan looked at the direction where Dong Xianer left and pointed her fingers. She swore that she really didn't mean to cheat her brother. Ten went to prepare dinner, and Yuan accompanied Helian Baiming back to the yard. Yuan asked about the matter between King Yin and Shang Wen Yin. Helian Baiming said, The King of Yin has returned to the Great Zhou, and he went to prepare medicinal herbs for Jiuqiu. Yuan blinked strangely. How did my father know about the medicinal herbs? Helian Baiming smiled and said, He asked Lao Chui privately, and Lao Chui gave him a prescription. There are several medicinal herbs on the prescription that are only available in the Great Zhou, and they must be freshly picked. The King of Yin said that he would find the herbs first, and then plant them in the mansion, and they can be used directly when Jiuqiu returns. It seems like something the King of Yin would do. Yuan thought that the place he was most reluctant to return to right now might be the Great Zhou, but for the sake of his son, he could let go of any knot in his heart. Helian Baiming continued, Xiao Jinting and Madame Xiao also returned to the capital. Xiao Jinting was ordered to go south. Since the King of Yin had returned to the Great Zhou, Xiao Jinting naturally had no reason to stay in the south. Didn't it come out? Yuan asked. Helian Baiming said, Are you talking about Xiao Jinting's visit to the capital of Nanshao? The news did leak out, but the king denied it. The king drafted a letter to the Emperor of Dazhou, saying that he had not seen Xiao Jinting in the capital, and said that his generals had fought with Xiao Jinting on the border, and the matter just passed. When they left Dazhou, Shang Wen Yin had been pregnant for several months. Calculating the date, the baby should have been born last month at the latest. It is unknown whether it gave Yin Jiuqiu a sister or a brother. Since the king was mentioned, Helian Baiming also talked about concubine Yun. Concubine Yun is not from the Shin family. I heard that a hermit came and claimed to be concubine Yun's biological father. Yuan's eyes sparkled. It's the great-grandfather. Has uncle seen him? Helian Baiming shook his head. He is guarding concubine Yun's palace. I have no chance to see him. You call him great-grandfather. Have you seen him? Yes. We went to the Hades and met Grandma Lan and great-grandfather. Yuan told Helian Baiming about the experience of the Ghost Clan and the Hades. Helian Baiming was shocked beyond words. If he didn't know Awan's personality, he would have thought that this girl was making up stories. The powerful Ghost Clan turned out to be just the descendants of the imprisoned? The real Ghost Clan actually moved their capital and the Mingdu Lan family turned out to be the descendants of the Saint clan. So, concubine Yun, my sister-in-law, Alwan, and even the 3 little black eggs are all descendants of the Saint clan. This news is too shocking. The Saint's blood. Helian Biming looked at Yuan. Yuan patted her chest proudly. Of course it's my blood. I'm a very powerful saint. You didn't expect that you would find it without any effort after searching for it everywhere. However, it was not in vain to go to the underworld. After all, I met my second grandmother and great-grandfather. And I also found clues about the witch clan. Helian Biming sighed. Your trip has broadened your horizons. The medicinal lead is a great gain. But the experience along the way is also a very valuable experience. For them, it is something that no amount of gold can replace. I'll go to the palace to find them, Yuan said. Helian Biming stopped her. You are a step late. The king took them to Puching for summer vacation. The king also went all out to please his father-in-law. He, who never showed off, even learned from the Central Plains Emperor to escape the summer heat. Officials were also taken there, and the government affairs were handled in Puching. Helian Biming smiled and said, Don't worry. Concubine Yun is doing well. A child with a father is a treasure. Sikong Yi is spoiling Concubine Yun to the sky. It is said that all the masters who are good at making braised pork in Nanzhao have been kidnapped by Sikong Yi. That's right. Kidnapping. I was still sleeping at night, and when I opened my eyes, I arrived at the Puching Palace. The chefs were heartbroken. Yuan was relieved to hear that her grandmother was doing well. You know, there are so many relatives in Nanzhao, and the one she is most worried about is Concubine Yun. The old lady has such filial children and grandchildren to take care of her. But Concubine Yun is too lonely. Now that Sikong Yi loves her, she can live a life of being spoiled. Helian Biming said, There is nothing big in Nanzhao. Everyone is doing well. You don't need to worry. On the contrary, you may need to understand the situation in Dezhou. Dezhou, what's wrong? Yuan asked. Helian Biming said solemnly, I just got the news a few days ago. The emperor of the Great Zhou fell ill and could not attend court. Now, the queen is ruling the country from behind the curtain. And Prince Jing is the regent. Prince Jing? Isn't that the second Prince Yan Huijing? Chapter 696. The ninth brother, who looks a bit fierce, is full of domineering power. On the first day of June last year, the emperor issued an imperial decree in the court, conferring titles of kingship on several adult princes. The eldest prince born to the queen was named King Qing. The second prince Yan Huijing, born to concubine Su, was named King Jing. The third prince was named King Wu. The fourth prince was named King Zhao. And the fifth prince was the first to be crowned king because of his marriage to the princess of the Xiongnu. The reason why Yuan remembered it so clearly was that on the same day, when the princes were crowned kings, Yin Jiuchao was canonized as the prince of the Yanwang mansion. Yin Jiuchao became the prince. So she was the prince's consort. She was very happy for a while. When she recalled it until now, the joy was still vivid in her mind. Yuan hadn't thought of Yan Huijing for a long time, and almost forgot that such a person existed. If she hadn't heard her uncle mention him suddenly, she might have remembered such a person only when she was about to enter the capital. Yuan said, thoughtfully, The emperor is so ill, he needs a prince to be the regent. Helian Biming said, According to the news, he went hunting and fell off his horse, which caused a stroke, and he was paralyzed in bed. Is it the emperor's intention to let Prince Jing be the regent? Yuan asked. Helian Biming nodded. It should be. This is what the intelligence he received said. Yuan touched his chin. Although the emperor has many princes, Prince Jing is the most outstanding one. So it is not surprising to let him be the regent. But the emperor sent the queen to rule the country from behind the curtain. And it seems that he is still a little worried about Prince Jing. It is unknown whether he is worried about his ability or his ambition. The queen and concubine Su are not on good terms. And the queen has the eldest prince, Prince Qing. So if she is behind the scenes, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for Yan Huijing. But it is not entirely true to say that the emperor is praising the queen and Prince Qing. If he really wants to praise them, he should have let Prince Qing govern the country. The emperor's actions are more like balancing the power of both sides, not letting either side stand out too much. Yuan muttered. I don't understand the emperor's approach. Logically, the prince should be allowed to supervise the country. If there is no prince, he should be appointed as the prince. If he cannot be appointed for the time being, then the prince who supervises the country may become the prince in the future. But He doesn't seem to be helping Yin Huijing's power. Helian Biming noticed that his niece accidentally called Prince Jing by his name. He paused and asked, Alwan, are you familiar with Prince Jing? Yuan said bluntly, I have dealt with him several times, received his kindness, and was also robbed of my marriage by him. It was okay to hear the previous part. But what about being robbed of my marriage by Prince Jing? Helian Biming frowned and looked at Yuan. Yuan didn't mention much about her past in the Helian family, mainly because she didn't want to tell her family about it and make them worry. However, her relationship with Yin Huijing might involve the diplomatic relations between the two countries. She should explain to Helian Biming what kind of person Yin Huijing was, and what kind of character he had. Yuan said slowly, that happened a year ago. I was just a little village girl in Lianhua village at that time. I accidentally saved Yin Huijing. 2 years later, Yin Huijing recognized me and wanted to marry me as a concubine. But I didn't agree. Helian Biming couldn't stand hearing the word concubine. The daughter of their Helian family, the princess of Nanzhao, was only qualified to be his concubine? What an arrogant bastard! In fact, Helian Biming also knew that Yin Huijing probably didn't know Yuan's life experience at that time, and only treated Yuan as an ordinary village girl. It was a compliment for a village girl to be a slave in the mansion, let alone a concubine. But Helian Biming was uncomfortable. His Alwan deserved the best man in the world. Helian Biming snorted, I don't know your life experience. Why did Xiaojio marry you regardless of your status? I think he is still a bastard. That's right. Compared with Yin Jiuqiao, Yin Huijing is quite a bastard. Yuan has been in the ancient times for so long. Although she cannot say that she has completely integrated into the ancient times, she can accept more things than before. For example, from the perspective of today, she feels that it was not a big mistake for him to ask her to be a concubine. However, he should not have pestered her endlessly after she rejected him. Now she has been away from the Great Zhou for a year. Yin Huijing should have forgotten her. Helian Biming said again, speaking of Prince Jing, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. What? Yuan asked. He got married, and married the daughter of the Prime Minister. He just didn't find out the name. The names of women in the Central Plain seem to be very secretive in front of outsiders. Han Jingshu. Yuan said the other person's name at once. You know her too? Helian Biming emphasized the word her, as if he was surprised that Yuan had intersections with these two couples. Yuan smiled faintly, thanks to Yin Huijing. She came to my house and met me in the palace too. Helian Biming's heart tightened. She didn't do anything to you, did she? One is the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, and the other is a little village girl. If they really bully each other, Alwan. Yuan smiled, that's not the case. Ordinary people would choose to blame the woman if their fiancé was entangled with another woman. It's not that they really don't recognize the man's fault, but that they don't have the courage to go against the man. They can only choose to bully the weak. And Han Jingshu is a woman with courage and courage. On this point, Yuan felt that she was quite clear. But in terms of her relationship with Yin Huijing, Yuan felt that she was a little stubborn. But she was an outsider. When it comes to feelings, people know the cold and warm of water. So she has no right to judge Han Jingshu. Alwan. It's time to eat. Tan came over and called. Yuan went to push the wheelchair. Let me do it. You go call Jiuchu. He's in the old lady's room. The old lady hid this precious little grandson. Tan went to call him once, but was glared at by the old lady. Tan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she had to come to Yuan. Yuan went to the old lady's room. The old lady had been traumatized over the years, and had a little dementia. She was confused when she was talking. Sometimes she said something here and there, and no one could understand what she was saying. But Yin Jiuqiu followed every sentence. He was very patient. He didn't mind the old lady's nagging. Nor did he remind her that she had said these things 7 or 8 times in the afternoon. Every time the old lady mentioned it, he heard it as if it was the first time. Isn't the thrush I raised interesting? The old lady laughed like a joke. Yin Jiuqiu nodded for the 9th time. Well, Grandma, raise another one for me later. The old lady pointed her fingers. I'll raise 2 for you. Okay. Yin Jiuqiu nodded. The old lady talked for an afternoon, and it was time to eat. But she felt sleepy, leaned to the head of the bed, and fell asleep. Yin Jiuqiu didn't wake her up. He took off her shoes, slowly laid her flat on the bed, and pulled a thin quilt over her. Yuan stood at the door for a while, but she didn't have the heart to disturb them. Yin Jiuqiao was kind to the old lady from the bottom of his heart. He used to care about his status, and didn't show his emotions. Now that he has lost his memory, he thinks he is her biological child. So it's natural for him to love the old lady. Yuan suddenly felt that losing his memory might not be a bad thing. He did what he didn't dare to do before. He didn't have to be pretentious anymore. He could enjoy the love of the old lady unscrupulously. And he could also give the old lady that love without reservation. The family had a happy meal. The 3 little black eggs were coaxed to their yard by Tan, and Helian Biming with a little snow fox. Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan stayed in the old lady's Wutong garden. Their house has always been cleaned by someone. Clean and tidy. Yuan entered the house with ease. It is worth mentioning that since Yuan was pregnant, the responsibility of taking care of the children basically fell on Yin Jiuqiao. At night, he slept with the 3 little guys in one room. And Yuan slept alone in one room. Mainly because he was afraid that the 3 little guys would kick her belly if they slept in a bad posture. Yin Jiuqiao didn't think so. She was old enough, and should sleep alone. Yuan naturally didn't know Yin Jiuqiao's thoughts. So she didn't notice that Yin Jiuqiao was stunned when she walked into the room openly. But soon, Yin Jiuqiao reacted, and played the role to the end. This was the old lady's yard. Since the old lady treated her as her granddaughter-in-law, if she didn't sleep with her, she would soon arouse the old lady's suspicion. After washing up, the 2 lay on the soft bed. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's still comfortable at home. The bed is soft and big. There are ice cubes to cool off. The curtains are her favorite colors. The furniture is also her favorite decorations. And even the air she breathes seems to have become fresher. Yuan was very comfortable, and was about to fall asleep after closing her eyes. But Yin Jiuqiao beside her was not so comfortable. There was a living person lying next to her, with a fragrant body and a chubby face, which made her want to pinch him. You can raise goo, right? When Yuan was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard Yin Jiuqiao say such a random sentence. She was stunned for a moment and answered casually, yes. I can raise goo. Don't you know? Strictly speaking, she didn't know how to raise goo. Alwei was the goo master. But she had a small goo. And in order to feed this big stomach king, she brought a lot of 1,000 goo kings from the Hades. She didn't hide the feeding of the little goo from Yin Jiuqiao. And Yin Jiuqiao saw it, and thought it was normal for her to raise goo. But why did she suddenly talk about this in the middle of the night? So you put a goo on me, right? Yin Jiuqiao's cold voice sounded in Yuan's ears. And Yuan woke up half of her sleepiness, looking at him in confusion. What is going on? When did I put a goo on you? Wait, have you been put on a goo? Yuan said, reaching out to touch Yin Jiuqiao's forehead. But Yin Jiuqiao grabbed her wrist. The wrist was soft, as if it softened to his heart all of a sudden. And his heartbeat accelerated. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes became more fierce. You still say you didn't put a goo on me? Yuan looked confused. What goo did I put on you? Love goo, Yin Jiuqiao said coldly. Yuan. Love goo? What is this? She has never heard of it. Okay. Where can she find such a goo to put on him? By the way, why did he insist that he had put a love goo on him? Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, what makes you say that I put this kind of goo on you? If I didn't, why would I? Yin Jiuqiao stopped talking here. His throat only slid. But his eyes said it all. Yuan's eyes rolled around, approached him, and smiled mischievously. Are you tempted? Yin Jiuqiao's breathing stagnated, and he stepped back to avoid her seductive breath, and gritted his teeth and said, so you admit that you put a bewitching spell on me? Yuan did not answer, but smiled evilly and asked, so you admit that you have improper thoughts about me? What about not being a child bride? Are you going to be slapped in the face soon? Yin Jiuqiao shook off her hand, turned his face away, and said coldly, that's because you put a bewitching spell on me. Yuan supported her head with one hand and looked at him leisurely. Yes, I put a bewitching spell on you. I heard that this kind of bewitching spell is very powerful. People who are bewitched will never escape in this life. Yin Jiuqiao gritted his teeth and said, you really have ulterior motives. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, why? Is this the first day you met me? Yin Jiuqiao said fiercely, I won't be fooled. Yuan was happy. Okay. You won't be fooled. Just bear the love poison by yourself. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Yuan turned over and ignored him. Originally, she thought that if she ignored him for a while, he would calm down. But he tossed and turned, and his breath was violent. Even Yuan suspected that he would not sleep all night if he continued like this. After all, she still felt sorry for him. Yuan sighed secretly, lifted the quilt and got out of bed, and made him a cup of fire-reducing tea. This should finally be quiet. But after Yin Jiuqiao drank the fire-reducing tea, not only did he not get better, but he lifted the quilt and got off the bed, holding the cup tightly in his palm, looking at Yuan with his eyes like torches. You didn't give me a poison enough. And you also gave me drugs? Yuan? What? Why did you talk about drugs again? Yin Jiuqiao coldly placed the cup on the bedside table and walked towards Yuan step by step. Yuan stepped back and bumped into the bedpost. Yuan had nowhere to retreat. Yin Jiuqiao supported the bedpost with one hand and looked at her dangerously. Why learn something else? Learn to drug men? Yuan was completely puzzled. I didn't drug you. It was just a cup of herbal tea. Yin Jiuqiao sneered. Make up? Keep making up. Yuan was convinced by him. Who is making up? Can you be reasonable? You have nothing to say. Right? Yin Jiuqiao snorted coldly. Yuan was defeated by him. She held her forehead and sighed helplessly. Okay. I'll give you the drug. Is it okay? Yin Jiuqiao looked as if it was just as expected. I knew it. Yuan rolled her eyes. Okay. I admit it. Can I go to bed now? Yin Jiuqiao pinched her chin. It's easy for you to think about it. Yuan was speechless. What do you want? Yin Jiuqiao pushed her against the pillar and said evilly, Woman, you light the fire yourself. Put it out yourself. Yuan. Helian Baiming knew that Yin Jiuqiao had to return to Dezhou as soon as possible to prepare the antidote. He replaced the horses for them before dawn the next day. They were all top-grade horses he carefully selected. However, Helian Baiming was surprised to find a problem. Among the horses that came back with Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan, there was a horse with excellent qualifications. After traveling so much, its companions were already exhausted, but it was still full of energy. General, do you want to change this horse? Asked the long-serving Yu Gang. Helian Baiming shook his head. No. This horse is fine. Leave it. Hey! Yu Gang changed the remaining horses and brought some fruits and feed to this horse. Leaving again. The old lady was unhappy. I'll be back soon. Next time. Bring Tidan with you, Yuan said with a smile. When the old lady heard that she was going to bring back her other little grandson, she immediately became happy. Go! Be careful on the road. The group got on the carriage. The little snow fox jumped on the carriage and wanted to go with Yuan. Yuan looked at the faint red mark on its forehead, and then looked at Helian Baiming sitting in a wheelchair. She had a vague guess in her heart. Although she didn't know if it was because of it, it was better not to take it away. All the habits of the uncle in the past 6 months should be maintained until he is completely recovered. Yuan said softly, Okay. You just follow your uncle first. The little snow fox turned his back aggrievedly and covered himself with his fox tail. Yuan took out a big meat bun from the food box. Here. This is for you. The little snow fox felt better after having the big meat bun. He held the big meat bun and watched Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao leave eagerly. Fuling and Zisu should have been by her side to serve her. But the two had been in Wudong Garden for so long that the old lady had become accustomed to their service. So Yuan left them behind and took Pinger on the road. It was a little late last night, and Yuan wanted to catch up on sleep. So she let the 3 little black eggs get on Pinger's carriage. I don't know if it was because he hated himself who lost control last night, but Yin Jiuqiao especially got on another carriage. But after the carriage had been driving for a while, he felt uneasy. I felt very lost, as if I needed to hold something in my arms to fill the emptiness in my heart. Brother 9, damn woman. You cast a spell on me again. Chapter 697 The Doting Wife Maniac. The carriage that Yuan slept in was pulled by the general. At first, it was 2 horses, but after walking for so long, it became more and more energetic. And now it can easily pull 3 horses. The carriage pulled by the general was fast and stable, and it seemed to carry a melody of I can do whatever I want in the world. And Yuan soon fell asleep. However, in a half-awake state, she felt that someone got on her carriage and cast 2 burning eyes on her. The eyes revealed a certain danger, and she woke up from her sleep. She looked closely and found that it was Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao's expression was not good. Or to be more precise, his expression was not right. The little eyes that were staring at her were as if he wanted to eat her in one bite. Yuan was scared. Why are you looking at me like that? It was not strange for him to sit in a carriage alone. And it was not strange for him to suddenly get on her carriage. But she couldn't resist staring at her with such eyes. Yin Jiuqiu stared straight into Yuan's eyes. His voice as cold as a pond. It's fine if you put a curse on me at night. But you put a curse on me during the day. Why? Why did I put a curse on you again? Yuan was confused. Okay. This guy had been bothering her for most of the night. And she hadn't settled the score with him yet. But he didn't let her catch up on her sleep in broad daylight. And instead blamed her. Can you please be reasonable? Yuan sat up and punched the pillow. She, Niu Huli Yuan, was not someone who could be easily bullied. Yin Jiuqiu was not frightened by her anger at all. He had been staring at her for a long time. When she was asleep, she looked like a lazy little orange cat. And when she was angry, she looked like a little orange cat with its fur standing on end. In short, they were all kittens. And he angrily discovered that even when she looked fierce, she was damn cute. Not the cuteness of a daughter, but the cuteness of a woman. Yin Jiuqiu's heart began to beat violently again. Yuan was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. She was hungry when she was angry. She opened the lunch box, took a piece of red date cake, and ate it with a grunt. It was rare for someone to eat in the middle of a quarrel. Yin Jiuqiu watched her eat the snacks in small bites. And a picture of a fat squirrel chewing fruit appeared in his mind, which he thought was very similar to her. Yuan ate 3 pieces in one breath. Seeing that he was still staring at her without blinking, she felt a little embarrassed. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, coughed lightly and said, Well, if you think I have cast a spell on you, I will remove it for you. It's a psychological effect. Once it is removed, it will be gone. She still wants to catch up on her sleep. After the removal, Yin Jiuqiu looked at Yuan meaningfully. Yuan yawned. After the cure, you won't want to bother me anymore. Yin Jiuqiu narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you sure that the cure will not harm you? It won't cause you to be mentally weak. Your yuanqi will be seriously injured. Your chest will feel stuffy. Your tendons will be reversed. And you may even be on the verge of death? Yuan chuckled. How is it possible? A fake cure. Yuan was halfway through her words when she caught a glimpse of Yin Jiuqiu's increasingly dangerous eyes. Her intuition told Yuan that she would be struck by lightning if she told the truth. She blinked blankly, coughed twice, looked away, looked at the snacks in the food box, and said seriously, You are infected with Tianzi Jia goo, the most difficult goo in the world. No one else. If you cure it, I will die. I knew it, Yin Jiuqiu said with a cold look. You really put a lot of effort into it. Yuan. Yin Jiuqiu hugged Yuan in his arms, tightly fitting her. Yuan was hot. Yuan drooped her head and asked listlessly, Do you have to do this? Yin Jiuqiu said domineeringly, Isn't this what you want? A little thing that says one thing but means another. Yuan, who was caught off guard by a big pot on her back. What can I say? I am also desperate. Yuan was really tired, although it was a bit hot to hold her. He knew to fan himself after handing her a fan. Yuan fell asleep quickly, and this time, she really slept so soundly that she would not wake up even if struck by thunder. Yin Jiuqiu fanned her while looking at the chubby girl in his arms. The emptiness in his heart was finally filled. He breathed a sigh of relief. And suddenly, somehow, he kissed her on the cheek. After kissing, he was shocked himself. However, when he thought that this girl had poisoned him, he felt relieved again. It's just the poison. The young master hugged her tighter with a clear conscience. On the way from Feiyu Villa to the capital of Nanzhao, they experienced several autumn rains. But when they left the capital of Nanzhao, the weather was good and the sun was shining brightly. So they arrived at Xiqing without any obstacles. Xiqing is the last big city in the southern part of Nanzhao. They didn't have a pass at the beginning, so they had to work hard to enter Xiqing. Now they have official seals, so they can go anywhere without any worries. But when they think back to the chaotic experience, they feel like they are in another world. Madam, what are you thinking about? After dinner at the restaurant, Ing Lu found that Yuan was a little absent-minded while waiting for Pinger to pay the bill. Yuan came back to her senses and said, I was thinking about how Shura and Awei were doing. We left in a hurry this time and didn't pass by the Dark City. When they left the Dark City and went to the Wu clan, Shura and Awei were in seclusion, and Qingyan and Yuego stayed to wait for them. They left marks along the way, and if they came out of seclusion, they should be able to find them. Yuan sighed. I'm afraid they will follow the marks to find the Wu clan, but end up with nothing. Ing Lu comforted. If they really go to the Wu clan, Zhou Jin will tell them that we are back. The men are all experts and very fast. Yuan looked at the crowded street and couldn't help but sigh. They were all there when we passed by Xiqing last time. Now there are only a few of us left. Ing Lu said. They will catch up. Yeah. Yuan nodded. Pinger paid the bill over there. Let's go. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan escorted Yuan to the carriage. Yin Jiuqiao took the 3 little black eggs to buy candied haws. On the street not far away, the carriage slowly moved forward. When passing a small alley, they saw that it was crowded with people, almost blocking their way. Yuan lifted the curtain. What's wrong? I'll go take a look, Ing Shursan said, jumped off the carriage, squeezed into the crowd, and saw a girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old kneeling in front of a coffin shop to sell her body to bury her father. Ing Shursan was a dead man, so he could naturally see that the white cloth covered the real body. The weather in Nanjiao was hot, and the body already had some smell. The onlookers covered their mouths and noses. But the girl was kneeling behind the body in mourning, without any disgust. Yes, how could she dislike her own father's body? But she was not very old, and it was not easy for her to hold back her fear. Ing Shursan returned to the carriage and reported, a girl sold herself to bury her father. There were many people watching the fun, but few people were willing to help. The road was blocked. Yuan waited for a while, but the crowd did not disperse. Instead, the traffic jam became worse. She said, forget it. It's pitiful. Go to the coffin shop and buy a coffin for her father, and then let the shop assistants help her bury the man. Xiqing is also the fief of the Helian family. She is the daughter of the Helian family. When encountering such a thing, how can she ignore it? Yes. Ing Shursan took the order and went. He spent 5 taels of silver to buy a coffin, and gave the shop another 5 taels of silver to help carry the person to a suitable place for burial. The shopkeeper of the coffin shop took the money and hurriedly asked the assistants to carry the coffin away. The shopkeeper said, girl, a kind-hearted young man bought a coffin for your father and asked us to help bury your father. You should go back. Everyone has dispersed. Don't watch the fun here anymore. The girl raised her head with red eyes. Excuse me. Which young man is it? The shopkeeper pointed to Ing Shursan, who had just walked a short distance away. The young man in black. Thank you. The girl kowtowed to the shopkeeper with tears in her eyes, stood up and chased Ing Shursan, because she knelt for too long. Her legs were a little numb, and she fell to the ground. Ing Shursan paused and turned around subconsciously. It was not that he pitied the girl, but that the dead soldiers would always react vigilantly in the first time when facing sudden situations around them. The girl hurriedly got up, not caring about her bruised knees, and chased after Ing Shursan in a panic. Master. Ing Shursan looked at her calmly. Is there something wrong? The girl knelt down. Thank you for your help. Master. My name is Xianglian. From now on, Xianglian is your person. Ing Shursan frowned and said, you are not mine. The girl looked up at him. But master buried my father. Ing Shursan said calmly, that's because you blocked my master's way. The girl was stunned. Ing Shursan strode forward. The girl chased him again and knelt in front of Ing Shursan. Sir, please take Xianglian in. Xianglian lost her mother when she was young and depended on her father for life. Now her father has passed away. Xianglian is alone and helpless, and there is no way to make a living in the future. Ing Shursan said coldly, what does it have to do with me how you live? Get out of the way. Sir. The girl grabbed Ing Shursan's clothes and begged bitterly. I can't take your money for nothing. I am willing to work like a cow and a horse for you. The crowd that had been evacuated with great difficulty once again crowded in because of the girl's behavior of hugging thighs in the street. Ing Shursan clenched his fists in frustration. Are you unable to survive? Or do you want to pay off your debt to me? Both. The girl choked up. What happened to Ing Shursan? Yuan looked in the direction of Ing Shursan and saw that he seemed to be entangled by a little girl. Go and see. Ing Lu came back quickly and said to Yuan, it's the little girl who sold herself to bury her father just now. She said she sold herself to bury her father. Ing Shursan buried her father, and she became Ing Shursan's. Ing Shursan didn't want her, but she refused to leave. Yuan paused. Bring her here. Yes. Ing Lu went to bring the girl over. My young lady wants to see you. The girl knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the carriage. Xianglian greets the young lady. Yuan lifted the curtain of the window, looked at her and said, you just said. What's your name? My name is Xiang Lian. The girl knelt on the ground and answered. Yuan asked indifferently, Where are you from? You don't sound like you are from Xiqing. Xiang Lian replied, To answer, madam. I am from Dazhou. I came here with my father for business. But my father died of a serious illness, and the money in my hand was robbed. I was really desperate and wanted to sell myself to bury my father. I really had nowhere to go. Please take me in. Madam, Yuan said, we buried your father for you. And you still rely on us. This is unreasonable. If you have any difficulties, go to the government. No matter where you are from. The government will send you back. Xiang Lian raised her head and looked at Yuan, but I have no relatives at home. Yuan looked at this beautiful face and said slowly, I met you by chance. Just because I am kind. Do I have to be responsible for you to the end? Girl, you are bullying an honest man. Do you know that? Even if this is the fiefdom of their Hellion family, there is no reason for her to take in a person who comes. Besides, she said she was from the Great Zhou. Where are you from in the Great Zhou? Yuan asked. Yancheng, Xiang Lian said. No way. What a coincidence. She avoided the fiefdom of the Hellion family, but went to the fiefdom of Yanjiuchao. As the mistress of Yancheng, she naturally couldn't leave the people of Yancheng wandering outside. But why did she feel that this matter was a bit strange? Yuan's eyes fell on her face. Tell me more specifically. Where are you from in Yancheng? Which street? Which door? Which household? Xiang Lian wiped her tears and replied, My home is in Qinglu Street and Qinglu Lane in the east of Yancheng. My home sells spices. The shop is not big, and there are not many customers in the shop. Most of the time, my father and I carry the load to the street to sell. Yuan looked at Ing Shursan and Ing Lu. The two nodded slightly. They didn't know whether it was a spice shop or not. But Qinglu Street and Qinglu Lane were definitely correct. It couldn't be described so specifically. It didn't seem like they were made up on the spur of the moment. Yuan said calmly, Let's do this. I also want to go to the Zhou. Although I won't pass through Yancheng. I can put you near Yancheng. Since you still have a shop at home, you can run it yourself. If you really don't want to run it, you can sell it. Then use the money to find other ways to make a living. It's better than being a slave. If you are willing, I will take you. If you are not willing, then step aside. I will just pretend that I have never seen you today. Xiang Lian knelt down and walked a few steps, holding the wheel of the carriage and said, I am willing. I will listen to you. Madam, let her and Pinger sit in the same carriage. Yuan ordered. Ing Lu brought people to Pinger's carriage. Young madam. Ing Shursan looked at Yuan deeply. Yuan said, You also think she has a problem, right? I just think it's too coincidental. Yuan sneered, Yes. Something happened in the Hellion family's fiefdom. I can't just ignore it. And she is from Yancheng. Yin Jiucha can't just ignore it. This identity is a bit interesting. Just when they were about to leave Nanzhao, they were blamed by someone. It's not her conspiracy theory. There are too many people who want to make them miserable along the way. It's always right to be more careful. Ing Shursan whispered, Madam, do you need to let me get rid of her to eliminate future troubles? Yuan smiled faintly. After this one is solved, will you ask them to arrange a more powerful one? It's not that this woman named Xiang Lian must be someone's spy. Everything is just Yuan's cautious guess. But if Xiang Lian is innocent, it would be wrong to get rid of her. If Xiang Lian was instructed by someone, then accepting this one will not only make the other party relax their vigilance temporarily, but also follow the clues to see who is so anxious to deal with him. Do you need to remind Pinger? Ing Shursan asked. Yuan waved her hand. No. That girl is stupid. It's safer not to know. Knowing it, if you accidentally reveal a flaw, you may be killed by the other party. Ing Shursan thought this was feasible, and thought of something, and asked again, Young master and young master. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then there's no need to remind them. It would be a blessing if the four of them didn't cause trouble to others. But who could cause trouble to them? While talking, Yin Jiucha came back with a bunch of small black eggs, each of which was holding a bunch of shiny candied haws in its hand. I want to ride a horse, Xiaobao said. I want one too, Erbao said. Debao nodded. Yes. 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 Yin Jiuchao threw the 3 small eggs to Ing Shursan and Ing Lu. Ing Lu took Xiaobao. Ing Shursan took Erbao and Debao, and they rode on 2 tall horses respectively. The 3 of them licked the shiny candied haws and sat on the horses, looking so proud. Yuan suddenly felt a little greedy for her son's candied haws, which were sour and sweet and looked delicious. Gulp. Yuan swallowed her saliva. Just after swallowing, a string of candied haws that was bigger and brighter than the one in San Xiaodan's hand appeared in front of Yuan. Yuan was stunned. Yuan's original intention was, how did he know I wanted to eat candied haws? She didn't want to eat it just now, but she was greedy now. Seeing her standing still, Yin Jiucha said with disgust, why? It's not enough to buy it for you. Do you still want me to feed you? If I feed you, the food will be fragrant? You are really spoiled. Without waiting for Yuan to say no, Yin Jiuchao held Yuan on his lap with great coldness, and fed her with great disgust. Not. Chapter 698, Killed by the Cruel Ninth Brother. The scheming little fat bull. Yuan was still happy in the morning that the weather was good all the way. But in the afternoon, it started to rain heavily. The group had no village in front and no shop behind, so they had to find a dilapidated temple to shelter from the rain. The rain came quickly and went away quickly, and it stopped in less than half an hour. The group continued on the road, but they did not arrive at Qinghe town before dark. Young master, young madam, let's set up camp by the stream tonight, Ing Shisan said. When Yin Jiuchao first inherited the memory of the master, he almost killed Ing Lu and Ing Shisan. But the next day, the two accidentally called him young master. He was stunned for a moment, as if he was wondering where the young master came from. But after a while, he seemed to dig something out from the depths of his memory. In short, he accepted this title, and the two secret guards. Yeah. Yin Jiuchao hugged the sleeping and drooling fatty one in his arms, and responded softly, giving the two a look that told them to do it quietly. The two looked at the three little black eggs sleeping on the couch, but no one cared about them, and then looked at the young lady, who was tightly protected by the young master. A voice flashed through their hearts at the same time. Who said that a child with a father is a treasure? Isn't this still a 3-grain grass? I'll help you. Pinga lifted the curtain and wanted to get off the carriage. Inglu said, no. You stay in the carriage. It's all rough work. You can't do it. If Fuling's big and strong maid was here, maybe she could help. But Pinger and Xianglian, who was picked up halfway, should forget it. Ing Lu and Ing Shisan took the tent and tools for camping from the last carriage, found a dry and open grassland, and set up camp seriously. It didn't rain here, and the land was dry, which was perfect for camping. Xianglian and Pinger sat in the carriage obediently, although Ing Lu didn't ask them to help. Pinger seemed a little restless. She looked out from time to time, fearing that Ing Lu and Ying Shisan needed help, so she could go over whenever she could. Ping. Xianglian called her softly. The two of them sat in the carriage together for an afternoon, which was considered a small relationship. However, Pinger didn't talk much and was slow to warm up. She would hardly say anything unless Xianglian took the initiative to talk to her. What's wrong? Xianglian? Is there something wrong? Pinger asked. Xianglian smiled and asked, are you also from Dazhou? I'm not. Pinger shook her head. Are you from Nanzhao? Xianglian asked again. I'm from the Jade Country, Pinger said. Jade Country? Xianglian looked surprised, as if she had never heard of it. A very far place. Pinger herself couldn't explain where exactly the Emerald Country was. She was taken along all the way. She went wherever Yin Jiuch and Yuan went. She didn't have to worry about where to go or how to go. She only had to fulfill her duties and take good care of their food and daily life. Yuan liked to use Pinger, in large part because Pinger did more and said less. Yuan was not shy and could use Pinger easily. Xianglian smiled and asked Pinger, what did the young master and the young lady do in such a far place? It seems, to find someone. Pinger thought about it seriously. She naturally didn't know about the detoxification of Yin Jiuchao. She only knew that the young master and the young lady were very persistent in going to the Wu clan. As for what they were doing in the Wu clan, no one told her, and she didn't go beyond the limit to ask. But in the end, the young lady recognized Grandpa Bao in the outer village of the Wu clan. So she thought. The young lady and the young master went to the Wu clan to find Grandpa Bao. Of course, they also looked for the Witch King. But wasn't Grandpa Bao's son brought back by the Witch King? Then their purpose of looking for the Witch King is also very obvious. In order to let the Witch King divine and help Grandpa Bao find his son. Looking for someone. Looking for someone. Going to such a far place? Xianglian murmured in a low voice. Pinger couldn't sit still any longer. She wanted to go down to help. Ping. Xianlian grabbed her hand. Young master's health. Isn't it not so good? Pinger widened her eyes and said, how could it be? Young master's health is the best. His martial arts is the best among the few. In Pinger's cognition, high martial arts equals good health. Nothing wrong. How can you also know martial arts? Did you follow the wrong person? What did you say? Pinger didn't hear clearly. Ah. Nothing. Xianlian smiled awkwardly, pointing to Ingshi-san and the other two who were setting up the tent. It seems to be set up. Let's take the luggage down. The two took the cotton quilt and other soft things down and spread them in their respective tents. There were 4 tents in total. Old Suedo and Grandma had 1 tent. Pinger and Xianlian had 1 tent. Inglu and Ingshi-san had 1 tent. Yin Jiuchao, Yuan, and the 3 little black eggs had 1 tent. Old Suedo was exhausted, and his waist was not his own after all the bumps. He got off the carriage with his sore waist, looked at the grandmother, who was more haggard than him, and wondered, I don't understand. You said that all the medicines have been found, and you have done what you should do. Why don't you go back to the ghost tribe? Or stay in Nanzhao to enjoy a good life? Why do you have to suffer and make another trip? You don't understand. Jiuchao may not need him anymore, but the children of Lianhua village need him. Grandma silently carried the textbooks and teaching plans that she had flipped through countless times in her arms, and walked into the tent with lofty ambitions. Yin Jiuchao carried the sleeping Yuan into his tent. Ingshi-san held Dabao and Erbao, and Inglu held Xiaobao, and walked towards Yin Jiuchao and Yuan's tent. Just when the two were about to put the 3 little black eggs into their parents' tent, Yin Jiuchao closed the tent. The stunned Inglu and Ingshi-san. The two of them looked at the 3 sleeping little black eggs with sympathy, and silently carried them back to their tent. Inglu lay on the left. Ingshi-san lay on the right. And in the middle were 3 cute little black eggs. This scene was really a bit. There were cooking utensils and ingredients on the carriage. Pinger built a small stove and asked Xianlian to light a fire. She took the ingredients to the stream to wash. The stream was not far away, and it was just a few steps away. Pinger washed a few sweet potatoes, a basket of radishes and green vegetables, 10 local eggs and 2 large pieces of high-quality cured pork belly. It was hot in Nanzhao, and it was difficult to pickle cured meat. This was bought by the vendor from Dazhou. Tan saw that it was easy to preserve, so she brought some for them on the road. As for the green vegetables, these were all bought on the road. When Pinger washed the ingredients and took them over, Xianlian had already started the fire. Pinger put the sweet potatoes next to the fire, then cut the bacon, green vegetables and radishes, fried them, and stewed them in a pot. In a moment, the tempting aroma floated out. The little black eggs fell asleep near dusk, and they probably wouldn't wake up until tomorrow morning. Yin Jiuchao woke Yuan up to eat something. Yuan was not very hungry, so she only ate half a roasted sweet potato and 2 slices of bacon, sat for a while, and went for a walk by the stream with Yin Jiuchao. Ingshi-san and Inglu stayed behind, one to take care of the 3 little black eggs, and the other to keep an eye on Xianlian. Until here, Xianlian didn't show any difference. Could it be? Did they misunderstand her? Pinger. Xianlian pulled her sleeve imperceptibly while cleaning up the cooking utensils. What's wrong? Pinger turned around and asked. Xianlian bit her lip and said, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you help me look? Okay. Pinger agreed without much hesitation. The two of them went deep into the forest together. The girl was shy, so she naturally wouldn't bring her guards with her when she went to the bathroom. Where did they go? Ingshi-san opened the tent and saw that the people in front of the campfire had disappeared. So he hurriedly asked Inglu. Inglu said, they went to the forest. It must be a girl's business. Don't follow them. Ingshi-san felt that things were not that simple. Once a person has doubts about another person, everything he does is likely to arouse suspicion. Ingshi-san looked at the direction the two left and said to Inglu, keep an eye on the young master. I'll be back soon. Inglu grabbed him and said, Hey. She went to the toilet. What if you see something you shouldn't see? Do you mind? Ingshi-san asked back. Inglu was stunned. Ingshi-san said, don't worry. I won't look at anything I shouldn't look at. I'm just worried that she might use Pinger as a cover to quietly leave here, contact someone, or set a trap. We have collected all the medicines, and we can detoxify the young master by returning to the capital to get all the herbs. The more critical the moment, the more we can't take it lightly. You make sense. I was speechless. Ing Lu let go of his hand. Ing Shusen concealed his breath and quietly chased in the direction of the two. It must be said that Ing Shusen has been a killer for many years, and he has an almost magical intuition about danger. Xianglian is indeed not going to relieve herself, and she is indeed planning to use Pinger to cover herself. However, Xianglian herself did not expect that halfway through the journey, her stomach suddenly hurt. She did not know what was wrong with her. Her stomach suddenly hurt. Hey, what's wrong with you? Pinger saw something was wrong and hurried to support her. Xianglian's stomach was cramped, and she broke out in cold sweat. I think I have a stomachache. Ing Shusen followed here, and saw that Xianglian's pain was not fake. So he turned around and went back to the tent. Xianglian wanted to leave Pinger and do something countless times that night, but she was defeated by diarrhea every time. Why are we all fine? Only you have diarrhea? Pinger was puzzled. Everyone was eating from the same pot and the same bowl. There was no reason why Xianglian was the only one who suffered. What Pinger didn't know was that they were busy outside and their diet was not as good as at home. The few of them had already developed a strong stomach, but Xianglian's stomach was very delicate. A roasted sweet potato and a bowl of bacon and pork belly soup made her feel unable in an instant. But Xianglian didn't realize this. She was also wondering why she was the only one who had diarrhea when she ate from the same pot with them. Could it be that her bowl and chopsticks were tampered with? Have these people found out that she was of unknown origin and started to suspect her? So no matter how much she asked Pinger, she couldn't get any useful information out of her. That's right. It must be like this. Xianglian was guilty. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this group of people were deliberately harming her. This made named Pinger look silly, but she was probably a black-hearted person inside. Let me help you over. Pinger stretched out her hand. No need. Xianglian raised her arm and avoided Pinger's hand. Her movements were very large, and Pinger was scared by her. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. You stay away. Don't pass the disease to you. Xianglian's eyes flickered. Xianglian felt that Pinger, this silly girl, didn't understand that she was actually a martial arts master. Otherwise, since the group of people saw through her, how could they feel at ease to put her in the carriage of this silly girl? It must be this girl watching her. She should not do anything to Pinger, so as not to suffer from Pinger's poisonous hands in return. If Yuan and Pinger knew what Xianglian had imagined, they would probably laugh their heads off. Pinger, a master? She is a weakling who can't even hold 3 little black eggs. Okay, I remember. There is medicine in the carriage. I'll go get it for you. Don't walk around. It's not safe to go too far, Pinger said, then turned around and ran towards the tent and carriage with her skirt lifted. She was trying to get medicine for Xianglian, but in Xianglian's eyes, it seemed like she was going back to inform Yuan and Yin Jiuch. It's not a good place to stay for long. Xianglian didn't care about the pain in her stomach and decided to leave quickly. After Pinger left the tent, she ran into Yuan and Yin Jiuchao returning from a walk. Seeing her panic, Yuan asked, "What happened?" "Pinger?" Pinger said. "Ah, that. Xianglian has a stomachache. I'll get her some diarrhea medicine." "Stomachache? What did you eat?" Yuan murmured strangely and said to her, "Tell her to come to me later, and I'll take a look at her." Yuan cherished this enemy feather very much. After all, this feather is so stupid and easy to coax. Isn't it? If a stronger one comes, who knows if they can still defend so perfectly? Yuan doesn't want Xianglian to get into trouble. Sincerely, Pinger went to find Xianglian, but found that Xianglian was gone. "Madam, Xianglian is gone," Pinger said in shock. "No way. She ran away just like that? I haven't done anything yet." "No. We have to find her." Ing Lu and Ing Shusen set out to look for Xianglian, while Yuan and Yin Jiuchou went to pick some small wild fruits for tomorrow morning, leaving Xiao Gugu to guard the 2 grandmas and Xiao Haiden. Xianglian's stomach ached like a knife, and she felt like she was in HL. She also felt that they were catching up with her, so she jumped down a small hill in a hurry. But she happened to run into Yuan and Yin Jiuchou, who were picking fruits. "Xianglian?" Yuan was surprised. As a doctor, Yuan first noticed Xianglian's complexion. She was really sick, but it didn't seem like an ordinary stomach upset. Judging from her condition and the fact that she was covering her stomach with her hands, she looked more like she had a problem with her appendix. "Xianglian, come here. I'll take a look at you," Yuan said seriously. How could Xianglian dare to show it to her? Xianglian retreated again and again. Yuan walked towards her. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Do you have a stomachache? You need surgery. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Don't come over. Xianglian pulled out the dagger hidden in her sleeve. The dagger was obviously not an ordinary weapon. A cold light flashed in Yin Jiuchu's eyes. He did not move. But a deadly internal force rushed out like an arrow from a string. Xianglian didn't react at all. And then she heard a loud bang. And the dagger broke into powder. At almost the same time, her palm, wrist, and even her entire arm and half of her body seemed to be blown up by something, and instantly became numb. Xianglian was completely stunned. She had never seen such a terrible master. You know, that was a magic weapon made of black iron, which could cut iron like mud. And even the legendary Panlong stone could be cut. But this man broke it into pieces without any effort. Because of being too frightened, Xianglian fell to the ground with a butt. And I don't know whether it was because of pain or fear. Xianglian was sweating. Her face was as pale as paper. Her lips were black. And her whole body was trembling. She is almost unable. Yuan took a few steps over. Her belly was big. She couldn't squat, so she had to kneel instead. Xianglian wanted to resist, but she couldn't move at all because of the pain. She just stared at the rich lady in front of her kneeling in the muddy grass to give her a humble spy examination. Does it hurt here? After Yuan took her pulse, she had a rough idea in her mind and pressed her lower right abdomen again. Ah, Xianglian screamed. It's the appendix for sure. Yuan said to her. You have acute appendicitis. The situation is very urgent. You must have surgery immediately. Otherwise it will cause perforation and peritonitis, which is even more serious. Xianglian didn't understand what inflammation was, and she didn't understand surgery even more. She was not a doctor. Yuan said to Yin Jiuchao, help me to help her back. No. A certain young master turned his face away in disdain and looked up at the sky. Yuan took a deep breath, looked in the direction from which she came and called, 13. Xiaolu. People are here. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu heard Yuan shouting and rushed over with Qigong. The two were really shocked when they saw Xianglian's appearance. What's wrong with her? Did you beat her? Young master? Ing Lu was stunned. Yin Jiuchao. Chapter 699 The Miracle Doctor Mother. The mastermind behind the scenes. Yin Jiuchao gave Ing Lu a ruthless glare. If he beat her, would she still be alive? Yuan explained. She has a sudden illness and needs surgery. Hurry and take her back to the tent. The two took her back to the tent. Although Lao Tsuedo is a miracle doctor and has operated on people, they were all external wounds or bone scraping. Cutting a hole in a person's stomach, he has never done it. So this operation can only be completed by Yuan. I'll help you, Lao Tsuedo said. In the past, the attending doctor was always Old Chui, and Yuan was the assistant. But now they have been swapped. Not to mention, Old Chui feels awkward. He is old, but his medical skills are not as good as a little girl. Isn't it embarrassing to spread the news? But the strong curiosity and strong interest in learning suppressed the awkwardness in Old Chui's heart. He always knew that this girl was different. But every time he thought he knew her well, this girl would make him feel something new. Pinger and Ing Shursan both knew that Yuan and Old Chui knew medical skills. They had seen this kind of situation many times on weekdays, and they immediately understood how to cooperate with her. Pinger opened the curtain of her tent without saying anything, so that Ing Shursan and Ing Lu could put the person in. After Ing Shursan and Ing Lu put the person on the soft mattress, they went back to the carriage and took a bag of things that Xianglian could not understand and hung them on the top of the tent. Xianglian's reaction was a little slow due to the pain, but she didn't faint completely. She felt like a piece of fish being pressed on a chopping board with a blank face. Suddenly she reached out and grabbed Ing Shursan's sleeve, and asked fearfully and painfully, "What are you going to do to me?" Ing Shursan said calmly, "You are lucky to meet the young lady." "No. What kind of answer is this?" Xianglian looked at Ing Lu, who was standing aside. But Ing Lu didn't receive her look of help. After setting up the tent, he went out with Ing Shursan. The tent was not big, and Pinger didn't stay in it after taking out what she could take. People are always full of fear of unknown food. Xianglian didn't understand where her abdominal pain came from, and she didn't understand how the other party was going to punish her. She was so scared that she couldn't stop shaking on the ground. She heard Yuan tell someone, "Go cook a bowl of sesame soup." "Okay." It was Pinger's voice that responded. Xianglian had heard of what Ma Fei Tang was. It was a medicine used to relieve pain and make people sleepy. People would only take it when they needed to scrape bones and heal wounds. Why did they give her Ma Fei San? Could it be that they wanted to? While thinking, the curtain of the tent was opened. Yuan walked in with difficulty. The reason for the difficulty was mainly because the tent was short, and she had to bend over. She was pregnant, and it was not easy to bend over. Old Chui came in with a square medicine box and followed her in. Are you sure, girl? Old Chui asked. He and Yuan knelt down on both sides of Xianglian. Xianglian looked at him in horror. Then at Yuan, who was sitting opposite him. Yuan put on her homemade gloves and asked Old Chui to wear a pair as well. This is my first time doing this operation. 2. Old Chui's mouth twitched. You are very brave then. Xianglian saw Yuan open the medicine box and take out a knife with a cold glow. Her eyebrows jumped. What are you going to do? Yuan said seriously. Don't be afraid. I am very good at cutting. There is something in your stomach that is inflamed. I will cut open your stomach and take out the inflamed thing. It's just a minor operation. My master is a miracle doctor. Xianglian hurriedly looked at Old Chui. Old Chui said, Don't look at me. I have never done it. Xianglian wanted to cry on the spot. Are you sure you two are not quacks? Also, what do you mean by good knife skills? Do you think you are cutting meat? Xianglian was convinced that they were going to torture her. And she struggled desperately. But Yuan held her down with one hand. This fat girl didn't seem to know martial arts. But how could she be so strong? She was held so tightly that she couldn't move. Yuan said, Don't move. You might cut yourself if you touch the scalpel. Xianglian didn't know what to do. She looked around and said quickly, It's so dark in the tent. You, can you see clearly? As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan's eyes shone, and she snapped her fingers. Bright. Then the saint stones in the tent lit up. Xianglian finally understood what Yingshi San and Ying Lu had hung on the top of the tent. It turned out to be a pile of glowing stones. But it was strange. How could the stones glow? And they were actually colorful. Yuan sighed. Oh, I'm not having a party. Why is it so colorful? Yin Shizi gurgled and spit out a bubble of water. The saint stone turned a dazzling white. Xianglian felt like she had seen a ghost. There was no need for the Ma Fei Tang. She fainted directly. Strictly speaking, Xianglian's reaction was not strange. You have to know that even Yuan and the others did not receive all the information from the beginning. They dug up the truth step by step from Nanzhao to the ghost tribe. From the ghost tribe to the underworld. From hearing to questioning. From questioning to verifying. And lived in shock every day. Oh my God! Is this true? Isn't that extinct? Their experience was a step-by-step process. If they saw someone lighting up the saint stone in front of them, like Xianglian at the beginning, their reaction would probably not be much better than Xianglian's. In order to prevent Xianglian from waking up in pain, Yuan still gave her some Ma Fei Tang. Fortunately, she was injected, because Xianglian woke up halfway through. However, her head was dizzy, and she couldn't tell whether she was dreaming or in reality. I'll try the effect of Ma Fei Tang, Yuan said to Xianglian. Yuan pinched Xianglian. Do you feel it? Xianglian shook her head slightly. How about this? Yuan stabbed Xianglian again. Xianglian shook her head again. Yuan was surprised. It doesn't hurt like this. I used a needle to prick it. Old Chui finally couldn't help but get angry. Of course she doesn't feel any pain. You pricked my hand? Yuan looked at Old Chui's hand that was swollen like a bun on Xianglian's belly, and silently blocked her head with a scalpel. The operation went smoothly. Except that Yuan's hand was really strong when suturing. Old Chui felt pain for Xianglian, and felt that Xianglian could wake up in a minute. The rest of the process shocked Old Chui. Old Chui was a miracle doctor. When he met this girl, she was a veterinarian. Although she had treated people before. That was all in Lotus Village. They had been gone for more than half a year. During this half year, perhaps because of him, the girl was always the one who helped, which made him gradually forget that this girl actually had superb medical skills. Even more magical and weird medical skills than he knew. Where did you learn all this? Old Chui set out his doubts. Yuan took off her bloody gloves, smiled, and said, I said I learned it the year I disappeared. Do you believe me? Old Chui recalled the details of the operation and shook his head decisively. Such a technique was not something that a novice could master. Even an old doctor like him would not dare to say that he could master it so well within a year. Old Chui looked at her suspiciously. There was another question that made him think deeply. That is, this girl was different from anyone he had ever seen. This category was not just women. Even Nin might not have her thoughts. For example, she was pregnant. Regardless of the customs of the Great Zhou or Nanzhao, pregnant women were not suitable to see blood. It was a last resort to treat Yin Jiuqiu's injuries. And she was not the main doctor. She only had to help and pass things on the side. But tonight was different. Xianglian was a stranger. And she actually took the initiative to cut her body. The blood was seen. Is it really nothing? It seems that she was not forced to heal Yin Jiuqiu's injuries. But she had no such taboo in her heart. You? Old Chui opened his mouth. What about me? Yuan looked at him blankly. Nothing. Old Chui felt that he was crazy. At that moment, he almost blurted out and asked her, "Are you Yuan from Lianhua village?" How could she not be Yuan? Her voice and appearance were not changed at all. Not everyone can be like Yin Jiuqiu. The little lunatic, who was hit by the soul-stealing technique and refined the soul Rakshasa. Old Chui changed the subject. Okay. You're tired too. Let me take care of it. The two could leave other trivial matters to Pinger. But they always took care of the medical supplies themselves. Although Old Chui liked to nag a little. He actually loved Yuan and didn't want her to be so tired that she couldn't rest while pregnant. Then I'll go and rest first. Thank you. Yuan didn't say anything polite to Old Chui. She wasn't really tired. But her legs were numb after kneeling for a long time. And she was hungry. She left the tent. Pinger was dozing off on a suitcase. And a pot of hot water was boiling on a small fire not far away. Yin Jiuqiu stood quietly in the moonlight, watching Yuan and the three little black eggs. With Ying Lu and Ying Shersan patrolling. He didn't have to do this. But it is undeniable that when Yuan saw him, she felt a lot of joy in her heart. Maybe she liked him because of his face at first. But later she gradually realized it was indeed because of his face. This face, coupled with this tall and graceful figure, is simply too beautiful and fairy in the moonlight. Yuan covered her beating heart and walked over. I forgot to tell you not to wait for me. Go to the tent to rest first. Humph. Yin Jiuqiu looked up at the sky coldly. Yuan couldn't help laughing. Walked to the fire. Picked up a stick to dig out a roasted sweet potato. Put it on two small wooden sticks and handed it to him. Okay. Don't be angry. Let Pinger roast a sweet potato for you. With a sweet heart. She knew Yin Jiuqiu didn't like dry roasted sweet potatoes. This sweet potato was baked for a long time. The skin was burnt. The inner skin was sweet with a burnt aroma. And slightly bitter and sour. But the deeper it went, the sweeter it became. With a soft, sweet and sweet heart. And it tasted great when eaten hot. Yin Jiuqiu still couldn't taste it. But he liked the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Yin Jiuqiu sat by the fire and ate roasted sweet potatoes. Looking very serious like an enlarged version of Xiaobao. Yuan felt happy just by watching. And ate a little. The effect of Ma Fei Tang did not last too long. When Yuan entered the tent for the second time to check on her physical condition, she woke up faintly. The wound hurt. And she finally realized that she was dreaming. She moved subconsciously. And Yuan held her down. Don't move. Although the wound is not big, it has been sutured after all. Be careful not to tear it. Xianglian was very weak. But it was not difficult for her to feel that her pain was relieved compared to before. And other than that, her body had no other discomfort. Could it be, as they said, she was helping her cure her illness? Not torturing her? Since you are awake, drink the medicine first. You will feel better after drinking it. Yuan poured a few pills into her mouth and scooped a spoonful from the bowl to feed her. There was no room for resistance. And it was not okay not to eat. More importantly, Xianglian's sense of crisis was no longer as strong as before. And this. Yuan took another pill for her. Xianglian took it all obediently. Just when Xianglian thought Yuan was going to interrogate her about some information, Yuan actually walked away with an empty bowl without saying a word. Xianglian. I saved her, and did her such a big favor. Shouldn't I ask her for some information? This shouldn't be right. Xianglian felt that Yuan was probably deliberately keeping her hanging. But Xianglian waited for Yuan, but she didn't come. Instead, Pinger crawled in yawning. Pinger glanced at Xianglian and said to her, How do you feel? Much better? Go to sleep. I'll stay with you. I won't sleep too deeply. Call me if you need anything. She said she wouldn't sleep too deeply. But she started snoring as soon as her head touched the pillow. This is real snoring. So, Pinger is not a master, but a heartless silly girl. Then they. Xianglian was puzzled. She was waiting for someone to come and ask her questions. But what she waited for was that everyone went back to the tent to sleep. Xianglian. Yuan used the best medicinal herbs for Xianglian. And Xianglian's wounds recovered very well the next day. Although Xianglian is better off resting. There is no village or shop here. And there is no place to rest. The humidity is heavy, and there are many mosquitoes. The group continued on their way. Xianglian was waiting for someone to trick her. Yuan and Lao Tsuedo came several times. But they only checked her injuries and changed her dressings. And never mentioned anything else. Xianglian couldn't sit still. Was she exposed? Why did they save her? If she was, what was their purpose? If she wasn't, she owed them a life. Young madam. When Yuan stopped the carriage to check her injuries for the 4th time, she couldn't help but speak. What's wrong? Yuan asked. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xianglian looked at the pair of eyes without a trace of calculation, and dispelled the last trace of doubt in her heart. Young madam is a good person. They are all. They never doubted her. They saved her sincerely. If Yuan knew what she was thinking at the moment, she would definitely tell you very solemnly, You really think too much. Saving you is because you are a good spy. If you die, we can't use the same trick against you. As for getting information, is it necessary to get it? You will naturally contact the person behind the scenes when you recover. Once you are followed, won't everything be clear? It is more reliable than what you say. So at this moment, Yuan really has no desire for Xianglian. And it is no wonder that Xianglian made a mistake. Xianglian took a deep breath with self-blame. Madam. Actually, I lied to you. I am not from Yincheng. I didn't really sell myself to bury my father. I did it on purpose that day. I came to frame you. Yuan was a little confused. Girl, where is your awareness of being a spy? Where is your professional ethics? Why did you confess? You are so timid and so easily moved. You don't look like a well-trained spy. Could it be just a low-level spy? Spies of this level usually don't have access to the mastermind behind the scenes, and may not even see senior informants. Even if they followed her, they might not be able to track down a big fish. From this, it can be inferred that her confession would not be very valuable. Yuan was a little disappointed. However, at this moment, Xianglian provided a very intriguing news. They put a gu on me, and asked me to put another gu on Prince Yin. Gu? Prince Yin? This seemingly simple sentence reveals a huge amount of information. The gu put on a man and a woman is most likely a love gu, which is to hope that Yin Jiuqiu and her will part ways. Yin Jiuqiu had just been canonized as the prince not long ago, and Ying Shursan and Ying Lu were not used to speaking. In Nanzhao, the people of the Hellion family called him the eldest young master, and people outside the Hellion family called him the county horse master. In the Ghost clan, he was the Ghost King. In the underworld and the Witch clan, they only knew that he was the young master of Yincheng. Therefore, those who would call him Prince Yin were most likely from the capital. Yin Jiuqiu has offended many people in the capital, but few have the courage to touch him. Yuan thought. She had already guessed who the mastermind was. Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 700 Recovering Memories. Shy Ninth Brother. To prove her guess, Yuan went to Xianglian and got the gu that was originally intended to be put on Yin Jiuqiu. According to Xianglian, she had been put on by someone. Yuan asked Xiao Gu to pull out the gu in Xianglian's body. The two Xiao Gu were put together, and it was indeed a love gu. And it was the most inseparable Hahuan gu among the love gu. If you want to ask how she recognized it, it was thanks to a Wei. During the days when she went to the Hades, she learned a lot of knowledge about gu insects from a Wei. And the one that impressed her the most was this Hahuan gu. In terms of level, Hahuan gu is not even the king of 100 gu. But if they are regarded as a kind of medicine, the effect is far beyond the aphrodisiac on the market. It can not only make the two people who are poisoned develop inseparable feelings for each other, but also connect the lifeblood of both parties. In other words, if one of them is in trouble, the other cannot live alone. Yuan had seen the same fake gu and the original fake gu, but they were just the gu insects themselves and would not endanger the host. It was unknown which perverted gu master had developed the Hahuan gu. In short, its effect was too amazing. Even a Wei had warned her to stay away from the Hahuan gu. If Yin Jiuqiu was infected with this gu, it would be easy for Yin Huaijing to kill him. He only needed to get rid of Xianglian. and Yin Jiuqiu would be buried with Xianglian. The viciousness of this goo was that Yuan would watch this man betray her, and then completely give up on him. Of course, all this happened on the premise that Yuan did not have the small goo in her hand. The person who poisoned Xianglian probably did not expect that Yin Jiuqiu was stained with the breath of the Goo King. So this Huan Gu did not dare to get close to him at all. As for why Xiao Gu didn't notice the goo in Xianglian's hand, it was because the level of Huan Gu was too low. Xiao Gu, who was very picky about eating even the 1,000 Goo King, didn't care about them at all. As for fear? Sense of crisis? It doesn't exist. Has a young eagle seen the sky care about an ant on the ground? That's too against instinct. Okay. Yuan asked Xianglian to rest well, and not think about anything else. She also told Pinger to take good care of her. Pinger also understood that Xianglian was a spy at this time. But Xianglian was already so injured that she didn't worry about what Xianglian would do to her. Besides, Xianglian still had a conscience, and knew to be grateful at the critical moment. Yuan walked towards her carriage. She was thinking about whether to tell Yin Jiuqiu about this matter. Telling him was certain, but how to mention Yin Huijing to him without irritating him was the problem. The 3 little black eggs went to ride the big horse again. Since they could ride horses, they didn't like to be trapped in the carriage. It was good to do so. They could get more sun exposure, which was good for health. Yuan decided to test Yin Jiuqiu's attitude first. As soon as she got on the carriage, she felt a murderous aura coming towards her. And then a slender and powerful arm circled her. The action seemed overbearing, but it was actually very measured. He didn't touch or bump her belly at all. Yuan felt that although Yin Jiuqiu didn't admit that she was pregnant, he should know it subconsciously. Otherwise, he wouldn't take care of her belly so much. It's just, Yuan is hot. In fact, as the Great Zhou approaches, the weather is not as hot as it was in the capital of Nanzhao. But Yuan is afraid of heat after her period. She nestles in his arms, as if leaning on a big stove. And she is almost sweating. Can you let me go and talk again? Yuan asked with her head drooping. Yin Jiuqiu snorted coldly. Not only did he not let go, but hugged her tightly. Did you do something to me again? Yuan was inexplicably no. Turned her head and looked at the person behind her. Why did I do something to you again? Yin Jiuqiu's eyes fell on the small bottle she'd brought to the carriage. Then what are you holding in your hand? Oh! A Huan Gu. Yuan put the jade bottle in her hand on the table. A Huan? It doesn't sound like a proper Gu. Yin Jiuqiu's face darkened. The first kind of Gu is not enough. You want a second kind? How much do you miss me? What is going on? Why does she miss him? A pregnant woman should miss men the least. Okay. Yuan said seriously. This is Xianglian's. Xianglian is a spy. She brought the Gu to harm you. Yin Jiuqiu sneered. Make it up. Keep making it up. Yuan was choked and took a breath. Why did I make it up? Yin Jiuqiu said. You are so good at Gu. Can't you detect that she brought a Gu worm? But I didn't notice it. Is it necessary to detect such a low-level Gu worm? Yin Jiuqiu snorted, pinched her chin, and forced her to turn her face to him. It seems that I haven't satisfied you yet. Yuan looked at his dangerous eyes and felt a pang in her heart. You misunderstood. Really misunderstood. If you want it, just say it. What kind of a Huan Gu do you want? Yin Jiuqiu picked up the jade bottle coldly and threw it on the ground. However, the bottle stopper was not tightly plugged in. It popped open with a bang, and the Huan Gu inside flew out and hit Yin Jiuqiu's heart with a bang. This is not Huan Gu's will. It is helpless. The main force is too big. It was forced to get in. Yuan's eyebrows jumped. I never expected that this guy would get himself poisoned. Little Gu went out for a walk again. Now I don't know where he is. Yuan turned around and pressed his shoulder. Don't move. I will force it out with blood. Yin Jiuqiu grabbed her hand. Don't pretend. Don't you want it? Gu has been injected twice. It's as you wish. No. Isn't this guy poisoned by Huan Gu? Why is he still interested in her? He shouldn't be interested in Xianglian. Could it be that the poison takes time to take effect? Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours have passed. Yuan has become a salted fish. Why hasn't his poison taken effect yet? Yuan seriously suspects that he has been poisoned by a fake Gu. If it were the past, he would never play so many embarrassing tricks. Yuan's face turned red, and she covered her face with her hands. So you are this kind of Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan didn't remember when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she was already on the way out of Qinghe town. They entered the territory of Dezhou, and the weather seemed to be a little cooler. The curtain of the window was slightly opened, and light came in from the window. The floor of the carriage was covered with a clean and soft carpet. The three little black eggs wore small belly bands, and sat cross-legged on the carpet to play with building blocks. Yin Jiucha sat next to Yuan, close to the window, just blocking the glaring light for Yuan. Yin Jiucha was facing the light. His face was shrouded in shadows. Yuan couldn't see his expression, but she vaguely felt that his aura seemed to be a little different before she fell asleep. But no matter what, Yuan felt that she needed to make a statement with him. They were still carrying a child, and some things still needed to be measured. Yuan cleared her throat and said to the three little eggs, "Cover your ears." The three little eggs looked at their mother, who had woken up in confusion, but didn't ask why. They put down the building blocks obediently and covered their ears with their little hands. Yuan glared at Yin Jiucha and said angrily, "Don't do this again in the future." "I thought," Yin Jiucha would retort, "you are the one who put the poison on me, and now you blame me. You little jerk." But Yin Jiucha didn't say a word, just sat there with his eyes closed. "Is he asleep?" Yuan took a closer look. At a glance, she noticed something was wrong. His ears were actually red, because she was in the light and shadow. She didn't feel it from a distance, but she was so close that she seemed to feel the heat coming from his ears even if she didn't look at him. Is this shy? Thinking of a possibility, Yuan's almond eyes glared. "Yin Jiuchao, have you recovered your memory?" "No." The carriage happened to stop. Yin Jiucha lifted the curtain and walked out without looking back. The Ghost King's mess was still vivid in my mind, and I didn't expect that there would be a new one. And this time it was so exciting. Daddy said that no one can take you away from me. Are you getting bolder? Don't even call me Dad? Call me Dad. You don't understand. They are just your brothers. You'd better put away those thoughts that you shouldn't have. You can never replace her. Which her? The one in my heart. So you put a bewitching spell on me, right? What bewitching spell did I put on you? Love bewitching spell. Well, if you think I put a bewitching spell on you, I'll just get rid of it for you. Are you sure that removing the poison will not cause you any harm? Won't it make you weak? Seriously injure your Yuan Qi? Feel stuffy in your chest? Reverse your tendons and veins? And even hang your life by a thread? It's not enough to put the poison on me. You also put the drug on me. I knew it. You really went to great lengths to get me. Woman, you light the fire yourself. Put it out yourself." The unbearable memories flashed through his mind like a meteor, and the handsome face of a certain young master turned red. How did he say those stupid words? How did he do those shameless things? It's so shameful. Yin Jiucha was so ashamed that he stood by the river for half an hour, which frightened Ing Shursan and Ing Lu, who were not far away, and thought that their young master was going to jump into the river. Their hearts were in their throats, ready to rush over and pull the young master out of the river. However, perhaps because he had a disastrous experience, he was familiar with it. Yin Jiucha recovered faster this time than in the underworld. When the three little eggs ran towards him, he adjusted his expression and returned to the carriage majestically. Yuan looked at him leisurely. Since Yin Jiucha has recovered his memory, there is no need to hide some things from him. Yuan doesn't need to speak in person. After his mind is clear, he can sort out the previous conversation and guess the cause and effect of the incident. After the carriage entered the market, Yuan took the three little black eggs to buy candied haws. Yin Jiucha called Ing Lu and Ing Shursan over. "Find a clinic and send that woman away," Yin Jiucha ordered coldly. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan were stunned for a moment. There are only 3 women in their group. The 2 of them don't think that their young master wants to send Yuan away. Then, there are only Pinger and Xianglian. Pinger is loyal, and has no illness or pain. If she is sent away, she will not be sent to a clinic. So it is Xianglian. The 2 exchanged glances. The young master's aura was somewhat familiar. Could it be that he finally woke up? Young master. You? Ahem. Ing Lu was about to ask if the young master had recovered his memory, but was interrupted by Ying Shisan's heavy cough. Ying Shisan pulled Ing Liu's finger and silently signaled him. "Do you still want the monthly salary?" Ing Lu shut up in dismay. Ing Shursan said seriously, "If Xianglian is sent away, will it alert the enemy?" Yin Jiucha said casually, "Does this young master look like someone who is afraid of alerting the enemy?" 2 people. This is definitely awake. The Ghost King is crazy. The Soul Rakshasa is even crazier. But the craziest one is still the little overlord of Yensheng. Ing Shursan said, "Yes. I will send Xianglian away in a while. Yin Jiucha said with deep eyes. Yin Huijing is very courageous. He has only been the regent for a few days, but he has already made trouble. Ing Shursen paused after hearing this. Young madam, has she told the young master everything? What? Yin Jiucha looked at him. Ing Shursen was surprised and said, didn't the young lady tell you that? The mastermind behind this might be Prince Jing. Is there any need for her to say this? You can guess which bastard it is with your toes. Yin Jiucha was playing with the bottle in his hand calmly. The love poison had been forced out by the power of the soul Rakshasa. It seems that letting Yin Huijing serve as regent has emboldened Yin Huijing's arrogance. He almost forgot how he was surrounded and beaten in the alley. Ing Shursen said thoughtfully, we met Xianglian in Xicheng. So, Prince Jing had been eyeing us for a long time. When they left the capital to look for the antidote, they said they were going back to Yanqing for a while. Later, the incident between Prince Yin and the two princesses happened in Nanzhao, and Yin Jiuchao's identity and whereabouts were also exposed. The emperor didn't say anything, but Yin Huijing must have remembered it. However, when Yin Huijing sent people to Nanzhao, they had already left. As for where they went, Yin Huijing didn't find out the news, so Yin Huijing sent people to wait in Xicheng. Nanzhao. Xicheng is the only way from Nanzhao to Dazhou. As long as they return to Dazhou, they will definitely pass by there. Strange. How could he use Gu? Dazhou doesn't have Gu masters. Ing Lu said puzzledly. It must be said that although Ing Lu is confused, he can hit the nail on the head sometimes. That's right. There are no Gu masters in the Great Zhou. In order to detoxify Yin Jiuchao, Xiao Jinting spent 50,000 taels of gold to hire a Gu master from Nanzhao. At that time, no one knew what level the other party was. Now it seems that he is not even a great Gu master. It is very difficult to hire such a Gu master. Where did Yin Huijing get his helpers? What level of helpers? Ing Shursen said, we have been away from the Great Zhou for nearly a year, and this prince has made a lot of plans. Ing Lu snorted. He just took advantage of the absence of the young master to secretly grow his wings. However, he is too impatient. Didn't he wait for us to return to the Great Zhou? He dared to do something in Nanzhao. Don't you see whose territory it is? Ing Shursen said. He specially chose the fiefdom of the Hellion family to start. He calculated that the young lady would not ignore the people in the fiefdom. But he is indeed a little impatient. Ing Shursen can understand why Yin Huijing loses his temper. It is because the emperor favors the young master. Yin Huijing has been suppressed by the young master for too long. Finally, the emperor falls ill and can no longer protect the young master. Yin Huijing must rush to give the young master a warning. But will the young master be afraid of him? Naive. Someone better pray that they walk slower on the road, so that he can have 2 more days of leisure. Otherwise, when the young master returns, the weather in the capital will change. Ing Shursen and Ing Lu sent Xianglian to a clinic. They don't owe her anything, and don't have to be responsible for her life. The young lady saved her life, and she provided the information she knew. It is considered that they are cleared. From now on, they will part ways and take care of themselves. Yuan's period is getting older, and she is gradually feeling uncomfortable riding in a carriage. They change to water. Ing Shursen sends a pigeon to the Yanwang mansion, and asks the palace to prepare the fastest navy to meet them at Fengzhen Wharf. When they arrived at the dock, they saw a familiar figure. Uncle Wan. Once, because of Su Yu's incident, Uncle Wan was sent back to the Prince of Yan's mansion by Yin Jiucha. On the surface, Uncle Wan was allowed to return to the prince's mansion to enjoy a peaceful life. But in fact, Yin Jiucha was angry. As Yin Jiuchao's confidant, he actually misjudged and overtrusted a maid, causing the newlywed Yuan to suffer grievances, which Yin Jiuchao could not tolerate. But Yin Jiucha lost his father since he was young. When he was 8 years old, Shang Wanyan remarried. There were too many people who wanted him dead, and it was Uncle Wan who raised him. Uncle Wan may have been confused, but he has never been unfaithful. After not seeing him for more than half a year, Uncle Wan looked a little haggard, with white hair on his temples. And, I don't know if it was their illusion, Uncle Wan's body seemed to be a little hunched like an old man. Uncle Wan. Ing Lu's eyes were a little hot. Uncle Wan nodded to Ing Lu and Ing Shursen, and walked towards Yin Jiucha and Yuan with tears in his eyes. He knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed heavily. This old slave kowtows to the young master, kowtows to the young lady. Yin Jiuchao looked cold and did not move. Yuan reached out her hand and held Uncle Wan's arm. Uncle Wan, Get up quickly. The ground is cold. Young madam. Uncle One looked at her with sobs, and said with great self-blame, I feel guilty. I am sorry for young madam. I am blind. You One smiled gently. Don't mention the past. I am pregnant, and I am worried about what to do when I return to the capital. Who will take care of the affairs of the young master's mansion? I feel relieved when Uncle One comes.